Back at the command center, the monitors showed General Yu Fei speaking privately to Dong Qingxue. Make sure to secure a spot for that girl from Kongqing's district in the unusual blood pool. She's certainly been through quite the ordeal today. Kongqing's own instructor immediately jumped to his feet, bowing deeply in gratitude. General Yu, thank you for this immense reward. Usually, only the top 3 finishers were granted access to the unusual blood pool. Lu Sheng had undeniably secured the first-place spot. Xingji's second-place performance was also formidable. However, for the third spot, it had been a neck-and-neck race between Jia Haoran and Kongqing. Because Jia Haoran was a rare psychic, Kongqing's instructor had initially been depressed, tears streaming down his face at the thought of her missing out. I can't believe it worked out after all. Kongqing, your persistence was truly worth it in the end. The scene shifted to Lu Sheng, who was walking into a private quarters after leaving the selection grounds. He mused to himself, they brought me back here so quickly without even letting me catch my breath. I expected to be whisked away to some grand awards ceremony immediately. This is quite different from what I envisioned. On the central table sat 4 metallic bottles that resembled soda cans, but they contained potent recovery serums rather than carbonated beverages. Lu Sheng strolled over, picking up a bottle marked with a specialized seal. He swirled the liquid around thoughtfully. So this is the recovery potion they prepared for the top candidate. I wonder if the pharmacological standards of this era can even produce something that affects a body like mine. He doubted it, but he popped the tab anyway and downed the entire contents. It restores the spirit, does it? It feels like a supercharged energy drink, gives a slight buzz, but nothing truly substantial. He cracked open the second bottle, but immediately waved his hand in front of his nose, repulsed by the pungent odor wafting from it. This stamina recovery tonic is even worse. I think I'll pass on this one. It can't even begin to compare to the high-quality potions I used to concoct myself. As the first potion began to take effect, Lu Sheng lay back on the bed. I wonder how Lingsu is progressing with the spirit-strengthening blood tonic. It's been a while since we spoke. I might as well use this quiet time to meditate on this new technique. Lu Sheng could immediately feel the jagged pulses of bioelectricity coursing through his meridians. This lightning aspect energy seemed to weave together the blistering speed of the wind with the volatile heat of fire. It was a synthesis of attributes, faster than a gale and more violent than a flickering flame, yet it stopped just short of the absolute extremes found in either pure elemental path. Overall, it was an exceptionally balanced internal energy technique, refined for versatility and rapid application. Lu Sheng exhaled a slow, heavy breath, resting his palm against his forehead as he tried to stabilize the humming resonance within his spirit. A dull, throbbing headache began to pulse behind his temples, a physical manifestation of the immense mental strain caused by his recent breakthroughs. Am I being too hard on myself? He wondered. No. Isn't this the struggle inherent to any true path of power? Why should the hypothetical development of humanity 10,000 years in the future weigh so heavily upon my shoulders today? By that distant era, I will have long since turned to dust. My lineage might be lost to time. And who can say if any living soul will remain to witness the final days of the world? Perhaps simply living a fulfilling, unburdened life in the present should be sufficient. Suddenly, Lu Sheng's eyes snapped open as a sharp no escaped his lips. He clenched his fist so tightly his knuckles turned white. I have witnessed the inevitable darkness with my own eyes. I cannot simply feign ignorance. Since I have committed to this path, I will not succumb to mediocrity. True greatness requires effort, visceral struggle, and the grit to persevere when others falter, a burden not everyone is equipped to carry. I am Lu Sheng. To see myself burn with the brilliance of 1,000 suns and shine through the shadows must be my own definitive choice. Once the emotional turbulence had subsided, Lu Sheng refocused his intent, diving back into the sea of historical data to uncover the secrets of the past. The records detailed a martial artist's life spanning from June 297 to August 432. The subject's peak martial strength was officially recorded as a 7th-level warrior, a formidable rank in any era. A concise summary of his life followed. He had reached the 2nd level of martial arts at the age of 18, a feat that sent shockwaves through the local community of Baiha. Under the official recommendation of the Baihe City Martial Arts Association, he was enrolled in the Dongning Provincial Talent Training Camp. He didn't just participate. He dominated the camp, eventually competing for and securing the prestigious title of Kaming General Star in the Eastern Military Region of the Long Kingdom that same year. The core data remained largely consistent, though his resume appeared significantly more illustrious than previous iterations. His final realm was still marked as a 7th-level Grandmaster, but his character evaluation had ascended by a half-star, reaching a solid 3.5-star rating. He mused that while joining the Eastern Military Region had bolstered his fame, it had also led him into a catastrophic conflict with monsters, shortening his life by 20 years. If I had survived that battle, would I have reached the 8th level? His train of thought was shattered as he scrolled down to the familial section, and a cold sweat broke out across his skin. His eyes nearly bulged out of his head as he stared at the name listed next to spouse. Good God, my wife is Dong Qingxue? Staring at the formal wedding portrait of his future self and his current instructor, Dong Qingxue, Lu Sheng felt the blood drain from his face. This was impossible. Dong Qingxue was nearly 30 years his senior in this timeline. I'm completely doomed this time, he thought, his mind reeling. The record even indicates I possessed a license to pilot heavy fighter jets. How did our lives become so intertwined? Because of high-level cultivation, high-ranking martial artists often maintained a youthful vigor that defied their chronological age. Dong Qingxue still looked like a girl in her late teens or early 20s. How could I possibly marry her? Isn't this a classic case of an old cow eating tender grass? The thought was profoundly unsettling. Yet he realized that by joining the Eastern Military Region and becoming the Kaming General Star, their paths would cross with unavoidable frequency. Perhaps shared proximity would eventually lead to the development of genuine affection. At this stage, however, it remained a terrifying and surreal hypothesis. The sheer absurdity of it, instructor Dong Qingxue becoming his wife in the future, left him unable to even contemplate looking her in the eye again. Elsewhere in the facility, Dong Qingxue began to sneeze continuously, a sudden chill running down her spine. I can't take this, she muttered, feeling an inexplicable irritation. I need to find someone to spar with just to vent this agitation. Back in his quarters, Lu Sheng staggered slightly, his movements becoming rigid as a thick layer of perspiration soaked through his training clothes. The psychic weight of the future was taking its toll on his concentration. Calm yourself. Maintain your composure, he commanded his racing heart. He looked toward the horizon, recalling the image of a female war goddess mentioned in the legends. Outside, the various candidates had begun to assemble for the official awards ceremony. General Yu Fei and the other instructors had finalized the commendations, and the 4 central figures of the selection were expected to appear. The air was thick with excitement and a lively, celebratory energy. General Yu Fei scanned the crowd and nodded. If everyone is present, then let the proceedings begin. Lu Sheng, step forward. The general barked with pride. He took a gleaming gold badge, stamped with 4 nines to signify absolute purity, and personally pinned it to Lu Sheng's chest, the metal catching the brilliant afternoon sun. He looked exceptionally sharp and composed, exuding an aura of cool authority that left many of the young women in the audience breathless. After securing the badge, General Yu Fei lowered his voice. The material of this medal is identical to that of the Sword Saint's badge, only the design differs. I sincerely hope that one day, you will earn the right to wear the Sword Saint's insignia. He looked Lu Sheng straight in the eye, searching for the fire of ambition. Lu Sheng met his gaze without flinching, his hands clasped behind his back in a gesture of absolute confidence. I understand, General, Lu Sheng replied, his voice ringing with conviction. And I can assure you, that day is not as far off as you might think. It will arrive much sooner than anyone expects. General Yu Fei erupted into a hearty laugh, clapping Lu Sheng on the shoulder. Haha, bold words. I like your spirit. I shall eagerly await the arrival of that day. Instructor Duan Yifeng watched the close interaction between the general and the student, a look of contemplation on his face. Only Lu Sheng would dare to make such a claim without it sounding like hollow bravado. Coming from him, it sounds like a simple statement of an inevitable fact. While the Eastern Military Region crowned a Kaming General Star every year, this was the first time Duan Yifeng had seen Yu Fei treat a recruit with such paternal warmth and respect. The official announcement followed. The top 10 performers would receive the rare and coveted reward of exotic blood. The selected candidates were visibly thrilled, their faces lighting up at the prospect of such a significant boost to their cultivation progress. General Yu Fei gestured toward the top performers. Lu Sheng, Jia Haoran, Kong Qing, and Xing Ji, follow me. The rest of you are dismissed. Xing Ji was nearly vibrating with excitement. This is it, the path to the exotic blood pool and the legendary marrow pool. Kong Qing was equally exhilarated. This year's rewards were unprecedented. Typically, only the top 3 would be granted access to the exotic blood pool, but because of Lu Sheng's monstrous performance, Yu Fei had made a special exception for all 4 of them. Meanwhile, Chao Yong stood in the background, his eyes welling with frustrated tears. This is a total disaster, Chao Yong lamented. I only walked away with a single vial of exotic blood, and my own instructor lost a bet that cost him 3 more vials. Wait, I might end up having to pay for that vial out of my own pocket. He felt utterly screwed. Soon after, at the heavily guarded entrance to the exotic blood facility, General Yu Fei turned to the gatekeeper. Is the equipment fully operational? The guard saluted instantly. Everything is calibrated and ready for immediate use, sir. As they stepped into the sterile hall, the sight of a massive, preserved bovine skull looming above them caused several candidates to break out in an anxious sweat. The general led them deeper into the facility, his boots echoing against the metallic floor, before finally coming to a halt before a row of specialized chambers. This is the location, he announced, gesturing to 3 high-tech exotic blood supply apparatuses. Change into your training gear and prepare to enter the specialized cultivation pods. Jia Haoran and Xing Ji were ecstatic, shouting, "Yes, sir," in unison. Kong Qing paused, a look of mild surprise crossing her face. Wait, we're changing right here. However, the allure of the massive power-up was far stronger than her modesty, and she quickly began to prepare. Incredible, this is 5th-grade exotic blood, Kong Qing exclaimed. Now dressed in a functional training bikini that highlighted her athletic physique, she seemed completely indifferent to her surroundings. Her eyes were fixed on the glowing vats. Forget a vial. I'm going to absorb the contents of this entire tank. I need every drop of this power. Without further delay, she climbed into the exotic blood supply pod, the liquid beginning to hum with energy. General Yu Fei then turned to Lu Sheng. Come with me, young man. I am taking you to a place far more exclusive, the exotic marrow pool. Lu Sheng's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Understood, General. Dong Qingxue then stepped forward to guide him toward the deeper, more restricted section of the facility. As Lu Sheng entered the inner sanctum, he scanned the large, shimmering pool of marrow. He frowned slightly and turned to his guide. This is the legendary exotic marrow pool? Why does it look like it's only filled to the halfway point? Did someone forget to top it off? A flicker of his usual greed surfaced as he muttered, I am the Kaming General Star, after all. The military shouldn't be so stingy with the resources. Hearing his complaint, his future wife, Dong Qingxue, couldn't help but interject with a sharp, incredulous tone. Half full, she echoed, staring at him. Do you have any earthly idea what the market value of this exotic marrow is? The production cost alone exceeds 1.5 billion. If you were to try and purchase this on the open market, the price would be 10 times that amount. Lu Sheng's jaw dropped. 1.5 billion? Oh, I see. He paused before adding. But what if this isn't enough for my requirements? Can I request a refill? Dong Qingxue rolled her eyes. Just focus on absorbing what's there first. In the history of this facility, no recruit has ever managed to fully deplete a single session's supply. Now stop wasting time and get in. Assimilating exotic marrow is a grueling process that requires absolute concentration. Lu Sheng didn't need to be told twice. Yes, ma'am. Let's get to work. He quickly stripped off his upper garments, revealing a powerful, well-defined physique that spoke of countless hours of brutal training. As she prepared to activate the system, Dong Qingxue, who in another life would be his wife and a heavy fighter pilot, pressed the ignition sequence. She stole a brief, appreciative glance at his muscular frame. This kid certainly hasn't been slacking, she thought. His physical foundation is remarkably solid. The moment Lu Sheng submerged himself in the exotic marrow pool, the world seemed to warp around him. It felt as if he had been transported into a different dimension of pure, raw potential, his every cell screaming as the marrow began to bond with his own. He gritted his teeth, a guttural groan escaping his throat as the transformation began. Goh. This is incredible. The sheer potency of the exotic marrow was nothing short of terrifying. It felt like a sentient, liquid fire racing through his veins, saturating every fiber of his being with a primal energy. Now he understood the weight of Dong Qingshua's warning that no ordinary person could ever hope to absorb its full volume. His body was being subjected to a staggering, crushing burden. Yet, for Lu Sheng, this was the perfect catalyst to push his limits and go all out. In that moment of intense cultivation, his eyes shimmered with a brilliant, blue-white radiance. As the primordial power of the beasts within the marrow surged, it seemed as though even the spirits of the exotic beasts were bending to his will. A phantom image of a majestic azure dragon manifested, coiling itself around Lu Sheng's form in a silent, powerful display of narrative authority. Meanwhile, the focus shifted to the chambers where Kong Qing, Jia Haoran, and Xing Ji were undergoing their own refinements. The indicators on their exotic blood machines flickered with rhythmic activity. Jia Haoran, in particular, was straining every nerve, channeling his focus to absorb the essence with every ounce of his mental willpower. After what felt like an eternity, Jia Haoran emerged from the pod, gasping for air as his chest heaved with exhaustion. This was the refined 5th-grade exotic blood, and its potency was undeniable. Monitoring the pod's telemetry, the instructor nodded in approval. The absorption process has been remarkably efficient. You've drained nearly an entire tank of exotic blood, which is as expected of a second-level mental master. Jia Haoran wiped a layer of grime and sweat from his forehead with a trembling hand, his teeth still grit from the residual intensity. This exotic blood is a monumental boon for my progression, he muttered, feeling the new strength within. It's just a shame my current physical vessel has reached its absolute saturation point, and I can't absorb any more. He looked around the quiet facility and turned to the instructor. Where are the others? Have they finished their sessions yet? The others haven't emerged from their respective pods yet. In fact, you're the very first one to complete the process, the instructor replied. Noticing a flash of disappointment in Jia Haoran's eyes, he offered a reassuring smile. Don't let that discourage you. Your primary specialty lies in the realm of mental power. It's only natural for your physical martial arts foundation to be slightly less robust compared to the others. Jia Haoran's expression softened into a knowing smile upon hearing this logical explanation. Soon, the indicators on Kong Qing's pod signaled her completion. The young woman stepped out, drenched in perspiration and breathing heavily, her heart hammering against her ribs. She looked down at her hands, testing the new strength thrumming beneath her skin. Incredible! After absorbing this essence, I can feel the threshold of the 4th level within my reach. Even my innate talent has undergone a significant upgrade. This is far beyond my expectations. The instructor watched in silent admiration, noting that draining an entire tank of exotic blood was no small feat. Next to emerge was Xing Ji, who seemed to be radiating an almost visible aura of excitement. This is spectacular, Xing Ji shouted, steam literally rising from his heated skin as the residual energy dissipated. This exotic blood is a treasure beyond measure. With just a little more focused practice, I'll be able to shatter the barrier and break through directly into the 5th level. Haha, you truly are a genius among geniuses, living up to every bit of your reputation, the instructor praised, genuinely impressed. To advance from the 4th to the 5th level in just a single year is a feat most couldn't dream of. It took me nearly a decade to make that same leap. Truly, the new generation surpasses the old. He then glanced at Xing Ji's tattered appearance and added with a chuckle, Did you pick those clothes up from a roadside stall? They're shredded. Surely you aren't planning to head home looking like that. Jia Haoran hurried over, pointing at the equipment. Wait, you're about to break through without even fully depleting a single tank of exotic blood. At Jia Haoran's incredulous question, Xing Ji paused, momentarily stunned. The instructor quickly interjected to clarify the situation. Jia Haoran, you misunderstand. Xing Ji hasn't just finished a tank. He has already completely absorbed an entire unit and is currently drawing from the second supplemental tank of exotic blood. Jia Haoran's jaw dropped, his eyes bulging as he processed the information. A second tank? That meant Xing Ji had consumed twice as much essence as the rest of them in the exact same time frame. Standing beside them, Kong Qing felt a cold sweat break out. She had already felt the gap between herself and Xing Ji, but now that divide seemed to have widened into a vast, insurmountable chasm. She let out a heavy, defeated sigh. There was no denying it. Their strengths were no longer on the same plane of existence. Even within the elite circle of geniuses, there were hierarchies they couldn't ignore. However, even as Jia Haoran and Kong Qing stood there in awe of Xing Ji's progress, something else was unfolding nearby. Xing Ji suddenly jolted, his eyes fixing on the monitors displaying the exotic marrow pool. His bravado vanished instantly, replaced by a look of sheer, unadulterated shock. "How is that even possible?" he stammered, his voice hushed. The rate at which the marrow was being consumed was beyond anything they had ever witnessed. "He's a monster, a total freak of nature," Xing Ji whispered. While the others had concluded their sessions, Lu Sheng remained submerged in the exotic marrow chamber, his absorption showing no signs of slowing down. The technical staff were on high alert, their eyes glued to the vitals, ready to intervene at the first sign of an emergency. Despite the controlled environment, Dong Qingxue remained motionless, her gaze fixed intensely on the screen. From a short distance away, General Yu Fei stood tall with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice low as he asked, "Is the process still proceeding smoothly?" "It's going remarkably smoothly, General," Dong Qingxue replied, though her brow was furrowed. "The only concern is the consumption rate. The exotic marrow is being depleted at an alarming speed. A full quarter of the initial supply has already vanished into him." Seeing that Lu Sheng was handling the intake with ease, Yu Fei issued a decisive command. "Even if he's outperforming every peer we've seen, he's still just a youth. Don't hold back. Immediately begin pouring in all the reserve exotic marrow. Let's try to achieve the best possible effect for his breakthrough." Suddenly, one of the operators reported in a panicked tone, "General, this is bad. Something big has happened. The entire reserve supply of exotic marrow in the facility has been completely exhausted. What's currently circulating in the pod is the very last of our available stock." The level of the exotic marrow liquid in the pod was rapidly decreasing with terrifying speed. Even a veteran like Yu Fei was visibly shocked by the data. "What? This is impossible. When I underwent my breakthrough to the Grandmaster level, I only managed to absorb half a tank before reaching my limit." Acting quickly, the general gestured toward the communications console. "Hurry, quickly go to the warehouse to find every remaining drop." Dong Qingxue didn't look up as she replied, "I've already dispatched the orders. People are already at the warehouse to bring every drop of exotic marrow we have to this facility." Yu Fei stepped closer to the machine, staring at the silhouette of Lu Sheng through the glass of the pod. "I want to see exactly what kind of world-shaking surprise this kid is going to give me in the end," he thought. Very quickly, additional supplies of exotic marrow were added to the tank, the specialized fluid flowing into the system. Inside the chamber, the young man was lost in a trance of absolute cultivation, his body acting like a vacuum for the rare essence. A brilliant, pulsating golden light began to cover Lu Sheng's entire body as he synchronized the intake of the exotic marrow with the rigorous pathways of the eternal star body refinement technique. The golden radiance emitted from the alien marrow rapidly weakened as its energy was stripped away, but the supply was continuous. Huge vats of alien marrow were constantly being poured into the tank to replenish the disappearing fluid. The alien marrow in the chamber gradually decreased, naturally all being quickly absorbed by Lu Sheng. Everyone in the room was utterly astonished by the unreserved consumption of the essence. As soon as it was poured, it vanished. Someone immediately turned to the leadership to report. "Reporting. Instructor Yu Fei, should we continue the process?" The old general resolutely and decisively stated, "Continue. Let that kid eat. Let him eat his fill. I refuse to believe that a single student can absorb the entire alien marrow reserve of such a large military region. Quickly pour it all into the tank, he roared. Super large containers of alien marrow were constantly poured into the system. Lu Sheng, suspended in the fluid, could feel the sheer, unbelievable energy this alien marrow provided. Finally, it is enough to help me complete the imperishable golden body stage. This is merely 4th grade alien marrow, and it's already this scary. If it were 5th grade, 6th grade, or even 7th grade, the potential would be unimaginable. The operator spoke up again, his voice trembling. General, we still need to get more alien marrow. Should we? He stopped as he saw Yu Fei, overwhelmed by disbelief, nearly collapse. The general looked as though he were on the verge of a hypertensive crisis, yet he stubbornly stuck to his decision. More. Keep adding it until he can no longer absorb another drop. At this moment, he was covered in a cold sweat, his extremities trembling. Damn it all. If this kid doesn't join our Eastern military region after I've spent this much on him, I'll skin him alive. At 10 billion per vial, I've already burned through 100 billion, and that's just the cost price. Inside the chamber, Lu Sheng clearly felt the violent transformations occurring within his anatomy. It felt as if several volcanoes were erupting within his torso, his blood becoming as hot and dense as molten lava. His entire skeleton was being slowly dyed a brilliant, dazzling golden color. This sensation, this is the birth of true inner strength, he realized. I have officially broken through the barriers of the 3rd grade and entered the realm of a 4th grade martial artist. His process of advancing from a 3rd grade to a 4th grade martial artist was completely different from any other student. While others could only generate basic inner strength, Lu Sheng not only possessed a superior inner strength, but had also successfully cultivated the first stage of the imperishable golden body. This represented a tectonic breakthrough in his physical constitution, enhancing his overall combat ability to an unprecedented level. A blinding golden light illuminated the entire chamber. The alien marrow control personnel were paralyzed with terror. Lu Sheng has absorbed all the 4th grade alien marrow again. The entire military region's reserves aren't enough for him alone. General Yu Fei nearly lost his footing upon seeing this data. Beside him, Dong Qingxue wrung her hands. Nothing like this has ever happened before. Heavens, does this kid have a black hole hidden inside him? What kind of monster is he anyway? The old general was full of anticipation for the young man's ultimate explosion of power, while Dong Qingxue could only remain in stunned silence. Because Lu Sheng absorbed the marrow so fiercely, she began to wonder, is he really that strong? I'm truly in trouble now. I don't think I can handle him anymore, she thought to herself. At this moment, the resulting smoke from the energy discharge was very thick. Suddenly, the young man, Lu Sheng, jumped out of the pod with an explosive burst of movement. Radiant golden light flared one last time, illuminating the entire room with the brilliance of a small star. Then, Lu Sheng quickly put on his clothes, noticing that his frame seemed slightly taller and more imposing. Kong Qing, Xing Ji, and Jia Haoran stood outside observing, their bodies trembling in disbelief. Xing Ji gritted his teeth, the last remnants of his pride crumbling. Why is he so strong that I have absolutely no hope of ever catching up? No, it would be far more accurate to state that he has become so overwhelmingly powerful that the very concept of his strength lies beyond the boundaries of my imagination. Xing Ji found himself unable to even fathom the depths of such a transformation. Beside him, Kong Qing and Jia Haoran could only hang their heads in a hollow, dejected silence, their spirits thoroughly dampened and their voices stolen by the sheer impossibility of what they had just witnessed. Witnessing this incredible display, Dong Qingxue could not suppress a profound sigh of wonder and realization. Lu Sheng, you have actually surpassed me now, she murmured, her heart racing. To bridge such a vast gap in less than 2 months was nothing short of a miracle. Suddenly, the stagnant air in the room was shattered as the old general, Yu Fei, unleashed a thunderous, authoritative shout. Lu Sheng. As the young man looked on in a daze, Yu Fei's voice boomed with renewed vigor. Prepare yourself, and take one of my moves. The older the ginger, the spicier it truly is, the wisdom and ferocity of age are not to be trifled with. The aura radiating from the old general was nothing short of extraordinary, as a roiling, crystalline blue energy erupted from his form, enveloping his entire body in a shimmering mantle of absolute power. Dong Qingxue was seized by a sudden, sharp pang of anxiety for her student, her voice echoing through the chamber as she cried out, "General Yu, please, Lu Sheng is just." But at that precise moment, Lu Sheng stood his ground, his expression radiating an unshakable, terrifying confidence that silenced all doubt. In response to the general's pressure, Lu Sheng's entire being seemed to ignite with a spiritual fire, his internal energy surging outward in a brilliant, flickering display of raw martial intent. The young man's hands moved with practiced, lethal precision, clenching his fists as he dropped into a low, perfect fighting stance. Observing the boy's form, the general felt a flicker of nostalgia. This kid possessed the exact same indomitable spirit as that legendary figure from years long past. The two immense forces collided with a bone-shaking, deafening roar that vibrated through the very foundations of the facility. The sheer pressure of the impact was so great that the control personnel in the exotic marrow room immediately scattered, fleeing in a frantic search for cover. An intense, visible shock wave rippled outward from the epicenter of the clash. Good heavens, is this truly a confrontation between two grandmasters? Onlookers wondered in awe. Lu Sheng was propelled backward by the sheer force, his boots skidding across the reinforced floor for a long distance, staggering as he fought to maintain his balance, and nearly collapsing under the weight of the strike. Finally steadying himself, Lu Sheng raised his head, a faint smirk playing on his lips. "General, I must say, you are using quite a bit too much force for a simple test. After all, I have only just managed to break through to the 4th grade," Lu Sheng added, his voice surprisingly steady. The old general exhaled, his feet touching the ground as he looked at the boy with a deeply suspicious and scrutinizing gaze. "4th grade? You truly expect me to believe that?" Haha. Golden bones and jade muscles, the unmistakable physical hallmarks of a grandmaster. Yu Fei laughed, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of pride and disbelief. "Your raw combat strength is easily no less than 500,000 points. Kid, do you still have the audacity to claim you've only reached the 4th grade? In response to the general's skepticism, Lu Sheng merely gave a nonchalant shrug. "But General, I speak the absolute truth. I have indeed only reached the threshold of the 4th grade, Lu Sheng insisted, his tone remarkably sincere despite the staggering implications of his words. "Whether you call yourself 4th grade or something else entirely, I truly do not know. What I do know is that you have just absorbed nearly 15 billion credits worth of my exotic marrow, and my punch was meant to serve as a small reminder of that debt," Yu Fei grunted. "That strike was already considered merciful. Do you truly wish for me to deliver another?" Amidst the chaos of the wrecked marrow room, Lu Sheng reached up to wipe a bead of sweat from his brow, while nearby, Duan Yifeng stood frozen, having watched Lu Sheng neutralize a general's blow with a single fist. Duan Yifeng's eyes were wide with a mixture of terror and amazement, his mouth hanging agape as he stammered, Oh my word. Could there possibly be some sort of catastrophic mistake in our measurements? General Yu is a genuine 7th grade grandmaster, Duan Yifeng whispered to himself. A general's frontal combat power is expected to be at least 1,000,000 points. And yet, Lu Sheng somehow managed to block that strike head-on and completely neutralize the kinetic energy. It defies all logic. At that moment, the other candidates, Kong Qing, Jia Haoran, and Xing Ji, were all drenched in a cold, shivering sweat, their bodies reacting to the sheer aura of the two powerhouses. Kong Qing's eyes rolled back as she leaned against the wall for support, while all three of them stood with their mouths wide in a state of cognitive dissonance. Jia Haoran began to tremble, his finger pointing toward the center of the room as he nearly broke into hysterical laughter. Haha, we actually had the nerve to participate in the same assessment as a monster like that. I have never in my life heard of a Kaming General Star who was such a terrifying freak of nature. Duan Yifeng remained in a state of profound shock, while Dong Qingxue glanced over at Lu Sheng, her heart swelling with pride as she listened to her colleague's words. This boy was already stronger than she was, and he was only 18 years old. He hadn't even set foot in the National Comprehensive Assessment yet. Suddenly, Duan Yifeng seemed to recall a critical detail and exclaimed, "Wait, if he's this strong now, what in the world is going to happen during the National Comprehensive Assessment?" Hearing this, Dong Qingshue's gaze deepened as she too began to contemplate the potential chaos. After a few moments of silent reflection, a look of immense satisfaction spread across Dong Qingshue's face. Her expression and her eyes were now filled with an absolute, unwavering confidence in Lu Sheng's future. This time, the one who will truly soar like a dragon over the Long Kingdom is undoubtedly Lu Sheng, she thought. As for Xing Ji, he still felt a lingering bitterness in his heart, a sharp contrast to his earlier arrogance. Yeah, even though I resigned myself to the fact that I wasn't his equal, I never expected the disparity to be this staggering, Xing Ji muttered. He's only level 4, yet his combat power has already breached 500,000. That is the strength of a peak level 6 practitioner. What will happen when he reaches level 5 or level 6? Will his power simply eclipse 1,000,000? Even without the formal title of a Grandmaster, he has already far surpassed the rank. Moreover, he has already manifested a Grandmaster's will. His path to the summit has been irrevocably forged. At this point, the weight of the realization was too much for Xing Ji to bear. His legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor, mumbling to himself, "Even the sheer volume of exotic marrow he absorbed is 10 times what I could handle. Is the gap between a genius and a true monster really this vast?" Nearby, Lu Sheng began to feel a genuine sense of apology toward the general. The young man scratched the back of his head sheepishly and said, I suppose I really did absorb quite a lot. 15 billion is no small sum." Then, Lu Sheng let out a soft, slightly embarrassed laugh. "Haha, but General, your strength is truly amazing. That was actually quite fun." "Humph," the old general replied, though his eyes softened. "Very well. There is no need for your hollow gratitude. Just ensure you go to the front lines and slaughter enough exotic beasts to make the debt worth it. That way, the exotic marrow fluid of our eastern military region won't have been wasted on a slacker." Hearing this, Lu Sheng clasped his hands together, his gaze hardening with a resolute and confident will. "That is only natural, General. To fight on the battlefield and eliminate the enemies of humanity is the sacred mission of every martial artist. Given the immense resources I've received, I fully intend to contribute a proportional amount of effort." The old general erupted into a loud, booming laugh. "Ha!" Yu Fei roared with delight. He then fixed a piercing stare on Lu Sheng, noting that while the boy was humble, he did not yield an inch when it came to matters of principle or benevolence. In that moment, the general could see a burgeoning charisma within the youth, a spark that reminded him of the presence of a true commander-in-chief. Yu Fei then turned and walked away, his mood significantly lightened by the encounter. "The next time our paths cross, I expect you will already be a Grandmaster. I only hope that day arrives sooner rather than later." Dong Qingxue stepped closer to Lu Sheng then, her eyes filled with maternal concern and pride. "Lu Sheng," she said softly, "the Kaming General Star selection has officially drawn to a close." Dong Qingxue continued, her tone becoming more serious. Lu Sheng didn't quite grasp her intention until she spoke again. "From this moment on, you must devote every ounce of your energy to preparing for the National Comprehensive Exam." She then asked with a caring look, "Have you given any serious thought to which university you wish to apply to?" Lu Sheng, deeply valuing her insight, asked, "Does Instructor Dong have any particular recommendations for me?" Dong Qingxue smiled, a rare and cute expression that brightened her face. "With the level of strength you currently possess, you have the absolute freedom to choose any martial arts university in the entire country," she explained. "Within our eastern region, the premier institution is Dongning Martial Arts University. Since you are a native of Dongning, you would receive an incredible array of benefits, resources, and institutional advantages if you chose to stay." The young man placed a hand on his chin, his eyes widening as he weighed the options. Dongning Martial Arts University was, after all, Dong Qingshue's alma mater. She continued, "If you had asked me a month ago, I would have recommended Dongning without a second thought." Then, Dong Qingxue raised a finger, her voice taking on a tone of absolute conviction. But now, the only place I can recommend for someone of your caliber is the capital. That is where the 7 great martial saint universities are located, the very cradle and heart of the Dragon Kingdom's martial arts heritage. The true essence and the most advanced techniques of our nation's martial arts are all concentrated within those walls, she explained, her eyes shimmering with excitement for his future. In truth, I believe your future will take you much further than anyone else in this room, she added softly. I honestly believe your potential is not inferior to that of a true martial saint. Hearing this high praise, Lu Sheng felt a sudden prickle of cold sweat on his neck. He had not expected Dong Qingxue to hold him in such incredibly high esteem within her heart. A martial saint at level 9. Yet I already possess 3 distinct level 11 supreme cultivation methods, Lu Sheng thought privately. My future achievements will certainly surpass the mere title of a saint. Master Duan Yifeng, who had been standing nearby and listening to their conversation with a complicated expression, prepared to interject. He had seen many geniuses, but none who had forced a grandmaster to revise their worldview so thoroughly. Duan Yifeng, who had been lurking in the periphery, caught fragments of the intense exchange and mused skeptically to himself. Isn't such a comparison bordering on the absurd? Lu Sheng has barely crossed the threshold of level 4, yet she speaks of him as if he already possesses the monumental gravitas of a level 9 martial saint. Is my own perception truly so narrow, or has the world gone mad? Still, the raw, untapped potential this boy has displayed is utterly without precedent. Perhaps her intuition isn't as delusional as it sounds. Perhaps we are witnessing the birth of a legend. Dong Qingxue's voice took on a somber, educational weight as she continued her explanation. You must understand that within the entire administrative hierarchy of the Long Kingdom military, the absolute zenith is occupied by the Grand Marshal. Even that legendary figure has only attained the pinnacle of level 8 Grand Mastery. As of this moment, the elusive realm of a level 9 martial saint remains an unoccupied throne within our armed forces. It is a peak no one in our current era has yet scaled. Lu Sheng looked at her, a flicker of genuine suspicion and curiosity lighting up his eyes. Why is that throne vacant? He questioned, his voice echoing with a slight edge. Is it not merely a single step of progression away? I find it hard to believe that even by mobilizing the vast, near-infinite resources of the entire military region, they cannot bridge the gap to produce a single martial saint. At that moment, Duan Yifeng stepped forward from the shadows, interjecting with a weary but knowing sigh. Young man, the path of martial evolution is not a linear climb as simple as you seem to imagine. The reality of the situation is far more complex and demanding than mere resource management. To cultivate even a single level 8 Grandmaster requires the strategic mobilization of the most elite resources available to the entire military apparatus, Duan Yifeng explained, his tone grave. We cannot even begin to calculate the staggering cost of resources a level 9 breakthrough would demand from the world. There exists a chasm between the 8th and 9th levels that defies imagination. Dong Qingxue remained silent, her expression unreadable as she processed his words. Ultimately, witnessing the rise of a level 9 martial saint is the collective aspiration of the entire military region, Dong Qingxue added softly. As a lieutenant colonel of the Eastern Military Region, every ounce of my professional training urges me to advise you to remain here. Staying would undoubtedly streamline your path to eventually joining our ranks and securing our future. However, our institutional dreams and strategic needs should never become the shackles that bind your potential, she continued, her gaze meeting his with newfound respect. Your destiny is a path only you have the right to carve. Hearing Dong Qingxue speak with such sincerity, Lu Sheng's mind involuntarily drifted back to that haunting wedding photograph, the image of their future together flashing briefly behind his eyes. A sudden chill ran down Lu Sheng's spine, causing a fine sheen of cold sweat to break out as he lowered his head to hide his inner turmoil. He took a deep breath, clenching his fist with a newfound sense of resolve. I am deeply grateful, Instructor Dong, he mumbled, his voice growing stronger. Thank you for your guidance and for looking out for my best interests. Just as I promised General Yufei, I believe that stepping onto the battlefield to defend our borders is our fundamental duty as martial artists, Lu Sheng declared with solemnity. I will carry the weight of the Eastern Military Region's support and the care you've shown me as I move forward. I shall never forget those who paved the way. Hearing these heartfelt words, a look of profound happiness washed over Dong Qingshue's face. A faint, adorable flush of crimson crept up her neck and onto her cheeks as she looked away. Well, that is certainly good to hear, she stammered. Duan Yifeng watched the two of them standing face to face, noting their complexions had turned as vibrant as ripe tomatoes, and felt a wave of utter bewilderment wash over him at the sudden shift in atmosphere. Duan Yifeng's eyes widened to the size of saucers. He quickly brought a hand to his mouth, stifling a gasp of pure shock. By the heavens, he whispered to himself, his mind reeling with scandalous implications. What on earth is happening between these two right now? Is the air actually sparking? In a strange turn of fate, the woman destined to be his wife was also the metaphorical heavy bomber, a powerhouse of authority that this young man was about to navigate the skies of life with. Turning away from the heavy tension, Lu Sheng spoke with a calm finality. The selection phase has reached its end. The real examination begins in only a few days. Lu Sheng stood there, chin propped thoughtfully on his hand, absorbing every word with an intensity that bordered on reverence. Internally, a playful, absurd thought danced through his mind. If one follows the wisdom of their future wife, surely eternal life and success will follow. Dong Qingxue, unaware of his inner monologue, offered a final piece of earnest advice. Utilize the remaining time to visit the Spiritualist Association for a formal evaluation. The insights you gain there will prove invaluable for your future trajectory. It would be wise to heed this. Lu Sheng nodded with rapid, earnest repetition, his focus singular. Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements and head there immediately. As Lu Sheng turned on his heel to depart, a flicker of hesitation crossed Dong Qingshue's features. For a fleeting second, it seemed as though she felt a pang of regret, a lingering reluctance to watch him walk away from her side. As she stood there silently watching Lu Sheng's retreating back, Duan Yifeng seemed to materialize out of thin air beside her, a mischievous, knowing grin spreading across his face. Hey now, what's with that look, you silly girl, he teased. Duan Yifeng could sense the palpable, unusual energy vibrating between Dong Qingxue and the boy. It was truly bizarre. We've known each other for how many years now? I have never seen you wear an expression quite like that. Don't tell me you've actually developed feelings for Lu Sheng. Dong Qingxue, now completely crimson-faced, made a show of tapping frantically on her tablet to hide her embarrassment. What kind of absolute nonsense are you spouting now? She snapped, her voice pitching higher. It's nothing of the sort. Stop looking for things that aren't there. She ignored his quiet chuckle that suggested there was truly nothing new under the sun. Life, it seemed, was determined to be as strange as it was interesting. Haha. Duan Yifeng chuckled, but his mirth was cut short as a massive, painful bump, resembling a giant mushroom, began to swell atop his head where Dong Qingshue's swift retribution had landed. Fuming with a mixture of rage and secret agitation, Dong Qingxue turned on her heel and stormed off, her boots clicking sharply against the floor in a rhythmic display of her temper. She scurried toward the far wall, momentarily burying her face in her hands as if to cool the heat radiating from her skin. Her face was a vibrant, unmistakable shade of tomato red, betraying the very feelings she had just denied so vehemently. The name, Lu Sheng, pulsed in her thoughts like a rhythmic drumbeat, refusing to be silenced. She felt a wave of internal chaos. They often say that when a girl's lips say no, her heart is singing a different tune, don't they? The realization was as terrifying as it was exhilarating. A day later, the tranquil skies above Dongning province were disrupted by the rhythmic thrum of a helicopter buzzing at a low altitude. The mechanical roar of the engine echoed across the sprawling landscape below. On board the craft sat Dong Qingxue, Lu Sheng, and Duan Yifeng, huddled near the wide-open side door as the world rushed past beneath them. The high-altitude winds howled like a pack of frenzied wolves, mixing with the deafening roar of the rotors to make any form of communication nearly impossible. Dong Qingxue had to cup her hands and shout at the top of her lungs from the rear of the cabin. Lu Sheng, are you absolutely certain you want to make the jump here? Lu Sheng, already poised at the precipice of the open door, didn't even look back as he shouted his reply. Yeah, this is the perfect coordinate. It's secluded enough that there won't be many witnesses. Dong Qingxue, her heart tight with worry for him, made one last attempt to intervene. How about we bring the chopper down another 50 meters and drop a rope ladder for a safer descent? Lu Sheng, completely oblivious to the maternal and romantic anxieties swirling in her mind, gave a quick, dismissive wave. No need for the extra steps. Without another word of warning, the young man spun around on the edge and leaned back into the void, surrendering himself to gravity. As he fell, he raised a hand in a casual salute, his voice trailing off into the wind. Until we meet again, Instructor Dong. It was quite the oversight. Duan Yifeng was standing right there on the aircraft as well, watching the boy plummet. Yet, Lu Sheng's final farewell had been directed exclusively toward Dong Qingxue, leaving the older mentor to stare into the empty sky with a look of dry realization. Watching him vanish into the clouds, Dong Qingxue was seized by a sudden, sharp fear. Ignoring all safety protocols, she rushed to the open door and leaned out, her eyes searching the vast canopy of the forest below. From this height, Lu Sheng appeared as nothing more than a tiny, flickering speck against the infinite green as he neared the ground. Duan Yifeng, witnessing Lu Sheng's death-defying stunt from the safety of the cabin, felt a cold sweat break out across his brow. Holy crap, he muttered, shaking his head in disbelief. Is that kid actually tired of living? It's a drop of at least 200 meters, and he didn't even bother to strap on a parachute. Dong Qingxue tried to project a sense of calm to reassure both Duan Yifeng and herself, but her knuckles were white from gripping the door frame. It's fine. He won't die from a simple impact like this. Don't forget, she added, her voice trembling slightly with the weight of her words. He is already significantly stronger than I am. Hearing her say that, Duan Yifeng felt a small measure of relief, though he still looked skeptical. True, but the boy is undeniably insane and dangerously reckless. Lu Sheng was currently a human meteor plummeting from the heavens, his entire form enveloped in a dazzling, incandescent golden aura that sliced through the air. Far below, in the quiet depths of the forest, a young child and an older man were strolling along a trail, oblivious to the descent. The child was the first to notice the anomaly, pointing a shaking finger toward the sky as he stammered in confusion. The young man beside him squinted, shielding his eyes from the sun as he tilted his head back to investigate. The kid looked genuinely frightened, clutching the man's hand tightly. Hey, is that a golden Superman falling from the clouds? At that precise moment, Lu Sheng was hurtling toward the earth at a breakneck speed, his downward momentum intensifying with every passing second as he prepared for impact. The man in the orange vest blinked in surprise, focusing his gaze on the descending streak of light. No, he whispered, a look of awe crossing his face. That's a martial artist, an incredibly powerful one. At the very least, he's level 6. He might even be a grandmaster. High above, Lu Sheng could feel the change. His skin, muscles, bones, and even his internal organs had been forged into something far beyond the limits of ordinary humanity. Between his level 4 foundation and the defensive properties of his skills, his physical resilience was staggering. A single drop of water falling from such a height would shatter into 1,000,000 pieces upon impact. But a solid rock? It would remain whole, transferring its energy to the earth itself. Boom! A thunderous explosion rocked the forest as the ground groaned under the impact. The earth shuddered violently, and a massive plume of dust and debris billowed into the air at the exact moment Lu Sheng made landfall. As the dust slowly began to settle, Lu Sheng emerged from the haze, standing majestically at the center of a giant, smoking crater, his aura still shimmering with residual power. In the hazy distance, the sprawling skyline of Dongning City began to crest over the horizon, its silhouette a testament to the bustling civilization that awaited just beyond the outskirts of the wilderness. Upon ascending to the 4th level of martial refinement, the elusive essence of inner strength begins to coalesce, weaving its way through the practitioner's meridians and saturating the entire physical form. Though the genesis of this power has successfully commenced, it is a delicate metamorphosis that typically requires an entire month of stabilization to reach its full, potent maturity. Yet, a startling anomaly had manifested within his own cultivation. Rather than the standard hue, his emerging inner strength radiated a brilliant, unmistakable golden luster that defied conventional expectations. Under normal circumstances, a martial artist's internal energy manifests as a pristine white aura. However, as AG had once elucidated, the progression through bone, gold, and jade hues signifies the rare and hallowed potential of a true grandmaster. This serves as a profound testament to the sheer resilience of the indestructible golden body, ensuring that every strike and gesture Lu Sheng made would be accompanied by a blinding, majestic radiance. The sheer magnitude of this power was exhilarating. With Dongning province now looming large on the horizon, Lu Sheng resolved to make haste toward the local psychic association for a formal evaluation. He had heard rumors that exceptional test results could grant significant bonus points for the upcoming examinations, a strategic advantage he couldn't ignore. Fueled by this ambition, he accelerated instantly, his body blurring into a high-speed streak across the landscape. The man in the vibrant orange jacket and the young boy found themselves witnessing this impossible spectacle once more. Their jaws dropped in unison, eyes wide with sheer disbelief as cold sweat matted their brows. The youth had vanished in the blink of an eye. "He's gone. He's far too young for this to be real," the man stammered, his mind racing for a logical explanation. He desperately convinced himself that the boy must have employed some sophisticated, high-tech gravity-dampening device to achieve such a seamless and safe descent. Even as those skeptical thoughts flickered through the man's mind, Lu Sheng had already become a distant memory, his presence completely erased from their field of vision as he surged toward his destination. Stunned into a heavy silence and unable to reconcile his senses with reality, the man in orange opted for a more grounded lie to comfort the bewildered child. "See? There's no such thing as Superman, kid. They're obviously just filming a high-budget action movie around here." The boy offered a faint, unconvinced nod as Lu Sheng finally reached the grand, imposing entrance of the Psychic Association. Inside the testing hall, the atmosphere was thick with concentration. Aside from a lone observer standing off to the side, the room contained two young women and a venerable, bald-headed elder who was currently immersed in the rigors of the examination process. Lu Sheng watched with keen interest as the elderly man manipulated a sphere of pulsing purple energy, his brow furrowed in intense focus. "Is this the nature of the psychic evaluation?" he mused silently, analyzing the subtle fluctuations of power emanating from the orb. The energetic sphere shifted to a volatile crimson hue, trembling precariously between the elder's weathered palms. Just as success seemed within reach, a sharp voice rang out from behind him. "You're almost there. Don't touch it further." Startled by the sudden intrusion, the elder lost his rhythm. The ball drifted into the blue containment edge and shattered into 1,000 shimmering fragments. Following the failure, the energy dissipated and reformed, the orb returning to its dormant purple state as it rolled uselessly across the floor, mocking the elder's spent efforts. Overcome with frustration, the bald elder clutched his head in his hands and let out a dejected cry. Failed again. Every single time. Nearby, a composed, blue-haired girl continued to stoically record the data on her tablet, prompting the old man to roll his eyes in a mixture of embarrassment and self-annoyance. Disappointment radiated from him in palpable waves as he lamented having failed this specific trial 6 times over. The blue-haired examiner looked up from her notes, her voice clinical and devoid of pity. "Your age is becoming a significant barrier, and at this stage, meaningful breakthroughs are exceedingly rare. You should return home. There is little point in continuing these attempts." "You've simply passed your prime," the examiner added. Turning her attention away, a green-haired examiner signaled to the blonde woman nearby. "Your turn, Ma Fei. This is your 3rd attempt at the Level 2 certification, if I recall correctly." Detecting a hint of impatience in the examiner's tone, Ma Fei brushed it off with a confident smile. "Don't fret over my progress. I'm only 25, and having achieved Level 1 status by 20, I have plenty of time." A few setbacks at this rank are perfectly normal. She gestured toward the departing elder to further emphasize her point to those nearby. That man is pushing 50, whereas I am still in the prime of my youth. Our situations are hardly comparable. I have decades of growth ahead of me, whereas his potential has plateaued. Very well, let us begin, the examiner replied, readying the equipment for the next round. However, as she turned her gaze toward the entrance, she caught sight of Lu Sheng standing there, his presence catching her completely off guard. Oh, and who might this young man be? The examiner asked, her curiosity piqued. An aide standing beside her quickly stepped forward to provide the necessary introductions. He arrives from the Eastern Military Region, carrying a personal recommendation from instructor Dong Qingxue. We should extend him every professional courtesy. Observing the newcomer, Ma Fei couldn't suppress her surprise. He looks remarkably young. Is he truly a spirit manipulator as well? As expected, striking individuals tend to command attention wherever they go. Ma Fei blinked in realization as she scrutinized Lu Sheng more closely. Resting her chin thoughtfully on her hand, she found herself gazing at him with undisguised admiration. To be recognized as a spirit manipulator at such a tender age is a feat in itself, she thought to herself. And this young man is genuinely handsome. What a rare find, she whispered. Leaning forward with a disarming and gentle expression, she attempted to establish a rapport. Hello there, I'm Ma Fei. It's a pleasure to meet you. I didn't expect to encounter a spirit manipulator so young. Her enthusiasm grew as she continued. Is this your first time undergoing the official evaluation? Lowering her voice to a melodic, helpful tone, she added, if there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. I'll guide you. Lu Sheng turned toward her with a polite, composed nod. I appreciate the offer. Yes, this is indeed my first time here for the test. Ma Fei's eyes lit up. The fact that he was a novice made his presence even more intriguing. Lu Sheng then gestured toward the testing floor. I wanted to ask, was the exercise with the elder just now the actual content of the test? Ma Fei nodded vigorously, taking on the role of an eager mentor. Exactly. Let me explain the process, she said, pointing toward the equipment with the animated clarity of a dedicated teacher. The exam consists of 3 parts in total. First, we utilize specialized high-precision machinery to establish a baseline. The machine will measure both the raw intensity of your spiritual power and the underlying purity of your mental energy. The second phase is a rigorous practical application. Within a strict time limit, you must manipulate a specific quantity of magnetic iron spheres. The challenge lies in guiding these spheres through narrow apertures in a series of glass plates without making even the slightest contact with the surfaces. The number of spheres and the layers of glass you must navigate are determined by the rank you are testing for. Ma Fei continued her explanation, her expression turning more serious. The spheres themselves are easy enough to move, but the glass layers are the true nightmare. That glass is incredibly fragile. The moment a magnetic ball brushes against it even slightly, the entire plate shatters, resulting in an immediate failure. The man you saw earlier was attempting the Level 1 certification, which only requires navigating a single layer of glass. However, I am aiming for Level 2, which demands passing through 5 consecutive layers. She clicked her tongue, a look of mock grievance on her face. Level 1 is a walk in the park for someone like you, but 5 layers? It's an entirely different beast altogether. She clasped her hands together in a silent, playful prayer. Lord, please let me pass this time. I really don't want to face a 4th attempt. Her dramatics were cut short as the green-haired examiner's voice boomed across the room. Ma Fei, you're up. Coming. I'm coming, she called back, moving to the testing station. Stepping into the designated zone, Ma Fei extended her hand toward the crystalline stone block, which immediately began to glow with a steady, amber-yellow light. The monitor nearby flickered to life, processing the data with clinical speed. The examiner glanced at the readout and announced the metrics clearly. Spiritual power intensity, 1133. Spiritual power purity, 102. Both are within the acceptable threshold for Level 2. A wave of visible relief washed over Ma Fei, her face lighting up with a triumphant grin. Phew, I actually passed the first phase. The green-haired examiner remained unmoved, noting calmly. Well, your foundational spiritual metrics meet the standard. However, the true test of your finesse, the controllability phase, begins now. The examiner escorted Ma Fei to the next station, where the daunting glass apparatus awaited. Pointing toward the array of spheres and the stacked glass plates, she reiterated the protocol. In accordance with Level 2 regulations, you must successfully maneuver 15 magnetic iron spheres through all 5 layers of the glass matrix. Lu Sheng stood nearby, his sharp eyes missing nothing as he absorbed every detail of the procedure and the examiner's instructions. The green-haired woman produced a stopwatch, her thumb hovering over the button. You have exactly 20 seconds. Begin when ready. Ma Fei closed her eyes for a brief second, centering her focus. Start, she commanded. Ma Fei's eyes snapped open, glowing with a soft luminescence as a faint pink spiritual aura radiated from her form. With a delicate gesture of her will, she began to control the 15 metallic spheres, causing them to lift into the air and drift toward the first fragile glass barrier. Observing the scene, Lu Sheng quickly grasped the underlying complexity of the trial. Managing 15 separate objects simultaneously placed a staggering cognitive load on a Level 2 spirit manipulator. Success required an immense degree of internal synchronization. Even the microscopic vibration of a single sphere could result in a catastrophic impact with the glass. To maintain such surgical precision across 15 different points of focus was a feat of mental multitasking that was far more grueling than it appeared to the casual observer. At this critical juncture, Ma Fei reached a state of absolute concentration, her determination palpable to everyone in the room. Her pink spiritual energy clung tightly to each sphere, acting as a buffer as she carefully steered the entire formation toward the first crystalline obstacle. A hush fell over the testing hall as the cluster of metallic orbs hovered inches away from the first layer of glass, the tension rising as the spheres began their perilous transit through the narrow openings. Beads of perspiration began to form on Ma Fei's forehead, reflecting the intense mental strain she was enduring. Inch by agonizing inch, the spheres glided through the first layer of glass without a sound. A flicker of genuine joy crossed her features as the first milestone was cleared. Perfect. That's the first layer done. Gathering her spiritual focus once more, Ma Fei centered her breathing, channeling every ounce of her mental energy into a sharp point as she prepared to breach the second delicate layer of glass. With a fluid motion, the spheres glided through the apertures, successfully traversing the second barrier. Ma Fei quickly adjusted the hovering trajectories of the magnetic marbles, maintaining their precarious balance as they slipped through the third layer. Having conquered 3 tiers with such grace, a surge of adrenaline and exhilaration washed over her as she realized her goal was within reach. The fourth layer loomed just ahead, a crystalline gatekeeper of her progress. I can do this, she whispered internally, her resolve hardening like tempered steel. I will definitely pass this time. As a Level 2 spirit manipulator, her psychic presence surged to new heights, her confidence reaching an absolute zenith. Suddenly, the green-haired examiner's clinical voice sliced through her concentration. Time is up. First attempt, failure. Deprived of their psychic tether, the metallic marbles clattered against the floor one by one like heavy raindrops. Ma Fei slumped against the testing console, gasping for air, her expression a mask of bitter regret and exhaustion. Damn it, she hissed, though she immediately began to gather her scattered nerves to motivate herself for the next round. She took a deep, steadying breath, mentally framing the failure as a mere calibration or a rough draft for the main performance. It's fine. Now, let's do this for real, she muttered, once again extending her will to seize the fallen spheres. Nearby, Lu Sheng, who had been observing the entire display with a discerning eye, began to whisper a quiet critique to himself. Quite interesting, Lu Sheng noted. The green-haired examiner glanced at Ma Fei, asking if she was prepared for her second allotted attempt. Ma Fei nodded firmly, signaling the start. The familiar, translucent glass barriers stood before her once more. Ma Fei focused her spirit and guided the spheres through the first layer with practiced ease, her fists clenching in triumph. Encouraging herself to maintain this rhythmic momentum, she accelerated the process. The magnetic marbles became a blur of motion, dancing through the second, third, and fourth layers of glass with renewed efficiency and heightened precision. Glancing at the countdown timer, she saw 12 precious seconds still remaining. Hope surged through her chest. The path to victory was open. This time, Ma Fei exercised even greater caution, fine-tuning the microscopic alignment of each metallic sphere. The 15 individual marbles surged forward, hovering just millimeters away from the fifth and final glass barrier, their surfaces shimmering under the laboratory lights. They began to thread the needle through the small, circular holes in the glass. Crash! The sharp, sickening sound of a collision echoed through the room as jagged cracks spiderwebbed across the glass instantly. Ma Fei let out a horrified gasp, her eyes losing their luster as she stared at the ruined plate with her mouth agape in pure shock. Her legs gave way, and she sank to the cold floor in a state of utter defeat. The marbles clattered down around her one by one, mirroring her broken spirits. "Failed again?" she whispered, staring into space. When the green-haired examiner asked if she wanted to utilize her final attempt, Ma Fei shook her head weakly, her stamina and patience completely depleted. "No, let's stop here. I'm far from good enough." Just as she was about to give up entirely, Lu Sheng's calm, authoritative voice resonated from behind her, breaking the heavy silence of the testing hall. "Actually, you are more than capable of passing," he stated, his explanation flowing with the confidence of a seasoned master. He pointed out that while her raw ability was sufficient, her fundamental methodology was flawed. Think about it critically. Stop obsessing over the immediate obstacle right in front of your face. You need to look further down the line. Intrigued by the unsolicited advice, Ma Fei turned to Lu Sheng with a questioning gaze. "What do you mean?" Lu Sheng didn't hesitate to provide a detailed tactical breakdown for the girl he had just encountered. "Your current approach involves micromanaging every single marble at each individual layer, passing through, and then stopping to recalibrate for the next set of holes. While technically possible, it is incredibly inefficient. It drains your mental stamina and wastes precious seconds. This evaluation isn't just a test of raw skill. It is a test of a spirit manipulator's computational capacity," he continued. "From the very first second, you should have calculated the entire trajectory for each magnetic sphere through every layer of glass. You need to treat each hole not as a separate hurdle, but as a series of dots to be connected in a single, fluid motion. Your objective is to establish 15 distinct, pre-calculated flight paths for the 15 spheres, allowing them to travel through the entire apparatus as a continuous stream." Hearing this revolutionary perspective on spiritual control, Ma Fei found herself completely stunned, her mind reeling at the complexity of such a task. Lu Sheng stepped forward with an effortless stride, leaning down to gently take Ma Fei's hand as he asked, "Wouldn't the process be significantly simpler that way?" His move was so smooth and confident that Ma Fei was completely caught off guard, only able to stammer a dazed, I suppose so." Even the green-haired examiner, listening to his flawlessly logical deconstruction of the test, had to admit, "You certainly have a sharp mind, kid." However, the examiner challenged, conceptualizing it is one thing, but doing it is another matter entirely. Mapping out 15 separate routes, calculating the varied distances between the apertures, and timing the velocity for each, all in a matter of seconds, is a Herculean task. "Not many young guys can pull that off," she added. Lu Sheng simply offered a calm rebuttal. "I believe you're mistaken. For regular folks, the mathematics might be overwhelming, but for mind power users, these calculations should be a piece of cake." Without further preamble, he prepared to demonstrate his philosophy. "Watch closely," he said, his tone dropping to a serious register. "I will only do this once, so pay close attention." As the entire tray of magnetic spheres began to levitate simultaneously under Lu Sheng's invisible command, the green-haired examiner's eyes widened in disbelief. "Whoa, what's happening? Is he actually attempting to manipulate every single marble in the room at once?" The young Lu Sheng raised 2 fingers, his eyes igniting with a brilliant, focused intensity. "Go," he commanded. The air in the room seemed to hum with static as everyone held their breath, waiting to witness the impossible feat about to unfold. Under his precise direction, The thousands of marbles coalesced into a perfect, rotating cube before snapping into a flawless line that pressed up against the first glass barrier with terrifying speed. The spheres blurred as they surged through the apertures. Swish, swish, swish. In a flash, all the marbles blasted through the first layer of glass. Lu Sheng maintained his unwavering control, an intense, sapphire blue light erupting from his palms as he accelerated the demonstration. Thousands of magnetic marbles were being propelled forward with the force of a tidal wave. They weren't just targeting one layer, or even 10. Lu Sheng was aiming to pierce through over 50 layers of glass simultaneously. A rhythmic, high-frequency swish echoed through the hall, as every single marble zipped through all 50-plus layers of glass, like it was no big deal, treating the monumental challenge as if it were a trivial game. Lu Sheng's move of controlling thousands of magnetic marbles through that many layers left everyone speechless. The man in the blue suit even grabbed his head, totally not believing his eyes. OMG, what is happening? This is the first time I've seen someone control so many marbles through so many layers of glass. This is sheer madness. Having completed the demonstration, Lu Sheng stood amidst the swirling vortex of spheres. He cast a glance toward Ma Fei, his expression calm and his face radiant with spiritual power. The idea is simple, he explained. Just control the magnetic marbles in the proper sequential order. Ma Fei remained frozen, her mind struggling to reconcile what she had seen with her understanding of spiritual limits. Lu Sheng turned his attention back to the green-haired examiner, his voice casual. So, Judge, how many seconds did that run take? It was, the examiner stammered, her hands visibly trembling as she checked the stopwatch. Exactly 10 seconds. Lu Sheng placed his hands on his hips. First time doing it like that. Not too shabby. The mention of it being his first time snapped Ma Fei back to reality, who blurted out in disbelief. First time? Her heart hammered against her ribs with such force that she had to instinctively clutch her chest. Lu Sheng turned back and stared at the girl, asking, "Get it now?" Ma Fei stared at him with wide, frantic eyes, cold sweat slicking her palms as she tried to process the sheer genius of his technique. Finally, she managed a bright smile. "Yeah, I get it. But how did you actually do that? It's beyond comprehension." "I am completely and utterly lost," she admitted, her voice trembling slightly from the sheer awe of the performance. "It's like watching a magician do tricks right in front of me. I can see every move, but I still don't get how it's so magical. Seriously, what you just did is absolutely insane." The green-haired examiner was drenched in a cold sweat, her mind racing to calculate the sheer impossibility of what had just occurred. In just 10 seconds, he controlled thousands of magnetic marbles through dozens of layers of glass with thousands of tiny holes. And the holes weren't even in a straight line, they were scattered all over the place. How much math would that take? It's completely impossible. Realizing the magnitude of the event, the green-haired girl spun around and told the young guy next to her, "Hurry, go get Guildmaster Xiao Yuha immediately. This is a situation of the utmost importance." The assistant rushed off instantly. Yes. Cut to the Guildmaster's office where the bald Xiao Yuha was sitting in front of his computer chatting with someone. "Your performance in this game is utterly abysmal. It is practically an insult to the cards themselves," he grumbled, his shoulders slumped in a display of profound, comical disappointment. "Engaging in a match with you is a testament to my own wretched misfortune," he lamented, a dark cloud of gloom hanging over his head. "Confound it all. Even with the mental prowess of a level 4 spirit manipulator, I can't seem to master the simple, subtle art of the poker face." The assistant sprinted into the chairman's office, bypassing all protocols of professional etiquette as he burst through the doors without so much as a perfunctory knock. "Chairman, we have a code red emergency," he shouted, his voice cracking with sheer urgency. "You need to examine the live telemetry data on your terminal immediately. What on earth is happening?" Xiao Yuha clicked through the files, his breath hitching in his throat as the statistics materialized on the screen. Leaning in close, the assistant began to whisper a frantic, disjointed explanation of the anomalies occurring in the testing bay, his words tripping over one another. It was such a chaotic stream of consciousness that it was doubtful if he even fully grasped the magnitude of what he was describing. Chairman Xiao Yuha blinked, his eyes widening in skepticism. Is this some kind of jest? Are you being serious? The assistant jabbed a trembling finger toward the flickering monitor. Would I dare fabricate such a claim? Lu Sheng is about to initiate the comprehensive spiritual assessment right now. Through the digital interface of the terminal, Chairman Xiao Yuhe watched as Lu Sheng reached toward the crystalline golden stone to commence the evaluation. Suddenly, a torrent of incandescent light erupted from Lu Sheng's palm, a brilliance so blindingly intense that it saturated every corner of the testing chamber. The two female examiners were forced to recoil, shielding their eyes from the overwhelming spiritual luminescence that seemed to rival the sun itself. Chairman Xiao Yuhe began to nervously gnaw on his thumb, his gaze clouded with deep suspicion and burgeoning awe. What in the world is the source of this radiant phenomenon? How can one boy produce such output? He muttered. At that precise moment, the final diagnostics flashed onto the terminal in bold, crimson text. Spiritual power intensity, 435,000. Spiritual power purity, 122,602. The sheer impossibility of those figures left the two women in the room paralyzed with shock. Their eyes bulged with disbelief, and their jaws hung open as they stared at the readout in a heavy, stunned silence. Ma Fei pointed a trembling finger at the diagnostic terminal, her voice failing her as she looked on in sheer terror. Is the calibration off? Has the machine finally malfunctioned under the pressure? She stammered, the numbers before her feeling like a personal affront to logic. Nearby, the green-haired examiner felt a cold sweat drenching her uniform as she thought. The association's benchmark for Level 2 spiritual purity is only a factor of 1. Even for a Level 4 practitioner, the standard purity measurement only reaches a 10. Our very own chairman, Xiao Yuhe, is currently the pinnacle of this association's strength as a Level 4 spirit manipulator. And yet, this boy, who looks like he hasn't even finished high school, possesses a spiritual purity 12 times greater than a veteran Level 4 master. What does this even imply for the future of the guild? Xiao Yuhe didn't wait to hear more. He bolted from his office, sprinting toward the testing hall with reckless abandon. Xiaoli! Xiaoli! He bellowed from the corridor, his voice echoing off the walls. I'm here. I'm getting there. Xiao Yuhe panted as he skidded into the room, gasping for air while pointing a shaky finger at the equipment. Xiaoli, run a diagnostic immediately. See if the sensor array is compromised. Fix this error at once. The green-haired girl, Xiaoli, looked at him with a mixture of fear and conviction. Chairman Xiao, I assure you, this machine is not broken. It provided a pinpoint accurate measurement just moments ago. Try the interface yourself if you still harbor doubts. Lu Sheng stood with his arms folded across his chest, a look of feigned innocence on his face. Is there perhaps an issue with the numerical output? Is it lower than expected? He asked calmly. Chairman Xiao Yuhe reluctantly raised both hands in a gesture of surrender, though his heart was still hammering against his ribs in absolute shock. Mr. Lu Sheng, please forgive our skepticism. Your results are simply so extraordinary that they are hard to believe. May I be so bold as to ask, which Level 7 or Level 8 spiritual grandmaster has had the honor of taking you as a student? Lu Sheng answered with a candid shrug. I'm afraid I have no such terrifyingly formidable pedigree to boast of. I am merely a normal kid from a very unremarkable, ordinary household. You are Chairman Xiao Yuhe, I presume? If we could, I'd prefer to proceed directly to the final phase of the examination. Xiao Yuhe found himself reaching for a silk handkerchief, frantically dabbing away the cold perspiration that had gathered on his forehead. Mr. Lu Sheng, given the caliber of power you've already displayed, is there truly any logical necessity for you to undergo the final test? Would that not be an unnecessary expenditure of your time and effort? The chairman added, his voice laced with uncharacteristic humility. Lu Sheng replied with a sharp, confident smile. It is no trouble whatsoever. Consider it a mere formality, just a small test to complete the certification. No sooner had the words left his lips than Lu Sheng's mental energy surged outward like an invisible tide. He reached out with his mind, effortlessly seizing control of the magnetic steel spheres and causing them to levitate in a perfect, synchronized formation. Witnessing the sudden initiation, the green-haired girl reacted with practiced reflexes, thumbing the stopwatch into action. Commencing the timer now, she announced, her voice tight with anticipation. The current elapsed time stands at 1.888 seconds. The steel balls surged forward in a continuous, high-velocity stream, tracing the complex and erratic flight paths designated by the evaluation protocol. They moved with a fluidity that defied physics, weaving through the air in a series of winding, meandering loops that were almost too fast for the naked eye to track. With surgical precision, the spheres began to tunnel through the successive layers of glass plates, their collective motion coalescing into the majestic, shimmering silhouette of a powerful azure dragon. The timer flickered, registering a mere 2.02 seconds. Lu Sheng mused to himself, I can still push the velocity further if I sharpen my focus. The steel spheres continued their relentless penetration, passing through the narrow apertures of the glass panels continuously and flawlessly. The clock ticked over to the 4-second mark. Very quickly after that, every single magnetic sphere successfully cleared the final barrier. Lu Sheng maintained a mask of calm confidence, realizing that his second attempt at this specific maneuver felt significantly more refined. The elapsed time surely hasn't even crossed the 5-second threshold, has it? He asked, looking toward the stunned examiners. The green-haired girl stared down at the digital display of the stopwatch held in her trembling palm. 4.5 seconds, she whispered, her voice barely audible. As he had predicted, the entire feat had been completed in less than 5 seconds. Ma Fei, meanwhile, was visibly shaking, her mind reeling from the spectacle she had just witnessed. The difficulty of that movement was at least double the previous one, she muttered. To see him operate with such nonchalant ease suggested that his true abilities were far beyond this. This was clearly not the ceiling of Lu Sheng's potential. Chairman Xiao Yuhe stood frozen, his jaw dropped in a state of permanent disbelief. This level of finesse and raw power is indicative of a master-tier spiritual mind controller, the chairman thought, his heart racing. He is operating at a near grandmaster level. I feel as though I've been struck across the face by 100 razor-sharp poker cards. The sting of my own inadequacy is almost unbearable, Xiao Yuhe thought, struggling to find the words. Truly, the rising tide of the new generation overtakes the old, leaving the predecessors to wither away on the shore. He turned to the young man, his voice wavering slightly. Mr. Lu Sheng, your extraordinary abilities have been officially recognized by the association. I shall personally oversee the preparation of your certificate and award you a medal post-haste. However, I must inform you that the regulatory limit for this branch only allows us to certify up to a level 4 spiritual psionic master, Xiao Yuhe explained. Should you seek a higher rank, you would need to visit the Central Association in the capital. Lu Sheng simply scratched his head with a lopsided grin. That's perfectly fine, Chairman. You see, I'm really just a high school senior on the verge of graduation. There's no need to be so stressed. Upon hearing that this monstrous talent was a mere high schooler, Chairman Xiao Yuhe nearly lost his footing and collapsed. Ma Fei, her brow glistening with a cold sweat, leaned in and stammered. Mr. Lu Sheng, if I may be so bold as to inquire, exactly how old are you this year? The youth offered a quick, casual response. I'm 18. Why do you ask? Did you honestly suspect I was some ancient monster who had survived for centuries and lost track of his own age? I realize I look young like a high school student, but that is exactly what I am. Lu Sheng let out a jubilant laugh, hopping with youthful energy. I really am only 18 years old, he reaffirmed. Ma Fei's face flushed a deep, embarrassed crimson as she stammered her response. How did you manage to intuit exactly what was going through my mind? Lu Sheng chuckled, offering a playful piece of advice. Perhaps you should spend a bit less time reading those fantasy novels. My graduation is only 2 months away, and if this certificate didn't provide a significant boost to my entrance exam points, I wouldn't have bothered making the trek here to test. Ma Fei looked up at Lu Sheng, her expression shifting into something endearingly hopeful. Lu Sheng, the rules state I still have one final opportunity for a retest. Do you truly think I should give it another shot? Lu Sheng nodded encouragingly. If the opportunity exists, you would be a fool not to try. There is still a significant chance you will pass. Just try to relax, he said, and before she could react, Lu Sheng pulled her into a firm, supportive embrace. He was nothing if not an opportunist, taking the chance to bolster her confidence with physical proximity. Ma Fei's cheeks burned with a shy heat. She felt embarrassed, yet she chose not to pull away. Lu Sheng wrapped one arm securely around her waist while using his other hand to guide hers, instructing, "First, feel the steel balls like this." Feeling the warmth of Lu Sheng's hand enveloping her own, Ma Fei's heart fluttered in her chest. He is already so profoundly amazing and composed at such a young age, she mused, her admiration for him reaching new heights. After being supported and guided by Lu Sheng, it seemed as though a new reservoir of strength had been unlocked within her mind. After a tense few moments, Ma Fei watched in awe as every single ball glided through the glass layers. "Amazing! I finally passed the examination," she shrieked, her face illuminated by a radiant, joyful smile. She turned to look at Lu Sheng, her eyes sparkling. Lu Sheng also happily replied, "See, it's actually not as insurmountable as it seemed." Ma Fei giggled, her heart light. "It's only because you taught me so well, holding my hand so enthusiastically. How could it not work after so much personal attention?" Chairman Xiao Yuha beamed, his mood lifting as he made a formal announcement. "My heartfelt congratulations to both of you for passing. We must celebrate. Dinner is on the house tonight." He looked around with pride. The Dongning Province Spiritual Psionic Master Association officially boasts another level 4 spirit manipulator in its ranks. Lu Sheng took a composed step forward, extending his hand to meet Chairman Xiao Yuha's in a firm, professional handshake. "I truly appreciate the generous invitation, Chairman, but I believe a formal dinner won't be necessary. I wouldn't want to impose on your schedule," he replied politely. However, as his gaze shifted toward the young woman standing nearby, he saw her eyes, bright, sparkling, and brimming with an earnest, expectant hospitality. Faced with such visible enthusiasm, Lu Sheng found himself forced to reconsider his initial refusal. With a slight, reluctant sigh, Lu Sheng finally conceded to Xiao Yuha's persistent invitation. "Very well, I shall attend," he said. The words had barely left his lips before both Chairman Xiao Yuha and Ma Fei let out a jubilant cheer, their faces lighting up with genuine delight at his acceptance. Beaming, the chairman added, "As a VIP guest of the highest caliber, Mr. Lu Sheng, our association has reserved a suite at our dedicated luxury hotel just for you. Please, go back and refresh yourself. We shall arrange for a formal escort to pick you up this evening." Ma Fei couldn't contain her excitement, her voice rising a pitch as she interjected, "I have my own vehicle parked right outside. Please, let me be the one to escort Lu Sheng to the hotel." It was clear she had a keen eye for talent, and perhaps something more. Hee hee. She giggled internally, her heart fluttering at the prospect. "I finally have a legitimate excuse to spend some quality time driving such a handsome and gifted young man around the city." Upon reaching the parking lot, Ma Fei moved with proactive grace, quickly stepping ahead to pull open the passenger door for Lu Sheng, her gesture an invitation of absolute preference and care. It seemed that in this world, exceptional looks and even more exceptional power granted one a level of service that was second to none. Lu Sheng offered a short, appreciative grunt of acknowledgement and settled into the plush seat of the car. "Thank you," Lu Sheng said simply as the door closed. Outside, Chairman Xiao Yuha stood on the curb, waving a hand in a vigorous, friendly farewell. "I shall see you tonight," he called out. From behind the glass of the passenger window, Lu Sheng waved back with a polite nod. "Yes, until later, Chairman Xiao." The engine hummed to life, and the vehicle quickly pulled away, leaving Xiao Yuha standing there, his hands still waving rhythmically as they merged into the city traffic. The car surged down the main thoroughfare, weaving through the late afternoon congestion with practiced ease. As she navigated the streets, Ma Fei couldn't help but feel a warmth creeping into her cheeks. Every few moments, she would steal a secret glance at Lu Sheng through the rearview mirror, her eyes lingering on his calm, focused profile while she pretended to concentrate on the road ahead. A flurry of thoughts raced through Ma Fei's mind as she drove. From a distance, he looked like any other ordinary young man, perhaps a bit more composed than most, but otherwise unassuming. Yet, who could have possibly guessed that beneath that calm exterior lived a level 4 spiritual psionic master? A true genius whose potential was so vast that even the chairman of the Dongning Province Spiritual Psionic Master Association felt compelled to treat him with the utmost reverence. He's so young, yet so incredibly talented, and that figure is simply perfect, she mused, her heart skipping a beat. After staring at his reflection for a moment longer, her thoughts drifted toward the self-proclaimed rich second-generation heirs she usually encountered. Men who were little more than arrogant trash in comparison to Lu Shang's quiet strength. Overwhelmed by her own internal monologue, Ma Fei briefly covered her forehead with one hand, only to be snapped back to the present by a sudden realization. She risked another glance at Lu Shang, only to find that he was no longer looking out the window. Instead, his gaze was fixed directly on her, and she noticed that his face was already beginning to glisten with fine beads of sweat, as if he were under some form of sudden, silent pressure. It seemed this little playboy was actually staring back at her with a strangely intense, unreadable look in his eyes. Oh my God! Ma Fei's heart jumped into her throat, her eyes widening and her mouth falling agape. Lu Sheng, what is he doing? Why is he looking at me with such a burning intensity? Could it be that he's feeling the same spark I am? No, there's no way. We've only known each other for a fleeting moment, she told herself, though her mind continued to spiral. But they do say that young men in their rebellious phase often find themselves drawn to older, more mature women, don't they? Ma Fei mentally catalogued her own assets, her hot, curvy silhouette, and her undeniably cute features. I'm not bad at all. My figure is on point, and I definitely have that elegant, young lady vibe going for me. It's a classic combination, she thought, her imagination running wild. The sophisticated, hot older woman and the brilliant young pilot of his own destiny. It's a perfect match, a cinematic trope come to life. The more she indulged in her daydream about seducing the younger genius, the more her confidence swelled. Suddenly snapping back to reality, Ma Fei's foot grew heavy on the accelerator, and she slammed on the gas pedal, the car lunging forward with a sudden burst of speed. In her mind, she had to seize this golden opportunity before it slipped away. Lu Shang, sitting stoically beside her, remained totally clueless about the complex romantic web she was spinning in her head. Ma Fei might have been a novice in the world of high-stakes martial arts, but in the game of love, she refused to lose. However, she failed to consider one thing. Was her racing skill equal to her romantic ambition? The car tore through the streets like a bat out of hell, the tires letting out a high-pitched screech against the sun-baked pavement. Without warning, Ma Fei slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a jarring, precise halt. She was surprisingly skilled behind the wheel, despite her distracted state. Her cheeks were flushed a deep crimson, and her mind was still racing a mile a minute. We're here, she stammered, her voice breathless. Lu Sheng, however, remained completely oblivious to her inner turmoil. Determined to escape the awkward, suffocating atmosphere of the cabin, Lu Sheng immediately turned to exit the vehicle. Thank you for the ride, he said, already halfway out the door. Ma Fei's voice faltered as she tried to find a reason to linger. So, next time, maybe we could. She wasn't sure if Lu Sheng had caught the subtle drift of her invitation, but he quickly cut her off. All right, you should go on now. Ma Fei froze, her eyes wide with bewilderment as she stared at him. Go where? What are you talking about? She asked, her romantic bubble beginning to deflate. Lu Sheng gestured toward the road they had just conquered. You were speeding quite recklessly just now, and if my count is correct, you ran through at least 5 red lights in a row. Lu Sheng extended a finger, pointing back the way they came. There are currently 2 police cruisers with their sirens blaring chasing us right now. I suspect they'll be catching up in approximately 10 seconds. Hearing those words, Ma Fei's romantic fantasies were instantly replaced by pure, unadulterated panic. Her face turned a ghostly pale. Trying to hook up with a hot guy is way too hard, she lamented internally, feeling the weight of the obstacles in her path. Lu Sheng simply offered a final, dry piece of advice. Well, even though you possess psychic powers, you should still prioritize driving safely. Realizing the gravity of her situation, Ma Fei floored the gas pedal, and the car zoomed off into the distance, leaving a cloud of dust behind. Her voice echoed faintly from the retreating vehicle. Lu Sheng, I'll pick you up again tonight. Don't you dare forget. As the car vanished, the scene shifted to the quiet interior of the hotel. Inside the hotel living room, the glow of the television screen illuminated Lu Sheng's face as a familiar figure appeared on the news. Is that Healing Su? The young man murmured to himself. He watched her speak with a newfound respect. She's actually become quite impressive, hasn't she? From this day forward, Healing Su announced with poised authority on screen, the Jingshan Hall of Baihe City is officially rebranded as Lingshang Pharmaceutical Company Limited. To mark this new era, we are launching our flagship product, the Lingji Blood Boosting Decoction. This medicine is destined to change the very fabric of our age, redefining the purpose of tonics and propelling the world's martial arts development into a completely new, unprecedented stage. Watching the broadcast, Lu Sheng couldn't help but click his tongue in half-amused annoyance. She went ahead and changed the entire company name and launched a revolutionary medicine without even giving me a heads up, he sighed, shaking his head. I am, after all, the majority shareholder with a 90% stake in the business. As he spoke, he began scrolling through his phone, discovering a mountain of unread messages from Healing Su. It seemed he had been far too occupied with his own journey and dealing with eccentric girls to check his notifications. Well, I suppose that's my own fault, he admitted, flopping onto the king-sized bed to bring a long, exhausting day to a close. No matter. Tomorrow I'll return to Baihe City and enter the dream realm to witness just how far Lingshang Pharmaceutical has truly developed. Almost instantly, a massive influx of data appeared in his mind. It seemed Healing Su possessed significant business acumen. Relying solely on the Lingji Blood Boosting Decoction, she had scaled the company into a $10 billion enterprise, with a market value that dominated the pharmaceutical sector. The growth was truly admirable. At this moment, Lu Sheng's perception of Healing Su shifted dramatically. She wasn't just a subordinate. She had genuine skills and a sharp business mind. Through the lens of the future, Lu Sheng felt as though he could see something quite unusual, and perhaps formidable, hidden within her potential. He continued to browse through Healing Su's personal archives within the dream realm. A specific entry caught his eye, causing his heart to skip a beat. Spouse, Lieutenant General of the Eastern Military Region. Upon reading this, Lu Sheng practically jumped off the bed, his back hitting the headboard. Wait, what? What the hell is this? What on earth is going on in the future? In a state of sheer confusion, he immediately summoned his AI assistant. Quick, access and display my own personal history and status information. Acknowledged, Master, the AI responded. Lu Sheng stared at the glowing data, his mouth hanging agape in total shock. There it was, etched into the records of history. Wife, 1 Colonel of the Eastern Military Region, Dong Qingxue. Wife, 2 Chairman of Lingshang Pharmaceutical Company Limited, Healing Su, military rank, Lieutenant General. Lu Sheng sat there, paralyzed, murmuring the names over and over. Dong Qingxue, Healing Su, 2 wives. How incredibly lucky, or perhaps unlucky, can one man get? Lu Sheng found himself oscillating between wanting to worship the system and questioning his own future life choices. What kind of person did he eventually become? Why were these wives appearing so unexpectedly in the records? Is it possible there's a third? He wondered, before patting his chest to steady his racing heart. Okay, calm down. The future is currently just a set of shifting possibilities, an illusion that will likely change again as I alter the present. That's right, he said, regaining his focus. AI, initiate a deep search for all historical information regarding the development and long-term impact of the Lingji Blood Boosting Decoction. The AI's voice chimed back with a clinical tone. Error. Your current authorization privileges are insufficient. Access to medicinal formulas of level 5 or higher is restricted until your rank increases. It seems my hypothesis is correct, Lu Sheng realized. I am currently in the martial arts era of 300 years ago, and I have already introduced the Lingji Blood Boosting Decoction. Over 10,000 years of iterative development, it has evolved from an obscure, rudimentary tonic into a rare, high-tier level 5 medicine. This means that if I continue to introduce advancements from 10,000 years in the future into this era, humanity will gain an additional 10 millennia of research time. pushing every discovery to a whole new level of power. If that's the case, can the eventual destruction of the future be averted? He asked. AI, query the historical database for any confirmed changes in the timeline. The AI responded. The projected date of total civilization destruction has been delayed by an additional 10 years compared to the initial query. Lu Sheng breathed a sigh of relief. In other words, just introducing a single potion has helped extend the life of human civilization by an entire decade. Then what would happen if I announced the 3 supreme level 11 cultivation techniques? He wondered. Would that be enough to permanently alter fate and save humanity? No, it's not that simple. Even if those techniques could save the future, announcing them in this current era, 300 years in the past, would trigger a global tsunami. The existing geopolitical order would be obliterated instantly, and the world would inevitably spiral into a state of absolute, violent chaos. Moreover, my family and I would immediately be thrust into the center of every political and martial storm on the planet. Heaven only knows what the ultimate outcome of such a gamble would be. I must move carefully. The stakes are far too high for a reckless move. Furthermore, should these efforts prove insufficient to avert the impending doom of our species, the final flickering ember of the martial arts legacy carried within me would be snuffed out forever. With its expiration, the very last vestige of hope for humanity's survival would vanish into the cold, uncaring void of history. The most prudent course of action remains patience. I must wait until my own cultivation reaches a level where I can exert absolute control over the global landscape before I begin to disseminate these transcendent techniques. In this nascent martial arts era 3 centuries in the past, humanity is fragile and directionless. They require a steady, visionary hand to lead them through the coming storms. And that guide, Lu Sheng murmured to himself, his voice thick with a quiet, unshakable conviction, can only be me. Emboldened by his resolve, he prepared for the evening's festivities with meticulous care. Knowing he had a significant social engagement, he donned a tailored suit of exquisite craftsmanship and luxurious fabric. The transformation was striking. Lu Sheng possessed a sharp, magnetic handsomeness that was bound to leave every woman in the room breathless and captivated. There, the ensemble is complete, Lu Sheng noted, checking his reflection one last time. A sudden realization struck him. I nearly forgot. I haven't responded to He Lingsu's latest correspondence. Upon my return tomorrow, I must instruct her to begin procuring a specific list of medicinal herbs. Taking a rare moment of personal vanity, he snapped a few self-portraits on his phone. It was a seldom-seen side of him. Once he returned to the front lines, his life would once again be dominated by the drab, utilitarian colors of military fatigues. With a few swift taps, Lu Sheng fired off a brief, businesslike message to He Lingsu. Returning tomorrow. Have 3 complete sets of the specified medicinal ingredients prepared for my arrival. The response came almost instantly, but it wasn't the verbal acknowledgement he expected. Instead, He Lingsu sent back a single, playfully indifferent emoji of a cat lounging lazily. Behind her screen, He Lingsu's heart did a frantic somersault. He finally replied. She screamed internally, though her excitement quickly soured into annoyance. All he cares about is his herbs. Couldn't he have included a single pleasantry? Overwhelmed by a surge of petty vengeance, she typed out a blistering list of adjectives: cold, heartless, miserly, money-grubbing, treacherous, and downright malicious. She slammed the send button, but the act offered little catharsis. She remained in a sullen funk, convinced that he disregarded both the company's success and her own grueling efforts. When Lu Sheng received the tirade, he stared at his screen in genuine bewilderment, muttering about the labyrinthine complexity of the female psyche. He sent back a solitary, confused question mark, leaving He Lingsu to groan in frustration. Honestly, she huffed, I must have done something terrible in a past life to be tethered to such an emotionally stunted brat. He Lingsu felt a dramatic urge to dissolve into a rainstorm of frustrated tears, her mind reeling from his nonchalant reply. How dare he be so dismissive, she fumed. Meanwhile, miles away at the hotel, the sharp chime of a doorbell cut through Lu Sheng's quiet evening. Ding-dong. Adjusting his cuffs, Lu Sheng moved across the room to see who had arrived to escort him. Standing in the hallway was a woman of breathtaking beauty, her poise and aura as regal as a noblewoman from high society. Ma Fei offered her hand, her lips curling into a radiant, practiced smile. Lu Sheng, I've come to collect you. The celebratory banquet has been fully prepared in your honor, she announced. Between her sharp, intelligent eyes, her cascading golden locks, and her undeniably alluring silhouette, she presented a visual temptation that seemed designed to test the resolve of even the most disciplined young man. Damn, Lu Sheng thought, maintaining his composed and elegant facade. He stepped forward, his presence commanding yet polite. Please, just call me Lu Sheng, he corrected gently, finding the formal honorifics she attempted a bit clumsy. Anything else sounds far too stiff. At the sound of his smooth, baritone voice and the sight of him in full formal attire, Ma Fei felt as though a Cupid's arrow had been driven straight through her heart. She was utterly smitten, falling for him with a sudden, dizzying intensity. He is absolutely devastatingly handsome, she thought, her pulse quickening as she walked beside him. With Ma Fei still reeling from her internal infatuation, the pair descended from the hotel suite and made their way toward the grand ballroom where the night's festivities awaited. Entering the banquet hall, they were greeted by the sight of an enormous, ornate banner draped across the center of the room. It read, "Heartfelt congratulations to the pride of Dongning Province, honoring our newest spirit manipulator." Lu Sheng scanned the massive, buzzing crowd that filled the space, leaning slightly toward Ma Fei as he spoke. "I was under the impression this was a simple dinner," Lu Sheng remarked, his brow lifting at the scale of the event. "Why are there so many attendees?" Ma Fei laughed, her eyes bright with amusement. "Don't let Chairman Xiao Yuha's jovial, grandfatherly appearance deceive you. He is one of the most influential figures in Dongning City. Believe it or not, this is actually his attempt at keeping the gathering intimate." Lu Sheng chuckled, accepting a drink from a passing tray. "Very well. If the old man wants to throw a grand celebration, I suppose I can humor him for one evening. I'll be departing from the city tomorrow morning, regardless." Across the room, the bald-headed Chairman Xiao Yuha was in high spirits, regaling a group of elegant socialites with animated conversation. Whatever tall tales he was spinning about Lu Sheng's miraculous feats clearly hit their mark, as the women giggled and leaned in closer. "Is that truly the case, Chairman Xiao?" one of them asked with a playful, suspicious tilt of her head. "You always were one for such mysterious, grand stories." "I swear upon my reputation," Xiao Yuha replied, his voice brimming with genuine awe. "Had I not witnessed the display with my own eyes, I would have dismissed it as pure fantasy. Truly, the rising tide of the younger generation is sweeping the old guard away. It is a sight to behold." At the far edge of the hall, a group of young women made their entrance, weaving through the throng of dignitaries. Among them, a girl with vibrant purple hair took a dainty sip of her champagne while whispering to her companion. "This isn't just a simple social mixer," she noted, her eyes darting around the room. "Look over there. That's the mayor of Yanqing, and beside him is the chairman of the Veteran Martial Arts Council. Practically every person of significance in Dongning City, and quite a few from across the entire Dongning province, has gathered here tonight. The sheer density of power and influence in this room is staggering. If it weren't for our family's connections, we never would have secured an invitation to an event of this magnitude." The purple-haired girl continued, her tone shifting to one of mild exasperation. "And yet, you're still obsessing over that high school boy who clearly lacks a bit of common sense." Her friend, Lin Wanwan, immediately bristled. "Lu Sheng isn't just some random student, and you know it." The purple-haired girl rolled her eyes. "Whatever you say, I honestly couldn't care less about your little crush." With a dismissive wave, the purple-haired girl turned away, seeking a refill for her glass. "My throat is parched from all this useless talk," she thought. Lin Wanwan is absolutely delusional. There's clearly something wrong with her head. Lin Wanwan, left standing alone, felt a pang of frustration. Ever since her relationship with Lu Sheng had fractured, she had remained in Dongning City specifically because he had mentioned traveling here. She was chasing a ghost that refused to be caught. "I have been bombarding his phone with messages for weeks," Lin Wanwan whispered to herself, her thumb hovering over her screen. Yet, Lu Sheng remained a wall of silence. He hadn't replied to a single text, and from the status indicators, it seemed he hadn't even bothered to open the chat window to read her pleas. Does he truly harbor no lingering affection for me? She wondered, her heart heavy with rejection. Suddenly, a voice broke her reverie. Dandan? Zheng Dandan, why are you spacing out like a statue? Zheng Dandan looked up, her expression vulnerable. Because you're my closest friend, I can tell you the truth. I feel like I'm losing my mind over him. The purple-haired girl, sensing her friend's distress, leaned in and whispered directly into Zheng Dandan's ear, her voice barely audible over the music. Listen to me. The real reason for this extravagant gala is to celebrate the emergence of a level 4 spirit manipulator, a genius whose raw power is said to be on par with Chairman Xiao Yuhe himself. She continued her explanation with an evocative comparison. A figure of that magnitude possesses the kind of influence that could cause the entire Dongning province to tremble with just a single step. If we could somehow catch the eye of such a powerhouse, our family's fortunes would soar like kites caught in a gale. That's the kind of man you should be aiming for, not some high schooler. But Zheng Dandan's thoughts were still consumed by Lu Sheng. A wild, desperate hope flickered in her chest, leading her to make a bold, albeit mistaken, connection. This level 4 spirit manipulator, are they by any chance exceptionally young? She asked, her voice trembling with anticipation. I'm not entirely certain, the purple-haired girl replied, surveying the crowd. Considering it took Chairman Xiao decades to reach that rank, I assume this person is in their prime, neither a youth nor an elder. Look around. Notice the demographic? The room is packed with influential women, some even in their 40s, all hoping to make a connection. Indeed, the gala was disproportionately filled with elegant women of all ages, with only a handful of men peppered throughout the lavishly decorated space. Surveying the sea of ambitious socialites and powerful matrons, Zheng Dandan felt the weight of her friend's logic. Her shoulders slumped slightly as she admitted, I suppose you're right. It would be foolish to assume such power belongs to a boy. It couldn't possibly be him, she conceded. Her friend squeezed her arm firmly. Dandan, you need to purge that high school kid from your mind once and for all. We have to seize the opportunity presented to us tonight. In our entire social circle, only the two of us were deemed worthy enough to even step through these doors. Despite the pep talk, Zheng Dandan remained under Lu Sheng's lingering spell. Though she stood physically within the opulent ballroom, her soul remained tethered to the memories of the boy she had lost. Seeing her friend's eyes glaze over yet again, the purple-haired girl snapped. Dandan, focus. I'm talking to. She was cut off as Dandan gasped, her gaze locking onto a figure across the room. Wait, look there. Is that Lu Sheng? In the distance, a familiar figure was systematically devouring the delicacies at the buffet with the efficiency of a high-powered machine. Lu Sheng's ferocious appetite was so intense that the nearby waitresses took several wary steps back, yet there was an undeniable change in him. In his formal suit, his handsomeness had been elevated to an almost predatory level of perfection, and his movements carried a refined, polished grace that he had never displayed before. Sensing a gaze upon him, Lu Sheng eventually turned around, spotting the two girls. He offered a casual, polite wave toward Zheng Dandan. The moment their eyes met, her heart did a violent lurch. There was no mistaking that silhouette or that magnetic presence. It was undeniably her long-lost crush. Without a second thought, Zheng Dandan practically shoved Lin Wanwan aside. Go find someone else to talk to. I've seen an old friend, she cried. Dandan, where are you going? Lin Wanwan called out, but her voice was swallowed by the crowd as Dandan sprinted toward Lu Sheng. Lin Wanwan shouted after her in frustration. Dandan, if we're friends, have some dignity. Don't just go chasing after every handsome face like a moth to a flame. Dandan didn't even look back, her voice trailing behind her. Dignity can wait. I have to catch him before he disappears again. To her, the requirements of friendship were currently a distant second to her romantic pursuit. As she neared Lu Sheng, who was currently balancing a plate of exquisite appetizers, Zheng Dandan slowed her pace, her face glowing with a mixture of relief and joy. Lu Sheng, she called out, her voice filled with hope. But before she could close the distance, the space beside him was suddenly occupied. Ma Fei seemed to appear out of thin air, possessively hooking her arm through Lu Shang's with practiced familiarity. She leaned into him, casting a sharp, deliberate side-eye toward Zheng Dandan that radiated a clear message of territorial dominance. The sight of Ma Fei acting with such blatant intimacy toward Lu Sheng hit Zheng Dandan with the force of a localized lightning strike, leaving her physically stunned and breathless. Her elated mood underwent a violent 180-degree reversal, leaving her rooted to the spot as a cold dread pooled in her stomach. She stared at the pair with a mixture of mounting suspicion and heartbreak. Who was that woman? How could she possibly be permitted to stand so close to him? Zheng Dandan watched the intimate interaction between Ma Fei and Lu Sheng, her mind racing with 100 agonizing questions. Is it possible that she is his girlfriend? The mere thought caused Zheng Dandan to break into a cold, anxious sweat. A paralyzing fear of having missed her ultimate window of opportunity clawed at her heart. Yet even in the face of such a formidable rival, her stubborn spirit refused to concede defeat just yet. Zheng Dandan stood at a distance, her hand raised in a graceful wave as a warm, inviting smile blossomed across her face. Seeing him here, in such refined surroundings, her heart hammered against her ribs. A silent, fierce determination took root in her mind. She mused that even if this rare flower already belonged to someone else, the prize was far too magnificent to yield without a fight. She refused to let a man of such undeniable magnetism slip through her fingers simply because she arrived a moment too late. Sensing a familiar presence, Lu Sheng pivoted gracefully, his hand rising in an easy, instinctive greeting. A flash of genuine surprise flickered in his eyes as he recognized her. "What a remarkable coincidence," he remarked, his voice smooth and welcoming. "I certainly didn't expect to cross paths with you again here in Dongning." Upon seeing her, a vibrant, youthful energy seemed to radiate from him, his smile as bright and blooming as a garden in spring. Zheng Dandan approached with deliberate steps, her gaze lingering on Lu Sheng as she scrutinized the subtle changes in his bearing. Internally, she was reeling. Only a meager amount of time had passed since their last encounter. Yet Lu Sheng now exuded an aura of profound depth that felt entirely unfathomable. It was as if he had evolved beyond her reach in the blink of an eye. To her, the gap between them had widened into an uncrossable expanse, as vast and intimidating as a storm-tossed ocean. Observing the intense warmth of the girl's greeting, Ma Fei stepped closer, her curiosity piqued by this unexpected interloper. She tilted her head slightly, her voice laced with a polite yet probing edge as she inquired, "And who might this be, Lu Sheng?" Lu Sheng moved to bridge the social gap with a seamless introduction. "This is Zheng Dandan," he explained, "a friend I had the pleasure of meeting during my travels to Mount Nyotu last month." Upon hearing the introduction, Ma Fei's professional mask remained perfectly intact as she offered a polite, practiced smile. "Ah, Miss Zheng, a pleasure to meet you," she replied. Just as the words left her lips, Zheng Dandan's companion, Lin Wanwan, swirled into their circle, a glass of expensive wine balanced delicately in her hand. "Dandan, darling, you're being quite the hoarder," Lin Wanwan teased, her eyes scanning the group with a predatory sharpness. "You have such intriguing friends, and yet you neglect to introduce them to the rest of us? How very peculiar of you to keep such treasures all to yourself. After all, if there are handsome gentlemen in our midst, it's only fair that you share the bounty with your sisters, isn't it?" Zheng Dandan quickly obliged, gesturing toward her friend. "This is my closest confidant, Lin Wanwan." "And this," Zheng Dandan continued, her voice softening with a hint of pride, "is the Lu Sheng I've told you so much about, the one who made such an impression during my trip." Lin Wanwan's eyes widened, a flash of genuine astonishment washing over her features. The young man standing before her was a far cry from the mediocre student her imagination had conjured from Dandan's stories. "Oh, so this is the famous Lu Sheng," she thought, her pulse quickening. "He's devastatingly handsome. It's no wonder Dandan has been acting like a lovesick schoolgirl for weeks. His presence is nearly overwhelming." Lin Wanwan's sharp eyes quickly shifted to the elegant, sophisticated woman hovering at Lu Sheng's side, recognizing her instantly as Ma Fei of the prestigious Ma family. A cold, cynical disdain began to fester in her heart as she drew her own conclusions about Lu Sheng's presence at such an elite gathering. "Oomph, so that's the trick," she sneered internally. "It's obvious now how a common high school student secured an invitation to this gala. He's simply a professional gigolo, utilizing that pretty face of his to latch onto wealthy heiresses like a parasite. How utterly repulsive." Clinging to her shallow assumptions, Lin Wanwan masked her contempt behind a veneer of insincere, sugary pleasantries that didn't quite reach her eyes. "So, you are the esteemed Mr. Lu Sheng," she chirped, her voice dripping with artificial warmth. "Dandan has practically worn out your name with how often she mentions you. Meeting you in the flesh today, I must admit, you truly appear to be a dragon among men." Lu Sheng's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly at the hollow flattery, his gaze cooling as he sensed the hidden malice beneath her words. "A pleasure, Miss Lin Wanwan," he replied, his greeting as short and crisp as a winter morning. Finishing the rest of her wine in one elegant gulp, Lin Wanwan pressed further, her tone laced with a prying curiosity. "Forgive my intrusion, but I find myself wondering, what is your place of origin, Mr. Lu?" Lu Sheng didn't hesitate, his answer direct and devoid of fluff. "By his city," he replied. When the conversation turned toward his family and background, his posture stiffened, his bluntness serving as a shield against her unwanted scrutiny. Conscious of the vast socioeconomic divide and the humble reality of his household, Lu Sheng's expression hardened into one of defensive stoicism. He looked Lin Wanwan squarely in the eye, his mind racing to anticipate the inevitable trajectory of her condescending interrogation. He knew exactly what was coming next. She would surely begin to pry into his parents' occupations and dissect his family status, all in a transparent attempt to verify whether he truly belonged in this room or was merely an imposter riding on Ma Fei's coattails. Choosing to strike first and shatter her illusions, Lu Sheng spoke with a bluntness that cut through the ballroom's chatter. "It's exactly as you suspect," he stated firmly. "I am merely a student from an ordinary, unremarkable family. I exist on an entirely different social plane than the people gathered here tonight. My presence at this party is a matter of circumstance, nothing more." With a dismissive wave of his hand, Lu Sheng turned his back on them, his patience for their shallow social posturing completely exhausted. "I have no interest in these tedious games," he muttered. "If our paths cross again when there is something worth saying, we can speak then. For now, I'm taking my leave." As he walked away, he let out a low, weary sigh. It truly is exhausting to deal with people who see the world only through the lens of status, he thought. To an outside observer, his reaction might have seemed overly sharp or even aggressive, but to Lu Sheng, his family represented the absolute cornerstone of his existence. They were the most precious thing in his world, the singular motivation behind his drive for power. He cherished them with a fierce, protective intensity that bordered on the sacred. He would never, under any circumstances, allow their honor to be tarnished by the snobbery of social climbers or permit any subtle insult to go unchallenged. Witnessing Lu Sheng's sudden and frigid departure, Zheng Dandan stood frozen in shock, her voice failing her. Both girls were left utterly speechless, their mouths agape as they watched him walk away. Ma Fei blinked in genuine bewilderment, calling out his name in a soft, confused tone. She wondered what could have triggered such a visceral response. He was a complete stranger to the gentle, enthusiastic young man she had spent the last few days getting to know. Without a word to the others, she gathered her skirts and hurried after him. "Lu Sheng, wait for me," she cried, her heels clicking rapidly against the polished floor. Zheng Dandan could only watch them go, her voice catching in her throat as she stammered a weak, "Wait, just a moment." Seeing her friend still staring longingly at Lu Sheng's retreating figure, Lin Wanwan's anger flared. "Oh, for heaven's sake, Dandan, wake up. That man isn't worth a single second of your affection. He's clearly just another pretty face who relies on the generosity of powerful women to survive. What could you possibly find appealing about someone so transparently hollow?" She then adopted the tone of a seasoned psychological analyst, her voice dripping with condescension. "I barely scratched the surface of a conversation, and he already reacted with such explosive hostility. Do you know what that proves? It proves he's pathologically sensitive about his lowly origins. He possesses no real merit of his own, Yet his ego is inflated beyond measure. To be generous, one might call him arrogant. To be honest, he is a man drowning in his own deep-seated insecurities. I have encountered countless men of his ilk, Lin Wanwan continued, crossing her arms. He is fundamentally unsuitable for someone of your standing. You should pay much closer attention to the woman he's with. Her name is Ma Fei, a true blue blood of the Ma family. I'm certain you're aware of the Ma family's influence. I've heard rumors that she recently cleared the rigorous Level 2 spiritual mentor certification right here in Dongning City, which is a staggering achievement for someone her age. She is a legitimate powerhouse in her own right, Lin Wanwan hissed. Look at how closely he clings to her. It's painfully obvious that Lu Sheng is using his physical appearance and a few cheap social tricks to latch on to Ma Fei. That is the only reason a boy like him could ever dream of stepping into a party of this caliber. Turning back to Zheng Dandan, Lin Wanwan raised her voice, desperate to snap her friend out of her trance. Wake up, Dandan. He is nothing more than a common gigolo. Open your eyes and see the ugly reality behind that handsome mask. But Zheng Dandan remained unmoved, her faith in Lu Sheng unshakable. Lin Wanwan, stop it. You don't know what you're talking about, she argued, though the effort of the confrontation was beginning to take its toll. Lin Wanwan let out a weary pant, her frustration mounting. Listen, Dandan, sometimes the truth is a jagged pill to swallow, but it's a reality we all must eventually face. I've said all I can. The choice is yours, but do not say I didn't warn you. Despite her friend's relentless barrage of cynicism, Zheng Dandan's heart remained as steadfast as a bronze tripod. In her soul, Lu Sheng occupied a sacred, vital space. He was the man who had altered the course of her life, and she refused to believe he was capable of such shallow opportunism. To her, Lu Sheng was a figure of blinding brilliance, as dazzling and vital as the midday sun. He was the hero who had reached into the darkness to save her, a man of character and strength who stood far above the petty criticisms of the social elite. Determined to clear her mind, Zheng Dandan gave her cheeks a firm pat and pinched her arm, the sharp sting grounding her. I must be losing my mind to even entertain Lin Wanwan's nonsense for a second, she scolded herself. The idea of Lu Sheng being a mere gigolo is absolutely preposterous. Squaring her shoulders, Zheng Dandan turned back to Lin Wanwan and spoke with a booming, unshakable confidence. Get this through your head once and for all, Wanwan. Lu Sheng is absolutely, unequivocally not the kind of person you've painted him to be. Lin Wanwan stared at her friend, realization dawning that no amount of logic or evidence would sway Dandan's stubborn heart. Sweat matted her brow as she exhaled a breath of pure, bewildered exhaustion. Dandan, what has he done to you? You're acting like a stranger, Lin Wanwan muttered. Before she could continue her tirade, a loud, authoritative voice cut through the ballroom. Make way. Chairman Xiao Yuha has arrived. Upon hearing the name of the association's leader, Lin Wanwan's expression underwent a total transformation, her face splitting into a bright, eager smile as she turned to Dandan. Forget that social climber for a moment. The chairman is likely about to introduce the Level 4 spirit manipulator we heard about. Fix your hair and prepare yourself. This is the moment that actually matters. From across the sprawling hall, the venerable Xiao Yuha spotted Lu Sheng and Ma Fei standing near the buffet. Without a moment's hesitation, the chairman bypassed the clusters of local dignitaries and moved directly toward Lu Sheng, his hand extended in a gesture of profound respect. Witnessing this unprecedented display, Lin Wanwan's mouth fell open in a silent scream of disbelief. Why? Why is Chairman Xiao seeking out that boy? Could it be that? I hope you can forgive the spectacle, Lu Sheng. I truly wasn't certain if a young man of your temperament would appreciate being thrust into such a crowded, noisy environment like this, Chairman Xiao Yuho admitted, his tone laced with genuine concern. Lu Sheng offered a composed nod, his expression serene. With great strength comes an inherent responsibility to act for the greater good. If my presence here can offer any support to the association, then I am glad to assist. Moved by the youth's humble and profound words, Xiao Yuha exhaled a long sigh and lowered his head in a gesture of deep respect. Stepping away from their private conversation, the chairman moved into the epicenter of the grand banquet hall. He raised his voice, commanding the attention of every dignitary and socialite present. Distinguished guests, if I may have a moment of your time for an announcement of the utmost importance, he declared. Instantly, the chatter of the crowd died down, and every pair of eyes in the room swiveled toward Xiao Yuhe with bated breath. With a proud, sweeping gesture, he pointed toward the young man standing beside him. It is my distinct honor to introduce the newest luminary of our Dongning Province Spiritual Psionics Association, he proclaimed solemnly. A prodigy who has already attained the rank of a 4th-level spirit manipulator, Lu Sheng. And what is most staggering, my friends, is that Mr. Lu Sheng has reached this pinnacle at the tender age of 18. Compared to his brilliance, us old-timers truly have cause to feel embarrassed by our own slow progress, Xiao Yuhe added with a self-deprecating laugh. A wave of audible gasps rippled through the hall as the young women in attendance gazed at the strikingly handsome Lu Sheng. The realization that he was a 4th-level master before even sitting for his college entrance exams sent a shockwave through the room. Heavens, only 18? He's a legitimate monster. A true, once-in-a-century prodigy. Witnessing this impossible revelation from the sidelines, Lin Wanwan felt her knees buckle. Her world tilted on its axis as she collapsed ungracefully to the floor, her mouth agape in a mask of total, paralyzing shock. She could only stammer incoherent fragments as she stared at the figure who had once been so close to her. It was then that Zheng Dandan turned to her, her voice ringing with a newfound clarity and pride. Lin Wanwan, do you finally see the truth now? Zheng Dandan asked, her eyes fixed on the youth who seemed to stand atop the very stars. He is a figure who eclipses all others, radiating a brilliance as fierce and undeniable as the midday sun. That is the true measure of the man. That is Lu Sheng. Lin Wanwan remained frozen, unable to reconcile the staggering reality before her eyes with the narrow-minded image she had harbored of him. It took an agonizingly long time for the ringing in Lin Wanwan's ears to subside and for her racing heart to steady. Deep within her soul, a storm of denial and regret raged. How could it possibly be him? She screamed internally. The unremarkable boy from the city. How could he have ascended to such heights while I was looking down on him? A desperate, frantic need to salvage her pride began to override her shock. She couldn't allow herself to be cast aside as a mere footnote in his grand ascent. No, this cannot be the end. I must find a way to reclaim my standing and bridge the chasm that has opened between us, she resolved, her eyes narrowing with a sharp, calculating glint. Scrambling to her feet, she brushed the dust from her dress and placed a trembling hand on her best friend's shoulder. Zheng Dandan, you have to help me. You're close to him, aren't you? Please, you must introduce me to Lu Sheng formally. I need to talk to him. Zheng Dandan looked back at her with a face full of sorrow and weary realization, shaking her head slowly at her friend's stubbornness. Look at the crowd surrounding him, Wanwan, Zheng Dandan said softly. Lu Sheng isn't even sparing a glance for the billionaires and powerful officials trying to shove their business cards into his hands. He has absolutely zero interest in social climbing or empty titles. He is literally waving away the elite of the province with total indifference. Do you truly think, after everything, that you stand a ghost of a chance in that line? Zheng Dandan continued her dejected monologue, her voice dropping to a whisper. Even my own claim to being his friend feels like a fragile assumption now. He has moved into a realm that is far beyond our reach. This crush, it was over before it ever truly began. Not long after, Lu Sheng made a quiet exit from the gala, slipping into a nondescript taxi. As the city lights blurred past the window, he let out a breath of relief, finding the stale air of the cab far more pleasant than the stifling atmosphere of high society. Leaning back into the worn seat, the young man felt a sense of liberation. He offered a small, tired smile to the driver through the rearview mirror. "Take me to Baihe City, please," he requested, his voice steady. He was finished with the games of the elite. It was time to return to the reality that mattered. Lu Sheng rubbed his temples, a slight headache throbbing behind his eyes. "I truly have no stomach for those high-society theatrics," he mused. "Giving Xiao Yuhe enough face to attend was plenty. My duty there is done. It's time to head home. Martial arts and the warmth of my family are the only things I truly crave. Home is the only place where I can truly be myself." and I find myself wishing the car could move even faster. Despite his world-shaking power, the humble youth still viewed himself as the same high school student from a simple, hard-working family. He wondered idly if the taxi driver had the soul of a racer. As the man kept his foot firmly on the accelerator, the vehicle screaming down the highway at a blistering 180 kilometers per hour, chasing the horizon toward Baya City. The familiar skyline of Baya City soon greeted him, its lights a comforting beacon of home. As he stepped across the threshold of his family's apartment, Zheng Yufan, his mother, hurried to the door with a radiant smile of welcome. "You're finally back? You've been away for far too long, Sheng. We've all been dreadfully worried about you. Your father and Qinghe have been waiting up just to see you." Zheng Yufan fussed over her son, her eyes beaming with maternal affection as she gestured toward the kitchen. "I've prepared a massive table full of all your favorite dishes. Come, sit down and eat while it's hot. I'll get the bowls and chopsticks ready for you. Just tell me what you're craving most, my precious son. I intend to spoil you until the very day I grow old," she teased, watching her son with immense pride. Even as he stood at the precipice of adulthood at 18, he was still her child. His stubborn younger sister, Lu Qinghe, poked her head out, her eyes widening as she took him in. "When exactly did you sneak back into town?" she asked, her voice a mix of sass and relief. Nearby, Lu Hai squinted through his glasses and offered a warm, crinkled smile. "Xinger is finally home." "Good, very good." Lu Qinghe hopped off the sofa and ran over, standing on her tiptoes to measure her brother's height against her own. Her mouth fell open in feigned indignation. "You've only been gone for one trip, but you've somehow managed to get even taller," she complained. Lu Xing chuckled, striking a dramatic martial arts pose to tease her. "I've only grown a tiny bit. It's more likely that you've managed to shrink since I last saw you, Qinghe." His playful retort left her huffing and speechless. Lu Sheng continued to grin as he ruffled her hair. "Your school should be on holiday soon, shouldn't it? I'll be conducting a thorough check of your martial strength later this evening. Don't think I've forgotten the training goals I messaged you. If I find you haven't improved." He playfully raised a clenched fist. "The high-grade martial arts supplements Lu Sheng, provide aren't meant to be taken for granted, little sister." Zheng Yufan soon returned, placing a steaming, oversized bowl of handmade dumplings in front of the young man. "Enough talk. Sit down and eat your fill," she commanded gently. Lu Sheng's eyes lit up at the savory aroma of home cooking. "Thank you, Mom," he said, instantly grabbing a dumpling and devouring it with the ravenous appetite of someone who had spent too long eating military rations and banquet appetizers. Between bites, Lu Xing turned toward his father. "Dad, have you been consistently taking the high-quality meat and the specialized medicinal tonics I left in the refrigerator?" Lu Hai nodded happily, his face looking noticeably more vibrant. "I have indeed. Speaking of which, what on earth were those? They're incredibly potent. I've been brewing tea with those herbs every day, and I feel significantly more energetic, as if I've suddenly regained 20 years of my youth." "They must have cost a small fortune," Lu Hai noted with a hint of worry. Lu Sheng, having already polished off half the dumplings, shook his head. "They aren't expensive at all, Dad. A close friend of mine, Healing Su, opened a pharmacy and gave them to me as a gift. She specializes in formulating supplements for middle-aged people. You and Mom must keep taking them. And don't bother with the tea anymore. Just consume them directly for maximum effect. I have plenty more where those came from," Lu Xing added with a wink. "Who knows? Maybe in the future, you'll have a daughter-in-law who will ensure you have a lifetime supply of the best medicine in the world." Hearing her son's playful remark about a future daughter-in-law, Zheng Yufan chuckled as she cleared the empty plates. "That would be lovely, Shenger. But remember, the college entrance exams are looming just around the corner. You won't have to disappear on another long journey before the exams, will you?" she asked. Lu Sheng smiled, handing the empty bowl back to his mother. "I'm staying put right here. I'll be at home waiting for the exams to start." Almost immediately, the quiet moment was shattered by a familiar, chaotic food-grabbing battle between Lu Sheng and Lu Qinghe, their hands a blur as they shoved food into their mouths, bickering and laughing simultaneously. "Mom, Shenger ate everything. Get another bowl," Lu Qinghe complained. Lu Hai and Zheng Yufan could only laugh as they watched their children's familiar antics. "You practically stole that right out of my hand." Lu Qinghe yelled, though Lu Sheng had already finished the portion with a grin of triumph. Setting the bowl down, Lu Sheng cleared his throat, his expression turning slightly more serious. It just so happens that everyone is free today. This apartment is getting a bit cramped for a martial arts family. Why don't we go take a look at our new house? Lu Sheng's casual announcement struck the room like a thunderbolt, causing his parents and sister to shout in unison, "A new house!" But Lu Sheng was a man of immediate action. Before they could ask a dozen questions, he had already ushered the entire family out the door to go and see the property he had secured. When they finally stepped through the gates of the new residence, the entire family was frozen in awe. The architecture was magnificent, the space vast and luxurious. Lu Sheng folded his arms across his chest with a look of quiet pride. "This is our new home. I arranged for its purchase through a contact a few weeks ago." "What do you think, everyone?" he asked. Lu Hai, however, looked overwhelmed by the sheer scale of the mansion. "Sheng, the old house was perfectly fine. This place looks incredibly expensive, far beyond what our family can afford." Lu Sheng replied with unshakable confidence. "It's already taken care of, Dad. I've participated in numerous high-level training programs and competitions these past few months, and the prize money has been quite substantial. This house is only a small portion of it. Aside from the cost of the property, there is still a remaining balance in my bank account that exceeds 1 million yuan for our living expenses," he added casually, as if mentioning a trivial sum. At the mention of such a staggering figure, Zheng Yufan gasped, her hand flying to her mouth. "What? How much? I must have misheard the number." Lu Hai looked equally incredulous, his eyes wide behind his glasses. "Sheng, please tell me you aren't joking with us." Lu Qinghe was the first to find her voice, her tone a mix of humor and lingering disbelief. "What did you just say? You truly earned that much money in just 2 short months?" "Lu Sheng, tell me the truth. Did you secretly rob a bank?" she teased, though a hint of real worry remained. "Don't go doing anything illegal that might get the whole family in trouble. It's great to be rich, but I'd like to stay out of prison." Lu Xing reached out and playfully flicked his sister's forehead. "I didn't rob a bank, Qinghe. I just liberated an armored car. Haha, I'm joking. I truly earned it through legitimate channels." He patted her head gently, his gaze softening. "All jokes aside, this house belongs to us now, Mom and Dad. I want you to pick an auspicious day so we can move in and start our new life here as soon as possible." The parents were so deeply moved by their son's filial devotion that tears began to well up in their eyes. "That's wonderful, Sheng," Lu Hai choked out. "You truly are the pride of the Lu family. This is a level of fortune we never dared to dream of." Lu Sheng began ruffling his little sister's hair once more. "Lu Qinghe, come with me for a moment. There's a fully equipped training ground in the back. I want to see exactly how much progress you've made while I was gone." Upon hearing about the chance to move her muscles in a professional facility, Lu Qinghe's eyes lit up with instant excitement. "Would you like me to continue re-engineering the next segment of the narration to maintain this evocative style?" "All right, let's move, little sister." Before they had even reached the threshold of the training facility, Lu Sheng reached out and firmly grasped the crown of Lu Qinghe's head, steering her along like a misbehaving puppy. It was a sight that bordered on the absurd, leaving the girl flailing her arms in a futile attempt to break free. "Ow, ow, ow. Lu Sheng, stop it. You're going to pull my hair out if you don't let go this instant." Once they reached the polished floor of the training ground, Lu Qinghe attempted to strike an imposing, authoritative stance. Historically, her martial metrics had consistently eclipsed those of her brother, giving her a lingering sense of superiority that she was desperate to maintain. Lu Sheng, however, remained entirely unfazed, his expression one of bored indifference. "Enough with the theatrics and the posturing," he said, his voice flat. "Stop acting like a grandmaster and just attack me with everything you've got." Stung by his dismissive tone, Lu Qinghe didn't hesitate. She channeled every ounce of her explosive power into her lower body, pushing off the ground with a force that propelled her surprisingly high into the air. She descended like a hawk, her legs sweeping down in a powerful overhead kick intended to humble her brother. Lu Sheng, meanwhile, looked as though he were waiting for a bus, casually picking his nose with his free hand. Just as her foot was about to make contact, he moved with a speed that blurred the senses. catching her ankle with a single palm and forcing her into an involuntary, awkward split upon the mats. She clutched at her overextended leg, her face contorting into a mask of dramatic agony. Ouch! Mother, help! My leg is broken. Lu Sheng looked down at her, his face a picture of pure, unadulterated disgust. Lu Qinghe, for heaven's sake, stand up straight. You are a member of the Lu family. Why is your constitution so remarkably fragile? She let herself flop back onto the floor, huffing with annoyance. How am I supposed to stand when you're still pinning my leg down? Exactly what level have you reached to make that look so easy? My level? Let's just say I'm not even a formally recognized martial artist in the eyes of the High Councils yet, Lu Sheng replied vaguely. Lu Qinghe let out a theatrical whine, tears of frustration beginning to well up in her eyes. You just enjoy the thrill of bullying me because you've gotten strong. I'm not useless. I'm just unlucky. Seeing her genuine distress, Lu Sheng's expression softened into a serious mask. Get up, Qinghe. Stop the waterworks. I've decided to teach you something, a secret technique of immense value that I procured through my own connections. The moment the word secret hung in the air, the crocodile tears evaporated as if by magic, and Lu Qinghe's eyes ignited with a predatory curiosity. A real martial arts secret? You're not pulling my leg again. Observing her instantaneous emotional pivot, Lu Xing shook his head. No more crying, I see. It's like dealing with a completely different person. Yes, let's call it a hidden inheritance of the martial path. Follow my instructions precisely, he warned, his voice dropping to a low, authoritative whisper. But you must promise me, absolutely and without exception, you are not to reveal a single syllable of this to anyone else. Lu Qinghe was over the moon, her face splitting into a grin so wide it threatened to reach both ears. You have my word, Lu Sheng, she chirped. He began the lesson, meticulously guiding her through the intricate pathways of spiritual energy. Can you feel the flow? It should circulate like a slow-moving river here, he instructed. As she followed his lead, Lu Qinghe watched her brother's profile, her mind racing. The entire city is buzzing with skepticism about how he ascended so rapidly in a few short months, she thought. If I hadn't witnessed his transformation from a mediocre high schooler into this radiant, powerful star with my own eyes, I would have dismissed the rumors as madness, she mused. Secretly, she suspected he had stumbled upon a legendary fortune. Everyone says he just awakened, but I've always sensed he was concealing a deeper truth. If I can master this secret technique, with my own intellect and natural talent, surpassing him might not just be a dream, it might be a piece of cake. Concentrate. Seeing his sister's gaze drifting into the distance, her focus clearly waning as she indulged in her own delusions of grandeur, Lu Sheng delivered a sharp flick to her forehead. It was intended as a loving correction, but it still elicited a sharp cry of protest. Ow! Lu Sheng, stop hitting my head. I'm already short enough as it is. You're going to stunt my growth, she grumbled. Lu Sheng ignored her complaints and continued the rigorous instruction, introducing her to the foundational fist forms. Lu Qinghe, despite her initial laziness, began to practice with a desperate intensity, her uniform quickly becoming soaked with perspiration as she repeated the movements. After what felt like hours, she finally ground to a halt, her muscles trembling from the effort. Finally granting herself a moment to relax, Lu Qinghe began to pant heavily, her chest heaving as she struggled to draw breath. This training regime was leagues beyond anything she had encountered in her school's curriculum. The sheer intensity seemed almost too much for her current constitution to handle. Lu Sheng stood a few paces away, his arms folded across his chest, watching his sister's desperate attempts to recover her breath with a calculating eye. Looking more than a little amused by her exhaustion, he watched as Lu Qinghe finally lost the battle with gravity and collapsed onto the floor in a heap. Well, Lu Xing asked cheerfully, how does the technique feel? Despite her physical depletion, Lu Qinghe's eyes suddenly sparkled with a renewed light. She clenched her fists, the lingering fatigue forgotten as she sat up excitedly. Lu Sheng, you're incredible. What on earth did you just teach me? The effects are staggering, she continued, her voice rising in pitch. It feels as though a single repetition of this form is more effective than months of my previous training. Lu Sheng's mind raced. He realized he needed a plausible cover story so his impulsive little sister wouldn't inadvertently spill the beans to the wrong people. After a moment of careful consideration, he formulated a believable lie. He waved his hand with feigned nonchalance. It's nothing extraordinary. You're simply being introduced to the latest, most optimized version of the standard arts. Lu Qinghe blinked in confusion. The latest version? What does that even mean? Lu Sheng leaned in, adopting the tone of a knowledgeable insider. Think of it like the technology in your phone or your computer. The public might think version 2.0 or 3.0 is state-of-the-art. Whether it's a consumer smartphone or a military-grade satellite relay, the research labs are already deep into version 9.0 or even 10.0, he explained smoothly. What you see in the civilian world is years behind. This specific technique is currently in a highly classified testing phase. It hasn't been authorized for public release yet, so it's imperative that you keep your mouth shut. Lu Qinghe's eyes went wide, a shiver of realization running down her spine. Wait, so you're basically using your own sister as a guinea pig, she thought, her brow furrowing. Lu Sheng, that is so incredibly mean. She grumbled under her breath. That brother of mine deserves to be struck by lightning for his cruelty. Always using his own family for his little experiments, she muttered, though her eyes betrayed a hint of pride at being part of something so exclusive. Noticing his sister's expression becoming dangerously intense, Lu Sheng reached out and gently pinched her cheek, pulling it upward with a smirk. Look at it this way, he said calmly. Guinea pigs are actually quite fortunate in this scenario. Most people would kill for the right to be a test subject for this. This body tempering technique is already a complete work. It's just not ready for the masses yet. Lu Qinghe swiped his hand away, clutching her cheek as if in pain. A flicker of genuine worry crossed her face. But there's still a risk, isn't there? What if something goes wrong and I end up permanently injuring myself? Lu Xing sighed, feeling a bit helpless against his sister's persistent skepticism. Listen, I'm your brother. We share the same genetic code, the same parents. If this technique were dangerous, I would have been crippled long before you even saw it. I've been practicing it for quite some time now. But Lu Qinghe wouldn't be silenced. Think of the consequences, Lu Sheng. If both of us end up as cripples, our family is doomed. Who would take care of mom and dad? Maybe you should just test it on yourself more before involving me, she grumbled half-heartedly. I'll be the one taking care of you if you break, she teased, but the joke landed poorly. Lu Sheng's face darkened, a playful yet terrifying red glint entering his eyes. He lunged toward her, causing her to shriek in laughter as she scrambled away. My little hand grenade, come back here. I'll show you exactly how crippling my training can be. Lu Qinghe ran in circles, giggling breathlessly. I was just kidding. Don't take it so seriously. You're so fierce these days, Lu Sheng. Getting this angry isn't good for your internal energy. After a few more minutes of chasing each other around the training ground, Lu Qinghe finally flopped onto the floor again, her secret almost slipping from her lips in her excitement. She looked up at him with a serious expression. But seriously, Lu Sheng, why is this body tempering technique so vastly superior to anything else? Where did you actually acquire it? She asked, her voice dropping to a suspicious whisper. Did you do something illegal? Tell me the truth. Lu Sheng adopted a stern, paternal expression. Of course not. How could you even think your own brother would resort to criminal activity for a technique? Acting like a complete rascal, Lu Sheng pinned his stubborn sister down and began mercilessly tickling the arches of her feet. Her screams of laughter filled the training hall as she tried to kick him away. Let me go? You're so cunning, Lu Sheng, she yelled, her face turning red from the lack of air. After 5 minutes, Lu Sheng finally relented, exhausted by her constant flailing and high-pitched shrieking. She pushed herself up, brushing her hair out of her face. Will there be trouble if the authorities find out you passed this mysterious body tempering technique to me? Lu Sheng maintained his grave facade, enjoying the chance to scare her just a little bit more. Well, the person who bestowed this art upon me was very clear. You are absolutely forbidden from passing this on to anyone else. If the wrong people find out, it won't just be me in trouble. Our entire family will face the consequences. Lu Qinghe gasped, her eyes widening. What? Then you shouldn't have. Lu Xing cut her off with a theatrical sigh of regret. I had no choice. You are my sister, after all, he said, his voice dripping with faux sentimentality. His answer caused Lu Qinghe to blush, her expression shifting between shock and a deep-seated doubt. You're being so melodramatic, she blurted out. As long as I maintain absolute secrecy, no one will ever find out, right? Lu Sheng continued to lean into the fear factor. Remember my words, not a soul. Not your teachers, not your friends, not even your future husband, he warned. This is a matter of life and death. For you, for me, and for Mom and Dad. Realizing the weight of his words, Lu Qinghe nodded solemnly. I understand. I definitely won't let anyone find out the truth. Satisfied that he had sufficiently fooled his gullible little sister into maintaining silence, Lu Sheng felt a surge of smugness. All right, I'll walk you through the forms a few more times. Once you've memorized the flow, go back to your room and practice in private. Lu Qinghe glanced at him, a realization dawning on her. So that's what he's been doing locked away in his room all this time, she thought. The girl clenched her fists, a mischievous spark in her eye, as she began to daydream. Hee, if I master this, maybe my talent will eclipse even his, she thought. Surpassing him in the future isn't just possible, it's inevitable. Lu Sheng, meanwhile, was enjoying his own secret victory. My performance today deserves an award, he thought to himself. I have matters to attend to this afternoon, so ensure you practice diligently while I'm out. When I return, we'll begin your practical combat training. Goodbye, little sister. Goodbye, big brother. Try not to be too late. An hour later, Lu Sheng arrived at the Hanghai Tian Shengyan restaurant for his rendezvous. As he approached the table, he greeted the woman waiting for him. My apologies for keeping you waiting, He Lingsu. She looked up with a thoughtful smile. He Lingsu had already arranged for several platters of premium beef to be ready for his arrival. Knowing your penchant for steak, I took the liberty of ordering quite a bit in advance, she noted. You're remarkably considerate. Thank you, Lu Sheng replied, beginning to carve into the meat while casting a steady gaze at his future partner. How has the company been progressing during my absence? Would you like me to continue with the next portion of this cinematic re-engineering? Knowing you like steak, I ordered quite a bit. Ah, you're so considerate. Thank you, Lu Sheng said, cutting the meat while staring at his second future wife. How's the company doing lately? Our second future wife and resident financial genius, He Lingsu, responded without a moment's hesitation. Her eyes gleamed with the sharp precision of a seasoned entrepreneur as she detailed the figures. The initial retail price for the first production run of our spirit-strengthening blood tonic has been set at $49.88. While it isn't an astronomical sum, it remains a premium price point that separates the casual buyer from the serious practitioner. I've strategically positioned it as a flagship product for mid to high-end clients, those with the financial liquid assets to invest in their martial progression. The market response has been nothing short of explosive. In less than a week, our entire inventory of 20,000 portions has been completely liquidated. As she finished, she clenched her fists, a confident, triumphant smile playing across her lips. Moreover, the data is incredibly promising. Our repurchase rate is skyrocketing. I am firmly convinced that with sustained promotion, this will not only dominate the martial arts functional food sector, but become a household name across the entire Dongning province. Lu Sheng, meanwhile, was focused on a succulent piece of beef, savoring the rich juices before offering his praise. Excellent work. It brings me a great deal of peace knowing I can leave the business operations in your capable hands. Tell me, is our current financing sufficient to maintain this momentum? He Lingsu waved off his concern with a practiced ease. Lu Sheng, don't worry about the immediate overhead. We can manage the current scale for now, but if our vision includes a massive expansion of our business footprint, we will inevitably need to establish more branches. When that time comes, a substantial bank loan will be necessary. My personal reserves are beginning to run thin. Lu Sheng finished his meal and took a long, reflective sip of his drink, though he couldn't resist the urge to show off a bit to his business partner and future wife. In a short while, I'll facilitate another massive injection of startup capital for you. Consider it handled. Don't lose sleep over the numbers. I've already put the wheels in motion. He Lingsu nodded, her gaze softening. So, you've already taken care of the funding? That's a relief. It seems your graduation exam is looming on the horizon, isn't it? Lu Sheng leaned back, the weight of his academic and martial responsibilities settling on him. Yes, that's right. I'll be keeping a low profile during this period. You won't see me out in public much. My entire focus must shift toward preparing for the graduation exam. The weight of the company's daily operations and strategic growth will rest entirely on your shoulders for the time being. Then, wait, you're actually doing this? She asked, a hint of disbelief in her voice. Lu Sheng nodded firmly. I am. In fact, I'll be moving house in just a few days. Once I'm settled, I'll forward the new address to you. Facing Lu Sheng, Lingsu felt a bead of cold sweat trace down her temple. It was difficult to reconcile the two versions of the man before her. She had almost forgotten that this individual, who radiated such an overwhelming and imposing aura with every casual gesture, was technically still just a high school student who hadn't even sat for his final exams yet. The more she observed him, the more her confusion deepened. 6 months ago, she had taken a desperate gamble, never imagining she would be entrusting the entire legacy and fate of the He family to a teenager. Yet, looking at the current trajectory of their success, her intuition had been flawless. She let out a small, self-deprecating laugh. Of course, how could I have been wrong about entrusting my future to my future husband? If there's nothing else that requires my immediate attention, I'll take my leave now. She turned to depart, her mind already racing with the next day's logistics, when a sudden realization struck her. Oh right, I almost forgot to mention a minor administrative update. I've officially promoted Ma Fei to the position of store manager. Back at the flagship location, Ma Fei was practically glowing with pride and relief. Her hard work had finally paid off. She had succeeded. Lu Sheng, for his part, placed absolute trust in He Lingsu's management decisions. Whatever she deemed best for the personnel was law in his eyes. He chuckled to himself, thinking, if my wife says a chicken is a duck, then who in this city would dare to argue otherwise? Very well then. Everything is settled. I'll be heading out now. Take care. Lu Sheng had finished his meal by then, his gaze lingering on He Lingsu's retreating figure as she vanished into the bustle of the street. He retreated into his own thoughts. He Lingsu's company is currently my most vital artery for income. More importantly, it serves as the perfect clandestine facility for the future production of those high-grade enhancers. As for the possibility of He Lingsu betraying him once she gained more power, the thought didn't even cause him a moment's anxiety. While the He family appeared stable on the surface, he knew the reality. Troubles were slowly suffocating them from within. Inevitably, the day will come when they return to me, begging for assistance. Even if there were no external pressures, what I, Lu Sheng, have the power to give, I possess the absolute right to reclaim. For now, the most critical objective is the refinement of my own martial strength. With that resolution firm in his mind, Lu Sheng signaled the attractive waitress to his table. I'd like an order of 50 high-protein steaks to go, please. Pack them carefully. Lu Sheng tightened his grip, his expression hardening with resolve. My arsenal needs to evolve. The mental strength weapons, the no-gap blade technique, the reincarnation refined body, and the immortal golden body technique. They all require a significant breakthrough. With these under my command, the next time I cross paths with that female martial arts grandmaster, I won't be forced into a tactical retreat just to avoid injury. Instead, I will stand my ground and soundly defeat her. Lu Sheng made a silent, solemn vow to himself. In his restless dreams later that night, he stood before the silhouette of a grand new villa, his mind filled with the image of his family's future. Once the saint selection process concludes and I've successfully cleared the spiritual master rank examinations, I'll return home. I'll use the bonuses and the supplementary income from the company to purchase a proper estate for my family. He imagined the scene. Members of the Martial Arts Academy assisting with the heavy lifting as they moved into the new residence, the air filled with the joyful laughter and animated chatter of his loved ones. Yet, a lingering question nagged at the back of Lu Sheng's mind. He wondered exactly how the staff from the Hanyuan Martial Arts Academy had obtained his personal information and why they had been so eager to volunteer their help for the move. A few hours later, however, the logistics were complete. They had finally transitioned into the new house. His younger sister, Lu Qinghe, and her friends were absolutely delighted, their eyes crinkling with joy as they discovered various aesthetically pleasing spots for social media photos. It wasn't long before Lu Qinghe fell back into her habit of teasing her brother. Lu Sheng responded in kind, playfully pressing his hand down on her head to quiet her. Amidst the sibling rivalry, they noticed that their new neighbor was a strikingly beautiful young woman. The girl watched the exchange, seeing Lu Sheng bullying his sister, and couldn't help but feel that this Lu Sheng was a rather peculiar individual. Lu Sheng walked through the halls, his thoughts preoccupied. The graduation exam starts tomorrow. No room for error. Meanwhile, as she stepped into the brand-new private training room, Lu Qinghe stretched her limbs with infectious excitement. Finally, I have a professional-grade training space all to myself. Just you watch. Lu Qinghe is going to surpass her dumb big brother in no time. When that day comes, the roles will be reversed. Big brother Lu Sheng, you better start counting your days. Lu Sheng's parents, Lu Hai and Zheng Yufan, were busy acting as the perfect hosts, thoughtfully preparing traditional greeting gifts for their new neighbors. They were particularly interested after hearing that the person living next door was an attractive young woman. In their minds, it was essential to establish a good relationship now so they could introduce her to their son later. Lu Sheng, his father called out, "We've just settled in. Go over and introduce yourself to the neighbors. I've heard the neighbor is a very lovely girl." Lu Sheng appeared seemingly out of nowhere, nodding. "I'll go with you, Mom, Dad." However, his considerate father, Lu Hai, was worried his son might get distracted by a pretty face and lose focus on his exams. "No need for that tonight. You should prioritize your rest. You have the most important exam of your life tomorrow. Go and recuperate so you're in peak condition." Lu Hai patted his son's shoulder firmly, his voice thick with emotion. "If you manage to secure the top rank in the martial arts exam, you will bring unimaginable honor to this family. Your mother and I would be the happiest parents in the world." Moved by his father's words, Lu Sheng retreated to his room to rest, thinking he could meet the girl another time. As soon as he lay down, the physical world faded, and he plunged into the familiar landscape of the martial arts dream. He could feel the raw power surging through his veins. He was currently standing at the absolute precipice of level 4. He was poised to ascend to level 5 at any moment. In truth, he could have made the transition long ago, but he had intentionally delayed the breakthrough to further temper his foundations. The once pale golden energy within him had matured into a rich, viscous amber, circulating through his meridians like molten sunfire. As a radiant amber light began to emanate from his body, Lu Sheng clenched his fist with iron determination. "The third cycle of the Great Refinement is nearly complete. My physical and spiritual power is about to undergo an exponential transformation." A violent shockwave of energy erupted from him, saturating the entire dreamscape. In a flash, Lu Sheng's amber-hued power swept across the desolate, ice-covered wasteland, challenging the eternal frost. His aura was momentarily checked by massive, ancient layers of permafrost. As jagged ice peaks erupted from the ground in response to his heat, the Valkyrie manifested once more. She stood amidst the swirling blizzard, her hand steady on a long, ornate spear. Her voice was as cold as the wind. "So, you have returned." With a fluid, lethal motion, she leveled the spear. The razor-sharp tip pointed directly at the center of his chest, shimmering with frost. Immediately following the challenge, Lu Sheng's roaring flame-based energy and the Valkyrie's absolute zero ice power slammed into each other with a thunderous roar. Lu Sheng let out a fierce battle cry. "No more talk. Let the training begin. I can currently manifest 20 times my base output, a force akin to the crushing gravity of a planet." Lu Sheng lunged forward, his movement a blur as he aimed a devastating punch toward the Valkyrie's face. She was no amateur, however. With a graceful pivot, she swung her spear in a sweeping arc to execute a clinical counterattack. The sound of displaced air filled the space. Whoosh, 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 as the Valkyrie's relentless strikes rained down upon him. In that moment of extreme peril, Lu Sheng's entire form was engulfed in a towering pillar of celestial flames. Utilizing the 4 special breathing techniques, he shifted into flame breathing. Lu Sheng had already mastered this to the 2nd level of comprehension. Beyond his ability to project concentrated fireballs, he could now generate massive, high-pressure atmospheric explosions through sheer lung capacity. Fueled by an intense combat high, Lu Sheng unleashed a flaming palm strike, sending a wave of incinerating heat toward the Valkyrie. Yet, she merely offered him a subtle, mocking grin. In an instant, the ground buckled as a colossal ice pillar, the size of a skyscraper, surged upward to intercept his path. Lu Sheng's instincts screamed danger, and he executed a mid-air maneuver to dodge the icy behemoth. I can't afford to take that head-on. He had been sparring with the Valkyrie almost every night recently, and his progress was undeniable. He could now survive a full 5 minutes of her onslaught before the dream collapsed. Compared to being instantly killed in their first encounter, this was a monumental leap forward. The perfected martial Tao was slowly integrating into his very soul. He wondered, if he could push all his various martial arts to this subtle level, would the perfected martial Tao itself undergo another evolutionary ascension? Lu Sheng threw a final, testing punch while locking eyes with the Valkyrie, then quickly leaped back to create distance. He muttered under his breath, "All right, I yield for now. I still can't quite best you." Once the graduation exam is over, his cultivation will officially break through to rank 4. With a grade 11 cultivation technique in hand to refine his inner strength and boost his output, reaching rank 5 would be inevitable. Then, and only then, would he truly be ready to defeat her. The more frequently Lu Sheng engaged in these punishing sparring sessions with the Valkyrie Grandmaster, the more an insatiable, visceral craving for her martial Tao spear took root in his soul. Each clash of their energies only served to heighten his desperation to finally claim such a magnificent weapon for his own. However, Lu Sheng was far from defenseless, having finally secured a custom armament of his own, a weapon that had commanded a staggering price tag of 27 billion. Every single gram of the 27 kilograms of pure mithril extracted from the depths of the mine had been funneled into the creation of this singular, devastating masterpiece. He had watched with a heavy heart as the gargantuan mass of raw ore was meticulously refined, shrinking smaller and smaller under the intense heat of the forge until only the most potent, concentrated essence remained. Looking at the final, compact result, Lu Sheng couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret over the sheer astronomical cost of such perfection. After that monumental investment in his equipment, Lu Sheng found himself virtually destitute, with only a few paltry millions remaining in his accounts. He sighed, realizing that this was simply the harsh reality of the spiritual master's path. The profession was widely known to be a bottomless pit of expenditure where wealth was constantly sacrificed at the altar of power. Fortunately, the acquisition of this weapon could be summarized in a single phrase: it was entirely worth it. Even throughout the 10 millennium saga of martial history, the spiritual master remained one of the most coveted and prestigious paths for a reason. Over the grueling past few months, Lu Sheng had finally managed to internalize one singular, devastating lethal technique from the 5th level of the Boundless Blade Wheel. The Fire Seed database, typically exhaustive, offered only the most laconic and cryptic of forward descriptions for this particular ultimate move, providing just a fleeting glimpse of its true destructive potential. Capable of severing grandmasters. Reading those words, Lu Sheng felt cold sweat bead on his brow as he pondered the implications. If a level 5 spiritual master could theoretically slay a grandmaster, then the combat prowess of a level 6 or even a level 7 practitioner wielding the Boundless Blade Wheel must be beyond mortal comprehension. Yet, he knew the Valkyrie Grandmaster was a different breed entirely. Her combat intuition was simply on a plane far removed from the ordinary. Her battle senses existed on an entirely different level compared to even the most seasoned grandmasters of the current era. Despite his recent breakthroughs, Lu Sheng found himself utterly unable to penetrate the 3-meter radius of her defensive zone. He felt a profound sense of helplessness, realizing the Valkyrie's power was so overwhelming that the standard maneuvers of the Boundless Blade were rendered practically obsolete against her. Lu Sheng contemplated a desperate gambit. If he were to channel every ounce of his latent strength into one singular, fatal strike with the Boundless Blade Wheel, there was a slim possibility he might actually succeed in inflicting a serious wound upon the Valkyrie Grandmaster. However, the cost of such an effort would be his total spiritual exhaustion, leaving him as a hollowed-out, vulnerable shell. In the heartbeat following such an attack, the Valkyrie Grandmaster would undoubtedly capitalize on his weakened state and obliterate him with a single, decisive thrust of her spear. Conversely, while under the transcendent effects of the undying golden body, Lu Shang's agility had surged to match her own divine speed. As long as he maintained a defensive posture and refrained from the risks of offense, her attacks could not find their mark. In this stalemate, he realized that strategic evasion remained his most effective survival tactic. Thanks to Lu Shang's newfound velocity, a strange equilibrium had been reached. Even though he lacked the necessary openings to launch a successful assault against the Phantom Warrior, the Valkyrie Grandmaster found herself equally stymied, unable to land a significant blow on the elusive and rapidly moving Lu Shang. It was a frustrating situation, as he lacked any other suitable opponent to serve as a benchmark for his growth. Testing himself against the Valkyrie was a dance with death. She was the only entity currently capable of inflicting grievous injury or permanent demise upon him. Without a less lethal measuring stick, he remained uncertain of his true position on the martial hierarchy and where his actual limits lay. Lu Shang eventually stirred from the depths of his protracted consciousness link with the Valkyrie Grandmaster. He looked toward the sunrise, knowing that tomorrow's graduation exam represented the ultimate crucible to test his limits. His sights were set high. He didn't just want to be the city martial arts champion. He aimed for nothing less than the title of provincial martial arts champion. Those were the immediate milestones Lu Shang had set for himself, but his true ambitions stretched far beyond local accolades. It was no secret to him that he had to push himself further than any student in history. Lu Shang continued to practice the method of crystal contemplation, a technique that allowed for the constant, passive forging and strengthening of his spirit, which he could also use for self-hypnosis when required. Combined with the astral body refining technique, which provided energy comparable to a planetary core, and the undying golden body's regenerative properties, his physique had become a marvel of defense. He could move with total freedom even under extreme gravitational forces, yet he knew he had not yet reached the pinnacle of supreme being. Early that morning in the kitchen, Zheng Yufan had prepared a steaming pile of buns, precisely the kind Lu Shang favored most for breakfast. She watched him eat with a mix of maternal pride and anxiety, offering soft words of encouragement. "Eat your fill and do your best today, Shunger. Your parents are praying for you to achieve the success you deserve." Lu Qinghe chimed in between bites. "Brother, let me go with you to the testing center. My strength has improved drastically lately. I'm certain I could breeze through the preliminary rounds alongside you if they'd let me." Lu Xing finished his bun in a few quick bites and flashed a teasing grin at his sister. "It's not a bad idea. You can come along and soak in the atmosphere of the high-stakes testing environment. That way, when your turn eventually comes in a few years, you won't be quite so terrified." Lu Qinghe's face immediately soured at the implication of her being nervous. "Oomph. If that's how you're going to be, I'm not going at all. I hate you the most, Lu Shang." Zheng Yufan smiled at their familiar bickering, her hands clenched together as she offered further support. "Just stay calm during the tests, Shunger. Give it your absolute best effort. Regardless of the final score, you will always be the greatest pride of your father and me." Lu Shang had just polished off his last plate of dumplings when the sound of a horn announced Lu Hai's arrival in the car. "Son, time to move. Get in the car." Lu Shang waved a quick goodbye to his mother. "Coming, Dad. Let's head out." As he left, Lu Qinghe glared at his back with an unreadable expression, clearly miffed that he was rushing off before she could finish her noodles, effectively barring her from coming along. As the vehicle pulled away from the curb, Zheng Yufan's voice echoed after them, filled with maternal hope. "Give it your all, son. Our family's dream of finally producing a true martial arts champion rests squarely on your shoulders now." Inside the car, Lu Qinghe had shifted from anger to playful whining directed at her father. "Dad, don't you forget about me. Just wait until I finish these noodles, then I'll be ready to conquer the exams too." She let out a small, confident giggle. "I know I'm still young, but to become a real martial arts champion, I just need to put in a bit more work than my big brother." The drive was short, and they soon pulled into the massive parking lot of the examination venue, a vast plaza already teeming with a literal sea of nervous candidates and their families. Lu Sheng opened the car door with a measured calmness and stepped out into the cacophony. Everywhere he looked, parents were fussing over their children, offering last-minute advice. He caught snippets of conversation nearby. "Listen, son, stay focused. Don't let the pressure get to you. Show the world what you're capable of. Getting into a prestigious martial arts academy will change your family's fate forever." Other parents were hovering with bottles of water and snacks, asking if their kids were hungry or needed a final bathroom break. Then came the frantic, repetitive reminders. "Your ID? Your admission ticket? Tell me you didn't leave them at home. Wait here. I'm calling a taxi to rush back and get them." The air was thick with a heavy mix of parental anxiety and student ambition. Walking through the crowd, Lu Sheng felt a strange sense of nostalgia. It had been quite some time since he had engaged in the mundane rituals of a normal student's life. He glanced at Lu Hai, who had been a constant pillar of support these last few months. His father had stood in this very spot years ago for his own exam, but lack of resources and poor nutrition had led to his early elimination, a dream cut short by the harshness of life. Lu Hai reached out and gave Lu Sheng a firm, proud pat on the shoulder, a bright and genuine smile lighting up his face. "You're already 100 times the martial artist I ever was, son. I won't bore you with a long speech. I'll just say one thing. Do your absolute best." The simplicity of the statement resonated deep within Lu Sheng, pulling him into a state of sharp focus. "I will, Dad," he replied softly. Lu Qinghe also grabbed his hand one last time, her earlier annoyance completely gone. "Go get him, big bro Dad, and I will be right here waiting for the good news." Lu Sheng gave them one final, reassuring wave before turning his back on the crowd and heading toward the registration gates. The bells finally chimed, signaling the commencement of the annual grand-scale martial arts examination. Thousands of candidates began to form orderly lines, their faces masks of intense concentration. An examiner's voice boomed over the loudspeaker. "Students, proceed to your assigned rooms in an orderly fashion. Room 1 for blood chi evaluation. Room 2 for combat index testing. Registration numbers 00236 through 0240. Report immediately." As the specific numbers were called, students filed toward the interior of the testing complex. Suddenly, the examiner at the front of the line froze, his eyes widening in pure, unadulterated shock as he looked past the candidates. Lu Sheng was unconsciously emitting a faint, chilling blue aura, a manifestation of his immense power that made the surrounding air feel heavy and oppressive. The other candidates nearby began to stumble, their footing unsteady as the orderly lines dissolved into chaos. "What is happening here?" the examiner barked. "Why are you all crowding together, leaving a 10-meter gap in the line? Stand straight." A chubby candidate nearby, teeth chattering and body trembling, stammered out, I can't, sir. Every time I try to get closer to him, I feel a terrifying pressure. My whole body won't stop shaking." The examiner's face flushed with irritation as he barked at the gathered assembly, his voice echoing off the concrete walls. "What is the meaning of this commotion? The examination is slated to commence immediately. Cease this infantile chatter at once. How could such a ridiculous phenomenon exist in a standard testing hall? Let me see for myself." With a heavy, authoritative stride, the examiner pushed through the crowd to confront Lu Sheng directly. The moment he crossed into Lu Sheng's immediate vicinity, the examiner's bravado evaporated instantly. A wave of suffocating, primal dread washed over him, far more potent than any aura he had ever encountered in a student. His breath hitched in his throat, and a layer of frigid cold sweat instantly broke out across his brow, soaking the collar of his uniform. The intensity of the aura was nearly physical, a crushing weight that forced the examiner to grit his teeth in a desperate attempt to maintain his professional composure. He understood the biological reality behind this pressure. It was the natural, involuntary manifestation of a high-level martial artist's presence. When a warrior's inner strength reaches a certain transcendent threshold, it radiates outward like a silent, overwhelming tide. To those of lesser cultivation or ordinary civilians, Approaching Lu Sheng felt like walking into the territory of an apex predator. Their primal defense mechanisms were screaming at them, a visceral biological imperative that demanded they flee. It was an instinctive rejection of danger, a warning that the body's survival instincts triggered to keep them away from a potential source of annihilation. The examiner scrutinized the young man before him, his mind reeling with profound disbelief and a growing sense of trepidation. What manner of unnatural monster is this youth? He wondered silently, his hands trembling. In the examiner's eyes, Lu Sheng's gaze was entirely devoid of student-like warmth, appearing instead as cold and predatory as a wild beast stalking the frozen tundra. Desperate to salvage the last shreds of his dignity in front of the impressionable candidates, the examiner cleared his throat, though it sounded like a nervous rasp. Student Lu Sheng, please proceed to a private, separate examination chamber for your initial blood chi evaluation. We must ensure the equipment is properly calibrated for your level. He then signaled the others with a shaky hand. The rest of you, continue in the designated sequence immediately. The announcement rippled through the gathered students like a shockwave, leaving them utterly astonished. A chorus of hushed whispers and bewildered gasps filled the air as they stole fearful glances at Lu Sheng's back. The news that a fellow student required specialized isolation for testing was unheard of, fueling the growing legend of his terrifying power. Seizing the opportunity to distance themselves from the oppressive atmosphere, several of the more unnerved candidates practically bolted toward the other testing bays in a state of panic. That was horrifying. I felt like I couldn't even breathe, one muttered, exhaling a breath of relief once they were clear. Watching the chaos he had inadvertently caused, Lu Sheng let out a soft, weary sigh. He looked at the examiner with a calm, steady expression and gave a curt nod. Understood. I shall go. Lu Sheng stepped into the sterilized environment of the blood chi evaluation room, only to be met by a cacophony of frantic shouting. A student was being unceremoniously restrained by security, his voice cracking with desperation. I swear, I didn't use any prohibited substances. My results must be a mistake. I didn't take anything illegal to boost my rank. Lu Sheng paused, observing the scene with a detached curiosity as he contemplated the fragility of the boy's future. The wailing student continued his frantic explanation, directed at an unmoved official. I only consumed a small bowl of chicken bone broth this morning, uncle. My family told me it would provide the necessary vitality for the trials. I had no idea it would trigger the sensors. The owner of the voice was unceremoniously hauled toward the exit, his feet dragging against the polished floor. From across the room, an examiner delivered the cold, bureaucratic finality. We issued clear warnings. Every supplement must be declared. Cheating is a stain on the martial path. You are hereby disqualified and barred from all examinations for the next 3 years. The rules are absolute. You must bear the consequences of your folly. The boy's screams of, "I didn't cheat," faded as the heavy doors slammed shut. A nearby examiner shook his head in disappointment, checking his clipboard. It is tragic how these youngsters fail to respect the sanctity of the martial path. They think a 3-year ban is a temporary setback, but the truth is much harsher. No reputable martial arts school in the country will ever admit a student with a permanent black mark for integrity. For him, the road has ended before it even began. The examiner then shifted his gaze toward Lu Sheng, beckoning him forward with a sharp, commanding gesture. You there? You're the next on the list. Step forward for your evaluation immediately. Yes, I'm talking to you. Move quickly. Lu Sheng didn't hesitate, closing the distance with a steady, rhythmic pace. Despite his best efforts to suppress it, his formidable aura surged forward like a physical tide, preceding his every step. The two proctors felt their pupils dilate as the atmospheric pressure in the room shifted. Their eyes widened in sheer disbelief. The sheer density of the aura was unlike anything they had encountered in a high school candidate. Although they were both level 5 martial artists, their primal instincts overrode their professional training, compelling them to involuntarily step back as Lu Sheng passed by. A tense silence followed for several long moments before one of the examiners finally managed to shake off the paralysis. He adjusted his collar, trying to find his voice. Are you prepared to begin the process? We shall commence with the primary blood chi extraction and measurement. As the automated blood-drawing apparatus extended its needle toward Lu Sheng's arm, it looked absurdly fragile, as thin and delicate as a strand of spider silk against his honed skin. Lu Sheng glanced at the device and spoke in a flat, clinical tone. My body tempering has reached a state of extreme density. I would advise you to switch to a higher-grade implement immediately. The standard needle will not be able to penetrate my skin. To the examiner's horror, the specialized medical-grade alloy needle crumpled against Lu Sheng's forearm like a wet noodle, bending into a useless coil. Their jaws dropped in unison, eyes bulging at the physical impossibility. One proctor hurriedly fumbled through a cabinet, retrieving a reinforced obsidian-cased box. I have a set of industrial-grade extraction needles specifically designed for high-tier professional martial artists. These should be sufficient. Before the examiner could even finish his explanation, Lu Sheng reached out with lightning speed and snatched a whole handful of the reinforced needles from the box. Testing each of these long-bore needles one by one is an inefficient use of my time, he noted, his voice echoing with a strange, metallic resonance. Let us consolidate the process and finish this quickly. He tightly closed his fist around the bundle of high-tensile steel needles, his muscles rippling with controlled force. Then, he delivered a series of precise, rhythmic taps against the meat of his palm with his other hand, channeling his inner strength. To the utter shock of the observers, the supposedly indestructible needles were pulverized within his grip, falling to the floor like shards of brittle, dry straw. The examiners were trembling violently now, sweat pouring down their faces as they witnessed what could only be described as a supernatural display of physical density. Just how impenetrable is this student's hide? One whispered. Shaken, they pointed toward the hallway. We have no choice but to escalate this to the higher-ups. For now, proceed to the combat power testing room for your secondary assessment. Very well. I shall take my leave, Lu Sheng replied with a chilling, detached courtesy that made the air feel even colder. He turned on his heel, his shadow stretching long across the floor as he moved toward the designated combat power testing zone, leaving the two stunned examiners behind. Inside the spacious testing hall, another examinee was currently in the midst of his evaluation. The boy let out a guttural roar, his eyes bulging with exertion as he shouted, "Ha! Dot!" He channeled his entire being into a single, explosive strike against the padded sensor. A vibrant blue aura erupted from the impact point, illuminating the room as the measurement dummy groaned under the force. The digital display flickered before stabilizing on a respectable number. My combat power exceeds 100. Dong Ning Martial Arts University is finally within my reach, the boy exclaimed, gasping for air. One of the proctors seated at the observation desk looked up, noticing the frantic entrance of the previous examiners as they led Lu Sheng into the arena. Old Zong, why have you abandoned your post so early? The seated examiner asked, pushing his glasses up his nose as he rose to meet his colleague. The next examinee's blood chi results haven't even been logged yet, have they? The man known as Old Zong leaned in close, his voice a frantic, low-pitched murmur. As he explained the situation at the previous station, the seated proctor's face turned pale. What? You're telling me he did that? Is that for real? Old Zong didn't even acknowledge the active testing station. His eyes were fixed on the potential disaster standing in the center of the room. Forget the logs. Is your equipment calibrated? You need to swap this standard unit for the high-end industrial model immediately. We cannot afford another equipment failure or a public loss of face. Our reputation depends on accurate measurement. The other examiner scoffed, though his confidence seemed slightly forced. Relax, Zong. This unit is perfectly fine. It's the latest top-of-the-line model imported directly from Japan. The threshold on this machine is set to 990,000. Even a peak level 6 martial artist couldn't possibly max it out. Unless you're trying to tell me this teenager is a hidden grandmaster? Don't be absurd. He's just a student. We have everything under control. Rest assured, everything is fine. Ha! He let out a boisterous, dismissive laugh, attempting to dispel the tension in the room. He raised his voice, projecting it across the hall. Hey, you're Lu Sheng, right? Step forward. It is your turn to face the dummy. Upon hearing his name, Lu Sheng stepped into the testing circle. Even from a distance, the dismissive examiner felt a sudden, icy prickle at the base of his neck. Something was fundamentally wrong about the air surrounding the boy, a stillness that felt like the eye of a hurricane. "Wait, hold your position for a moment," the examiner stammered. As Lu Sheng drew closer, a terrifying, nebulous aura of obsidian and crimson began to manifest around him, thick enough to distort the light. His eyes seemed to ignite with an inner flame, and for a fleeting second, his features were obscured by a shadow that resembled a primordial monster. The sight was so jarring that the examiner's heart nearly stopped in pure, unmitigated terror. Lu Sheng offered a faint, unsettling smile, his voice cutting through the silence like a sharp blade. "Greetings, examiner. I am ready to begin the evaluation. My name is Lu Sheng," he continued, though the examiner was already trembling so violently his clipboard nearly slipped from his fingers. The man forced a ghastly, tight-lipped smile, his voice quivering as he pointed toward the equipment. "Ah, yes. Right. Lu Sheng. Please proceed to the combat power measurement machine to begin the test." Lu Sheng walked to the machine with a measured pace. He paused before it, casting a brief, contemplative glance at its gleaming metallic surface as if weighing its durability against his own power. "Student Lu Sheng, are you fully prepared to initiate the test?" the examiner asked, his eyes darting toward the emergency shutdown switch. Lu Sheng took a deep breath, his expression becoming one of profound, focused serenity. "Please grant me a moment of preparation," Lu Sheng replied softly. The examiner watched, transfixed by a cold sweat, as Lu Sheng began to condense his internal energy. 100-fold increase in pressure erupted from him, his aura shifting from a deep violet into a violent, incandescent red. The air groaned, and the sound of grinding metal echoed from within Lu Sheng's very bones as his power peaked. Suddenly, the red glow was consumed by a blinding, transcendent golden radiance that filled every corner of the testing hall. The two examiners were forced to shield their eyes with their arms, the sheer intensity of the light threatening to sear their retinas as the room began to vibrate. The examiner's heart hammered against his ribs as he stared in sheer disbelief, his breath hitching in his throat. One hand was white-knuckled against his own head, while the other gripped the armrest of his chair so fiercely that the plastic groaned under the strain. His mouth hung open, a silent mask of shock frozen on his face. "What in the name of the gods is this?" he finally stammered, his voice cracking with a mixture of awe and terror. "Who dared to tell me this monster was merely a student here for a routine graduation exam?" Meanwhile, at the epicenter of the pressure, Lu Sheng had entered a state of absolute, icy focus. He felt the threads of his power weaving together, concentrating his energy into a singular, explosive point while his consciousness mapped out every structural weakness in the space before him. This was the culmination of his journey, the almighty state of perfect martial arts, first form. Lu Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted, glowing with an ethereal, predatory intensity that seemed to pierce through the very fabric of reality. "Stellar emission," he whispered, the words carrying a weight that made the air tremble as if under the command of a celestial entity. Witnessing the activation of this transcendent skill, the examiner sat utterly petrified, his mind struggling to process the sheer scale of the energy being manifested. His mouth remained agape, his eyes wide and unblinking, refusing to believe the impossible evidence provided by his own senses. This was no mere student technique. This was a grandmaster-level manifestation of intent. In the center of the room, Lu Sheng wound back his arm, his gaze fixed and determined as he prepared to release a blow that would redefine the limits of the facility. "This marks the first moment I have truly integrated every state of my being into a single point of impact," Lu Sheng thought, a surge of clinical curiosity rising within him. "I, too, am eager to see the exact measurement of my current boundaries." With a roar of silent energy, he unleashed a full-throttle punch. For a split second, the world was swallowed by a blinding, incandescent golden radiance that seared the retinas of anyone watching. Then came the sound, a deafening, bone-shaking explosion that echoed like the crack of doom throughout the entire testing complex. Mere minutes before this cataclysmic event, within the hallowed, quiet halls of the graduation examination headquarters, Two men sat in a sharp contrast of peace and high-stakes strategy, engaged in a slow-paced game of chess. Checkmate, Director Liu. A calm voice broke the silence just as a sharp knock sounded at the door. Sitting across from Lu Qiming was the guest of honor, Xiao Yuha, the esteemed chairman of the Shuhai City Martial Artist Association. To maintain the highest standards of integrity and prevent any local bias or cheating, the examination board had followed protocol by inviting the chairman from neighboring cities' associations to serve as chief external examiners for this year's crucial trials. After a moment of pained contemplation, Lu Qiming, the director of the Baihe City Education Bureau, scratched his head in mock frustration and let out a long sigh. I've lost once again. Your mastery of the board is simply too high for me, Chairman Xiao. That makes 7 consecutive defeats. I yield. No more, or I shall lose what little dignity I have left. Xiao Yuha stroked his chin, a humble laugh echoing through the office. Haha, you flatter me far too much, Director. I am but a rough martial artist who prefers the blade to the board. My skills are rudimentary at best. You are far too modest, Chairman. At that moment, the door burst open as a blonde staff member rushed into the room, her face pale and her breathing ragged with anxiety. Chairman Xiao, I apologize for the interruption, but there is an urgent matter from the testing floor that requires your immediate attention. Xiao Yuha, still focused on resetting the chess pieces, didn't even bother to look up. He snapped with a hint of irritation. What is the meaning of this frantic behavior? Can you not see I am currently hosting a distinguished guest? Well, what has happened that is so pressing? Speak clearly, Xiao Yuha commanded, his tone cooling. The blonde assistant stammered, her fingers fidgeting with a report. Yes, sir. It's quite difficult to describe without sounding hyperbolic. To put it simply, an examinee at the Baihe City Center has managed to destroy an entire container of blood-drawing needles through sheer physical density. The head examiner on-site is requesting authorization to deploy more high-end, reinforced equipment. Xiao Yuha paused, his hand hovering over a pawn. We issued a full crate of high-grade needles to every room this morning. Do you truly believe you need my personal sign-off for such a trivial logistical matter? The blonde assistant swallowed hard, her voice dropping to a whisper. Sir, you don't understand. It wasn't the standard needles. It was the entire batch of high-end, reinforced needles that was obliterated. Upon hearing this, a cold sweat broke out across Xiao Yua's forehead, his composure finally fracturing. What? You're telling me even the specialized high-end needles, the ones rated for professional combatants, were snapped? Has this student truly managed to temper his body to such a preternatural degree of hardness? He immediately stood up, his eyes sharp with a new intensity. Quickly, go to the central vault and retrieve the highest-grade special extraction needles immediately. I want no delays. Also, bring me that examinee's full profile. I need to know exactly who we are dealing with. The assistant moved with practiced efficiency, producing a folder from her side. I've already prepared the documents for your review, sir. This is the file for the student in question, Lu Sheng. Both Xiao Yuha and Lu Qiming leaned over the desk, their eyes scanning the records with hungry intensity. As they reached the final pages of the report, a heavy silence descended upon the room. The chairman lowered his head, pondering the implications for several long seconds, before looking up with a beaming smile to congratulate the director. Director Liu, it seems I must offer you my sincerest congratulations. You have a dragon in your city. Lu Qiming clasped his hands together, his face glowing with a mix of pride and humility. It is mere luck, Chairman. Truly, our city is simply benefiting from your presence today. I never expected that your visit would bring such an auspicious blessing to our humble examinations. Xiao Yuha looked at Lu Qiming with a searching, calm gaze, noting the man's lack of absolute shock. Tell me, Director Liu, you don't seem nearly as surprised by this data as I would have expected. Is there something more to this young man? Lu Qiming offered a knowing, slight smile in response. Good heavens, to say it was unexpected would be a lie, but I must admit I had a certain premonition about this boy. He isn't exactly a well-kept secret among those who pay attention to the rising tides. Chairman Xiao, I'm sure you are well acquainted with the Eastern Military Region's prestigious Enlightenment Star Selection, yes? Well, this boy, Lu Sheng, isn't just a participant. He is this year's designated Enlightenment star. Beyond his military accolades, this young genius has become the shining light of the entire Baihe City martial arts community. A look of genuine astonishment crossed Xiao Yuha's face as the pieces of the puzzle finally clicked together. So that's the truth of it. It all makes sense now, he thought to himself, his heart racing with excitement. With this kind of raw, unbridled power, he won't just be qualifying for the provincial title. He is practically already seated upon the throne. He turned to his companion. Director Liu, we must go at once. We cannot simply sit here while such a generational talent is being tested. It would be a tragedy to miss witnessing this with our own eyes. Suddenly, a massive, violent tremor rocked the entire building, making the walls groan and the floor roll like a ship at sea. What in the world is happening? Xiao Yuha shouted, staggering as he tried to maintain his balance against the violent vibrations. The structural integrity of this building is being tested. By the gods, what is going on? The chairman growled, his boots nearly slipping as the tiles beneath him rippled. Lu Qiming was forced to drop to one knee, bracing himself against the floor to keep from falling over completely. An earthquake? No, this doesn't feel like a natural earthquake, Xiao Yuha replied, his martial senses tingling as he analyzed the shock waves. The frequency is too focused. I can feel the source. It's radiating from nearby. That direction. It's coming directly from the combat power testing hall. What on earth could be transpiring in there to cause such a disturbance? Inside the combat power testing room, a thick, swirling curtain of dust slowly began to settle, revealing Lu Sheng standing perfectly still in the center of the devastation. An examiner lay sprawled awkwardly on the floor, dazed, while the massive measuring device had been completely uprooted and blasted across the room, leaving a deep, jagged trench carved into the reinforced concrete floor. The scene was one of total, unmitigated carnage. The two remaining examiners stared with wide, unblinking eyes, their jaws having dropped so far they seemed frozen in place. The machine, a top-of-the-line model designed to withstand the full might of a level 6 martial artist, had been reduced to scrap metal by a single strike. His punch, it surpassed the 990,000-point limit, one whispered in a trembling voice. Lu Sheng looked at the digital readout, or rather, the smoking ruins of it, and gave a small, thoughtful nod. He appeared quietly satisfied with the results of his own internal experiment. The young man turned toward the staff, his face a mask of deceptive innocence as he spoke in a soft, polite tone. I assure you, I merely followed the testing procedure. I certainly didn't intend for the equipment to fail so spectacularly. Please, don't hold this destruction against me. I was simply performing to the best of my ability. As he finished, Xiao Yuha and Lu Qiming burst into the room, stopping dead in their tracks at the sight of the absolute chaos. The facility was utterly wrecked. Xiao Yuha surged forward, shouting, "Report! What happened here?" One of the examiners, overwhelmed by the sheer pressure and the sudden arrival of the chairman, collapsed to his knees and began to sob like a terrified child. Chairman Xiao, you've finally arrived. Thank the heavens." The other examiner simply stood there, his shaking finger pointed toward Lu Sheng, who was calmly approaching them. He isn't a student, sir. He's a grandmaster in disguise. Lu Sheng paused, a look of genuine confusion crossing his features. He blinked, slowly pointing a finger at his own chest. Huh? A grandmaster? Are you truly referring to me? Ignoring the confusion, Xiao Yuha immediately took command of the situation. Evacuate the other candidates from the vicinity immediately. Clear the halls. Tell those waiting outside that there is a minor technical delay. He then turned back to the trembling staff. And you, go to the secure storage and bring a grandmaster-level measuring device here at once. We need equipment that can actually record these numbers. The two examiners, soaked in cold sweat, scrambled to obey. Yes, sir. Right away, sir. The chairman surveyed the room, taking in the sight of the concrete pulverized into fine white dust. A single punch with the power to reduce reinforced rock to powder, he thought, his heart swelling with awe. What has occurred in this room today will surely pass into the realm of legend. Truly, we are witnessing the emergence of a peerless hero in his youth. Lu Qiming walked over to Lu Sheng, his boots crunching on the debris. He carefully navigated around the deep crater in the floor, offering the boy a warm, reassuring smile. Rest easy, Lu Sheng. No one is blaming you for the equipment failure. Do not let the pressure of this situation weigh on you. He paused to add a gentle instruction. Just take a moment to center yourself. We need you to cooperate with us for a more accurate assessment once the new gear arrives. As Lu Qiming stood within Lu Sheng's personal space, he felt a visceral, heavy pressure. Just being near the boy allowed him to sense the martial aura that had clearly been forged through hundreds of thousands of hours of intense refinement. If I had not stood here and witnessed this wreckage myself, he mused, who on this earth could believe that such an 18-year-old martial artist could possibly exist? An hour later, the hall had been sufficiently cleared and the specialized equipment had been installed. An examiner stepped forward, signaling the chairman. Chairman Xiao, all Grandmaster-level advanced equipment is operational and calibrated. We are ready to resume the evaluation immediately. He produced a large, gleaming golden syringe fashioned from an exotic, unknown alloy that looked incredibly sophisticated. Xiao Yuhan nodded gravely. Excellent. We shall begin by remeasuring Lu Sheng's blood qi with the high-precision tools. Lu Sheng remained remarkably composed, extending his hand with stoic cooperation for Chairman Xiao Yuha to initiate the blood draw. Even with his significant cultivation, Xiao Yuha found he had to exert a surprising amount of physical pressure to force the reinforced needle through Lu Sheng's extraordinarily dense skin. It took 3 focused attempts before a full tube of the vibrant fluid was successfully extracted, allowing Xiao Yuha to carefully dispense several droplets onto the sensor for immediate analysis. The visual properties of Lu Sheng's blood were utterly anomalous, shimmering with a deep crimson hue that seemed infused with an ethereal amber radiance. Director Lu Qiming stared at the single, heavy droplet, a cold sweat breaking out across his skin as the realization struck him. He pointed with a trembling finger, noting that the fluid was so incredibly dense it appeared incapable of clotting, possessing the unnatural viscosity of liquid mercury, a definitive physiological hallmark of a true grandmaster. Chairman Xiao Yuha, however, shook his head as he scrutinized the sample, interjecting with a note of technical precision. No, he is not quite there yet. His essence lacks the pearl-like, crystalline density of a perfected 7th-rank practitioner. While the blood was undeniably remarkable, he noted that the true Grandmaster's state required an even higher level of viscosity. Despite this clarification, Director Lu Qiming remained visibly shaken, marveling at the fact that a mere teenager could possess such an advanced physiological foundation. Chairman Xiao Yuha proceeded to slot the vial into the high-precision blood qi analyzer, and within seconds, the holographic interface flared to life. The display pulsed with light as the final calculation crystallized, a staggering blood qi index of 123,356, officially designated as rank S. Director Lu Qiming stared at the glowing numbers, his hands moving instinctively to his head as he struggled to process the sheer impossibility of the data before him. A blood qi index exceeding 120,000, an S-rank evaluation, Lu Qiming whispered, his voice thick with awe. This wasn't just a local anomaly. In the entire recorded history of Bias City, and perhaps the entire administrative chronicle of Dongning Province, no such astronomical result had ever been recorded during a standard graduation examination. With a look of profound satisfaction, Xiao Yuha approached Lu Sheng and offered a sincere commendation. Outstanding work, Lu Sheng. You have not merely passed, you have shattered the standing record for blood qi in all of Dongning Province. Lu Sheng merely offered a curt, 2-word response. Not bad. The examiner nearby nearly lost his footing upon hearing such a nonchalant reaction to a history-making achievement, feeling a surge of both terror and admiration for the youth's unflappable temperament. It took nearly 90 seconds of deep breathing for the testing staff to regain their professional composure. Once the atmosphere had stabilized, the lead examiner approached the specialized Grandmaster-grade combat assessment unit. Chairman Xiao, the high-threshold measuring device has been fully calibrated and is ready for initialization. The older man gestured toward Lu Sheng, encouraging him to maintain his momentum. Strike while the iron is hot, Lu Sheng. Let us see the full extent of your destructive potential. As Lu Sheng stepped before the massive, reinforced assessment pillar, Xiao Yuha noted that the machine looked almost pristine. Because of the extreme scarcity of high-level practitioners in Bias City, this particular Grandmaster grade unit had spent most of its life gathering dust in storage. Today, however, it would finally fulfill its purpose by measuring the output of an 18-year-old monster. Lu Sheng began to condense his internal energy, centering his focus into his right fist until a brilliant, incandescent golden light erupted from his knuckles, radiating the distinct, heavy pressure of a Grandmaster's will. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a thunderous punch. The resulting shockwave was so violent that the entire observation room groaned under the stress, accompanied by a blinding flash of energy that momentarily whited out the room's vision. Chairman Xiao Yuha and director Lu Qiming were forced to shield their faces, bracing themselves against the terrifying kinetic force radiating from the impact. Xiao Yuha watched with wide, disbelieving eyes, confirming that the strike carried the unmistakable signature of a Grandmaster's will. It was a realization that shook him to his core. The very pinnacle of martial intent, a state he had chased for decades, was being manifested by a boy not yet out of high school. Director Lu Qiming stood frozen, cold sweat drenching his shirt as he realized the path to the 7th rank, the realm of a true Grandmaster, had been flung wide open for Lu Sheng. At this rate, the boy would achieve that legendary status in a mere fraction of the time it took others. As the thick plumes of smoke and dust began to clear, they saw Lu Sheng's fist buried deep within the reinforced steel plating of the measuring device, a sight that left Lu Sheng looking quite content with his performance. Almost instantaneously, the digital interface of the Grandmaster-grade device flickered to life, processing the immense data from the impact. The holographic numbers stabilized, revealing a monumental combat power index of exactly 126,000 points, a figure that left the surrounding staff in a state of stunned silence. Seeing the finalized numbers, director Lu Qiming couldn't suppress a triumphant smile, his voice filled with relief and pride. The combat power index is perfectly in line with the required benchmarks. Even if it falls just a hair's breadth short of a fully established 7th-rank veteran, he can effectively be considered a Grandmaster-level combatant for all practical purposes. Meanwhile, Chairman Xiao Yuha was deep in thought, chewing on a fingernail as a sense of lingering incongruity nagged at him. Something is still not adding up, Lu Sheng, he mused aloud. You clearly possess the raw destructive output and the will of a Grandmaster. But during that strike, why did you not manifest your chi armor? Following the chairman's lead, director Lu Qiming also realized the oversight and approached the youth. He's right. Where is your defensive chi manifestation? A faint, golden luminescence flickered briefly in Lu Sheng's palm as he gave a remarkably blunt explanation. Oh, that? It is simply because I haven't actually ascended to level 5 yet, so the chi armor hasn't had the opportunity to physically manifest. This overly honest confession struck the two men like a physical blow. Lu Qiming cried out in sheer, unadulterated shock. What? He couldn't wrap his mind around the fact that Lu Sheng was unleashing Grandmaster-level devastation while technically still being a rank 4 martial artist. Chairman Xiao Yuha turned to director Lu Qiming, offering his sincere congratulations with a hint of envy. You are truly fortunate, director. Your Baiha city is on the verge of birthing a legendary great Grandmaster. We are witnessing a true dragon taking form among men. Lu Qiming was nearly overcome with joy, clasping his hands together as he let out a boisterous laugh. A true dragon indeed. To think our humble city would be the birthplace of such a magnificent entity. Director Lu then turned to the white-shirted assistant, barking out orders with renewed urgency. Quickly, dispatch an immediate priority report to Chairman Xiao Yua's office and the Eastern Military Region headquarters. While the bureaucrats scrambled, Lu Sheng had already finished his duties, exiting the facility and making his way toward the parking area. He raised a hand, calling out to his father. Seeing his son approach, Lu Hai hurried forward, his face etched with concern. Sheng-er, how was it? Did you manage to show them your true strength? Lu Qinghe also crowded in, her eyes wide with anticipation as she tugged on her brother's sleeve. Come on, don't keep us in suspense. Tell us everything. Dad and I have been standing out here in a state of absolute agony, waiting for news. Lu Sheng offered a casual, nonchalant shrug, his voice calm and steady. The results were slightly more favorable than my initial projections. Securing a spot at the first martial arts university in the capital shouldn't be much of a challenge. Lu Qinghe let out a squeal of delight, jumping up and down with infectious energy. Slightly better? You mean you might actually be the top scholar in the entire country? Haha, I'm going to be the sister of the national #1 scholar. Her face split into a grin so wide it seemed she might never stop smiling. Caught up in the celebratory atmosphere, the three of them gathered together to take several joyful selfies, documenting the historic moment of Lu Shang's successful completion of his graduation exam. Once he was alone later that evening, Lu Xing accessed his personal profile within the hidden system to review his updated biography. The screen flickered. Name: Lu Shang. Gender: male. Projected lifespan: 297 to 477 years. Martial path: Level 8 Great Grandmaster. The record noted that at age 18, he had already become a Level 2 martial artist in Baya City, which was considered shocking for the time. He had then been recommended by the Baya City Martial Artists Association to the Dongning Province Genius Training Camp, where he claimed the top spot before being selected as the Eastern Military Region's Enlightenment Star. The chronological record continued, noting that he had graduated at the absolute top of the national rankings that same year, earning him an elite invitation into the capital's prestigious 7th Martial Arts University. His future trajectory was even more illustrious, joining the Eastern Military Region after 2 years, attaining the status of Grandmaster at age 32, and Great Grandmaster by 54. By the age of 60, he was recognized as one of the 4 legendary generals of the Eastern Military Region, having spent a lifetime achieving glorious victories. He eventually passed away in April at the age of 477, with a total martial lifespan of 181 active years. The historical evaluation awarded him 45 stars, granting him access to the Tier 4 Fire Seed Resource Vault. Lu Xing paused, blinking at a note about having 5 wives. No way. That's definitely not what I intended, he muttered out loud, though a small, involuntary smirk played on his lips as he thought about the beauties mentioned. His mood brightened considerably as he read about his future twin daughters, the idea of a family bringing a sudden sense of warmth to his ambitious heart. Lu Xing tightened his grip, the reality of his potential future settling in. He had actually achieved the pinnacle of an 8th-ranked Great Grandmaster in that timeline, along with a family of 5 wives, a life defined by both unparalleled power and personal fulfillment. Haha, Tier 4 access, he chuckled. This clearance level allowed him to download the subsequent volumes of 3 separate Level 11 martial techniques, the 3rd phase of the stargazing visualization method, the advanced tier of the natural breathing method, and the 2nd stage of the immortal body forging art. The Tier 4 permissions for the immortal body forging art were comprehensive, covering every stage of physical cultivation from Level 4 up to Level 6. Essentially, it provided him with a direct, uninterrupted path to the realm of a Grandmaster. This specific segment of the manual did more than just outline the physical training for the 2nd stage of the immortal golden body. It also included a unique, esoteric method for refining one's internal essence. Fortunately, the records indicate that Shi Shengning is a fervent devotee of Wang He's martial philosophies, a loyalty that seems deeply rooted within the family lineage. This connection allows for a much smoother inheritance of the specific Grandmasters, that was meticulously crafted by his predecessor. As long as Lu Xing continued to steadily elevate his blood qi index, his ascension to Grandmaster status was virtually guaranteed. However, he remained cognizant of the origins of Shi Shengning's fist technique, which was pioneered by the Grandmaster Tianyang Tontian, a rank 11 powerhouse who would eventually be known as the Eastern Extremity Evil Yang in 10,000 years. He couldn't help but compare the martial Tao of Wang He with the legendary paths of other ancient masters. Were their ultimate realizations truly of the same caliber? He concluded that their foundations and final expressions were likely vastly different. Ultimately, that is their Tao, and it is not mine, Lu Xing reasoned. The path he intended to forge toward the Grandmaster realm would use Wang He as a foundation, but it was destined to eventually surpass and transcend his predecessor's limits. Meanwhile, in the real world, Lu Hai was already bustling with excitement. planning a lavish celebration for his son's upcoming achievements. My son's success is just around the corner. We must mark this occasion with a proper festival. In the house immediately adjacent, the husband looked out the window and turned to his wife. Honey, have you seen the new neighbors? They're already hanging red lanterns and preparing firecrackers. It looks like they have something enormous to celebrate. His wife, however, offered only a disgruntled response. Celebrate what? Ever since those people moved into this neighborhood, its tranquility has been utterly compromised, she hissed, her voice dripping with vitriol. She waved a baringed hand dismissively, her teeth grinding audibly as she continued her tirade. This area used to be exclusive, but now that property values have dipped, any commoner with a bit of loose change can buy their way in. Just look at their pathetic, provincial appearance. It's absolutely revolting. These new country bumpkins are doing nothing but making a ceaseless, unrefined racket. Just this morning, I caught them at their front door, clumsily clutching a mountain of oranges like they'd never seen fresh fruit before. They were dropping them everywhere, bruising the skins, and blocking the entire thoroughfare for nearly half an hour. It was an utter farce. I'm still worried that some of that sticky orange juice might have splashed onto the pristine, ceramic-coated finish of my car. The mere thought of it makes my skin crawl, she continued, her face flushing a deep crimson with indignation. The husband, noticing the rising temperature of his wife's temper and the potential for a public scene, attempted a diplomatic intervention. Now, dear, there's no need for such biting vulgarity. We are all neighbors, after all. A little bit of communal civility goes a long way. The wife whipped around, her eyes flashing with a predatory fury. What? I'm your wife, and you're actually choosing to take the side of those peasants. Suddenly, a sequence of 9 ear-piercing blasts from a heavy-duty car horn tore through the air, causing the woman to jump in fright, her mouth hanging open in a silent gasp. She clapped her hands over her ears instinctively to muffle the sound. Who is making that ungodly noise? Have they completely lost their minds? It must be that penniless neighbor again, trying to retaliate against me. I am absolutely livid. Just because I might have accidentally stepped on a few of his wretched oranges? Just you wait. I'll hire a truck to dump a mountain of refuse in his front yard. While the wife spiraled into a hysterical rage, her husband stood frozen, his gaze fixed on the approaching vehicle's license plate. A cold, oily sweat began to bead on his forehead. Hold on. Look at that plate, he whispered, his voice trembling with a sudden, profound realization. It's D00000001. That isn't just a luxury car. That plate belongs to the highest office in the neighboring province. The markings are unmistakable. The provincial governor himself is making an official visit to our residential complex. The horn blared 9 times once more, a rhythmic salute reserved for the highest honors. Congratulations on the emergence of a supreme martial talent. A voice boomed via a professional-grade loudspeaker. The husband's realization deepened into awe. The provincial governor is here. It has to be for a national martial arts champion or someone of equal stature. I heard rumors that this year's top-ranked candidate hailed from Bias City, but to think he actually resides within this very apartment complex is mind-blowing. What absolute nonsense are you spewing now? The wife snapped, though her internal confidence was rapidly wavering. How could a national champion possibly live in a place like this? And it certainly couldn't be that provincial family who just moved in. She squinted, double-checking the approaching motorcade. It really is the governor's car, she stammered, her tone shifting instantly to one of frantic, opportunistic excitement. Thank the heavens the ancestors are watching over us. I must go inside immediately, freshen up, and find a way to introduce myself to such an illustrious guest. Inside the neighboring house, Lu Hai and Lu Qinghe were equally bewildered by the sudden cacophony and the flashing lights outside. Hey, Qinghe, look at those high-end, armored vehicles parked right in front of our gate, Lu Hai noted, peering through the curtains with wide eyes. Who on earth could be visiting us? Do you have any idea who's here? The girl shrugged, her expression a mask of confusion. I haven't a clue, Dad. Why are you asking me? I'm just as lost as you are. Drawn by the sheer spectacle of the luxury motorcade gleaming under the midday sun and the palpable aura of authority, Lu Hai, Zheng Yufan, and Lu Qinghe all stepped out onto their porch, their hearts racing with a potent mixture of curiosity and apprehension. A phalanx of stern-faced bodyguards synchronized their movements, flanking the lead vehicle and opening the rear door with practiced, rhythmic precision. As the door swung wide, a man of commanding presence and refined features stepped out, his voice carrying an effortless authority that silenced the street. "Please forgive the sudden intrusion. I have taken the liberty of visiting the esteemed parents and sister of Mr. Lu Sheng." Standing just behind his family, Lu Sheng was momentarily caught off guard by the formal and incredibly respectful greeting. It was the first time in his life he had come face-to-face with an individual who occupied such a stratospheric level of the nation's social and political hierarchy. The man smiled warmly, his eyes sharp yet kind. "Am I correct in assuming this is the residence of our new national martial arts champion, Lu Sheng? Please, allow me to introduce myself. I am Xiao Pinggan, the provincial governor of Dongning Province. I also hold the rank of a martial Dao Grandmaster." Upon hearing that their visitor was the governor himself, and that he had referred to his son as the martial champion, Lu Hai felt his knees go weak, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out of his head. "Champion? What? How in the world did my Shenger become a national champion overnight?" Zheng Yufan and Lu Qinghe were unable to suppress their burgeoning joy, the news hitting them like a concentrated lightning bolt of pure, unadulterated ecstasy. Lu Qinghe, in particular, looked as though she might burst from the sheer, overwhelming pride of it all. Her eyes shimmered with unshed tears of excitement, her jaw dropping as the weight of the governor's words finally settled in. Meanwhile, the neighbor's wife, watching through the slats of her fence, looked as though she had been turned into a pillar of salt. What in the name of the national top scholar? That legendary graduate is the son of that bumpkin family I've been insulting. The realization hit the woman like a physical blow, and she began to tear at her hair in a fit of agonizing, self-inflicted regret. "I'm doomed. I'm utterly ruined. What have I done? Why didn't I see the signs? I've squandered the greatest opportunity of my life to build a connection with a future titan." The perspective then shifted away from the chaotic street to the serene, incense-scented interior of Lu Sheng's private training chamber. Having finally and successfully integrated the second stage of the undying golden body technique, Lu Sheng felt as though he had undergone a literal metamorphosis. His physical limits, which had seemed to stagnate for weeks, were now expanding at a breathtaking velocity once again. He exhaled a long, measured breath, wiping the silver beads of perspiration from his brow, when his smartphone suddenly vibrated with a sharp, insistent chime. Lu Sheng picked up the device to find a flurry of breathless messages from his younger sister, Lu Qinghe. "Oh, my perpetually oblivious older brother. You've actually done it. You're the top scorer in the entire nation. The national martial arts champion, the dragon of the nation." She had punctuated the text with a series of ridiculous, dancing emojis. "There is a literal army of dignitaries visiting our house right now. Yet here you are, probably still snoring away like a hibernating bear. Wake up this instant. Bro, even the provincial governor is sitting in our living room. You cannot keep a man of his stature waiting while you indulge in a nap." Lu Sheng blinked at the screen, a rare look of genuine surprise crossing his features. "The provincial governor is actually here, in my home?" He didn't waste another second. Instead of walking out immediately, he closed his eyes and projected his mental consciousness outward to survey the situation. A surge of potent, violet spiritual energy erupted from his sea of consciousness, rippling outward until it enveloped the entire property. This aura, it's unmistakably that of a grandmaster, Lu Sheng noted, his internal senses sharpening to a razor edge. He meticulously cataloged the presence of each guest. Besides the governor's formidable pressure, he sensed another individual possessing a vibrant, dense life force that sat right at the precipice of the 6th-rank Grandmaster level. And then, there was another presence. This individual's vitality was so intense it felt like a roaring blast furnace, a concentrated sun that seemed capable of incinerating a standard 6th-grade martial artist into cinders just by standing near them. Such a profound and terrifying aura could belong to none other than a high-level grandmaster whose path was fully formed. In the bustling living room below, the air was filled with the hum of polite conversation until Governor Xiao Pinggan suddenly paused, his eyes drifting toward the staircase. He smiled, a knowing glint appearing in his gaze. Humph. It would appear our national champion has finally decided to grace us with his presence. Lu Sheng descended the stairs with a calm, rhythmic gait, his expression serene yet fundamentally respectful. He offered a slight, formal bow to the gathered assembly. My deepest apologies for the delay. I hope I haven't kept everyone waiting for too long. The senior officials in the room scrutinized Lu Sheng, their internal monologues a chorus of impressed whispers. To possess such a steady heart and a refined aura of this magnitude at such a tender age is nothing short of miraculous, they thought. He is like the first light of dawn shattering a long, cold night. One cannot help but lament how swiftly the younger generation is destined to eclipse the old. Lu Hai stepped forward, his voice brimming with uncontainable pride. Sheng, you're finally here. Allow me to introduce Governor Xiao Pinggan of Dongning Province, and this is President Xiao Yuha of the Baihe City Martial Artists Association. I believe you've already had the pleasure of meeting the president previously, Lu Hai added. Lu Sheng stepped forward to clasp hands with the governor. A pleasure to meet you, Lu Sheng. You have exceeded even our most optimistic expectations, Governor Xiao Pinggan replied, his smile reaching his eyes. I have taken the liberty of visiting today, primarily to personally congratulate you on securing the highest score in the nation. You are officially the dragon of the nation in this year's graduation examinations. Lu Sheng tilted his head, a hint of confusion surfacing. The final results are already verified? Governor Xiao Pinggan laughed. The core statistics are finalized. We are merely awaiting the official ceremonial publication. However, your position as the top scorer is an absolute certainty. And keep in mind, this is your raw score. Once we factor in your cultural grades and the massive bonus points from your military service, you are likely to shatter every existing record in the history of the graduation exams. This revelation hit the family like a physical shock, leaving Lu Hai and Zheng Yufan in a state of catatonic disbelief. Lu Qinghe's face, however, was a hilarious mosaic of conflicting emotions. She looked as though she desperately wanted to catch up to her brother, yet knew the mountain between them had just grown 10 times taller in a single afternoon. Governor Xiao Pinggan continued smoothly. I set out the moment the data was confirmed, both to meet the legend in person and to deliver some well-earned accolades on behalf of the Dongning provincial government. He signaled an aide, who stepped forward with a formal document. First, the province is granting you a direct monetary reward of 5 million. While it may seem like a modest sum for a talent of your caliber, consider it a small token of our appreciation for the honor you've brought to our region. Furthermore, the governor added, presenting a sleek, leather-bound folder, this is the deed to a luxury estate exceeding 400 square meters in the most prestigious district of Dongning City Center. While it may not be as expansive as your current residence, its proximity to the Martial Artists Association's specialized training facilities and elite medical support makes it an ideal environment for a rising star to cultivate and live. Governor Xiao Pinggan then leaned in, his tone becoming more inquisitive. Regarding your future academic path, Lu Sheng, with your documented strength already officially recognized at the 6th grade, you have the absolute freedom to select any martial institution in the country. Have you given serious thought to where you wish to continue your journey? Hearing the confirmation that her brother was already a 6th grade martial artist, Lu Qinghe felt her head spin, the world tilting as she nearly swooned from the sheer absurdity of it all. Lu Sheng, however, didn't hesitate for a single second. I have considered it carefully. My choice is Kyoto Martial Arts University. Governor Xiao Pinggan nodded, producing a thick, embossed stack of envelopes from his briefcase. Haha, I suspected as much. As it happens, the university administration, along with the heads of all 7 elite martial institutions, asked me to hand-deliver these personal recommendation and recruitment letters to you. I will maintain my professional neutrality in this matter, the governor added with a conspiratorial wink. I won't attempt to sway your decision further. I believe it is only right that a talent like yours chooses his own destiny from among the best options available. Governor Xiao Pinggan fanned out the 7 prestigious invitations on the coffee table. Lu Qinghe's eyes went wide, her breath hitching in her throat. These weren't just letters. They were gilded tickets to the most sacred halls of martial power in the world, places millions of students would die just to enter. And he gets to choose between all of them like he's picking a snack from a menu? She wondered, is my life actually turning into a manga plot? Lu Sheng allowed his gaze to linger upon the 7 prestigious recruitment letters for a fleeting moment, his mind weighing the hidden potential behind each gilded seal. With a sudden, fluid motion, he gathered the documents together, his expression hardening into a mask of absolute, unwavering resolve as he reached his final decision. This is the one. I have made my choice. The 7th Martial Arts University. Lu Sheng held the specific letter aloft, his eyes burning with a quiet, fierce determination. Watching this, the provincial governor mused silently to himself, surprised by the youth's efficiency. He had expected a protracted period of agonizing deliberation, yet Lu Sheng's decision-making process was as swift and surgical as a blade. It was a bold choice. After all, each of the 7 sacred halls of higher learning was anchored by the profound, living inheritance of a different martial saint. While some might argue that the foundational heritage of the 7th Martial Arts University is slightly younger compared to its peers, its faculty is composed of absolute monsters who yield to no one. Furthermore, their academic rigor is legendary. The credit requirements are notoriously punishing. To survive there, you will eventually require a cold weapon of the highest caliber. Once you have determined which discipline you wish to master, give me a call. I shall personally commission a custom-forged weapon of the 6th grade, or perhaps even higher, as a personal congratulatory gift for our new Enlightenment star. With a polite nod, the governor handed Lu Sheng an embossed, high-security business card. Lu Sheng accepted the card with both hands, his mind quickly calculating the market value. Even the most basic 6th-grade cold weapon commanded a price tag that would make a millionaire wince. He realized that to refuse the earnest goodwill of a provincial governor, who was also a grandmaster-level powerhouse, would be a social blunder of the highest order and a waste of a rare opportunity. In that case, I humbly accept your generous offer, Governor. With the formalities concluded and the future path set in stone, the assembled dignitaries rose from their seats. I apologize for the sudden intrusion into your home today. I shall disturb your family no longer, the governor remarked warmly. Honestly, once I heard that a true dragon had emerged within our Dongning province, I was so overcome with excitement that I simply couldn't restrain myself from witnessing it personally. I trust you can forgive my lack of ceremony. Lu Sheng's father, Lu Hai, waved his hands frantically in a gesture of frantic politeness, his face flushed with the surreal honor of the visit. No trouble at all, Your Excellency. It was an absolute privilege to host you. Truly, the pleasure was entirely ours, Lu Hai added breathlessly. Following the protocols of respect, Lu Sheng and his father walked the governor to his waiting motorcade, ensuring the departure was as dignified as the arrival. The moment the governor's car vanished from sight, Lu Hai's composure finally fractured into pure, unadulterated joy. He punched the air, his voice thick with emotion. This is the crowning glory of our entire family line. The ancestors must be celebrating in the heavens today. He then turned to his wife, Zheng Yufan, urgency in his voice. Quickly, we must go to the market. Buy the finest cuts of meat and the freshest vegetables they have. Tonight, the Lu family shall feast like royalty to commemorate this triumph. Meanwhile, far from the festivities of Baihe City, in a place of cold, analytical silence, a mysterious figure sat in the flickering light of a terminal, carefully scrutinizing every detail of Lu Sheng's digitized file. Interesting. This boy is a fascinating anomaly. In the shadows of the high-tech sanctuary, a man replied in a low, resonant tone. To capture your undivided attention so early is an achievement in itself. Perhaps this year's batch of recruits will finally break the stagnation of the previous decade. The figure being addressed was none other than the legendary martial saint Ten Zhongyu. The subsequent days were a whirlwind of celebration. Lu Sheng joined his classmates for a final, boisterous gathering to toast their hard-won exam results. The air was thick with nostalgia and the bittersweet scent of youth as they traded stories and said their farewells, with more than a few friends weeping openly at the thought of their paths diverging. Another sunrise heralded his departure. At the bustling airport, Lu Sheng shared a final, tight embrace with his family, the weight of their expectations and love anchoring him one last time. He was stepping onto a fresh journey toward an unknown land, where countless wonders and strange, formidable challenges awaited. After a final wave to Lu Hai and Lu Qinghe, Lu Sheng boarded the aircraft, stowing his carry-on in the overhead compartment with practiced ease. As he settled into his seat, his thoughts drifted toward the legendary 7 Marshall Saint Universities. With the enrollment season approaching, his mind cataloged the benefits. Each institution boasted a comprehensive inheritance system derived directly from a Marshall Saint, and collectively, they guarded the one and only Marshall Saint Tower. His chosen destination was the 7th such university, an elite bastion established 57 years ago. The founder of that hallowed institution was none other than one of Longhua's 3 surviving pillars, Marshall Saint Tinzhongyu. Having ascended to the rank of saint less than 60 years ago, Tinzhongyu was a relative youngster in the world of legends, being only slightly over 100 years old. Lu Sheng found himself imagining the man, not as the stoic figure in history books, but as a vibrant force of nature, perhaps even a sharp-tongued master with the longevity of a mythical turtle. He pondered the staggering biological reality of such power. He had heard that a Marshall Saint's lifespan could easily exceed 3 centuries, placing them in a biological category entirely removed from ordinary humanity. Among all the titans of the world, Tinzhongyu was considered remarkably young, almost like a nascent immortal from the ancient myths, full of vigor and untapped potential. Throughout the recorded history of Longhua, a total of only 9 Marshall Saints had ever achieved that transcendent state, serving as the ultimate deterrence for the nation. Tragically, over a century ago, the number of these pillars began to dwindle. Many Marshall Saint-level powerhouses laid down their lives in the cataclysmic wars against the surging monster tides, while others fell victim to the treacherous geopolitics between nations. The ruthless tactics employed by rival factions resulted in the loss of several elite saints, and humanity's martial prowess had gradually eroded due to the cancer of internal strife and constant infighting. The historic, brutal competition between Longhua and Shirgua for the title of the world's preeminent martial superpower was a period of bone-chilling violence. The eventual cost of that struggle was so high that many historians considered the ultimate outcome almost too grim to mention in polite company. The Marshall Saint Tower, erected in the aftermath of those devastating conflicts, was Longhua's masterwork of reconstruction. It was designed to perfectly simulate the unique combat states and wills of each legendary saint. This structure represented the absolute zenith of the nation's martial arts and high-tech integration, a beacon for the next generation. The tower allowed aspiring warriors to enter and challenge artificial manifestations of the saints. By successfully navigating the increasingly difficult trials and clearing higher floors, a student could prove their worthiness. Those who achieved unprecedented success within the tower were occasionally granted a rare audience with a living martial saint, or in exceptional cases, were chosen to be direct disciples of these living legends. However, the prospect of becoming a disciple doesn't truly pique my interest, Lu Sheng thought with a detached calm. After all, I am already the custodian of multiple legacies from level 10 and level 11 powerhouses, vast archives of knowledge that I have yet to fully explore or master. With such transcendent knowledge already in his possession, the legacy of a level 9 martial saint seemed almost redundant. Lu Sheng's focus shifted to the logistics of his education. The credit requirement of 160 to 200 points and the strict 9 regulations of the university. Had it not been for the government's mandatory requirement that top-tier martial talents complete their academic credits before being deployed to the front lines, he would have preferred to report directly for active duty. I'll just have to maximize my mission load and course difficulty, he decided, and blow through these credits in record time. I might just graduate within a year. Just as he finished his plan, he noticed a girl with a striking figure stowing her luggage in the row directly behind him. The girl's eyes widened as she recognized him. Lu Sheng, she called out, her voice full of surprise. It was Yang Yuan, whose presence was as vibrant as ever. She stood there, her heart racing slightly as she looked at the young man who had become a legend in their city. What an incredible coincidence. Are you actually on this flight to the capital today as well? She asked. Unbeknownst to Lu Sheng, his sister, Lu Qinghe, had secretly messaged Yang Yuan days ago. My brother is on the noon flight tomorrow. This is your chance, Sister Yang Yuan. You gave up your spot at Dongning University specifically to transfer to the capital just for him. Don't let your courage fail you now. Go get him, future sister-in-law. Finding himself approached by the girl, Lu Sheng offered a friendly, somewhat awkward grin. What a coincidence indeed, he replied. For a long, silent moment, neither of them seemed to know how to bridge the gap in conversation. Lu Sheng sat there, a bead of cold sweat forming at his temple, wondering at the sheer mathematical impossibility of this chance encounter. While Yang Yuan stared at him with undisguised affection, Lu Sheng was internally panicking. No way. Surely the universe isn't trying to add another one to the tally? I'm already destined to have 5 wives according to the future logs. Adding another would make 6. If I add a 7th, I'll have a different one for every day of the week. I'm not sure I have the constitution to handle that. Despite his internal fretting, his eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement, and a faint, satisfied smile tugged at the corner of his mouth. 2 hours later, the flight touched down at the capital airport. As Lu Sheng and Yang Yuan exited the terminal, they were greeted by the sprawling, glittering skyline of the metropolis. Watching the massive crowds and seeing a young woman on the sidewalk practicing her katas with headphones on, Lu Sheng realized that the capital was exactly as advertised, a flourishing, powerful heart of a nation at its peak. The sheer scale of the prosperity reminded him of the glorious descriptions of base 1359 in the records before the final collapse began. He looked up at the glass skyscrapers reflecting the sun, noticing the daring maintenance workers cleaning the windows high above. Even the most mundane jobs here seemed to involve a certain level of martial complexity and skill, he noted silently. The scene shifted to the front gates of Jingdu University, where Lu Sheng and Yang Yuan were walking side by side. Lu Sheng stopped and turned to her. Well, here we are at Jingdu University. I'll walk you inside and help you get settled first. Then I'll head over to the 7th Martial Arts University to finalize my own admission procedures. Yang Yuan's face flushed a deep, shy crimson as she looked at him, her heart full of warmth. Thank you, Lu Sheng, she whispered. Internally, she was practically glowing with happiness. To anyone watching us, we look exactly like a young couple enrolling together. How wonderful would it be if we could spend every day studying in the same school? Meanwhile, a few meters away, 2 upperclassmen with less than noble intentions spotted Yang Yuan, their eyes widening at the sight of a new beauty. Look at that. A freshman girl, they exclaimed, their voices dripping with shallow interest. Damn, she's absolutely stunning. A top-tier goddess if I've ever seen one. The blonde student among them quickly warned his companion with a sharp, possessive glare. Don't even think about it. Back off. This new girl is mine. I saw her first. His companion, a youth with a darker, more athletic complexion, wasn't about to back down so easily. Get real. Stop living in your pathetic fantasies. She's clearly more my type. Without waiting for a response, the two of them sprinted over to Yang Yuan's side. The dark-skinned youth flashed a practiced smile. Welcome to Jingdu University. Are you here for enrollment? Please, allow me the honor of guiding you through the procedures. The blonde student chimed in with equal, forced enthusiasm. Let me take some of that burden off your shoulders. I'll carry your luggage for you. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Sheng didn't miss a beat, immediately handing both of the massive, heavy suitcases over to the unsuspecting blonde student with a polite, enigmatic smile. In that case, I'll take you up on that generous offer. The blonde student grunted, his arms straining as he attempted to hoist the 2 massive, leaden suitcases. His face contorted into a grimace of exertion, his knuckles turning white as he struggled to maintain his balance. Between ragged breaths, he managed to wheeze out a question. Are you also a newly admitted freshman here at Kyoto University? Lu Sheng crossed his arms with a practiced nonchalance, his mind drifting to his internal cultivation. Lately, I've perfected the art of drawing my surging blood energy deep into the marrow, masking the sheer intensity of my aura. It appears that unless they possess exceptional perception, ordinary martial artists can no longer detect the monster dwelling within. He offered a polite, measured response. No, we are simply close friends. I'm merely escorting her to ensure she completes her enrollment procedures smoothly. Upon hearing this, the two upperclassmen beamed, their smiles widening like flowers basking in a sudden spring thaw. They noted Yang Yuan's proud, lingering gaze on Lu Sheng and recognized her affection immediately. Yet, they remained undeterred. Since he wasn't a fellow student, their proximity to her on campus presented a golden, opportunistic window to win her over. The dark-skinned youth gestured grandly toward the massive university introduction board, his voice brimming with departmental pride. While our institution is technically categorized as a second-tier university within the capital's hierarchy, make no mistake, our facilities and resources are strictly top-tier. We boast state-of-the-art training halls and are situated at the very heart of the prestigious martial artist district. Furthermore, every student here is granted 3 precious opportunities each month to challenge the legendary Martial Saint Tower. Choosing Kyoto University is a decision you will look back on without a shred of regret. Having absorbed the brief overview, Lu Sheng raised a brow, his interest piqued by a particular detail. So, he mused aloud. Even students from standard martial arts universities are permitted entry into the hallowed grounds of the Martial Saint Tower? Naturally, the youth replied with a nod of conviction. The Martial Saint Tower is a national treasure belonging to all of Manhwa. It would be a travesty to restrict its immense power solely to the elite of the Martial Saint universities. It's not just for students like us. Even independent martial artists from the outside can seek entry, provided they secure a permit from the Martial Artist Association. However, for outsiders, the bureaucratic red tape is a nightmare. For us, it's a right. And for those monsters over at the Martial Saint universities, it's even more convenient. They bypass the application process entirely and can step into the tower whenever the whim strikes them. The blonde student leaned in with a conspiratorial, somewhat predatory smirk, narrowing the distance between himself and Yang Yuan. Let me share the cardinal rule of survival within our Eastern University district. In these halls, you can provoke almost anyone and find a way to settle the debt. Someone will usually step in to mediate or fight your battles. At worst, you'll walk away with a few bruises. But whatever you do, never, under any circumstances, cross anyone hailing from the Martial Saint universities. Lu Sheng's ears perked up at the mention of his own future alma mater. He glanced at the student with a look of feigned curiosity, quietly probing for the reasoning behind such a dire warning. Irritated by Lu Sheng's constant interruptions which were effectively derailing his attempts to charm Yang Yuan, the blonde youth ground his teeth. A wave of silent frustration washed over him as he thought, this brat, he's intentionally standing in my way. If he keeps blocking my path to this beauty, I'm going to lose my patience. Suppressing his annoyance, the blonde student continued his explanation. The reason is simple. The students at the Martial Saint universities are total lunatics. From the moment they matriculate, they are thrust into the front lines to calm monster outbreaks. While we sit in classrooms, they are drowning in blood and slaughter. They are hardened killers. To them, life is cheap, and their tempers are as volatile as their strength is terrifying. He finished his warning by pointing a judgmental finger at Lu Sheng, as if lecturing a naive child. You understand the gravity of the situation now, don't you? Some people are just built differently. He stood tall, blissfully unaware that the very lunatic he was describing was the calm young man standing directly in front of him, a confirmed student of the elite 7th Martial Saint University. Lu Sheng couldn't help but let out a dry, amused chuckle, his eyes dancing with a hidden mirth. I believe I have a very clear understanding now, he replied smoothly. After navigating through the bustling campus for a few more minutes, they finally arrived before a colossal directory sign that marked the official registration hub for the incoming class. With a steady hand, Lu Sheng guided Yang Yuan to the head of the queue at the registration area. He turned to her with a soft, reassuring smile. Well, this is where our paths diverge for the day. I'll leave you in the capable hands of the staff. If you run into any trouble at all, don't hesitate to give me a call. Yang Yuan's heart fluttered at his words, a deep, rosy flush spreading across her cheeks as she nodded eagerly. I will, she whispered, her voice filled with a quiet, glowing happiness. The two senior students watched with growing resentment as Yang Yuan's eyes remained fixed on Lu Sheng's retreating back, her expression radiating a clear, love-struck devotion. As Lu Sheng vanished into the distance, the dark-skinned student sighed heavily. Does this mean we never had a chance to begin with? His blonde companion, however, narrowed his eyes with renewed vigor. Don't be so defeatist. We just need to be more persistent. As the old saying goes, constant dripping wears away even the hardest stone. The dark-skinned student replayed the image of Lu Sheng's departing figure in his mind, his frustration boiling over. He ground his teeth, muttering, "Damn it, that guy was just so insufferably arrogant. The way he carried himself, like he was better than everyone else." The blonde student huffed in agreement, his ego bruised. "Tell me about it. Just give me a call. Who the hell does he think he is? Some kind of guardian deity?" Attempting to salvage his dignity, the blonde student approached Yang Yuan with a forced, oily smile. "Say, Junior, I couldn't help but wonder. What school is that junior brother of yours attending? He certainly has a high opinion of himself." Yang Yuan didn't even bother to grant him a glance, her focus remaining entirely on the paperwork in front of her. Her voice was ice-cold and laced with a dismissive edge as she replied, "He is enrolled at the 7th Martial Saint University." The words 7th Martial Saint University hit the two students like a physical shockwave. Their eyes bulged, their jaws dropping in synchronized disbelief as they stared at Yang Yuan. "What did you just say?" They stammered in unison, their voices cracking. Yang Yuan continued with a hint of pride coloring her tone. "That's right. He hails from Baihe City. His name is Lu Sheng." The revelation was like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky. Upon hearing the name, Lu Sheng, the two seniors froze in place, their features contorted into masks of pure, comedic terror. While Lu Sheng strode confidently toward his own destiny, and Yang Yuan headed deeper into her new life, the two remained paralyzed. "Wait, Lu Sheng from Baihe City?" One wheezed out. Could he actually be this year's legendary dragon of the nation? The national martial arts champion himself. Lu Sheng navigated the sprawling streets of the capital for a considerable time, the wheels of his suitcase clicking rhythmically against the pavement as he moved through the dense, energetic atmosphere of the city. Finally, Lu Sheng halted his progress as he arrived at his true destination. A look of quiet satisfaction crossed his face as he surveyed the area. "Here we are at last," he murmured, his eyes locking onto a magnificent structure in the distance. His gaze was met by a massive, weathered sign suspended above a set of magnificent gates. This was the threshold of legends, the entrance to the hallowed grounds that every aspiring warrior in the country dreamed of stepping through. The 7th Martial Saint University. Lu Sheng stood before the gates for a long moment, his eyes drifting from the ancient sign to the colossal wooden tower that pierced the clouds in the distance. The 7th Martial Saint University. It truly lives up to its reputation, he thought, feeling the heavy, majestic aura of the place wash over him like a tide. In the heart of a grandmaster lies the land, but in the heart of a martial saint lies the entire universe. The calligraphy alone exudes a terrifying intent. Even if I were here only to broaden my perspective and forge new experiences, this journey would be worth every second. With a resolute step, he passed through the gate. After a short walk, he encountered a sign for the new student reception area, where a small tent was pitched. A girl was seated at a desk, and beside her, a young man sat with a massive broadsword resting across his lap, waiting in silence. Lu Sheng walked up to the desk and produced his official admission notice. He addressed the girl with a polite, calm demeanor. "Pardon the interruption. Is this the designated reception area for incoming students? I've arrived to complete my registration." The blonde girl behind the desk straightened her posture the moment she heard the smooth, steady voice of the new student. She took the document from Lu Sheng's hand, her interest clearly piqued. "Ah, another freshman. Let's see your admission notice. I'll get you processed in a moment." Her companion teased her from the side. "Good grief, look at you. You always put on such an act the second a handsome guy shows up." Ignoring her, the blonde girl scanned the paper, her eyes widening as she realized what she was holding. "Wait, this is the dragon of the nation? The national champion himself?" After a rigorous second check of the credentials, the girl let out a gasp of genuine astonishment. "It really is him. This is unprecedented." This is the first time our 7th Martial Saint University has successfully recruited a dragon of the nation, and to think he's actually this handsome. It's like a miracle. The young man with the broadsword shifted, his brow furrowing as he cast a sharp, predatory glare at Lu Sheng, letting out a sharp, derisive huff. Without a word of warning, the seated man vanished in a blur of motion, leaving only a shimmering golden streak in his wake. The sudden display of speed drew sharp gasps from the two girls and forced Lu Sheng to focus. A split second later, there was a dull thud as the man's boots slammed onto the tabletop directly in front of Lu Sheng, his presence looming large. He leaned forward, his voice low and challenging. "So, this is the champion everyone's talking about?" In that moment, he unleashed a crushing, incandescent orange aura that saturated the air. Undeterred, Lu Sheng remained rooted to the spot, releasing a surge of his own familiar, deep green aura to meet the challenge head-on. Lu Sheng maintained a calm smile as he stood his ground. "That's right. My name is..." Before he could finish his introduction, the senior student's expression darkened into one of chilling hostility. His eyes went cold, and with a sudden, violent twist, he swung the massive broadsword from his back with enough force to shatter stone. The heavy blade roared through the air, wreathed in a terrifying, oppressive aura. Yet, the gleaming edge of the white steel was abruptly halted, as if striking an invisible wall, completely blocked by the sheer density of Lu Sheng's defensive aura. The senior wielder felt a jolt of genuine shock travel up his arms as his strike was parried so effortlessly. He cast a long, appraising look at the freshman, his earlier disdain replaced by a flicker of curiosity. A complex wave of emotion rippled through his heart, though he quickly masked it. He pointed the tip of his sword toward the interior of the campus. "Just keep moving straight in that direction. The signs are clear enough even for a freshman. You'll find the student dormitories at the end of the path." Lu Sheng, entirely unfazed by the lethal weapon that had just been inches from his face, simply turned and began to walk away. "My thanks," he called out over his shoulder. The blonde girl bit her lip in regret, watching him depart before she could even strike up a conversation. She let out a long, wistful sigh. Such absolute composure, and that aura. He's clearly in a league of his own. If only I could secure a spot on his team. Watching Lu Sheng's retreating figure, the man with the broadsword turned to the other girl. "Do you have access to his full competition records?" "Let me check the database," the girl with glasses replied, her fingers flying across her keyboard. After a few moments of searching, her expression turned puzzled. "That's strange. I can't find a single detailed record of his past fights. It's almost as if they've been redacted." She paused, then added, "However, the whispers say his blood chi index actually exceeded level 6, and he shattered nearly every record during the exams. He's likely the most powerful dragon of the nation in the history of the country." The orange-haired swordsman let out a low, predatory snort at the news. "Is that so?" A dangerous glint appeared in his eyes. "Then life at this academy is about to become far more entertaining. It looks like I've found a worthy opponent to keep an eye on." Meanwhile, as he entered the residential zone, Lu Sheng surveyed his surroundings. Being able to secure such a vast, sprawling expanse of land in the heart of the capital was a testament to the school's immense prestige. Yet, the area felt strangely hollow, almost abandoned. "Where is everyone?" he wondered. Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind him. "Hey, friend up ahead, wait up." Lu Sheng turned to see a chubby youth racing toward him, gasping for air and wiping sweat from his brow. The boy offered a wide, friendly grin. "Haha, I finally found another living soul. Are you also one of the early birds registering on day 1? My name is Lindsay, a fellow new student." Lindsay scratched his head sheepishly. "To be honest, could you lead the way to the dorms? I'm hopelessly directionally challenged, and I've been wandering in circles for the better part of the afternoon." Lu Sheng found the idea of a companion far more appealing than wandering the silent halls alone, and since it had taken him hours just to encounter another person, he nodded in agreement. "It's certainly better than the silence. I know the way, and this campus is indeed gargantuan. Let's head over together." The duo eventually arrived at the sprawling dormitory complex, their footsteps echoing against the pavement. Lindsay, wiping sweat from his brow, let out a weary but triumphant huff. "Walking this far is absolute torture, he complained, though a grin quickly replaced his fatigue. Finally, a place to drop my bags. This campus is absurdly massive. Wait, why is there such a massive crowd bottlenecked at the entrance? Did something happen? As they drew closer, they saw male students frozen in place, their gazes fixed on something above as they ground their teeth in frustration, their shirts dampened by cold sweat. Suddenly, a body came hurtling down from the upper floors. A student in the front row let out a desperate, warning cry. "Look out! It's dangerous! Get out of the way!" Lindsay's eyes widened in sheer terror as he witnessed the falling figure. The student slammed into the ground, falling backward with a heavy thud, and immediately began a fit of violent, uncontrollable coughing. The surrounding crowd of freshmen instinctively recoiled, a wave of palpable fear rippling through them. Two nearby students eventually found their courage and rushed forward to hoist the fallen boy to his feet. Just then, a tall, imposing figure with a mane of blonde hair and dressed in striking yellow martial arts attire stepped out from the dormitory shadows. His presence was suffocatingly arrogant as he looked down at the injured youth. "Not bad, Xu Xiaoming," he remarked with a dismissive smirk. "You were this year's top scorer from Jianghan province, weren't you? You've got some spine, I'll give you that, lasting through two of my opening moves. Among this fresh batch of rookies, you're the first to manage even that much." The senior pointed a thumb over his shoulder toward the threshold of the building. "Try a little harder next time. If you can break through your current limits just a bit more, you might actually earn the right to step inside and take a bed." Near the doorway, another blonde student leaned casually against the frame, watching the unfolding drama with an air of bored amusement while loudly slurping through a straw in his bubble tea. Nearby, a young man with shock purple hair turned to the person beside him, his voice trembling slightly. "Hey, Huadong, what's the deal with that guy? Do you think you've got a realistic shot at taking him on?" The response came quickly, devoid of any bravado. "Not a chance. I'm not feeling confident about this at all." The speaker was indeed Huadong, the prestigious fifth-ranked candidate nationwide and the top scorer of Jingdu province. He shook his head grimly, adding, "I've only just barely managed to stabilize my cultivation at level 5, you know. And that senior? He's likely reached the absolute peak of level 5 already. I'm willing to bet I wouldn't last 3 moves against him before my defense shattered. I'd just end up in the dirt, pathetic and broken, exactly like Xu Xiaoming over there." Huadong sighed, his expression shadowed by the realization of the massive power gap that existed even among the elite. "Perhaps if my elemental control could finally break through to level 3, I might have a fighting chance to hold my own. But as things stand now..." Huadong trailed off, his silence speaking volumes. A green-haired student nearby chimed in, his voice hushed and urgent. "What? Even someone of your caliber can't handle him? What if we all team up? We could clear a path for you. Wear him down through sheer numbers until you see a genuine opening to strike." "No, that strategy is useless," Huadong countered. "A peak level 5 martial artist possesses nearly 1,000 health vitality points, backed by a refined flow of qi. Their stamina and recovery rates are astronomical compared to ours. Besides, I can sense that the guy causing the most trouble is even more dangerous than he looks. He's likely already stepped into level 6 territory, nearly a grandmaster." The students who overheard this were utterly paralyzed by the revelation, their faces paling as the gravity of the situation sank in. Their eyes bulged and their mouths hung agape in sheer disbelief. "What? Already level 6 while still a student? That's impossible," one whispered. "In most mid-sized cities, the president of the Martial Arts Association is only a level 6 practitioner. Isn't this just blatant bullying of the freshmen?" Overhearing their murmurs, the blonde senior barked out a laugh. "It seems you lot still haven't grasped the reality of where you are, have you? Gaining entry to these dorms is simple enough. The rules are straightforward and merit-based." He held up 3 fingers, his voice cutting through the air like a blade. "Withstand 3 of my strikes, and you can walk through these doors. Withstand 5, and you're allowed to bring your luggage inside with you." The senior spread his arms wide in a theatrical, condescending posture. "I know you all think you're elite martial arts geniuses, born under lucky stars, and better than everyone else in your hometowns. But here, all those fancy titles and the reputations you're so proud of aren't worth a damn thing." He flashed a predatory, sly grin at the crowd. Everything you desire in this place must be seized with your own 2 hands, forged by your own raw strength. Those who lack power deserve nothing. They will spend their days living like commoners, or worse, like dogs groveling for scraps. Pathetic, useless trash. The new students broke into a cold sweat, their features contorted in a mixture of fear and simmering frustration. The senior continued his condescending lecture, pacing like a predator before its prey. Consider this the very first lesson that I, as your experienced and respected senior, wish to impart upon you all today. The freshmen gritted their teeth so hard they nearly cracked, their hearts seething with a righteous anger that they were currently too powerless to act upon. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng had been observing the entire spectacle with a detached, clinical intensity. Oh wow, he thought to himself, his expression one of mild annoyance. So they even have this kind of cliché nonsense here. How incredibly tedious. Why do I constantly encounter these insignificant bugs who love to preach about life lessons and the law of the jungle, when their own strength is so utterly mediocre? Do they truly have no sense of shame? Beside him, the red-haired Lindsay shuddered for a moment before his eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. Nice, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with unexpected enthusiasm. This is awesome. This is exactly the kind of drama I live for, Lindsay chirped, his fear replaced by a mischievous energy. There's nothing better than watching these self-righteous seniors get their world rocked. I want to see the exact moment their smug expressions turn into masks of pure terror. Now that is a proper welcome for a new class. With a sudden burst of bravado, the chubby youth gently nudged Lu Sheng aside. Humph. 3 moves or 5 moves? Is that all? I think it's time someone taught you a lesson in humility. Lindsay then arrogantly pointed a thumb at his own chest, puffing it out as he turned back to Lu Sheng. Oh yeah, I nearly forgot to mention. I happen to be this year's top martial arts scorer from the Southwest Province, ranked 19th in the entire nation. Before he could even finish his boastful introduction, Lindsay charged forward like a runaway boulder. What's with all these convoluted rules? Quit your yapping and face me. Your grandpa Lin is going to show you how a real man fights. The air was suddenly filled with a thunderous bang, followed instantly by the wet thud of an impact. Lindsay was sent hurtling backward through the air as if he'd been struck by a high-speed train. Ouch! Damn it, that hurts, he groaned. The surrounding students and Lu Sheng all shifted their gazes toward the heap on the ground. Speechless at the sheer speed of the defeat, Lu Sheng walked over, squatted down beside his new acquaintance, and asked calmly, "Are you still in one piece?" Lindsay looked like he was in a world of hurt, rubbing his throbbing head and hacking out a few painful coughs. I definitely miscalculated. He wheezed, his bravado completely evaporated. I didn't think that guy would be so fast, or that his chi would be so refined. Lindsay clutched his head again, wincing as a fresh wave of pain radiated through his skull. Lu Sheng offered a small, consoling nod. It's all right. You did well enough. I'll handle things from here. With those words, Lu Sheng stood up and began walking toward the entrance. Under Lindsay's bewildered gaze, Lu Sheng moved with a steady, rhythmic pace, his mind drifting. Yeah, he mused silently. I really should have expected this sort of thing from the start. It's better to just deal with trouble the moment it presents itself. Lu Sheng lightly rotated his wrists, feeling the potent aura of his inner power beginning to circulate through his limbs like liquid fire. He continued his internal monologue. When you run into annoying flies and mosquitoes buzzing around your ears, you don't argue with them. You just swat them away. Lu Sheng clenched his fist, coming to a halt before the blonde senior. He glanced up with a cold, piercing gaze and said simply, "Make your move." The blonde senior didn't attack immediately. Instead, he lazily waved a hand in the air, a smirk playing on his lips. "Hold your horses, kid," he said, trying to maintain his aura of effortless control. "Don't be in such a desperate rush to get embarrassed." Lu Sheng immediately understood the condescending implication behind the senior's stalling tactics, recognizing it as a tired psychological ploy. Maintaining his composure, Lu Sheng slowly slid his backpack off his shoulders and set it carefully on the ground. Before straightening back up, he couldn't resist flashing an okay hand gesture, a silent, mocking taunt that spoke louder than any insult. "All right then, he said, his voice dripping with cool indifference. The crowd of onlookers was stunned into silence, their mouths hanging open as they watched the exchange. Beads of cold sweat began to roll down the foreheads of the surrounding freshmen, the tension in the air becoming almost physical. The red-haired student nearby whispered to his friend, "This kid is delusional. He clearly doesn't know his own limits. He's facing a martial artist who has fully manifested his chi, and he actually has the audacity to look down on him." The purple-haired boy chimed in, his voice filled with pity. "This kid must have a death wish. Provoking them like that, does he really want to go home covered in bandages and broken bones? He's just too young and reckless for his own good. Good luck to him. He's going to need it," another muttered. The blonde senior's eyes flashed with a sudden, predatory light. He licked his lips slowly, eyeing Lu Sheng as if he were a particularly interesting piece of prey that had just walked into a trap. "Fine then," the senior yelled, his voice rising in volume. "I'll show you exactly what true ruthlessness feels like." At that moment, the senior's entire body erupted with an intense, shimmering golden chi. The energy flared outward like a solar flare, threatening to engulf Lu Sheng entirely. Surrounded by this blindingly powerful aura, the senior lunged forward, launching a devastating, high-speed kick aimed straight at the freshman's head. Those watching from the sidelines were terrified by the sheer pressure of the golden chi, their faces pale with shock. "Look at that power," someone exclaimed. The purple-haired student even let out a sharp cry of genuine fear. "Ah," he shouted, instinctively shielding his eyes as if he were witnessing a fatal accident about to occur. However, the reality of the clash was far different from what the crowd expected. The blonde senior's golden chi surged right to the edge of Lu Sheng's skin, but it had absolutely no effect. Lu Sheng had neutralized the impact as easily as one might brush away a cobweb. Throughout the entire display, Lu Sheng had remained perfectly calm, his eyes tracking every movement. "It's time," he whispered. Suddenly, a brilliant blue chi burst forth from Lu Sheng's body with a roar of power that dwarfed the senior's. He charged forward, closing the distance in a blur. The senior watched in horror as his own golden energy was completely nullified, replaced by the terrifying sight of Lu Sheng bearing down on him. The senior was left standing there, paralyzed and utterly stunned. The speed of Lu Sheng's counterattack was beyond anything his eyes could track or his mind could process. In the mere blink of an eye, Lu Sheng's arm had snaked out and clamped with the strength of a hydraulic press around the blonde senior's neck. The senior let out a choked cry of pain and panic. "Hey, let go of!" His words were cut short by a sickening thud as Lu Sheng slammed him ruthlessly against the reinforced concrete wall of the dormitory entrance. The surrounding students were frozen in a state of absolute shock, their brains struggling to compute the scene before them. The senior's face was now drenched in a cold sweat of pure agony. The red-haired guy couldn't help but shriek in total disbelief. "What the hell? What is even happening right now?" To see a peak level 5 expert's refined chi neutralized so effortlessly was beyond comprehension. The purple-haired student's eyes went completely blank. How? How is that even possible for a freshman? Defeated in just a single, decisive move, the elite senior now lay flat on his back, his face pressed into the dirt amidst a cloud of settling dust. It was a pathetic sight. Nearby, Lin Zhe's eyes nearly bugged out of his head. He stared at Lu Sheng as if he were a god, realizing that such overwhelming energy could be crushed by hand as if it were nothing but thin air. The commotion had clearly alerted those further inside. Lu Sheng pivoted smoothly to face the remaining senior, the one who was still clutching his bubble tea. The student's knuckles were white as he squeezed his plastic cup, his previous arrogance replaced by a fierce, nervous energy. Lu Sheng strolled over with the casual air of someone taking a walk in the park. "Can I head in now?" he asked. The milk tea man was fuming, his pride wounded, but he felt utterly helpless against the monster standing before him. He simply crushed the empty cup in his fist and let out a defeated grunt. "Fine, go through." With the path finally clear, Lu Sheng pushed open the heavy main doors and stepped into the dormitory lobby. He walked with his head held high, taking long, confident strides, and even casually shoved his hands into his pockets to maintain his cool, unbothered swagger. He moved straight toward the front desk to claim his official room card. As he waited, Lu Sheng reflected on the encounter. Those guys were being intentionally difficult, trying to set up a petty roadblock to stop us from getting our cards. Then, remembering the battered Lindsay still outside, he figured he might as well do the guy a favor. I might as well snag one for him too, since he's part of the group now. Standing in the doorway, Lu Sheng flicked a second card through the air toward the crowd. Yo, Lindsay, get in here. Lindsay's reflexes kicked in as he snatched the card out of the air. Holding the key to his new life, the chubby boy was over the moon with joy. All right, thanks bro. You're a lifesaver. The rest of the peanut gallery students looked on with naked envy. Whoa, I want to go in too. One cried out as Lindsay scrambled inside, eagerly grabbing Lu Sheng's backpack to carry it for him as a sign of his newfound loyalty. Yeah, let me handle that for you, brother. Lindsay chuckled, eagerly reaching for the luggage. As the crowd witnessed Lu Sheng and Lindsay stroll through the entrance with such nonchalant ease, a wave of hushed, frantic whispering erupted among the onlookers. That was it. It was way too simple, one student muttered, eyes wide. The long-haired senior didn't even attempt to block them. Could it be? Is it possible he realized he stood no chance against that guy and just gave up? Without casting a single glance back at the stunned crowd, Lu Sheng and Lindsay began their trek toward the designated residential zone, their silhouettes disappearing into the sprawling campus architecture. Back at the gate, the blonde senior's expression shifted from arrogance to grim realization. He whipped out his phone, his fingers trembling slightly as he dialed a number. Yo, Chinishwan, listen, we've got a real problem on our hands this year. A monster just walked through the gates. The scene then shifts, moving deeper into the heart of the prestigious dormitory district. Lu Sheng stood frozen for a moment, gawking at the magnificent, ultra-modern high-rise that loomed before him. So this is it, he whispered, impressed by the sleek aesthetics. The accommodations here are leagues beyond anything I had envisioned. It turns out I've been assigned my own private, high-end villa. This place alone is significantly larger than the entire new house my family just moved into back home. And the absolute best part? Every bit of this luxury is completely free of charge. You truly can't beat the price of free, Lu Sheng mused with a quiet laugh. Lindsay, standing beside him, was absolutely floored by the sight of the spacious, palatial pad. He pointed a shaking finger at the building, his voice filled with awe. That's the residence reserved for the top scorer, isn't it? Dude, wait a second. You wouldn't happen to be the Lu Sheng, would you? Lindsay's eyes were practically sparkling with hero worship. Observing the boy's sheer shock, Lu Sheng raised an eyebrow and asked, What? Do I not look the part of a provincial champion? Lindsay's face broke into a frantic, flattering grin. Hey. No, you do. You absolutely do. I knew from the moment I saw you while I was lost that you were someone truly extraordinary. I just didn't expect you to be quite this legendary, Lindsay added, his voice cracking with emotion as if he were on the verge of tears. He took a deep, shaky breath and let out a long, contemplative sigh. Here I was, thinking I was a big deal as a provincial top scorer, only to run into a titan like you immediately. To be honest, I specifically chose to enroll at number 7 Marshall St. University just so I could avoid crossing paths with freaks of nature like you. Lindsay began pacing, clutching his hair as he continued his frantic rambling. I naturally assumed all the top-tier talents would flock to those famous, first-rate martial arts academies. I never in my wildest dreams imagined that the strongest individual in the country would choose to come to number 7 Marshall St. University. After listening to the boy's lengthy tirade, Lu Sheng looked genuinely perplexed. Hold on, he interrupted. Is number 7 Marshall St. University considered weak or something? At this, Lindsay paused to explain the harsh reality of the school's reputation. Well, that's certainly how my family views it, Lindsay explained, his shoulders sagging. Otherwise, why would it be ranked as number 7? The absolute creme de la creme of top scorers always gravitate toward the highest-ranked martial arts universities. I did my homework and checked the historical results of the National Student Martial Arts Competition. Number 7 Marshall St. University is consistently at the bottom of the pile. It's widely regarded as the weakest of the elite schools. Lu Sheng couldn't help but chuckle at the dire description. Weak or strong, what does it matter? It still houses the martial arts legacy passed down from a true martial saint. That should be more than enough for anyone's training. Anyway, I need to settle in. We can catch up later, Lu Xing said, signaling the end of the conversation. He turned and headed into his new home, the heavy door slamming shut behind him with a decisive thud. Left standing on the porch, Lindsay cupped his hands around his mouth and shouted, "Yo, Lu Xing, don't forget to add me on WeChat later." Once inside, Lu Xing let out a breath of relief and sprawled comfortably across the expansive sofa. Not bad at all, he thought, surveying the room. The interior design is quite sophisticated. They even went so far as to upholster the sofa in genuine monster beast leather. The texture is incredible. The university had truly provided everything a student could need. Feeling a bit like a country boy who had just arrived in the bustling metropolis, Lu Xing spotted a sleek, high-tech remote resting on the coffee table. He stared at it for a moment, completely clueless as to its function. What on earth is this? Curious, he pressed a button, causing the massive wall-mounted screen to flicker to life as a series of instructional tutorials and news feeds began to populate the interface. The titles on the screen were captivating. The Hidden Secrets to Conquering the 13 Levels of the Martial Saint Tower, The Daredevil Hunter. Dismantling Level 5 Monster Beasts with Bare Hands. Warning, not for the faint of heart. And top highlights from the Global Martial Saint Tower leaderboard. A flashing, high-energy warning caught his eye. Lu Xing's curiosity was piqued as he scanned the internal rankings. Oh, the #1 spot, huh? Intrigued, he clicked on a channel labeled GDAO 1145, which featured exclusive livestream commentary on the legendary battle between Chun Yishuan and Xiao Lan for the top position on the #7 Martial Saint University leaderboard. The school's internal network was an absolute treasure trove of information. Scrolling through the comments, he noted, "It seems these two are the reigning titans of this campus, and they haven't even graduated yet. Let's see what kind of power they're actually packing." Lu Xing was soon glued to the screen, watching with rapt attention as the two elite students squared off. One brandished a shimmering sword, the other a heavy saber. It was a quintessential duel between high-level practitioners. Just as the tension reached its peak, a sudden system notification popped up, completely killing the momentum of the scene. Trial viewing time of 15 seconds has expired. Please register a paid account using merit points to continue viewing. Lu Xing's face dropped instantly, replaced by a look of profound annoyance. Figures. No matter the world, video streaming sites are all the same greedy mess. I don't even have my official student ID yet, so there's no way to link an account. I guess I can't register right now? Oh well, I'll deal with it later, he grumbled. He glanced toward the large windows, noting that the two dedicated training spaces outside the villa looked quite promising for his daily routines. Pushing the distraction aside, Lu Xing pulled out a bag filled with medicinal supplies. He had carefully prepared 30 bottles of Golden Dragon elixir before embarking on this journey, which he hoped would suffice for his initial training phase. He uncapped one and chugged it down, feeling the potent liquid go to work immediately. This stuff really is a miracle worker. Time to get to it. As his internal energy began to surge and flow through his meridians, Lu Xing prepared to enter a deep meditative state. Suddenly, a violent, deafening banging erupted from the front door, echoing through the villa. Lu Xing snapped out of his focus, turning his head sharply toward the source of the noise. "Who's there?" he called out, but his question met with no verbal response. Instead, the relentless, rhythmic banging only grew louder and more aggressive. Lu Xing quickly realized this wasn't just a rude knock. Someone was repeatedly kicking the door with significant force. The intensity increased until visible cracks began to spiderweb across the door's surface. Frustrated, Lu Xing marched over and yanked the door open, revealing a surface marred by dusty footprints. "Who the hell is it?" he demanded, finding himself face to face with a fierce-looking redhead. The stranger's eyes were bloodshot and filled with hostility. "It's me. You're the freshman brat everyone's talking about, right?" he snarled. Before the redhead could even finish his sentence, Lu Xing's fist moved in a blur. He clocked the intruder square in the face, the sheer force of the blow sending the man sailing backward through the air. The senior went flying, his body trailing an arc through the sky until he landed with a heavy, bone-jarring thud, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The man had been propelled dozens of meters away from the porch. The two underlings who had accompanied him witnessed the entire scene and were instantly sweating bullets. Their hands shook uncontrollably as they gripped the fabric of their pants, paralyzed by a sudden, overwhelming fear of the freshman. Lu Sheng stepped out onto the porch, unleashing a crushing, overwhelming aura that felt like a physical weight in the air. Go back and learn the basic courtesy of how to knock properly before you ever think about looking for me again, he boomed. I happen to be in a very foul mood right now, and I also happen to be exceptionally good at breaking things. Don't test me. It won't end well for any of you. Seeing their leader kicked away as if he were nothing more than a piece of trash, the two underlings were scared out of their wits, their faces turning a ghostly shade of pale. Their boss lay sprawled in the dirt, groaning piteously. Ouch, that freaking hurts. He whimpered. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that nearly all of his front teeth had been dislodged by the impact. He was destined for a liquid diet for the foreseeable future. His face contorted in a mask of pain and disbelief as he thought, how can Lu Sheng be this terrifyingly strong already? He literally just arrived on campus today. So what was the actual purpose of this visit? Lu Sheng asked coldly. Is this just another tired routine of finding someone new to cause trouble for? Who's the next big brother on your list? At the question, the two underlings turned around in horror, their hearts pounding like frantic drums in their chests. The one in the blue shirt quickly wiped the terror from his face, forcing a submissive, shaky smile as he held out a card toward Lu Sheng. No, it's not what you think at all. This is just a huge misunderstanding. We're actually from the student management office. This is your official student ID, which is already linked to your villa's electronic access card. We also brought your welcome package for new students. This card gives you access to every facility on the number 7 Marshall St. University campus, and as a top-tier student, you'll be receiving a monthly stipend of rank 4 strange blood. The other assistant, wearing an orange shirt, also offered an obsequious grin as he hurriedly carried over a box filled with personal belongings and the promised vials of strange blood, presenting them to Lu Sheng with trembling hands. Accepting the ID card, Lu Sheng considered the man's words. A bottle of rank 4 strange blood every month? The benefits at number 7 Marshall St. University are certainly more impressive than I expected. Lu Sheng then glanced back at the orange-haired guy, who was still subtly grinding his teeth in frustration. They claim they're just here for a routine delivery and check-in, Lu Sheng thought. But they arrived with such an aggressive welcome. I don't believe a word of it. Given that hostile aura earlier, this was clearly a hazing ritual from the local campus bullies that went horribly wrong. Observing that the three of them were still lingering on his property, Lu Sheng's expression darkened once more. He aggressively released a fresh wave of his oppressive aura. What are you still standing there for? Are you waiting for me to offer an apology? The blue shirt guy jumped back. No, that's not necessary at all. We're leaving. We're leaving right this second. Without another word, Lu Sheng slammed the heavy door shut, his voice echoing from inside the villa. I've got my things. Thanks for the delivery. Don't let the gate hit you on the way out. Once the door was closed, the two underlings let out massive sighs of relief and rushed to help their fallen boss to his feet. The redhead hissed through his broken teeth. Damn it. This is absolutely infuriating. Being humiliated like this by a freshman when we're supposed to be the upperclassmen in charge here. What? You actually want to try for revenge? The orange-haired guy sighed, sounding exhausted. I'm not playing that suicidal game with you. Revenge? I've taken on rank 6 blood beast missions that didn't leave me this badly injured. But we really shouldn't let this slide. Before he could finish his sentence, a cold, murderous gaze flashed through a tiny crack in the villa's door. Oh, are you still here? The calm tone of the voice made them jump nearly a foot into the air, their entire bodies trembling with renewed terror. Lu Sheng's silhouette appeared behind the glass, his eyes filled with a chilling intensity. Is there anything else you'd like to discuss, senior brothers? Seeing that look, the three of them were scared out of their wits. Their faces contorted in fear as cold sweat poured down them like rain. The blue-shirt senior quickly stammered. Nothing at all. The one in the middle, realizing their mistake, hurriedly added. Right. We almost forgot that we need to fix the door that, accidentally got smashed. The senior in the yellow shirt frantically pulled out his phone and made a call. Hello? Maintenance. We have an urgent situation at the champion's villa. Send someone to repair the door immediately. It's an absolute matter of life and death. Hurry, hurry. With that, the three of them fled the scene as fast as their legs could carry them. Lu Sheng retreated back into his living room and powered on the large screen. He looked down at the new card in his hand and mumbled to himself. So, with this multi-purpose student ID, I should finally be able to watch those restricted videos, right? The connection is stable. It works perfectly. Lu Sheng leaned back, his eyes narrowing as he studied the figure wielding a sword on the high-definition screen. He couldn't help but feel a flicker of genuine intrigue. So, this is the current top-ranked student at number 7 Marshall St. University? He's actually engaging in a high-stakes duel while dressed in a crisp suit and tie. There's an undeniable, sharp elegance to his movements. Beside him on the screen, another figure appeared, wielding a massive, imposing greatsword with devastating fluidness. And this must be Xiaolon. It's said these two represent the absolute zenith of martial talent within the Dragon Kingdom, the very elite among a generation of geniuses. I truly wonder exactly where their limits lie, Lu Sheng mused, his mind already beginning to dissect their forms. The footage transitioned into a breathtaking display of martial prowess, showing Xiaolon bringing the heavy greatsword crashing down from above with enough momentum to split the earth itself. The sword wielder responded with predatory instincts, executing a lightning-fast retreat to evade the lethal arc of the greatsword before launching an explosive counterattack. A series of deafening booms echoed through the recording as rocks and concrete debris were pulverized, sent spiraling into the air. What followed was a mesmerizing, high-speed exchange, a violent dance of perfectly timed parries and relentless strikes as neither side gave an inch of ground. The duel stretched on, surpassing 300 grueling rounds without a decisive victor emerging from the fray. Realizing that raw speed and refined technique alone would not break the stalemate, the sword wielder shifted his strategy. He began to leverage his physical advantages, closing the distance and applying suffocating pressure on his opponent. He was no longer looking for a gap in the defense. He was attempting to overwhelm Xiaolon through sheer, unadulterated brute force, hoping to shatter his opponent's stance with the weight of his resolve. Lu Sheng watched the screen, his gaze fixed on the blurring motions of the two warriors as they reached the climax of their struggle. His expression remained calm, but his internal assessment was swift. They are strong, he concluded, his voice low and contemplative. Incredibly strong for their age. Indeed, quite impressive. Lu Sheng extended his hand, his fingers twitching slightly as he ran a mental simulation of the fight. Were it not for my Grandmaster level while providing me with a strategic vantage point, I would likely need to exert at least 60% of my total power to ensure a victory over them. On the screen, the duel reached its conclusion as the sword wielder finally faltered and lost. Lu Sheng continued his analysis. Even so, their performance is remarkable. Having already achieved a minor success in my chi cultivation, my current combat power likely exceeds 2 million. That implies that even half of my strength is well over 1 million points of force. To put it simply, while these two haven't officially ascended to the Grandmaster realm, their raw combat output is already comparable to those within it. And this is merely the standard at number 7 Marshall St. University. If I consider the broader 7 Saints ranking, it's clear that the world is still teeming with hidden geniuses and monstrous talents I have yet to encounter. I cannot afford to be complacent. I need to push myself even harder. Just as Lu Sheng was settling into his resolve, the video feed suddenly transitioned to a new clip. His eyes widened in shock as he saw a recording of himself and Lin Zhe in the dormitory courtyard appear on the screen. Wait, what is this? Lu Sheng exclaimed, his voice tinged with genuine surprise. This is secretly recorded surveillance footage from the dormitory area. When did they even film this? The camera zoomed in with startling clarity, capturing the exact moment Lu Sheng decided to deal with the arrogant blonde senior. As he watched his digital self slam the guy's head into the pavement with clinical efficiency, Lu Sheng winced slightly. Oops, looking at it from this angle, that does seem a bit excessively violent, doesn't it? The video was accompanied by a high-energy commentary track from a virtual host. The host gestured wildly toward the playback, shouting, "Ladies and gentlemen, Keep your eyes glued to the screen for this absolute scorcher of a clip. This is a legendary rookie moment. The footage slowed down to frame-by-frame detail as Lu Sheng's strike landed, and a tidal wave of viewer comments began to scroll across the interface. That impact force is insane. Estimated at least 2.33 million. I'm literally dying of laughter. These seniors thought they could bully a freshman and got humbled. Damn, he didn't just win, he wrecked him. Is this Lu Sheng guy even human? His power is nothing short of monstrous. Lu Sheng watched the scrolling feedback, feeling a strange mix of embarrassment and amusement. Whoa, everyone needs to relax. That was just a slight slip of the hand, a natural reaction. Besides, it's hardly my fault the guy was being so insufferably cocky. I imagine that golden-haired senior is going to find it very difficult to show his face around campus for quite a while. He chuckled to himself, but the moment of levity was interrupted by a thunderous growl from his stomach. Ugh, the hunger is hitting me hard. I need to find some fuel and see if the culinary standards at this academy match its martial reputation. Leaving his villa, Lu Sheng made his way toward the number 7 Marshall St. University cafeteria, which was already teeming with students and buzzing with the energy of the lunch rush. A few minutes later, Lindsay appeared through the crowd, balancing a literal mountain of food on his tray and wearing a grin like a Cheshire cat. Hey, Lu Sheng, don't you dare laugh at me, all right? I just have a deep, spiritual appreciation for these dishes. That's why, despite all the grueling martial training, I'm still as round as a bun. He walked over with an air of smug satisfaction, but as he got closer, his jaw slowly dropped. He realized Lu Sheng was already systematically demolishing a stack of 16 burgers. Lindsay gawked, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Holy crap, man. You're eating even more than I am. 16 burgers? That's legendary. I admit it. I'm not even in your league when it comes to the buffet. From that moment on, the usually boastful Lindsay didn't dare utter another word about his supposed superior eating capacity. He had been thoroughly outclassed in his own arena. Lindsay shuffled into his seat, bowing his head in a gesture of mock subservience. You're truly on another level, Lu Sheng. You're the best at everything, apparently. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng remained focused, his cheeks stuffed as he worked through the burgers with predatory efficiency. At a table nearby, 2 girls were whispering intently. A red-haired girl, her face flushing a deep crimson, stole a glance at Lu Sheng and gushed. Oh my god, is that him? That's Lu Sheng, the monster freshman everyone's talking about. You have to admit, he's actually kind of hot, right? Her friend leaned in, whispering back, don't let that calm face fool you. He might look cute, but he's a literal beast the second he starts fighting. Still, there's something about that intensity that I really dig. At another table, 2 male students were glaring at Lu Sheng, their expressions dark as they watched him slurp down his soup. One of them grumbled, damn it, that's the punk who broke my bones earlier. They say he's already teetering on the edge of level 6. TCH, I bet that was just a fluke, the other replied, though his eyes betrayed his nervousness. I want to see for myself how strong this top-ranked national champion actually is when faced with a real challenge. Lindsay, noticing the heavy atmosphere, leaned in and whispered to Lu Sheng. Dude, seriously, did you hear that? Everyone in this room is talking about you. It's only your first day, and you're already the most famous guy in school. I wish I had even a fraction of your charisma. Lu Sheng let out a weary sigh. Trust me, Lindsay, this level of attention is not all it's cracked up to be. It's exhausting. Hardly had the words left Lu Sheng's mouth when a sharp, authoritative rap sounded against the wood of their table. Excuse me, for students had approached, their presence immediately drawing the attention of the surrounding diners. The leader, dressed in a striking red jacket, stepped forward. You're Lu Sheng, correct? Let's get acquainted. The newcomer grinned, extending a hand with an air of practiced confidence. I'm Wuan, this year's top scorer from Xizjiang province, currently ranked 17th nationwide. Lu Sheng, who harbored a particular disdain for being interrupted during a meal, looked up with a gaze as cold as ice. So, did you come all this way just to brag about your test scores? Or is there a point to this? A beefy, bald-headed student standing behind the leader snarled. Watch your mouth, you little punk. But Wuan raised a hand, silently signaling his companion to stand down. He turned back to Lu Sheng, his smile never wavering. Lu Sheng, I recognize your strength. Perhaps I'm not your equal in a fair fight just yet, but this is a university. Building the right connections is often more vital than raw power. Wu opened his mouth to continue his pitch, but Lu Sheng cut him off mid-sentence, his voice sharp and dismissive. If you already know you're no match for me, then why are you standing here wasting my time? Why are you provoking me? Lu Sheng was still attempting to finish off a couple of steamed buns, but Wu persisted, his tone becoming condescending. There are certain things you simply shouldn't do, and certain people you really shouldn't cross. Going ahead despite knowing that. Don't you think that's just being a complete dumbass? As soon as the insult left Wu's lips, Lu Sheng's expression darkened. He slammed his palms onto the table with a force that rattled the dishes, the sound echoing like a gunshot. Startled by the sudden outburst, Wu instinctively stumbled back several steps. Whoa, chill out, dude. Wu glared at Lu Sheng, realization dawning that words wouldn't work on this freshman. His pride stung. He grit his teeth and threw a desperate, sudden punch aimed directly at Lu Sheng's head. To Wu's absolute horror, his fist never connected. Instead, he felt a massive, iron-like hand firmly seize his entire face. Splat. In a heartbeat, Lu Sheng's grip had completely enveloped Wu's features. A chilling thought raced through Wu's mind. Crap. Why does this feel so familiar? Where have I seen this exact move before? Then it clicked. Oh, right. The video from the dorms. Before he could process the thought, Lu Sheng had already slammed him face first into the cafeteria floor. Thud. The entire building seemed to shudder. Food trays went flying as Lu Sheng kept his hand clamped onto Wu's face, the impact so severe that the tiles cracked and buckled, forming a deep, jagged pit beneath them. The other three lackeys were dumbstruck, frozen in place like statues as they stared at their leader's broken form. Lu Sheng's voice rang out through the cafeteria, low and dangerous. I've told people before, I have a very short fuse, and I am exceptionally easy to anger. Do not come looking for trouble, and do not, under any circumstances, bother me again. Beside him, Lin Zhe was staring at Lu Sheng with sparkling eyes, his expression one of pure, unadulterated admiration for his friend's dominance. So incredibly awesome, Lu Sheng. At that moment, the entire cafeteria was stunned into a deathly silence, as if a devil had suddenly manifested in their midst. Some students, however, were already surreptitiously whipping out their phones to record the aftermath, mentally planning the music they would use for their social media posts. Lu Sheng withdrew his hand, leaving Wu sprawled motionless on the ground, his lunch tray shattered into 1,000 plastic shards. Lu Sheng nonchalantly reached for a napkin to wipe his hands, ignoring the bits of food from the table that were now dripping onto the bully's face. As he cleaned his fingers, Lu Sheng issued a final, chilling warning. The guy he had just pulverized remained unconscious, his face covered in a messy coating of leftover soup and stray vegetables. Lu Sheng's voice boomed across the room, demanding the attention of everyone present. There are exactly two things in this world that I absolutely despise. You could say I loathe them to my very marrow. Lu Sheng pointed a finger at his own chest, a suffocatingly powerful aura radiating from his frame. The first is being interrupted while I am focused on my training. Then, he pointed a finger down at the broken figure sprawled on the ground. And the second is having annoying flies buzzing around my ears while I am trying to enjoy my meal. So, commit this to memory. Never bother me again. The two remaining lackeys trembled violently, the sheer pressure of Lu Sheng's gaze making it hard to breathe. Lu Sheng turned his finger toward their faces, his eyes locking onto theirs with a predatory intensity. Do you understand? Faced with the towering presence of Lu Sheng, the two students felt as small as insects. Their bodies shook uncontrollably as they hurriedly bowed their heads over and over. Yes, sir. We understand perfectly. We're sorry. We'll never dare to appear before you again, we swear. The lackeys stammered, their voices trembling with pure terror. As they turned to flee, Lu Sheng called out with a chilling indifference. Good. Now scram. And when that friend of yours finally regains consciousness, tell him he's responsible for settling the bill for the shattered table. Having finished his business, Lu Sheng turned back to his companion. Let's go, Lin Zhe. Right away, Brother Sheng. Lindsay replied with a mix of awe and eagerness, while the crowd of students left behind buzzed with frantic, hushed conversations. After they had walked a considerable distance, Lindsay replayed the scene in his mind and couldn't help but let out a breathless exclamation. Holy crap, Lu Sheng! That was absolutely legendary. That is exactly how a real man should conduct himself. If someone refuses to show you the respect you deserve, you simply beat them into the dirt until they have no other choice but to submit. As Lu Sheng departed, dozens of students tracked his every movement with bloodshot, predatory eyes, their bodies practically vibrating with a raw thirst for combat. Some were clearly itching to test their own limits against his overwhelming strength. Their gazes were like those of hungry tigers evaluating a new threat in their territory, following Lu Sheng relentlessly. Lu Sheng mused silently to himself. Martial arts is fundamentally a path of absolute dominance. This is especially true here at No. 7 Marshall Saint University, where the nation's most volatile elites and geniuses are gathered, each one filled with the pride of a top-tier talent. The one thing this campus definitely has in abundance is stubborn, ego-driven fools who swarm around like annoying flies. They keep returning and causing trouble primarily because they haven't experienced a level of fear that truly breaks their spirit yet. Lu Sheng scanned the warlike expressions of the surrounding students, wondering if they would dare maintain such bravado if they were facing a true grandmaster. The answer was a definitive no. What I need to do is instill a fear so deep that those irritating flies naturally scatter. I have to find a perfect stage to give them a thrashing so absolute they'll feel it in their marrow, something to make their very bones rattle with pure terror. In his mind's eye, Lu Sheng envisioned himself manifesting as a colossal, unstoppable demon of war. He saw the self-righteous bullies of the academy reduced to terrified insects scurrying beneath his heels, forced to revere his power as they would the presence of a wrathful god. He continued to sink into this visualization, imagining his own presence expanding and coalescing into a radiant, blindingly powerful deity of the martial path. His reverie was suddenly shattered when a booming, authoritative voice called out, "Lu Sheng!" A man of majestic bearing and powerful build strode toward him through the crowd, his every step exuding a natural sense of command. Lu Sheng's instincts immediately flared. He sensed that this newcomer possessed an incredibly potent aura, one that felt even more refined and formidable than his own. The man stepped forward with a welcoming expression. "You're Lu Sheng, right? I'm Vice Principal Zhao Kangtai. I've been looking for you. I want you to represent the entire freshman class and deliver a keynote speech on stage during tomorrow's opening ceremony." Hearing the vice principal's request, Lu Sheng nearly jumped at the unexpected responsibility. "Give a speech," Lu Sheng repeated, caught off guard. Sensing the youth's sudden hesitation, the vice principal offered a reassuring smile. "It's nothing to lose sleep over, really. You just need to say a few inspiring words to your peers. Nothing overly formal or special." Lu Sheng quickly composed himself and replied, "I understand, Vice Principal. I'll make the necessary preparations." Standing by his side, Lindsay couldn't help but let out a long, impressed sigh. "That's awesome. This is the ultimate opportunity to establish your presence in front of every single freshman. You've got to show off properly, Brother Sheng. Let them see what a real champion looks like in front of the whole class." "You're right. A strong first impression is vital." Time passed quickly, and the next morning arrived. The atmosphere was electric for the opening ceremony of the 17th class at No. 7 Marshall Saint University. Inside the cavernous auditorium, a buzz of excitement turned into a roar as someone shouted, "Look, Lu Sheng is here. That's the kid who put Wu in the hospital yesterday." Every head in the room turned in unison, hundreds of gazes pinning Lu Sheng as he moved toward the front of the hall. At that moment, Lu Sheng and Lindsay were being guided toward their designated seats by a senior female student. As they passed the rows of seated freshmen, a gray-haired student leaned over to his friends and whispered urgently, "Take my advice and stay as far away from that guy as humanly possible. He's nothing but bad news." Lu Sheng didn't miss the comment. He let his sharp, predatory gaze sweep across the room, meeting the eyes of several students and causing them to instinctively recoil in their seats. The ceremony officially began as Vice Principal Zhao's voice boomed over the speakers. Welcome, students, to number 7 Marshall St. University. He then launched into a standard, long-winded welcome address, waxing poetic about the brilliant golden autumn and the bright futures of the elite students assembled from across the country. Within minutes, the students in the lower rows were already nodding off from boredom. Lu Sheng sighed, even going so far as to cover his ears slightly to block out the rhythmic drone. He thought to himself, it really doesn't matter what world you're in. Administrative speeches from the leadership are universally tedious and identical. After what felt like an eternity, Vice Principal Zhao's tone became more energized as he announced, and now, we invite the representative of our freshman class, the National Martial Arts Exam Champion, Lu Sheng, to the stage to deliver his remarks. Please, let's give him a warm welcome. The announcement was met with a chorus of loud protests from a group of rowdy students led by a curly-haired youth. A burst of mocking, lively whistling erupted from their section. Lu Sheng looked toward the source of the noise, a cold light dancing in his eyes. So, he thought, you guys are actually volunteering to get beaten up? Fine by me. I'll give you exactly the opportunity you're looking for. On stage, Vice Principal Zhao raised his hands, gesturing firmly for the restless crowd to settle down so the speaker could begin. Lu Sheng, are you ready? The vice principal whispered as they crossed paths on the stage. Lu Sheng gave a confident, almost serene nod. I spent all of yesterday preparing for this moment, sir. There shouldn't be any problems at all. Upon hearing the answer, Vice Principal Zhao was momentarily taken aback. Preparing all day, he thought, feeling a sudden sense of pride. I didn't expect a talent like Lu Sheng to take such a minor ceremonial duty so seriously. He clearly has a great deal of respect for the institution. It's refreshing to see he isn't just another arrogant genius who only cares about his own training. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng stepped to the microphone, a familiar, predatory smile playing on his lips. In the audience, the underlings of the curly-haired student looked on suspiciously. What is this kid planning to say? He looks way too calm for someone being heckled by the entire room. Their leader let out a dismissive humph. It doesn't matter what rehearsed garbage he spews. We're going to keep making a scene and causing trouble until he's forced off the stage in disgrace. We'll make sure his enrollment starts with a memory of utter humiliation. Lu Sheng tapped the microphone, the sound echoing through the hall. My name is Lu Sheng. I'm well aware that many of you sitting down there aren't particularly convinced by my reputation or my status as the top-ranked champion. So, because I'm in a generous mood today, I'm going to give every single one of you a golden opportunity. The students below began to stir, muttering in disgust at his apparent arrogance. Here is the chance you've all been waiting for, Lu Sheng shouted, his voice cutting through the murmurs like a blade. I want anyone who has a problem with me to come up onto this stage right now and challenge me directly. To emphasize his point, Lu Sheng spread his arms wide in a gesture of grand invitation, his eyes gleaming with a manic, excited energy as he encouraged the mob. In fact, I'll make it easier for you. I am specifically allowing all of you to come up and fight me together, he added, following the statement with a blatant, provocative hand gesture. Don't keep me waiting. I know you're all buzzing around like flies and mosquitoes anyway, so let's settle this. The curly-haired student and his gang began to gnash their teeth in fury. The atmosphere in the auditorium turned radioactive with anger. On stage, Vice Principal Zhao looked as if he had been turned to stone, his face frozen in a mask of sheer disbelief. What on earth is happening? The vice principal's jaw dropped as Lu Sheng's words sank in. He had to physically push his glasses up and blink several times, unable to trust his own senses. He thought frantically, This is the speech he spent all of yesterday preparing? Just these 4 sentences? In the end, his idea of representative remarks is just starting a massive brawl. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng remained at the center of the stage, arms still spread wide and completely unfazed by the thousands of astonished gazes fixed upon him. In the audience, Lin Zhe and those around him were gaping in shock. Lin Zhe finally managed to speak. That's my brother Sheng. That is so incredibly cool. He didn't forget to give Lu Sheng a wide, trembling thumbs up from his seat. Lu Sheng remained preternaturally calm, his voice echoing with mocking confidence. What's the matter? Are you all suddenly too cowardly to come up together? Is the entire freshman class of this university nothing but pathetic trash? A wave of silence hit the room before exploding into outrage. A massive, collective question mark seemed to hover over the heads of the students. Where did this absolute delinquent even come from? Xu Jiangdong's underlings glared at the stage, their feet planted in indecision. Suddenly, a heavy fist slammed into a nearby seat, the sound making them jump in a cold sweat. Damn it, this brat is way too arrogant. He actually wants to use our opening day to establish his own authority through violence. Xu Jiangdong's entire body seemed to vibrate with suppressed rage. He patted his chest and let out a sinister, jagged smile. Fine then. Let Xu Jiangdong teach you a lesson you'll never forget. If I don't break your spirit today, I swear on my life that I'm not human. He raised his head triumphantly, nimbly flexing his limbs as he prepared to storm the stage. Around him, dozens of other students were gnashing their teeth, ready to join the fray. A sharp, haughty female voice cut through the mounting tension in the auditorium. Does he truly believe himself to be invincible? She sneered, her eyes narrowing with cold disdain. It has been a long time since anyone has dared to utter such insufferably arrogant words in my presence. I am curious to see just how long this brat can maintain that posturing before he breaks. The girl rose from her seat, planting a hand firmly on her hip as she continued her challenge. This is perfect timing. I've been itching to see for myself exactly how much weight the title of national champion actually carries for someone like Lu Sheng. Nearby, the red-haired Huadong felt a sudden, icy chill crawl down his spine. Damn it, this atmosphere is suffocating. Every survival instinct I possess is screaming at me that challenging this monster is anything but a wise choice. However, Huadong thought, his jaw tightening as he felt the weight of the surrounding stares. If I don't step up and join the fray right now, my reputation will be shredded. Everyone will whisper that I, Huadong, was paralyzed by fear in the face of Lu Sheng's bravado. I cannot allow that shadow to haunt me. Having steeled his resolve, Huadong projected his voice across the hall, masking his internal trepidation with a layer of forced martial respect. In that case, national champion Lu Sheng, we humbly request that you grant us the benefit of your esteemed guidance. Directly behind Huadong, two of his most capable associates began to rhythmically warm up their limbs, focusing their inner chi and preparing to launch a coordinated, high-speed assault the moment the signal was given. Every single pair of eyes in the vast auditorium was now pinned exclusively on Lu Sheng. For a fleeting second, the very fabric of space and time seemed to grind to a halt, the air turning heavy and electric with the anticipation of the impending violence. The silence was shattered as one of the elite students unleashed an incredibly potent surge of spiritual pressure. It manifested visually as a roaring, ethereal fire dragon that swept toward the stage, accompanied by a thunderous, defiant battle cry that shook the rafters. Please enlighten us, the shout echoed. Observing the chaotic escalation from the faculty seating, a teacher turned toward the leadership with a worried, frantic expression. This is spiraling out of control. What on earth is happening here? Vice Principal Zhao. However, Vice Principal Zhao Kongtai merely signaled for silence with a casual wave of his hand. He remained remarkably composed, leaning back to watch the spectacle with an analytical glint in his eyes. Hold your position. Let us see how the boy navigates this storm. Lin Zhe, witnessing the sea of students swarming toward the stage to overwhelm Lu Sheng, felt a surge of righteous indignation. Damn it! You bastards are seriously ganging up on a single person? That is beyond pathetic, he roared, preparing to leap into the fray. Whatever, bring it on. Lin Zhe thought, his heart thumping against his ribs. The absolute worst-case scenario is that I get beaten to a pulp. It's not like they'll actually kill me. No matter how monstrous Lu Sheng is, even he can't possibly fend off this many elites alone. I won't stand by and let him lose face while I cower here. A mountain of collective pressure began to bear down on both Lin Zhe and Lu Sheng, but the latter simply stepped forward, his voice cutting through the noise like a shard of ice. It appears that you pieces of trash are only capable of producing a semblance of pressure when you are piled miserably on top of one another. Lu Sheng was deliberately choosing the most insulting, inflammatory words possible, baiting the students into a state of reckless, blind fury. At that moment, Lu Sheng's expression darkened into something truly grim, his eyes clouding with a bloodshot tint as a tangible, murderous aura began to bleed from his frame. Very well. I wish to see exactly what merit gives garbage like you the perceived right to even occupy the same space as me. For a heartbeat, Lu Sheng's solitary figure appeared almost fragile against the overwhelming, mountainous pressure radiating from the enraged mass of students. But then, Lu Sheng's own aura erupted with the violent, unbridled force of a supernova. He clenched his fist, the air around it rippling with raw kinetic potential, and charged straight into the heart of the mob, zeroing in on the curly-haired student who had been leading the heckling. The youth didn't even have the chance to blink before he became the first casualty of the clash. Lu Sheng's punch connected squarely with the center of his chest, the impact sounding like a heavy sledgehammer striking a solid steel drum. The student only managed to let out a single, wet cough before he was sent hurtling backward, skipping across the auditorium floor for dozens of meters like a stone across a pond. In that same instant, another attacker rushed in from the flank, launching a savage kick aimed at Lu Sheng's temple. Lu Sheng shifted his weight with terrifying fluidity, blocking the strike with a casual wave of his forearm. Small, weak, and yet so tiresomely persistent, he mocked, his gaze devoid of any warmth. He looked down at the struggling student, his lip curling in a gesture of profound disdain. You possess the ambition of a predator, but the actual strength of a newborn kitten. It is truly a pathetic sight to behold. With a sudden, explosive motion, Lu Sheng snatched the student's leg out of the air and slammed his entire body into the ground with bone-shattering force. Just as he neutralized that threat, a scorching, fiery pressure surged from his blind spot. Another student had unleashed a sophisticated palm technique, manifesting a literal sea of flames that began to swallow the stage. The heat was so intense that the surrounding students were forced to abandon their own attacks, retreating frantically to focus on their personal defense. One girl, unable to withstand the blistering temperature, collapsed to the floor and gasped for air. The fire palm user let out a manic, triumphant laugh that echoed through the inferno. Ha ha, Lu Sheng, I don't care how fast you think you are, no living being can withstand the direct heat of this sea of fire. But before his laughter could even fade, several fingers suddenly emerged from the heart of the golden flames. Before the attacker could even process what he was seeing, a hand clamped onto the crown of his head and began to squeeze with the strength of a hydraulic press. His heart nearly stopped from pure terror. That hand, completely unmarred and steady amidst the heat, belonged to none other than Lu Sheng. Lu Sheng's voice drifted through the dissipating smoke, calm and utterly unimpressed. I will grant that this was almost decent. Your sea of fire actually managed to singe my outer garments, but it is nowhere near enough to truly harm me. Go back to your master and train for another decade. Suddenly, Lu Sheng's head snapped to the side as his senses registered a new, high-speed projectile hurtling toward him. A blinding streak of concentrated blue light was racing toward Lu Sheng with surgical precision, clearly intended to force him to release his grip and rescue the fire user from further humiliation. It was the girl from earlier, her movements transformed into a blur of pure kinetic energy. High power and an impenetrable defense, is it? She thought, her eyes flashing with tactical coldness. Then I will rely on absolute speed. I'll run circles around you, slowly carving away at your flesh with 1,000 cuts until you are forced to beg for mercy, bit by agonizing bit. However, her thoughts were abruptly severed. Before she could complete her first maneuver, Lu Sheng's breathing shifted into the rhythmic flow of the wind style, and his hand lashed out like a striking viper to seize her leg mid-dash. A sharp, high-pitched cry of pure disbelief escaped her lips as her momentum vanished. Lu Sheng swung his arm, intending to toss the girl aside, but her agility was truly impressive. She managed to twist in midair and propel herself just out of his reach. But Lu Sheng was already occupied by a new challenger. This student's entire body was vibrating with a chaotic, brilliant purple energy that crackled around her. I can't control it anymore, she screamed, her power reaching a volatile, dangerous peak. Don't blame me for what happens next, she shrieked through gritted teeth. The purple spiritual energy condensed into dozens of razor-sharp, throwing stars, which were launched toward Lu Sheng with lethal velocity. They moved far too fast for the naked eye to track. Lu Sheng, seemingly unable to react in time, was struck directly by the spiritual barrage. Fabric frayed and sleeves were torn into ribbons as the energy impacted. Seeing the direct hit, the girl was overcome with a jubilant, almost hysterical relief, shouting at the top of her lungs, "I did it! I actually defeated him! Success!" The 6 spiritual throwing stars had indeed shredded Lu Sheng's outer garment, but they had failed to leave so much as a single scratch on his reinforced skin. Lu Sheng reached out, plucked the shimmering stars from the air as if they were toys, and remarked with a dark, humorous glint in his eye, "Tell me, who gave you permission to scratch my itch without my express authorization?" Lu Sheng immediately infused the throwing stars with his own immense spiritual power, causing them to grow longer and glow with a terrifying, jagged sharpness. "No, impossible," the girl gasped, her face draining of all color. "Are you a high-level psionic as well?" In the next heartbeat, she was pinned to the auditorium wall by a flurry of the stars, the blades burying themselves mere millimeters from her skin and locking her in place. She was paralyzed with terror, her eyes bulging and her mouth agape, unable to produce anything more than a soft, pathetic whimpering sound. The remaining students, now led by a desperate Huadong, decided on a final, suicidal charge. Some brandished long spears, others gripped heavy knives or elegant swords, while the rest prepared to strike with reinforced fists. "Damn it all! Everyone, attack at once!" they roared, rushing Lu Sheng from every conceivable angle with their weapons bared, hoping that sheer numbers would finally prevail. Lu Sheng turned to face the incoming wave, his expression turning preternaturally serene. His eyes suddenly ignited with a strange, piercing blue luminescence, and his entire body began to radiate a powerful, rhythmic glow that made the very air hum with static energy. Without warning, Lu Sheng unleashed a devastating, omnidirectional palm strike. A blinding explosion of light illuminated the entire auditorium, and the resulting shockwave sent the charging students flying through the air like dry leaves in a storm. As the thick clouds of dust began to slowly settle, Lu Sheng's silhouette emerged, walking forward with measured, heavy steps that echoed in the silence. "As I suspected, trash is inherently trash," he stated flatly, his voice carrying clearly over the groans of the fallen. "Even if you gather 1,000 pieces of garbage together, you don't create a mountain, you just create a larger pile of waste. I honestly had far higher expectations for the so-called elite of this university." At this moment, Lu Sheng's presence was suffocatingly powerful, his aura still expanding with seemingly no upper limit. The sheer magnitude of the power he had unleashed was so immense that the surrounding environment of the auditorium was utterly devastated, with floor tiles pulverized and rows of seats twisted into scrap metal by the force of his qi. High above in the observation area, Vice Principal Zhao Kongtai stared down at Lu Sheng, a slow, deeply satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Truly, he is a talent worthy of the highest anticipation. Tomorrow, when the representatives from the other 6 Marshall Saint universities arrive and see what we have produced, things are going to get much, much more interesting." The vice principal's eyes shone with a predatory excitement as he watched the young monster. Meanwhile, it was finally the turn of the orange-haired senior and his small group. They had been waiting in the wings, intending to use the chaos to teach the freshmen a lesson, but now they found themselves standing directly in Lu Sheng's path. Their eyes were vacant and hollow, their bodies drenched in a cold, shivering sweat. They stood frozen, unable to process the absolute slaughter they had just witnessed. How is this possible?" one of them muttered, his voice cracking with fear. "I was still debating whether or not I should even make a move, and the entire battle is already over." Lu Sheng casually stepped forward and placed the sole of his boot onto the head of one of the fallen attackers. The youth felt a crushing, immense pressure as his vision blurred and his world began to spin uncontrollably. Another nearby student could only stare in a daze, his mouth working silently as he struggled to find the words to describe the terror he felt. The ill-fated battle of the martial artists had ended in a total, humiliating failure for the challengers, leaving only one man standing. At that precise moment, Lu Sheng stood amidst the wreckage of the stage, radiating a bone-chilling coldness that seemed to lower the ambient temperature of the entire auditorium. "The world," he began, his voice dropping to a low, ominous vibrato that echoed in the silence, "is about to usher in a dark age, an era defined by the absolute and merciless rule of the Demon King." To the eyes of the paralyzed spectators, Lu Sheng's silhouette seemed to warp and expand, transforming into a terrifying, headless demon sovereign wielding a colossal, jagged greatsword that looked ready to cleave the heavens. The orange-haired senior stood petrified, his mind rendered a complete blank by the suffocating killing intent. Lu Sheng paced toward him and waved a hand inches from his nose, yet the guy remained as stiff as a marble statue, his breath hitching in his throat. "Hey," Lu Sheng called out, his internal thoughts drifting toward the absurd. "Why is he acting like a glitching NPC? Maybe I should lean into the bit and add a classic line from those old shonen anime. Are you standing up too?" Lu Sheng asked, his voice entering the senior's ears like a death knell. At that moment, the orange-haired guy's expression twisted into a mask of pure agony, looking as though he were suffering from a severe bout of hemorrhoids while desperately trying to pass a stone. He began to shake his head with frantic, manic energy, signaling his total surrender. "No, please, no." Suddenly, as he whipped his head around in a panic, he spotted a stray chair sitting just behind him. A desperate idea flashed through his terrified mind, and he immediately collapsed into it, his knees hitting the floor before his rear hit the seat. "No, absolutely not. I'm not standing. I've been sitting here the entire time. I swear," he stammered, his voice reaching a shrill pitch. He was a wreck of nerves, plopping down with such force the chair groaned, deathly afraid that if he were even a millisecond too slow, Lu Sheng would decide to deliver a few more bone-shattering whacks to his skull. Lu Sheng merely shrugged, his expression one of bored indifference as he watched the senior cower. "Whatever," he muttered under his breath, turning his gaze back to the broader chaos. "It's not a big deal if one person is missing from the tally of the fallen. I've already made my point quite clearly." Despite his words of indifference, Lu Sheng reached out and delivered a sharp, condescending slap to the senior's head as he walked past. The poor dude could only silently endure the humiliation, closing his eyes tight and refusing to even attempt to dodge. Afterwards, Lu Sheng maintained his icy, detached expression, turning slowly to address the sea of students frozen in the auditorium. "I already gave you guys a fair chance to prove yourselves," he said, his voice carrying to every corner of the room. The students watching him were utterly terrified, remaining as silent as clams in a deep-sea trench, not daring to let out so much as a whimper. Lu Sheng's voice echoed again, cutting through the heavy air. "Too bad. It's entirely your own fault for not seizing the opportunity when it was presented. You let fear dictate your actions." Then, Lu Sheng pointed a finger at the unconscious bodies littering the ground and said loudly, "Later, when these fools finally wake up, tell them this. Next time, don't go running around making a spectacle of yourselves in front of me. Do you understand?" The students in the front rows hurriedly nodded their heads like clockwork toys, stammering out a chorus of, "Got it. Yes, we understand perfectly." Satisfied with the reaction, Lu Sheng's terrifying aura vanished in an instant, replaced by a brilliant, polite smile. He turned toward the stage and addressed Vice Principal Zhao Kangtai. "My speech as the representative of the freshman class is officially over. What do you think, Professor? Was the delivery acceptable?" The faculty members were electrified by Lu Sheng's performance, whispering urgently among themselves. "Good, good, very good indeed," one teacher replied, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Vice Principal Zhao Kangtai couldn't hide his excitement either, a wide, satisfied grin splitting his face as he surveyed the lesson Lu Sheng had imparted. "Leave a few students behind to clean up this disaster," he ordered. "Those who need medical attention should be transported to the infirmary immediately. Everyone else, disperse to your classes." Within hours, a video of the event was uploaded to the school's internal network. The opening ceremony of the 17th class of No. 7 Marshall St. University had ended successfully, headlined by a single freshman taking on hundreds of his peers and claiming the undisputed top spot on the rankings. The student responsible for editing the footage couldn't help but exclaim, "This edit is absolute fire. We are witnessing the rise of the strongest freshman in the history of the academy. In the viral video, Lu Sheng was edited to look like an unstoppable monster, a force of nature facing off against both old and new students alike. The cinematic cuts highlighted every bone-crunching impact and every flash of his chi, showcasing the terrifying depth of Lu Sheng's full power for the entire world to see. By his second day, Lu Sheng had already become the most scrutinized student at number 7 Marshall St. University, with his performance sparking a scathing critique of the existing upperclassmen rankings. "If you seniors keep slacking off like this, you're going to be eaten alive," one forum post read. Analysts began posting comprehensive breakdowns of his estimated stats: martial artist level 6, coupled with at least a level 3 psychic power. All his physical attributes were pegged at a maxed-out 999, while his spiritual depth remained an unknown variable. A sophisticated chart was compiled, making the astronomical gap between Lu Sheng and his peers painfully obvious. A massive question mark hung over the data. Is this truly just the brightest star of number 7 Marshall St. University, or is he something else entirely? Lu Sheng's actions were like a massive boulder hurled into a tranquil lake, creating continuous, violent ripples that refused to settle. Having returned to the quiet of his dormitory villa, Lu Sheng sat watching the trending video of himself, his brow furrowing as he read the comments. His jaw dropped slightly at the absurdity of the internet's reaction. "These headline writers are ridiculous," Lu Sheng muttered. "They're describing me as if I'm some endgame raid boss who accidentally fell into the newbie starting map and started farming players for fun." Lu Sheng's expression then turned somber as he tilted his head, asking himself a difficult question. Am I truly becoming that kind of person? Lately, he had noticed a shift in his own temperament. He was becoming more prone to violence, instinctively turning to raw force to resolve every conflict that crossed his path. Was it simply because his strength was increasing at such a rapid, uncontrollable pace? Perhaps that was a factor. But deep down, he knew the main reason was that his peers were simply too weak, while simultaneously acting with unearned bravado. In the fight with those freshmen, he hadn't felt a single ounce of pressure. It felt as though he were navigating life with a set of active cheat codes, trivializing every challenge. Lu Sheng even caught himself imagining he was a high-powered lawnmower, while the other students were merely weeds, useless obstacles that were terrified because they knew they could be cut down with a flick of his wrist. Weakness itself isn't a sin, he thought, but being weak and lacking the self-awareness to realize just how fragile you are, that is a grave transgression. The scenes of the students' reactions flashed through Lu Sheng's mind again, the screams of terror from some, and the fanatical cheering of others who treated him like a dark idol. To him, such weakness was both irritating and ultimately more destructive than violence itself. While force might not be able to solve every problem in existence, it certainly provided a swift resolution for the vast majority of them. Lu Sheng clenched his fist, focusing his thoughts on the specialized fist techniques he was developing. His goal was clear: utilize his overwhelming strength to quickly ascend the ranks and gain unrestricted access to the Fire Seed Resource Vault. Perhaps it was the clarity of this realization, but the great sun manifestation within his mindscape suddenly underwent a profound change, glowing with a renewed, intense heat. His martial will was on the cusp of a significant breakthrough. "All right," he whispered, his eyes narrowing. "It's time to send someone on their way." With a sudden burst of extreme speed, Lu Sheng vanished from the room, his form a blur as he approached the specific target he had set his sights on within the simulation. Standing before him was Monroe, the legendary ice demon and martial Dao queen. She stood regally amidst a swirling frost, having already prepared her reinforced shield and a long, wicked spear. She waited with icy patience for Lu Sheng to rush into her range, her eyes tracking his every micro-movement. The moment Lu Sheng entered her strike zone, Monroe launched a relentless barrage of thrusts, the sharp spear tip whistling through the air with lethal precision. Her movements were incredibly agile, a dance of frozen lethality. Lu Sheng twisted and pivoted, dodging the flurry by hair-thin margins. After evading the final strike, he concentrated every ounce of his explosive strength into his fist, unleashing a thunderous punch that threatened to shatter the very air. Monroe caught the blow squarely on her heavy shield, the impact creating a shockwave that kicked up a wall of snow. Without missing a beat, she used the momentum of the block to launch a lightning-fast counterattack with her spear, aiming directly for Lu Sheng's throat. Lu Sheng's instincts flared, and he instantly transitioned his internal rhythm to the wind-breathing style, his body becoming light and ethereal as he sought to regain the tactical advantage. He slid gracefully to the side, circling around to Monroe's blind spot with predatory speed. Once in position, Lu Sheng activated the Crystal Contemplation method, channeling the power of the Divine Illumination King Sutra. He drew upon his constant star power, multiplying its output by 10. A massive concentration of spiritual power gathered in his palm, then diffused violently outward. A blinding purple radiance illuminated the entire battlefield. A concentrated beam of pure energy erupted from his hand, rushing toward Monroe with the speed of light. It struck with surgical precision, completely severing one of the Ice Queen's arms at the shoulder in a spray of crystalline frost. Finally, I landed a hit. Lu Sheng yelled, his voice filled with adrenaline-fueled excitement. However, his triumph was short-lived. Instead of blood, jagged ice spikes began to erupt from the stump of her severed arm, and a secondary, massive spike of frozen energy began to grow rapidly from the center of her chest. The ice spikes grew larger and more menacing with every passing second, pulsing with an eerie light. Monroe, the ice demon, let out a space-shattering scream that felt like it was tearing the very fabric of the simulation apart. Lu Sheng broke into a cold sweat, his face scrunched up in a mixture of disbelief and alarm. Holy guacamole! Oh my God, are you kidding me? Can she even do that? But as he watched, the horror intensified. The massive block of ice she had manifested suddenly began to reshape itself, transforming into a giant, articulating robotic arm of terrifying proportions. Monroe swung the massive robotic arm in a wide arc, delivering a devastating slap that shattered the frozen ground for hundreds of yards. The giant limb then lifted a colossal block of ice with effortless ease, hurling it aside to reveal a deep, jagged pit where the earth had been pulverized by her sheer mechanical strength. Monroe's voice echoed like grinding glaciers as she uttered two words: fusion activated. Immediately following her command, a towering monolith of ice rose in front of Lu Sheng, a construct that was as sharp as a diamond and appeared absolutely impenetrable. Caught in the shadow of the monolith, Lu Sheng could only let out a sharp gasp of surprise, his heart hammering against his ribs as he realized the scale of her power. Crap, this is bad, Lu Sheng thought, his mind racing through tactical possibilities. I've never seen her deploy a move like this in any previous encounter. Could this be her ultimate transformation skill? As her health dropped below the critical threshold, the battlefield became even more nightmarish. An aura resembling an ice phoenix began to form around Monroe as she looked down at Lu Sheng from her high vantage point. This was the endgame, either a total victory or a crushing defeat. She began to rapidly chant an ancient, guttural incantation. Lu Sheng met her gaze, the will of the Grandmaster beginning to circulate through his body like molten lead. He conjured his blade wheel, causing massive, flickering flames to erupt around him in a desperate bid to counter her freezing aura. Boundless rebirth, Lu Sheng roared, hurling a supercharged flying knife toward the Ice Queen. Monroe didn't flinch. She leaned forward and rushed toward him, her frost-covered spear leading the way. What followed was a fierce, cataclysmic collision between primordial ice and raging fire. The two warriors met face to face in the center of the storm, their energies clashing with enough force to warp the air itself. Even in the heat of battle, Monroe flashed a cold, charming smile that sent shivers down Lu Sheng's spine. In response, Lu Sheng gnashed his teeth, his resolve turning to tempered steel as he refused to back down. The scene abruptly shifted. Lu Sheng was now kneeling on the frozen ground, his head bowed in defeat. His entire body was encrusted with jagged, piercing blocks of ice that pinned him to the floor. He slowly raised his frozen, trembling hands, his voice heavy with regret. I lost again, and I lost badly. So this is the true height of martial Tao divine power? This is what it truly means to reach the pinnacle. Lu Sheng remained kneeling before the frost-laden martial Dao Queen, Manhwa. She stood over him, the sharp tip of her spear hovering inches from his chest. Lu Sheng bowed his head further, finally accepting the harsh reality of his situation. Yeah, I still couldn't find a way to beat you in the end. The ice demon remained silent, though fine cracks began to spiderweb across her porcelain-like face, signaling the end of the simulation. When Lu Sheng finally looked up, he was completely stunned by the sight before him. Manhwa, the Ice Queen, was slowly disintegrating, her form turning into a flurry of soft, glowing snowflakes. Starting from the crown of her head and moving down to her arms, she was vanishing into the void, leaving Lu Sheng alone in the cold. The moment the final traces of Manhwa's crystalline form dissolved into the void, a spectacular eruption of prismatic light and swirling violet aura materialized in the frigid air. Like a celestial comet, the energy streaked toward Lu Sheng, plunging directly into his forehead with a force that made his vision swim. Lu Sheng recoiled, his hands flying to his temples as a torrent of unfamiliar sensory data flooded his consciousness. This is far more than just residual energy, he gasped, his voice tight with a mixture of agony and awe. These are her memories, the very essence of her life and her path as a martial artist. The floodgates of Manhwa's past swung wide, dragging Lu Sheng's consciousness into a vivid, unfolding drama. The first image to crystallize was that of a small, porcelain-faced girl with eyes that held an unnatural depth. However, the voice that accompanied the vision was not hers, but a man's, deep, resonant, and heavy with unspoken expectations. "Master, I have brought her as you requested." The voice echoed across the mental landscape. "Her name is Manhwa, and she is ready to be forged." An old man appeared in the vision, his back turned as he meticulously sharpened a long, curved blade. The sound of stone on steel was the only thing that filled the silence. He grunted softly, a sound of grim satisfaction, before pivoting to reveal a face etched with the scars of 1,000 battles. His eyes scanned the small girl with clinical intensity. "Her talent is raw, but undeniable," he remarked, his voice like gravel. "From this moment forward, you are no longer a child of common lineage. You are officially my disciple. Prepare yourself for a life of ice and iron." Time within the memory became a blurred sequence of seasons and suffering. In the next vision, a slightly older Manhwa sat cross-legged beneath a thundering, glacial waterfall. The sheer weight of the water was enough to crush a normal person, yet she remained motionless, her quiet sobs instantly turning into frost upon her cheeks. The pool around her feet began to freeze solid, the ice creeping up the rocks in jagged spikes. Her master, Milton's eyes, approached the bank, his shadow looming over her. "Tell me, girl," he demanded, his voice piercing the roar of the falls. "What is it that you truly wish to learn from me?" At that moment, Manhwa's small frame was covered in a network of frostbite scars and training injuries, her skin nearly as translucent as the ice surrounding her. Despite the visible pain, she looked up at her master with eyes that burned with a chilling resolve. "Master, I wish to learn your spear techniques," she answered, her voice surprisingly steady for her age. "I seek the way of the spear because you are its undisputed master. In all of base 1359, you are the only one who has ever touched the elusive fifth realm of spear arts. I want that power for myself." Hearing her declaration, Milton's eyes let out a sudden, boisterous laugh that echoed through the mountain pass. The scene shifted once more to a triumphant celebration. Manhwa stood upon a high, stone dais, overlooking a sea of cheering citizens. "Behold," a herald cried out, his voice booming with pride. "Grandmaster Manhwa has shattered the limits of her age. At only 17 years old, she has ascended to the Grandmaster realm. She is our hope for reaching level M, a true martial genius born to protect base 1359. Manhwa turned her head, searching for a sign of approval from her master in the crowd. But Milton's eyes merely stood in the shadows, his head bowed. When he finally spoke, his voice was a cold splash of reality. "You celebrate a milestone, not a destination. You are still far off from the true peak. Your frost finch has yet to take flight." Milton's eyes continued, his gaze piercing through her newfound pride. "Until your spirit finds its way to the glacial river, You are merely playing with toys in the snow. Do not let these cheers soften your heart, Monroe. Years passed in a heartbeat. Monroe was deep within a secluded training hall, the air thick with the scent of ozone and chilled steel. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered as the heavy doors were kicked open. A blood-stained hand reached through the gap, clutching the frame with desperate strength. Monroe's spear was out in an instant, its tip hovering centimeters from the intruder's throat. "Identify yourself," she commanded. The man was a tattered mess, his uniform torn and a thick trail of blood leaking from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Monroe with a mixture of hatred and desperation. "Monroe, the entire residential sector of the base has been reduced to rubble," he wheezed. "The people are dying in the streets, and here you are, obsessed with your training as if the world isn't ending. Is your heart truly made of ice? Does the blood in your veins have no warmth for your kin?" The weight of the news struck Monroe like a physical blow. "What did you say? Master Milton's eyes, is he gone?" The man let out a bitter, wet cough. "Your master was a madman to the very end. He died holding the line alone. Before he charged his final enemy, he gave us a strict order. Do not disturb my disciples' training. He died to protect your peace, Monroe. Do you even care?" Monroe's expression didn't crumble into grief. Instead, it hardened into a mask of absolute, terrifying coldness. Her grip on the spear tightened until the wood groaned. "Master is dead," she whispered, her voice devoid of any emotion, yet vibrating with a power that made the air freeze in her lungs. "Then I suppose it is time for me to follow him into the dark," she said, her gaze fixed on a horizon that only she could see. A fleeting shadow of regret crossed her features, the only human emotion she allowed herself. "It is a pity. I never got to tell him that my frost finch had finally found the glacial river. I had finally reached the realm he wanted for me." Suddenly, the mental link snapped, and Lu Sheng found himself back in the present. He was doubled over on the floor of his training room, clutching his head in agony as cold sweat poured down his face. A sharp, guttural cry of pain escaped him. "Arg!" After several long minutes of gasping for air, he managed to sit up, his eyes flickering with a newfound, icy light. "Spears, her techniques, the entire philosophy of the spear," he muttered, trying to categorize the massive influx of data. "I have never absorbed memories this pure before. It's as if every strike, every thrust, and every breath she ever took with a spear has been etched into my own soul." Lu Sheng slowly stood up and clenched his fist, feeling the subtle changes in his muscle memory. "Monroe's martial arts legacy is an incredible treasure. The benefits to my combat strength are almost immeasurable. My spear techniques had already achieved the subtle realm through hard work, but after absorbing this crystalline stream of memories, I have surged past the controlled realm entirely. I can feel it. I've entered a territory that transcends the standard 4 realms of spear mastery recognized by the world today." As he closed his eyes, an image of Monroe in her prime flickered before him. "It's clear now that even among grandmasters, there are vast oceans of difference," Lu Sheng mused. "If Shi Shengming's memories were like muddy soil, cluttered and full of mundane impurities, then Monroe's are like transparent, perfect ice crystals. Even though she was only level 7 when she fell, her genius was undeniable. Her combat potential likely rivaled that of a level 8 expert. She was leagues beyond Shi Shengming. A sudden thought struck him, and he turned his focus back to the mental archive. If Shi Shengming left behind a Grandmaster tier secret technique, then Monroe, who was 10 times more gifted, must have left something far more profound. There is no way a martial Tao will as strong as hers wouldn't leave a legacy behind. After a period of intense mental searching, Lu Sheng finally located it. Deep within the core of the memory cluster, a small, pulsating orb of ice appeared. "There it is," he said, his voice filled with triumph. The epicenter of Monroe's memories, the concentrated trace of her martial will. He reached out with his spiritual sense to grasp the orb, but as soon as he made contact, it shattered into a million sparkling shards. A blinding radiance erupted from the shards, surging into Lu Sheng's body and settling into his meridians. His eyes snapped open, a look of realization dawning on him. "I see it now. This is Monroe's frost spirit legacy." As the realization took hold, a spectral, ethereal spear began to coalesce in his hands, radiating a chill so intense it began to frost over the floor of the room. Without hesitation, Lu Sheng reached out and gripped the phantom spear. The weapon felt both weightless and infinitely heavy, vibrating with a lethal, ancient energy that resonated with his own heartbeat. A crystalline frost bird with eyes that sparkled like diamonds appeared briefly, circling the length of the weapon. The Frost Strike Finch Prison Spear. Lu Sheng whispered the name as it appeared in his mind. The power within this technique was terrifying. It was a style designed not just to defeat opponents, but to systematically execute great grandmasters. Wherever the spectral bird flew, the ground beneath it was instantly flash-frozen, encased in layers of unbreakable ice. That night, as Lu Sheng drifted into a meditative sleep, his subconscious parsed a new set of data, a record of the heroes of base 1359. The information was stark and tragic. Milton's Eyes, Level M, Master of the Profound Spear Dao, and creator of the Frost Strike Finch Prison Spear. Fallen in the final defense of base 1359. Monroe, Level B, Martial Arts Prodigy, and heir to the Spear Arts. Disciple of Milton's Eyes. Also sacrificed in the battle to protect base 1359. The puzzle pieces finally clicked into place for Lu Sheng. That old man in the vision had been a Level M powerhouse. If the Frost Strike Finch Prison Spear was this devastatingly powerful, yet had not even been selected for the high-priority Fire Seed project, just how terrifying were the techniques that had been included? Lu Sheng's excitement was quickly tempered by a sudden, jarring sensation in his chest. He closed his eyes, focusing inward. Wait, something is wrong. I'm simultaneously trying to cultivate 3 level 11 skills, and my internal energy is reaching a dangerous saturation point. My natural talent isn't actually that high. I'm only at this level because I'm standing on the shoulders of 10,000 years of history. I can't just keep piling these on without a foundation. But then again, the dreamscape isn't about traditional training. It's a treasure trove where I can perfectly inherit the zenith of human skill by hunting the reflections of experts like Monroe. He set his sights on the next milestone. To truly master the spear, he would eventually have to hunt the reflection of Milton's Eyes himself. It was a daunting prospect, but one he knew was necessary for his evolution. While Milton's Eyes' martial memories represented the ultimate goal, the man's reflection was located in the absolute center of the base ruins. Lu Sheng could sense a multitude of terrifying, ancient auras congregating there, sending an instinctive shiver down his spine. It's too dangerous to head there right now, he cautioned himself. I still have a long road of growth ahead of me before I can challenge that. Suddenly, his body began to fluctuate wildly, alternating between feverish heat and bone-deep cold. Lu Sheng collapsed to one knee, clutching his chest as a sharp pain lanced through his core. Damn it, it's like a battle is being fought inside my own marrow. My different martial wills are clashing for dominance. He gritted his teeth, his jaw muscles bulging as he fought to maintain control over his runaway energy. What is happening? Why can't they coexist? Within his mental space, the crystal contemplation method revealed the source of the agony. Two distinct, violent forces were locked in a stalemate. A searing, solar-type energy and a frigid, glacial-type power. Lu Sheng realized the fundamental conflict. Monroe's martial will is pure ice. Shi Xingming's martial will is focused on fire. These two elements are diametrically opposed and currently trying to annihilate each other within my meridians. If I don't find a way to stabilize this, my physical body will literally tear itself apart from the inside out. Just as he was frantically searching for a solution, something extraordinary occurred. The two conflicting forces began to be pulled toward the center of his mind, specifically toward the golden radiance stone manifestation. In a matter of seconds, the violent energies were completely absorbed into the stone's warm, golden light. The golden radiance stone, it's capable of acting as a universal solvent for martial wills. Lu Sheng realized, a wave of relief washing over him. This is a literal lifesaver. If I use the stone as the cornerstone of my foundation, I don't have to choose between styles. I can accommodate as many wills as I can find. In fact, the more I gather, the stronger the foundation becomes. Lu Sheng stood up, his eyes shining with newfound ambition. Wait a minute. If I continue this path, my personal martial will won't just be one style. It will be a perfect fusion of the combined wisdom of countless masters, layer upon layer of expertise stacked into a single, flawless existence. I'm not just learning their moves. I'm advancing their paths toward true perfection. The next morning, the sun rose on a new day at the academy. Lu Sheng and Lin Zhe were walking across the courtyard, the latter chattering excitedly. Brother Sheng, you're basically a celebrity now. I overheard some seniors talking about you. They're actually suggesting you should be placed on the overall senior rankings already, even though you're a freshman. Lu Sheng, walking with his hands in his pockets, gave a nonchalant shrug. It was just a minor debate that got a bit out of hand, he replied coolly. A simple scuffle doesn't make me a legend. Don't let the rumors go to your head. Lin Zhe grinned, nudging Lu Sheng with his elbow. Man, you're so humble it's almost annoying. But I guess that's why you're the champ. Anyway, today is a big day. We finally get to pick our primary weapons from the school armory. Have you given any thought to what you're going to choose, Brother Sheng? I want to make sure I pick something that complements whatever you choose, Lin Zhe added. Lu Sheng stopped walking, the morning air suddenly feeling a few degrees colder. He rested his chin on his hand, appearing to be in deep thought for a long time. Finally, he looked up and said, I think I'm going to go with a spear. Lin Zhe's face lit up with absolute hype, his eyes wide with excitement. Really? That's perfect. A spear was my first choice too. Swords and sabers always felt a bit too light and flimsy for me. A spear has that raw power and reach. It's easily the coolest weapon on the rack. Lu Sheng started walking again, a small smile playing on his lips. Is that so? You're really determined to follow in my footsteps, aren't you? Fine, you may follow, but be warned, you likely won't catch so much as a glimpse of me very often. Upon hearing this detached, almost ethereal remark, Lin Zhe was visibly taken aback, his expression a comical mask of confusion. Huh? What on earth do you mean by that, Brother Sheng? Lu Sheng didn't offer a reply, choosing instead to maintain his brisk, purposeful stride toward the main campus. Seeing the silent dismissal, the chubby youth didn't dare to pry any further and simply trailed behind Lu Sheng like a loyal shadow. The scene cuts abruptly to the bustling atmosphere of the first martial arts theory class. It was the inaugural session of the semester, and the air was thick with a palpable, nervous anticipation. The elite students had arrived well ahead of schedule, each seated with a rigid, military-grade uprightness and an orderly discipline that spoke of their high status and the pressure of their surroundings. In the midst of this sterile silence, the heavy doors swung open. Lu Sheng sauntered into the room, his hands buried deep in his pockets and an air of effortless, icy dominance radiating from his frame that made him look completely and utterly badass. Like a physical wave, the attention of every student in the lecture hall snapped toward Lu Sheng. A collective chill seemed to sweep through the rows, leaving many breaking out in a cold sweat followed by a frantic, rhythmic chorus of whispers. Look, it's that monster. One hissed to his neighbor. Whatever you do, don't be stupid enough to provoke him. In the middle of the crowd, Huadong lowered his head so far his chin nearly touched his chest, his entire body trembling with a visible, uncontrollable tremor. Huadong's mind was a chaotic storm of trauma, replaying that fateful day with agonizing clarity. He couldn't shake that suffocating sensation of absolute helplessness and crushing despair. The realization that he couldn't put up even a sliver of meaningful resistance had haunted his subconscious, causing him to dream of being trapped at the bottom of a vast, dark pool for several nights in a row. In his nightmares, the water would rise relentlessly from all directions, a liquid darkness ignoring his silent screams. He was a mere spectator to his own demise, unable to do anything but watch as he was gradually, piece by piece, submerged by the biting coldness and an all-consuming sense of narrative despair. He would wake up with a violent start, his heart hammering against his ribs, only for the cycle to repeat the next time he closed his eyes. Was the title of national champion truly that terrifying? No, Huadong knew the truth was far simpler. The title was just words. The true source of the horror was the man himself. It was Lu Sheng. The heavy silence of the classroom was suddenly punctured by a rhythmic, metallic clanging sound emanating from the hallway, growing louder and more insistent with every passing second. A woman with a mane of long, blonde hair and a figure that radiated a fierce, commanding beauty stepped through the threshold. This was instructor Dong Qingxue, the specialist in Xenobeast studies. The sharp, decisive click of her red high heels against the polished floor cut through the tension like a blade, her presence so magnetic that the male students found it physically impossible to look anywhere else, their gazes following the elegant line of her slender legs. "Listen well," Instructor Dong began, her voice carrying an undeniable authority. "Before you embark on your 4-year journey of martial arts mastery, I shall impart the first and most vital lesson. Tell me, why is it that in an age of peak technology, we still prioritize the path of martial arts and the selection of cold weapons over the devastating hot weapon technology that humanity has refined for centuries?" With a sharp click, she used a laser pointer to tap against the digital screen. "Observe the reality of our struggle." The display flickered to life, showing archival footage of human soldiers unloading heavy machine guns into a charging horde of xenobeasts. Despite the relentless hail of lead, the creatures didn't even slow down. The bullets seemed to dance off their hides like raindrops, failing to penetrate even a centimeter of their thick skin. "The truth is harsh," Instructor Dong continued. "Conventional hot weapons have become tragically ineffective against these beasts. The energy transfer is simply insufficient." High-speed cameras showed the projectiles literally flattening upon contact with the beast's leathery, reinforced hides, falling to the earth as useless lumps of metal while the predators continued their carnage undeterred. A collective murmur of shock rose from the students. "But why? How is that even possible?" Amidst the sea of perplexed faces, the walking encyclopedia Lin Zhe finally spoke up, his brow furrowed. "Since I was a kid, my father always taught me that only practicing martial arts could provide a defense against xenobeasts, but he never actually explained the why behind it. It was just accepted as gospel. Why is our technology failing us so completely?" Lin Zhe's question hung in the air. Lu Sheng, hearing the genuine curiosity in his friend's voice, let his gaze drift toward the screen, a cold, analytical realization forming in the back of his mind. "It's because of the fundamental laws, the rules of reality itself," Lu Sheng thought silently. Almost as if she had heard his internal monologue, Instructor Dong's voice rang out. "It is a matter of universal rules. Humanity has fought these invaders for over 300 years, and we have never stopped researching their origins, even if the ultimate answer remains tantalizingly out of reach. However, one thing is certain. These creatures originate from another world, another dimension entirely." Instructor Dong pointed the tip of her pointer toward her own chest, her expression one of grim confidence. "We do not choose the path of martial arts out of a sense of tradition. Martial arts chose us. To survive the invasion of an alien reality, we can only rely on the power of martial arts to bypass their dimensional resistance." Suddenly, a female student in the front row raised her hand. "Instructor Dong, if our weapons are being suppressed by the rules of their home world, wouldn't the xenobeasts be equally weakened by entering our world? Are they truly entirely unaffected by our physical laws?" The instructor took a few measured steps toward the student, her expression unreadable. "An excellent question, though I'm afraid I cannot give you a definitive answer. I, too, spend my nights searching for that truth. Perhaps the answer is staring us in the face, but we are simply too terrified to acknowledge the implications." The student blinked, looking even more lost. I don't understand. That sounds so complicated. Can you explain it more simply?" Before the instructor could speak, Lu Sheng broke his silence. "They are being affected," he stated calmly. "What we are fighting now are already the weakened versions of those creatures. In their home reality, their strength was likely beyond our comprehension." The students around him turned in unison, their eyes widening in sheer disbelief. How could Lu Sheng possibly have access to such high-level theoretical deductions? He seemed to know everything. Instructor Dong froze for a full 3 seconds, her gaze locking onto Lu Sheng. She slowly adjusted her glasses, her eyes narrowing as she scrutinized the freshman, trying to reconcile his youthful appearance with the profound depth of his knowledge. "So, you've deduced that much on your own," she said, her voice tinged with a rare note of genuine praise. "Very impressive. You have a keen mind, Lu Sheng." Below her, the other male students erupted into a frantic debate, the weight of the teacher's acknowledgement sinking in. No way. If that's true, it's completely unfair. We're fighting a losing game, another student cried out. Yeah, how are we supposed to win if the deck is stacked against our reality like that? Justice and fairness are human constructs that the universe has no obligation to honor, Instructor Dong said, her voice signaling the end of the session. That is the ultimate lesson I hope you carry with you today. Strength is the only truth. Class dismissed. She turned on her heel and strode out of the room. The students sat in a stunned silence, their minds reeling not just from the lack of a fair answer, but from the haunting sight of their instructor's departure. Lindsay clutched his head in his hands, his face pale with shock. What the heck? If they're this strong even when they're weakened, does that mean humanity is just living on borrowed time? Are we already doomed? Lu Sheng watched him, his thoughts drifting toward the dark future he had seen. Humanity is indeed destined for total destruction within 10,000 years. Even with the fire seed resource bank at my disposal, I cannot simply rely on the stagnant martial arts of the present to solve the existential threat of these xenobeasts. The gap is too wide. Looking at the current trajectory of our species, the road ahead is a void of absolute hopelessness. The only thing I can do is to relentlessly improve my own strength, seeking out a singular, narrow glimmer of hope for our survival, one bloody step at a time. After the lecture hall emptied, Lu Sheng and Lin Zhe were intercepted by a teacher carrying a thick stack of specialization forms. Submit your final selections within 3 days, the teacher said, handing a sheet to each of them. You are now free to audit the various cold weapon training seminars to see which discipline aligns with your innate talents. Lu Sheng turned to Lin Zhe and said simply, "Let's head to the spear class." The chubby Lin Zhe's face lit up instantly, and he pumped a fist into the air. You got it, big bro. If you're going spear, then I'm going spear. Behind them, another student's eyes went wide. Did you hear that? Lu Sheng is choosing the spear class. The news spread like wildfire. Attention, all freshmen. For your own safety, do not choose the spear as your major. Don't you dare step on that mat. Several students who had been leaning toward the spear felt their blood run cold, their limbs trembling with an instinctive dread. This is a suicide mission. I need to change my registration immediately, one stammered. There's no way I'm having a showdown with Lu Sheng as a rival. The scene then shifts to the specialized spear training hall, as Lu Sheng and Lin Zhe stepped through the heavy doors. A hush fell over the room as the existing students began to murmur in frantic tones. That's him. I can't believe Lu Sheng actually chose the spear class. A few less informed students looked confused. Who's Lu Sheng? Is he famous? Their peers looked back with pity. Are you ancient? Check the school forum. He's the national top scorer, the monster who pulverized the upperclassmen on the very first day. At the front of the hall, a female instructor stood gripping a practice spear. All right, that's the bell. Most of you can head home for the day. If anyone feels like putting in some extra practice on the mats, you're welcome to stay. Suddenly, she paused, her eyebrows shooting up in genuine surprise as she surveyed the newcomers. Wait, what? She muttered, blinking in disbelief. Only 2 students showed up for the new enrollment session. She pointed the tip of her spear toward Lu Sheng and Lin Zhe. You two, get up here on the center mat. Now, my name is Lu Ruxing, and I am your primary instructor for cold weapon spear techniques, encompassing both theory and combat applications for classes 1 through 3. I find it rather curious that only the 2 of you had the spine to show up today, huh? Well then, no sense in wasting time, Lu Ruxing said, her eyes glinting with a sharp, challenging light. I want you 2 to take turns attacking me with the spear. Don't hold back. I need to gauge your temperament, your raw talent, and just how much work I have ahead of me. Lu Sheng narrowed his eyes, his gaze meeting the instructor's in a silent, calculating clash of wills. Lu Sheng observed the woman before him, noting the vibrant aura that radiated from her every movement. This instructor is brimming with vitality, he mused, sensing the dense, refined energy of a martial artist at the absolute peak of the 6th level of the martial Tao. Simultaneously, Dong Qingxue fixed her gaze upon him, her thoughts narrowing. So, this is the Lu Sheng everyone is talking about, the freshman who has been stirring up such a relentless storm recently. Without a moment's hesitation or further preamble, Dong Qingxiu tightened her grip and whipped her spear forward in a blurred, whistling arc toward him. Lu Sheng reacted with predatory speed, his hand lashing out to seize the shaft mid-swing. With a sudden, explosive surge of rotational force, he attempted to wrench the weapon from her grasp. Dong Qingxiu dug her heels in, gripping the wood with both hands to maintain her hold, a look of genuine surprise crossing her face. Not bad at all, she managed to grunt out, impressed by his raw power. In that case, Lu Sheng replied with a calm, almost nonchalant expression, I shall dispense with the pleasantries. You had better stay on your toes, instructor. I won't be holding back. Dong Qingxiu snatched up a secondary spear from the rack, her inner pride stinging at his remark. He actually has the audacity to warn me, she thought indignantly. I may not have ascended to the Grandmaster realm yet, but I have dedicated 15 grueling years to mastering the art of the spear. There is no way I could be bested by a green recruit who hasn't even finished his first week. Before her internal monologue could even conclude, the air groaned under a sudden, violent pressure. Lu Sheng's spear tip erupted toward her, appearing like a massive, silver comet lunging out from the distance with terrifying velocity. Dong Qingxiu's breath hitched in her throat, her pupils dilating in pure shock. She found herself momentarily paralyzed, completely overwhelmed by the sheer scale and oppressive power emanating from the tip of Lu Sheng's spear. In that heartbeat, the cold sensation of impending mortality washed over her like an icy wave. Lu Sheng's spear thrusting technique was a relentless, rhythmic onslaught, a blur of motion that seemed to defy the laws of physics. All Dong Qingxiu could see was a kaleidoscopic flash of lethal steel points dancing before her eyes. Faced with such overwhelming force, she was forced into a desperate defensive spin, yet the sheer momentum of his strikes sent her skidding backward across the floor for 2 full meters. Beads of cold sweat began to form on her brow as the air became thick with the whistles of multiple incoming thrusts. Her jaw clenched tight with effort as Dong Qingxiu poured every ounce of her strength into a struggling defense. How can a mere student possess such a razor-sharp, flawless technique? She wondered in desperation. Then, with a casual elegance, Lu Sheng gave his wrist a subtle, sharp flick. The vibration traveled up Dong Qingxiu's arms, numbing her fingers instantly. Her spear was wrenched from her grip by the force of the impact, sent spiraling high into the air in a dizzying blur before clattering loudly onto the training mats. A heavy silence fell over the gathered students, their faces pale and slick with nervous perspiration as they witnessed the unthinkable scene. Disbelief rippled through the crowd like a physical wave. What just happened? Was Instructor Dong really defeated that effortlessly? One student gasped. From the back of the group, another voice whispered in awe. The power gap is just too immense. Nearby, a female student gripped her phone with trembling hands, asking her friend, "Tell me you got that on video?" The scene froze as the gleaming, cold tip of Lu Sheng's spear came to rest mere millimeters from Dong Qingxiu's throat. The steel reflected the overhead lights, casting a sharp glint into her eyes. She swallowed hard, her throat bobbing against the phantom sensation of the blade, completely pinned by his overwhelming aura. Cold sweat began to pour down Dong Qingxiu's neck as she stared intently at the freshman, Lu Sheng, her mind struggling to process the speed of the defeat. The tension was suddenly broken by a calm, steady voice. "My apologies, instructor," Lu Sheng said, his tone devoid of any arrogance. With a fluid, practiced motion, he retracted the spear and returned to a neutral stance. To the onlookers, Lu Sheng looked like a young war god, standing tall with his weapon at his side, while exuding an aura so potent it felt like a heavy weight in the room. Dong Qingxiu watched him, her heart racing with realization. Could it be, she wondered? Has his spear technique already reached the threshold of the microscopic level? I couldn't even withstand 3 exchanges before being disarmed, she admitted to herself, watching how naturally the spear seemed to be an extension of his own body. No, it's more than just the microscopic level. He has ascended to an even loftier realm of comprehension. After a long, contemplative silence, Dong Qingxiu finally let out a long sigh of relief. She extended a hand toward him, a genuine smile touching her lips. I truly didn't expect your spear technique to be so refined. To possess such strength at your age, you could graduate from this cold weapon training program this very second. Behind them, a wave of frenzied murmuring erupted among the students. One student clutched his head in disbelief, letting out a loud, strangled ah of pure shock. Graduated on the very first day of class? Another muttered. I don't even have words for this. It's too badass to be real. If I post this online, it's going to scare the hell out of people. Another student shook his head, unable to accept the reality of the situation. Even though I saw it with my own eyes, this is just too absurd. Are you kidding me? Ignoring the commotion, Dong Qingxue pointed toward the door and continued with an encouraging smile. Technically, your spear arts are complete. What you lack now is the tempered edge of real-world combat experience, she noted. I can sense the lack of bloodlust on you. So how about this? Go to the mission center and accept a real assignment. You should also test your limits at the Marshall St. Tower or the specialized cold weapon training rooms. In response, Lu Sheng gently lowered his spear. As the tip met the reinforced floor, the ground splintered like glass, and the weapon plunged straight into the solid surface. Lu Sheng brought his hands together in a formal martial salute. Thank you for your guidance, Instructor Dong, he said respectfully. Dong Qingxue blinked, her gaze lingering on the young man who had just overturned her understanding of talent. Beyond that advice, she said softly, I have nothing left to teach you. Announcing a graduation on the very first day, Dong Qingxue thought, a sense of irony filling her mind. In all my years of teaching spear techniques, I have never encountered a situation like this. To be more precise, I have never encountered such a powerful monster. For a moment, she felt small compared to his brilliance, as if she had wasted half her life. Nearby, the chubby Lin Zhe was practically vibrating with adoration. His eyes sparkled with hero worship as he raised his hands and cheered. Brother Sheng, is this what you meant when you said we wouldn't see each other much in class? Lin Zhe shouted, finally grasping the true meaning behind Lu Sheng's earlier words about their paths diverging. Too awesome. Brother Sheng is truly the best of the best. Lu Sheng turned around, offering a small smile as he patted Lin Zhe's shoulder. I'm going to the mission center now. You stay here and focus on your drills. Work hard. Remember, where there's a will, there's a way. I'll come visit you and check on your progress when I have some free time, Lu Sheng promised. As soon as the words fell, he turned on his heel and strode out of the hall. Behind Lu Sheng, the eyes of every single person in the hall remained glued to his back as he departed. Instructor Dong Qingxue and the chubby Lin Zhe were no exception. Within the hearts of Lin Zhe and all the other onlookers, a single thought resonated. This is truly a figure of godlike proportions. At the mission center, the atmosphere was electric. Students were huddled in groups, excitedly discussing the risks and potential rewards of various A-level and B-level assignments posted on the digital displays. Nearby, a male student spoke urgently to a cute girl standing next to him. We need to prepare a massive amount of bandages, hemostatic medicine, wound ointments, and dry rations. We're definitely going to need them. The girl shook her head and replied, There's no need for all that. This time, our mission isn't taking us into the wilderness. The boy frowned, asking, And what if that guy decides to go off-grid and hide in some dense forest on the outskirts? Just don't come crying to me when you're starving out there. The girl finished. Lu Sheng arrived at the center shortly after, his eyes scanning the boards. Quite impressive, he thought. Let's see if there are any truly interesting missions available. Lu Sheng stood before the massive mission board, which was crowded with a staggering variety of assignments and bounty notices. His eyes landed on a Rank A mission. Capture a Level 5 wanted criminal suspected of multiple homicides. The target is likely armed. Lethal force is authorized. Applicants must be Level 5 martial artists or higher with rich combat experience and mastery of cold weapons. A team of 2 or more is recommended. Reward, 10 million credits and 50 academy points. He scanned further down. Rank B. Capture a level for criminal and accomplices. Reward, 2 million credits and 20 points. Rank C. Capture a Level 3 suspect for 500,000 credits and 5 points. Lu Sheng looked at the board, a sense of disappointment washing over his face as he realized these weren't what he was looking for. Lu Sheng was visibly confused by the selection. Why are these all just missions to hunt down common criminals? He wondered. Where are the actual monster hunting expeditions? A senior student nearby noticed Lu Sheng's bewildered expression and spoke up. First time here, I take it? The morning slots are always reserved for urban bounties and wanted criminals. Monster hunting missions aren't posted until the afternoon, and the high-tier stuff comes out at night. He paused, looking Lu Sheng over. Are you just a freshman starting out today? So that's how the schedule works, Lu Sheng replied, finally understanding the system. In that case, I'll just take this one for now. He pointed toward a specific slip, and a sudden, extremely powerful surge of mental force filled the air. The physical mission sheet was yanked from its slot, flying through the air and landing precisely in Lu Sheng's waiting hand. The senior student was startled and jumped back in surprise. A purple mission paper? That's a rank A mission intended for a two-man squad. Are you sure you know what you're doing? While waiting for a reply, the student looked at Lu Sheng with skepticism. Does he even realize the difficulty? He thought dismissively. If he's smart, he'll apologize and admit it was a mistake before he gets in over his head. Lu Sheng kept his eyes fixed on the purple mission sheet for a moment before replying. You're right. This specific mission might not actually be suitable for me. Hearing this, the senior breathed a sigh of relief. Just as I thought, he mused. How could a freshman possibly have the ability to handle a rank A task? But suddenly, a whole series of purple mission papers were violently pulled down from the board by Lu Sheng's mental grasp. The student stood there in a state of total shock, his face contorted with disbelief. Lu Sheng quickly glanced through the stack, then slammed his hand down on the counter, causing the papers to fly up again. He looked at the clerk seriously and asked, Are there truly no missions available that are higher than rank A? A mission for two elites? I don't know where this idiot came from, but he's just causing trouble, the clerk thought, feeling extremely uncomfortable. His blood pressure rose as he began to shout. Listen, student, I'm warning you. If you're just here to mess around, I have the right to report you to the administration and have your points deducted. Lu Sheng ignored the outburst. His expression remained dissatisfaction as he continued to scan the boards. Is this really the only place to accept tasks? I'm searching for a much higher level of mission, he muttered. The clerk, now anxious and frustrated, pointed a finger and shouted, Missions above rank A require a high credit balance and an elite tier cold weapon rating. You're a new student. Do you even meet the basic requirements? Clack. With a sharp sound, Lu Sheng flicked out a 6-star martial artist badge. The badge hit the table and bounced upward. The clerk was startled, quickly reaching out with both hands to catch the metallic object, clutching it tightly. The clerk stood there, completely at a loss. This is a genuine level 6 martial artist badge, he realized. His entire body began to tremble as cold sweat broke out across his skin. With shaking hands, he held the badge and asked, Is this actually yours? Lu Sheng's eyes were sharp as he slowly raised his fist. Would you like me to give you a punch so you can test for yourself if my strength is real or not? He asked. The clerk was immediately terrified, not daring to meet his gaze as he stammered. I understand. However, providing high-tier mission data also requires credit points and the highest possible score in cold weapon proficiency. Lu Sheng pointed coldly back toward the training area. Exactly 1 hour ago in the spear arts class, Instructor Dong Qingxue certified my graduation. I expect the system score will be updated very soon. She is still there if you need confirmation. You can go and ask her yourself. Seeing Lu Sheng's firm and unyielding attitude, the clerk's expression became one of pure fear. He didn't even dare to open his eyes fully as he held out both hands. Right. Then please, take out your student card. I need it to record the data and complete the necessary procedures. Lu Sheng immediately threw his card onto the desk. The clerk was a nervous wreck, thinking, if I don't do this perfectly and he loses his temper, I'm completely finished. He continued tentatively. Missions above rank A also require official approval from the school leadership. It isn't something you can just pick up on a whim. However, as he looked down at the student card in his hand, he was even more shocked. He slumped back into his chair, his face turning a ghostly shade of pale. You're Lu Sheng, he whispered in realization. Lu Sheng's eyes were like ice, his aura pressing down heavily as he leaned over the counter. How much longer do you intend to delay me? He asked coldly. Do you truly believe I won't file a direct complaint against you? The clerk's face remained pale, his mind racing. How can a student have such a suffocating aura? He cautiously replied, as soon as the assessment results are officially posted, I will notify you immediately. With both hands, he bowed his head and returned the student card and badge to Lu Sheng. Please keep your ID and badge safe, Mr. Lu Sheng, he added, his heart fluttering with anxiety. As Lu Sheng turned to leave the center, the clerk remained flustered, waving a hand in a weak gesture. We hope to see you again very soon, he called out. In his heart, the clerk was actually thinking, one encounter was more than enough to scare me half to death. It was like meeting a ghost. What next time? It's best if you never come back here again. Lu Sheng mused to himself as he walked. It's almost lunchtime. I'll pay a visit to the Marshal Saint Tower this afternoon. At the same time, in a separate sword practice room, another instructor named Huadong clapped his hands in praise after witnessing a relatively skillful performance. Not bad at all, Huadong said with a nod. To think you've never practiced swordsmanship before, yet you've mastered the basic movements in just 2 short hours. Your talent is quite remarkable. The young man, Huadong, bowed slightly toward his instructor, his voice laced with a practiced humility. I am deeply honored by your recognition, teacher, he replied, though a glimmer of pride danced in his eyes. Just a few paces away, a pair of students huddled together, their voices reduced to a feverish whisper. There's no way he's a beginner, one murmured, eyes narrowing. He must have been training since he could walk. That fluidity, it's clearly the result of some prestigious family's secret technique. His companion, however, merely shook his head in silent disagreement. Training? Don't be ridiculous, the other student countered under his breath. Do you think the instructor is blind? Look at his hands. Huadong doesn't have a single callus. He's a genuine, natural-born genius, and it's honestly terrifying. Standing in the center of the hall, Huadong gripped the hilt of his blade, a smug satisfaction curling in his mind. These onlookers haven't a clue, he thought. My innate talent for metal element control gives me a divine affinity with every cold weapon I touch. In the realm of steel and iron, I am the exception among geniuses. I can literally feel the metal within this sword breathing in rhythm with my own soul. As for that Lu Sheng everyone keeps praising, where is he now? Huadong wondered, his thoughts turning bitter. He's probably hiding away, unable to maintain his momentum. I refuse to believe he can outperform me in every single discipline. When it comes to the mastery of cold weapons, I am the undisputed sovereign. If Lu Sheng ever dares to show his face in this hall, I'll beat him so thoroughly his teeth will be scattered across the floor. Suddenly, the silence of the room was shattered as several students pulled out their phones, their faces turning ashen. By the heavens, is this actually real? One cried out in a panic. This defies all logic. Everyone, check the school forum immediately. Lu Sheng, he's not human. A voice trembled, barely audible over the rising clamor. He is, without a doubt, the most monstrous record breaker in the entire history of this university. The digital notification flashed across every screen in the room. Lu Sheng had officially graduated from the elite cold weapon training course in a staggering 20 minutes, single-handedly setting 7 new university records that many thought were insurmountable. He defeated the legendary spear instructor, Dong Qingxue, in a mere 3 moves, a student read aloud, his voice cracking with incredulity. Just how terrifying are Lu Sheng's spear arts? The analysis says he has already entered the 7th scene, the elusive control realm of spear mastery. The version 2.0 strength analysis of Lu Sheng is breaking the servers. Upon hearing this devastating news, Huadong's smug expression vanished, replaced by a mask of pure shock. His knees buckled, and he collapsed backward, his eyes rolling into his head as consciousness fled. The instructor rushed forward, his voice tight with alarm. Huadong, pull yourself together. What has happened to you? After a tense moment of silence, Huadong's eyes fluttered open. He coughed violently, his chest heaving as he struggled to force a few strained, desperate words past his trembling lips. Teacher, he wheezed, his spirit visibly broken. I've made a mistake. I want to change my major. Please, just transfer me to another department, anywhere far away from here. Meanwhile, in a distant corner of the campus, far removed from the chaos of the forum. A lone figure remained completely isolated from the outside world. This individual was utterly consumed by his own world of steel, his focus entirely centered on the weight of the blade in his hand. His eyes were sharp, burning with a super-focused intensity that mirrored his profound passion for the path of the sword. Each movement was a testament to his skill, his blade carving through the air with lethal precision. Boom! A sudden, explosive sound reverberated through the courtyard as his sword zipped forward like a bolt of lightning. Under his icy, unwavering gaze, a massive stone slab was reduced to 1,000 jagged shards in a single strike. Just as the dust began to settle, the melodic voice of a blonde girl drifted across the training grounds, accompanied by a rhythmic, enthusiastic round of applause. "Simply breathtaking," she remarked, her eyes bright with excitement. "Yang Ijo, your autumn-slash technique has become significantly more destructive since the last time I saw you practice." Her gaze remained fixed on him, filled with a deep, unmistakable admiration. "If Xiaolon were foolish enough to challenge you again today, I suspect he would be utterly crushed within 100 moves. It wouldn't even be a contest." As she spoke, she stepped forward, already holding a bottle of chilled water and a fresh towel ready for Yang Ijo's recovery. Yang Ijo accepted the water, downing half the bottle in a single, long gulp before wiping his mouth. "Xiaolon," he said, his voice cold and dismissive. "That man is a ghost of the past. He hasn't been on my radar for ages. He's no longer a factor in my journey. My sights are set much higher now, specifically on the top 10 slots of the holy rankings." Yang Ijo continued, his ambition radiating from him like heat. "Only those elite few are worthy of being called my opponents." The girl listened intently, her head tilted. "With your current level of strength, do you truly believe you are prepared to crack the top 10 yet?" The young man raised his sword, the steel catching the light as a look of grim determination crossed his features. "Not yet," he admitted, his voice dropping an octave. "Without condensing my own unique martial arts will, I don't stand a chance against the upper echelon." The blonde girl nodded slowly, her expression turning somber. "The chasm between level 6 and level 7 has halted countless warriors. Who knows how many top-tier geniuses spend their entire lives in this threshold, desperately trying to find their true selves. Becoming a true master of martial arts is a mountain that requires more than just raw talent. It requires a spark of luck, a moment of divine enlightenment," she added softly. Yang Ijo sighed, acknowledging the truth in her words. "Perhaps my breakthrough simply hasn't arrived yet." As he wiped the sweat from his forehead after his grueling session, the girl pulled out her phone, her thumb scrolling rapidly. "Oh, speaking of today, the forums are exploding over a rather interesting freshman I think you should see. Take a look at this," she said, handing him the device. Yang Ijo, intrigued by her rare interest in a newcomer, took the phone. "This is Lu Sheng," she explained. "He's the new student who joined just a few days ago, the one rumored to be this year's top martial arts scorer. Word is he just defeated instructor Dong Qingxue in their very first cold weapons session." Yang Ijo's brow furrowed as he watched the footage, sweat beginning to bead on his forehead, not from exertion, but from the tension of what he was seeing. Dong Qingxue's spear skills have reached the mid-stage of the microscopic level. Among the weapon instructors, she is formidable. Even if she had been perfectly prepared, the outcome of that duel would not have changed, Yang Ijo concluded after a few moments of cold, clinical analysis. He handed the phone back, his expression unreadable. "This freshman, Lu Sheng. His strength is genuine and deeply unsettling. His mastery of the spear has reached at least the late stage of the microscopic level, perhaps even the absolute peak," Yang Ijo noted, his voice heavy with thought. "In fact, I suspect he might already be brushing against the threshold of the control realm, the ability to influence the world around him with his intent." Seeing Yang Ijo staring into space, the blonde girl couldn't help but tease him. Well, you are the #1 ranked senior, after all. Seeing such a monstrous junior rise so quickly, are you finally starting to feel the pressure of a threat?" Yang Ijo let out a sharp huff and tossed the phone back to her, turning his head away with a cold, detached air. "A threat? Do you think I've just been idling away my time at Marshall St. University? My current rank is number 74 for a reason. Real-world combat is a different beast entirely from a training hall demonstration. Not just any talented brat is worthy of being an opponent for Yang Yizhou. Nevertheless, he added, a dangerous glint appearing in his eyes, this Lu Sheng is certainly something unique. I suspect our paths will cross sooner rather than later. The scene shifts to Lu Sheng, who is currently strolling through the campus grounds, hands tucked casually into his pockets, looking the picture of cool indifference. Suddenly, a loud, authoritative shout broke his stride. Are you the student known as Lu Sheng? A group of uniformed men stepped forward, their bearing disciplined. We have been sent on behalf of Governor Xiao Yuha, the provincial head. One of them announced, stepping into Lu Sheng's path with a respectful nod. We are here to offer our formal congratulations on your achievements. The messenger continued, presenting a tablet. Please provide your signature here for the delivery. Behind him, several men were laboring to carry a massive, elongated crate that looked incredibly dense and heavy. That's me. I am Lu Sheng, he replied calmly. You've all worked hard to bring this here. With a subtle flicker of his mental energy, Lu Sheng effortlessly lifted the heavy crate into the air, causing the delivery men to gasp. This is a congratulatory gift from Governor Xiao Yuha to celebrate the birth of a new martial arts top scorer. Suddenly, brilliant fireworks erupted from the seams of the box, bursting into a controlled, high-intensity flame. Within the roaring heat, the silhouette of a magnificent long spear slowly began to manifest. Lu Sheng reached into the fire and gripped the weapon. This was no ordinary gift. The shaft was forged from a vast quantity of mystic silver, meticulously mixed with ultra-rare mystic gold. The delivery lead continued his detailed breakdown as Lu Sheng inspected the weapon. The spearhead is crafted from firestar crystal, integrated into a specialized alloy of mystic iron and silver, with trace amounts of mystic gold for structural integrity. This is a Grandmaster-level cold weapon, knocking on the door of level 7, the Red Star Dragon Pattern Spear. Lu Sheng's eyes sparkled with appreciation as he held the weapon. The visual effects of the crimson patterns were stunning, looking like a legendary +12 enchanted weapon from a mythic tale, radiating power and prestige. Governor Xiao Yuha's generosity is truly boundless, Lu Sheng remarked, feeling the weapon's weight and balance. This gift is far more substantial than I expected. Please convey my deepest gratitude to the governor, Lu Sheng said, offering a polite nod. Tell him that I am extremely satisfied with this spear. The messenger nodded briskly. Understood. I shall pass your words along immediately. We shall take our leave then. Good luck with your training, the man said as the delivery truck quickly pulled away. Lu Sheng remained where he was, his eyes obsessively scanning the intricate dragon patterns of the Red Star Spear. With this Crimson Star Dragon Pattern Spear in my hands, my overall combat effectiveness will surge by at least 30%. When combined with my elemental control over nature and my advanced breathing techniques, I am confident I can now hold my own even against a true Grandmaster. My next priority is to familiarize myself with the weight and soul of this spear as quickly as possible, Lu Sheng thought. Recalling the inherited memories of the master spear user, he knew that the ultimate goal was for the user and weapon to evolve together until the spear developed its own soul. A weapon with a soul was easily 100 times more potent than any standard cold weapon. The methodology for such an evolution was simple yet brutal. It required intense, repetitive training and a ritual opening with blood. Not just any blood would suffice. It had to be the lifeblood of powerful enemies, harvested during the heat of a true life-or-death struggle. In truth, the only way to nurture the latent power within a divine weapon of this caliber was to use the blood, souls, and shattered wills of defeated foes as its primary nourishment. It was a path of slaughter and refinement. Lu Sheng had become so entranced by the magnificent spear that he had completely lost track of time. He suddenly snapped back to reality, his eyes wide and dazed for a second as he checked the hour. Oh, I've spent too much time here. I'm going to be late for the registration line. Crap. At that very moment, a massive crowd of students had already formed a dense queue in front of the legendary Marshal Saint Tower. Lu Sheng arrived breathless and clearly behind schedule. Excuse me, he said, trying to navigate the crowd. Is it necessary to sign up and wait for a formal notification just to enter the Martial Saint Tower? As Lu Sheng approached the registration desk, a girl who was casually painting her nails looked up with a bored expression. Of course it is, she replied without stopping her work. Do you have any idea how many people apply for entry every single day? At least tens of thousands. The Martial Saint Tower only has 30 specialized rooms, meaning only 30 people can be inside at any given time. As a student of this university, you have priority, but even then, the line is long. Outside martial artists have to register with the association first and then wait here for months. They're lucky if they get in once a year. Lu Sheng frowned, looking at the massive throng of people. I see. In that case, based on the current queue, how long will I realistically have to wait before it's my turn to enter? That depends entirely on the endurance of the people currently inside, the girl explained, finally looking at him. There are over 200 students currently ahead of you in the priority queue. If luck is on your side, you'll get a notification in 3 to 5 days. Lu Sheng let out a heavy, defeated sigh. I see. I didn't realize the demand was quite so extreme. Please, just register me and let me know when it's my time. The girl paused her nail painting and gave him a playful wave. You're quite handsome, so I'll try to move your notification up a bit. But listen, once you get the ping, you must show up within 10 minutes, or you'll be bumped back behind the next 5 people. Lu Sheng thanked her and walked off, lugging the heavy spear case behind him. No wonder this place is so crowded, he thought, looking up at the towering structure. The allure of the Martial Saint Tower is simply too great to ignore. Even standing outside, he could feel it, the profound and overwhelming martial Tao will resonating from within the walls of the tower was unlike anything he had ever encountered. He could sense an unprecedented, colossal power radiating from the building. A firm, unyielding will that felt like a legendary azure heaven's word piercing straight into the firmament. Compared to this vast sea of intent, the Grandmaster-level wills he had absorbed into his mind felt like tiny, flickering fireflies placed next to the radiance of a full harvest moon. The difference in scale was simply incomparable. Is the gap between a 7th-level Grandmaster and a 9th-level Martial Saint truly this astronomical? Lu Sheng wondered. Well, there's no use rushing what I cannot control. Resources are scarce, and the demand is high. Competition is the natural order here. I'll head to the cold weapon training room instead to get acquainted with my new partner. However, when Lu Sheng finally arrived at the cold weapon training facility, he was met by another receptionist, a pretty girl who offered a sympathetic smile. I'm so sorry, but every single training room is currently occupied. Lu Sheng, who had been brimming with excitement to test his Red Star Dragon pattern spear, felt as though a bucket of icy water had been dumped over his head, and it was a beautiful girl who had delivered the blow. Lu Sheng's dramatic disappointment was so great, he jokingly lost his balance, leaning back against the wall. Talk about bad luck, he thought. I'm the type who'd get cold water stuck in his teeth while drinking. How does Martial Saint University have so many active students? I thought the brochures said the average space per person was over 100 acres. When the girl saw Lu Sheng's exaggerated reaction, she let out a small gasp of concern. Oh, are you all right? I didn't mean to discourage you so much. Lu Sheng straightened up and turned to leave, muttering to himself, It's fine. It just seems like today isn't my lucky day for training. The girl called out after him. Try coming back at 7 a.m. tomorrow. It's much quieter then. But suddenly, she seemed to recognize him. She ran out from behind the counter, grabbed Lu Sheng's hand, and pressed a magnetic keycard into his palm. Wait, someone just finished their session in a private suite. I'll get you in right now. Hurry before someone else claims it. Lu Sheng was caught completely off guard. Do you know who I am? He asked, surprised by the sudden change in treatment. The girl giggled, her eyes twinkling. Are you joking? Who doesn't know you at this point? The video of your spear class is the hottest topic on the school's internal forum right now. Her sudden, bubbly enthusiasm left Lu Sheng feeling slightly flustered and out of his element. Lu Sheng took the card, stammering a bit as he tried to regain his composure. Well, thank you for the help, I appreciate it. The girl beamed, waving both hands dismissively. It's no trouble at all, just a small favor for our resident celebrity. Now go on, training room number 8. It's the 4th door on the left. Good luck. As Lu Sheng walked away, The girl watched his retreating figure, her chin resting in her hands. The internet says Lu Sheng is a fierce, bloodthirsty demon king in combat, she mused to herself. But in person, he actually seems quite polite and humble. I wonder if his strength is really as world-shaking as they say. I'm so curious to see how many high-intensity exercises he can actually complete on his very first attempt in the training room. As soon as the heavy, soundproof door of the training room hissed shut behind him, Lu Sheng wasted no time. He carefully opened the high-end, reinforced spear case and began to assemble the precision-forged components of his new weapon. In a matter of seconds, the pieces clicked together with satisfying, mechanical clicks. Lu Sheng stood in the center of the room, wielding the fully assembled red star dragon pattern spear, his presence instantly radiating an extremely powerful and oppressive aura. As expected of a high-end governor's gift, the craftsmanship was flawless. Lu Sheng set the empty case aside, his eyes locked on the training dummies as he prepared to unleash his true power. Lu Sheng arrived at the reinforced entrance and paused to survey the high-tech surroundings of the facility. His gaze tracked the embossed designations until it settled on a specific plate, Training Room Number 8. This is the one, he murmured, pushing the heavy door open and stepping into the specialized sanctuary. Lu Sheng's eyes immediately swept across the interior, performing a rapid tactical scan of the layout. The chamber bore a striking resemblance to the advanced body technique training rooms he had utilized back at the Genius Training Camp. The specialized environment suggested that the fundamental training logic here followed a similarly rigorous, high-efficiency methodology. The architectural design of the room was intimidating, with the walls surrounding Lu Sheng being completely riddled with precision-cut apertures, each one a potential launch point for high-speed training projectiles. Directly in front of Lu Sheng stood a central terminal, the interface flickering as it awaited the input of access codes and the selection of specific training parameters. Lu Sheng stepped forward, entering his credentials with practiced speed and navigating the menus to lock in a mode that would truly test his limits. As soon as the settings were confirmed, a glowing prompt flickered to life on the holographic display. Phase 1 of the Cold Weapon Proficiency Program is now initiating. Please assume your starting position, the system announced. Lu Sheng knelt to open his gear case, carefully assembling the Crimson Star Dragon pattern spear until it was whole. In his grasp, the weapon pulsed with a vibrant, furnace-like heat, its powerful aura radiating throughout the enclosed space. As he prepared for the trial, Lu Sheng began to circulate his mental energy, just as he had during his time at the psychic training facility, readying his focus to intercept and manipulate the incoming iron orbs. Commence. At the command, dozens of heavy iron spheres erupted from the wall apertures, whistling through the air with lethal velocity toward Lu Sheng. He remained rooted to the spot, a pillar of unnatural calm as he waited for the projectiles to enter his strike zone. Lu Sheng's gaze turned cold and analytical as he monitored the room. Utilizing his mental power, he wove an invisible net of influence, neatly catching and restructuring the chaotic flight paths of the iron balls into a manageable, disciplined formation. With the targets aligned, Lu Sheng became a blur of motion, his spear whirring as he unleashed a relentless sequence of fundamental slashing techniques. Each strike was perfectly timed to bisect the iron orbs, filling the chamber with a rhythmic, sharp clanging sound as steel met iron midair. The severed halves of the iron spheres fell in a heavy, metallic downpour, clattering against the floor tiles like rain. In a mere 90 seconds, Lu Sheng had reduced every single projectile to scrap metal. He lowered his weapon, a flicker of genuine confusion crossing his face. Was the difficulty truly that low? He wondered. Suddenly, the system flared to life. Training trial concluded. Phase 1 completion rating, 20%. Lu Sheng stared at the glowing numbers on the display, his breath hitching in surprise as he processed the score. What? Only 20%, he muttered, his mind reeling as he tried to reconcile his perfect performance with the dismal result. A sense of failure gnawed at him. I didn't miss a single target, he thought, looking at the floor littered with perfectly sliced metal. What could I have possibly done wrong? This facility clearly operates on logic far removed from conventional combat. The notification board suddenly refreshed, providing a detailed breakdown of the trial's parameters and restrictions. A line of warning text caught his eye. Participants are strictly prohibited from utilizing any external energy sources, including mental power or elemental chi. Success is measured solely through raw physical strength and mechanical spear technique. After reading the fine print, the realization finally dawned on Lu Sheng. So that's the catch. Lu Sheng sighed, clicking his tongue at his own oversight. It makes sense. If I were allowed to augment my movements with elemental chi or psychic guidance, I could wipe out an entire battlefield without effort. Such methods completely negate the purpose of refining one's core spear handling skills. I must rely entirely on my physical mastery. Lu Sheng tightened his grip on the shaft of the Crimson Star Dragon pattern spear, his competitive spirit reignited. Fine then, let's see what I can do without the shortcuts, he declared, shouting toward the ceiling. Reset. Let's try that again. Once more, the iron spheres began their rapid-fire assault from the walls. This time, Lu Sheng kept his mental energy tightly suppressed, relying exclusively on the keen edge of his spear and the explosive coordination of his muscles to methodically intercept and cleave through each flying orb. He moved with a feral grace, leaping into the air to intercept high-altitude projectiles on his left before spinning to cleave a cluster on his right. His spear was everywhere at once, striking above, below, and in the blind spots, each movement a testament to his raw physical discipline. After a grueling period of continuous, unaugmented exertion, the final iron ball was split in two, falling silently to the ground alongside its shattered counterparts. This second attempt had cost him significantly more time and energy than the first. His chest heaved, and his training attire was now completely saturated with sweat. I never imagined that relying solely on physical mechanics would be this draining, he muttered to himself. Phase 1 appears to be finished. They say that in life, 8 or 9 out of 10 endeavors don't go according to plan. This was certainly a lesson in that. No sooner had the words left his lips than another massive volley of projectiles burst from the walls, even more numerous than the last. Lu Sheng gritted his teeth, his grip tightening as his fatigue was replaced by resolve. Is this the same relentless progression as the mental training camp? Here we go again. Lu Sheng raised his long spear, bracing himself to meet the incoming challenge head-on. However, as the projectiles drew closer, he noticed a strange abnormality in their flight, causing him to cry out in surprise. Wait, something isn't right here. Upon observing the objects more carefully, Lu Sheng realized these weren't the heavy iron orbs from before. They were much lighter, drifting through the air so delicately that even a stray breeze could knock them off course. They were wooden spheres, moving at a deceptively slow speed. I see now, he thought. The cold weapon training room isn't just testing power. It's testing the absolute finesse of a martial artist's skill. The challenge lay in using his weapon and control skills to neutralize the targets without letting his own killing intent or wind pressure scatter the wood. It seemed like the reduced damage and speed would be easier, but the reality was the exact opposite. These wooden balls were highly susceptible to air currents, making their flight paths entirely erratic and nearly impossible to predict. It's exactly like the legends told in the ancient martial arts chronicles, he mused, a small smile forming. The level where one can catch a falling petal with a blade, draw a sword through a leaf without tearing it, or slice through the very surface of water without a ripple. He wondered what bizarre material would come next, perhaps plastic spheres, or even kernels of popcorn. His intuition proved correct. Lu Sheng found himself using an array of sophisticated spear techniques to manage these increasingly fragile materials. Then, the environment shifted once more, and a swirling cloud of delicate, white feathers erupted into the room. Lu Sheng stood frozen for a split second, his eyes wide with genuine astonishment at the sheer absurdity of the challenge. Feathers? This is what it's come to, he muttered, his mind racing to visualize a solution to such a delicate problem. After a moment of intense deliberation, his eyes turned cold and focused. I understand the trick now. With an explosive, controlled thrust, Lu Sheng drove his spear forward, not to strike a feather directly, but to create a precision-engineered current of air that forced the drifting plumes upward in a cohesive cluster. He followed this with a mesmerizing series of continuous spear rotations, his movements so fluid they seemed to hum, creating a localized wind tunnel that dictated the movement of the feathers. By manipulating the atmospheric pressure around him, he kept the feathers suspended in the air, preventing a single one from touching the floor while he methodically dealt with them one by one. Focused and singular in his intent, Lu Xing finally neutralized the last of the feathers. He stood in the center of the room, gasping for air, but the aura radiating from his body had transformed. It felt sharper, more grounded, and infinitely more potent than before. It was clear that this brief, intense session in the cold weapon chamber had yielded a profound breakthrough in his understanding of martial mechanics. His synchronization with the Crimson Star Dragon pattern spear had reached an entirely new level of intimacy. At this rate of progression, he was confident he would soon be able to fully merge his senses with the weapon and smoothly transition into the next stage of cultivation, the awakening of the spear's soul. This training facility had truly provided a perspective he had never considered before. He had progressed from heavy iron to wood, then through plastic, water, popcorn, soap bubbles, and finally, the feathers. Incredible, he thought. This isn't just about swinging a weapon anymore. You have to suppress every ounce of unnecessary power while precisely managing the micro-movements of every muscle in your body. This mastery usually takes decades of monastic training. Lu Xing clenched his fist, feeling the refined control coursing through his nerves. Even with my comprehension of the 4 realms of spear arts and the inherited wisdom of 2 grandmasters, I nearly stumbled several times. This session has been vital in bridging the gaps in my physical foundation, sharpening my intuition to a razor's edge. The obstacles are finally starting to clear. He could feel the requirements for the second form of the perfect martial Tao vibrating within his reach. Lu Xing stood in a meditative stance, waiting expectantly for the next stage of the trial to begin, only to find himself met with silence. "Wait, what's going on?" he asked, his confusion returning. "Why hasn't the next sequence initiated?" he wondered, looking around the quiet room. Suddenly, the main terminal flashed a massive, final notification: maximum proficiency reached. The user has successfully completed all 5 stages of the advanced curriculum available in this chamber. Lu Xing stood there for a long moment, his legs feeling like lead, only to be told he had already reached the limit of the room's capabilities. A surge of irritation washed over him, and he let out a frustrated shout. "Ugh, you useless piece of hardware. I was just getting into the rhythm, and you're telling me I've already tapped you out? I feel like I've been played." He took 30 seconds to breathe and regain his composure. "Well, I suppose there's nothing more to be gained here for now." With a sigh, Lu Xing expertly disassembled the Crimson Star Dragon pattern spear and returned the components to their reinforced case. As he lugged the box out of the now disheveled training room, he muttered a vow to himself. "From now on, I'll return here every single day to refine these sensations until this room has absolutely nothing left to teach me." The room itself seemed to groan in the wake of his departure, a hollow space filled with dust, smoke, and debris. Unbelievable. The room seemed to weep. "You've turned me into a disaster zone in a single visit, and you're already planning your return?" Outside the door, a girl carrying a sword was arguing with the facility manager, her face a mask of frustration. "It's been full for 3 days straight. Every time I make the trip down here, every single room is occupied. Are you pulling my leg?" The manager offered a weary, apologetic smile. "Yelling at me won't open a room, miss. We have a limited capacity. If you're that upset, perhaps you should petition the school leaders to fund an expansion." The girl, her disappointment turning into a cold huff, glared at the man. "If I actually had the kind of political influence to sway the school board, do you honestly think I'd be standing here wasting my time talking to you?" she snapped back. Her tirade was suddenly cut short as the door to room 8 hissed open. Lu Xing stepped out, looking slightly disheveled but calm. Trinus's eyes widened. "Hey, look, someone is finally leaving." The receptionist immediately brightened, waving her over. "Today is your lucky day after all. Someone just checked out. Room number 8 is all yours now. Go ahead." Trinus clenched her fists, her irritation evaporating into pure joy. "Finally. Awesome." She skipped toward the open door with a renewed sense of purpose. "I can't believe I actually found an opening today. My luck is finally turning around." She laughed to herself, pushing the door wide and stepping inside, only to stop dead in her tracks as the sight before her registered. "Oh my God," Trinus gasped, her jaw dropping. The interior of the room looked like it had been hit by a localized hurricane. It was a scene of absolute, chaotic devastation. She blinked, unable to reconcile the state of the room with the person who had just left it. What on earth happened in here? Is this a training room or a literal municipal garbage dump? After a moment of stunned silence, she began to pick her way through the wreckage, her eyes darting between the shattered wood and scattered metal. Good grief, this place is indistinguishable from a landfill. And that guy who just walked out. He looked so refined, so fair and clean-cut, she muttered, her mind boggling at the discrepancy between his appearance and his work. Who would have guessed that underneath that polished exterior was a literal king of trash? Just then, a mechanical whirring sound erupted from the corner. A heavy-duty automated cleaning robot trundled into the room, raising its high-powered vacuum nozzle as a synthesized voice announced the start of a deep cleaning protocol. Trinus watched with a look of pure incredulity as the robot began the Herculean task of vacuuming the debris. She let out a long, weary sigh. Unbelievable. To generate this much refuse in such a confined space is actually a talent in itself. She watched a few stray feathers drift through the air. Wait, what even is this? Popcorn? Feathers? Was he having a party in here? She began to imagine Lu Sheng setting up a campsite, grilling meat, and watching movies while theoretically training. Seriously? Was he just camping and watching films while he cooked in here? Actually, wait. Her eyes narrowed as she recalled the sharp chime the monitoring terminal had made when Lu Sheng exited. How could anyone produce this much mess in just a few hours? The regulations strictly forbid bringing in food or supplies. You can't even bring a bottle of water. This debris, it can only be the result of the training modules. Her heart began to race as she rushed over to the information machine to check the log of the previous session. When the screen flickered to life, the data she saw made her breath stop. The young woman staggered back, her breath hitching in her throat as a sharp gasp escaped her lips. "What in the world?" she breathed, her eyes darting across the flickering monitor in a state of sheer, unadulterated bewilderment. There, illuminated in the stark glow of the terminal, the detailed records of his session were displayed in full for any witness to see. Cold Weapon Training Room Number 8. Training Progress. Name, Lu Sheng. Status, first-year student. Difficulty level, Stage 5. Progress, 100% completed. Every metric was maxed out, signaling a perfect execution of the most grueling curriculum the facility offered. "How is a feat like this even physically possible?" the girl whispered. Her pupils dilated until her eyes seemed to have turned entirely white from the shock. Her mouth hung agape, as if she had been turned to stone by a Gorgon's gaze. Even within the most prestigious martial arts academies in the nation, the highest record achieved in recent memory was only Stage 3, a realm of subtle and profound mastery that most warriors spent decades trying to touch. Stage 5 was theoretically reserved for grandmasters or those of even higher standing. She shook her head, trying to clear the fog of disbelief. "No, I must be overreacting. He can't be a grandmaster. He looks younger than I am. I have to check the data again. There has to be an error," she muttered, reaching for the console. But before she could verify the logs, the screen suddenly flickered and went entirely blank, plunging the terminal into darkness. The sudden failure left her reeling with frustration. Ugh, of course, the machine chooses this exact moment to bust. She stood there in the silent room for several minutes, stunned into a catatonic stupor by what she had witnessed. By the time she finished processing the gravity of Lu Sheng's achievements, her allotted training time had long since expired. She was forced to vacate the premises, muttering to herself like a madwoman. Was that a daydream? A hallucination brought on by exhaustion. Behind her, the training room was already being meticulously restored to its sterile, spotless state by a diligent maintenance robot. Meanwhile, the perspective shifted back to the protagonist. Lu Sheng tilted his head back, downing a syringe filled with a shimmering, viscous liquid in a single gulp. Nothing beats slamming down a golden dragon elixir after an intensive session, he thought as the warmth spread through his veins. He could feel his body absorbing the potent nutrients with an efficiency far superior to his previous limits. causing his aura to flare up with renewed intensity. He didn't stop there. He immediately launched into a series of explosive punches, his movements a blur as he practiced the intricate sequences of the stellar body refinement art. Every strike echoed through his private space, a testament to his burgeoning physical power. He transitioned seamlessly into his combat techniques, refining the flow of energy throughout his limbs. After completing the final grueling cycle of the immortal golden body practice, Lu Sheng let out a sharp, resonant HMPH and brought his movements to a sudden, controlled halt. The air around him hummed with a super intense pressure. Lu Sheng stared at the golden energy swirling within the palm of his hand, his expression one of quiet awe. This is truly insane. The second stage of the immortal golden body is proving to be twice as effective as the first. I can feel hidden acupuncture points and latent muscle fibers being activated. Parts of my physiology I couldn't even reach before. At this incredible rate, I might master the second stage way ahead of schedule, likely before I even officially ascend to the rank of Grandmaster. The rhythm of the following days was simple and disciplined. Every morning, he walked the solitary path toward the peak of the martial Tao, beginning his dawn ritual with the stellar body refinement art and the profound Great Sun contemplation method to sharpen his spirit. Following his morning cultivation, he would head to his lectures to study the biology of exotic beasts, occasionally engaging in light-hearted banter with his beautiful instructor. After lunch, he would religiously check his position in the massive queue for the Marshal Saint Tower before heading straight to the cold weapons facility, where he would relentlessly clear all 5 stages from start to finish. His evenings were dedicated to a trifecta of cultivation: the stellar body refinement art, the natural breathing method, and the serene water crystal contemplation method. When physical exhaustion finally set in, he would dive into the dream space for hours of simulated life-or-death combat. A week into this punishing schedule, he had mastered every nuance of the 5-stage weapon training. Lu Sheng felt a surge of confidence. His blood energy had tripled in just 7 days, and the destructive force behind his attacks had multiplied 5-fold. True power lies within the minute details, he mused. If it weren't for the cold weapons training room highlighting my imbalances, I wouldn't have realized my martial foundation was riddled with such subtle gaps and flaws. These imperfections might seem negligible now, but they would have become catastrophic liabilities if I had waited until level 7 or 8 to address them. Correcting such deeply ingrained habits at a higher realm would have been an exercise in futility. It would have been fundamentally impossible to rewrite the core of his technique once his power had solidified. As Lu Sheng finished his session and exited the training facility, the red-haired girl, Trinis, was lurking in the shadows, her eyes fixed on him in a secret, watchful gaze as she waited for the coast to clear. Once he had vanished down the hall, she signaled to 3 other students hiding around the corner. "He's gone," she whispered urgently, her excitement barely contained. "Let's go? Follow me and see it for yourselves." Trinis led the group as she strutted back into the training room Lu Sheng had just vacated. With a smug, triumphant look, she declared, "I told you I wasn't lying. Just look at the console." The other 3 students stood frozen, metaphorical giant question marks floating over their heads as they took in the chaotic state of the room. Whoa, what happened in here? Their eyes shifted to the official system notice on the monitor, and their shock only deepened. Completed all 5 stages of cold weapons training. One of the boys stammered, clutching his head in disbelief. Seriously? All 5 stages? The student dressed in brown and the girl in yellow leaned in closer, squinting at the info screen as if they couldn't trust their own vision. They gasped in unison. "This is beyond insane. Stage 5? I didn't even know a 5th stage existed in this facility." The student in blue felt his knees go weak and collapsed onto the floor. He reached out, picking up a stray popcorn kernel and a white feather, looking at them with profound suspicion. What kind of training involves hitting stuff like this? Trinis gestured wildly. "Just take a picture and post it on the university forum. It'll break the school's internet servers within minutes." However, her initial shock had already faded into a resigned acceptance. She waved her hand dismissively. "Actually, don't bother. I already tried posting it, but everyone claimed it was a photoshopped hoax. I even got my account banned for arguing with the moderators. But I'm telling you, Lu Sheng cleared the 5th stage, and he does it every single day. The boy in blue held the feather with trembling hands, sweat pouring down his face like a faucet. Do you guys honestly think Lu Sheng is already stronger than Chen Yixuan? I mean, Chen Yixuan is the undisputed top dog of the upperclassmen. Trinus let out a short, cynical laugh. You guys clearly don't grasp the significance of the 5th stage. Lu Sheng's understanding of cold weapons has likely reached a level of absolute mastery that far exceeds our comprehension. For him, the challenges we find impossible are as easy as breathing or drinking water. At this point, crushing opponents of his own age or rank must feel like child's play to him. Saying he's unbeatable at his level might actually be the understatement of the century. Forget about the top 10 upperclassmen, she continued. Even the elite warriors in the top 10 of the Saint Selection rankings might find themselves outmatched by him. Hearing this, some of the surrounding students clutched their heads in a daze, while others frowned in frustration. Oh man, what are we supposed to do now? Coming here was a mistake. Knowing this level of power exists makes everything we do feel completely pointless. This is so incredibly annoying. It's the ultimate torture, another student chimed in. Knowing this massive, earth-shattering secret, but being unable to tell anyone because no one would believe us. It's beyond frustrating. Trinus, lost in her own thoughts, finally looked up. Let's just keep our mouths shut and pretend we saw nothing. Knowing Lu Sheng's personality, he won't be able to hide a light that bright for much longer anyway. Suddenly, a mischievous grin spread across her face. I've got a gut feeling that he's about to do something absolutely legendary. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was wiping the perspiration from his forehead, his eyes fixed on his phone as he waited for a specific chime. Phew, I've been waiting an entire week for this. Finally, a high-priority notification from the Marshall St. Tower flashed on his screen. Student Lu Sheng, your entry window has been scheduled. Please arrive at the tower within 10 minutes, or your reservation will be forfeited. He calculated the time. 10 minutes was just enough to rush home, shower, change, and make it to the gates. But then, a second alert appeared. Student Lu Sheng, your AA level mission has been approved. This is an urgent deployment. Report to the mission center immediately. Lu Sheng's eyes widened. Huh? It's either nothing for a week or everything at once. I can't be in 2 places at once. After a brief moment of intense deliberation, Lu Sheng made the only logical choice available to him. While Marshall St. Tower access was a prestigious 1-week privilege, AA-level missions were extremely rare and didn't appear every day. Furthermore, the administrative approval for such high-tier missions was a nightmare to reschedule. With a decisive click, Lu Sheng disassembled his long spear and stored the components within his dimensional storage ring. I have to prioritize the mission this time. Mission Center, here I come. Each of the prestigious 7 Marshall St. universities is built around its own respective Marshall St. Tower, serving as the spiritual and tactical heart of the campus. Students of each respective university enjoy significant home field privileges when utilizing their own tower. It is both a tactical advantage and a profound source of institutional pride. However, the system is open. Students from any of the other 6 Marshall St. universities can travel to another campus to challenge its tower as an outsider. Such challenges carry immense stakes. If an outsider manages to shatter the existing record for the highest floor reached, the host school must forfeit its right to use the Marshall St. Tower for an entire calendar year. At that very moment, a heavy presence entered the lobby of the local tower. The receptionist looked up, asking, "Are you here to reserve a training slot at the Marshall St. Tower? Please present your application credentials," the girl requested. As she began to scan the document, her eyes widened in horror and cold sweat began to bead on her forehead. The paper read, 4th Marshall St. University. Name, Miao Renxiu. The man standing before her had eyes that were shot through with blood-red veins, and his massive, muscular frame exuded the oppressive aura of a mysterious demon king. He let out a booming, arrogant laugh that shook the lobby. That's right. I am Miao Renxiu, currently ranked 6th on the Saint Selection rankings. I'm here to personally challenge this tower and claim its records. The scene then shifted to a quiet, familiar restaurant nestled by the river. Lu Sheng was currently in the process of demolishing a massive, multi-layered burger in record time. With his mouth half full, He mumbled to himself. I need to get a solid meal in before I head into the field. You can't do good work on an empty stomach. That's a universal truth, if I've ever heard one. Lu Sheng pulled a sealed, high-security envelope from his pocket and broke the wax. He recalled the stern warning the messenger had given him. Inside is the classified intel for this mission. Read it, memorize it, and destroy it immediately. Most importantly, Lu Sheng, come back in one piece. A mission can always be retried, but you only have one life. Good luck, the note ended. Lu Sheng scanned the briefing. A vicious gang of organized mobsters had been sowing chaos, a group of brutal criminals responsible for a string of high-profile atrocities. The total financial damage was estimated at $2 billion, with over 50 confirmed fatalities, including 30 decorated police officers. What a pack of ruthless, bloodthirsty extremists, he muttered. He continued reading. Capture or eliminate a standard operative, 1 million cash and 10 academic credits. Capture or eliminate the leader, Ma Guiyun. Reward is 10 times the base amount. The stakes are high, and the rewards are certainly sweet. Lu Sheng whispered to himself, if I can keep racking up missions of this caliber, I'll reach my academic credit goals for graduation in no time. Suddenly, his eyes snagged on a detail at the bottom of the card that sent a jolt of surprise through him. Huh? I actually have teammates assigned to me? There are 2 information sheets here for the other operatives. He pulled out the profiles. Chao Qing, a senior at the 3rd Martial Saint University, and a rank 6 martial artist specializing in twin-blade cold weaponry, with a 67% mission completion rate. Alongside her was Fu Jiaming, also a senior at the 3rd Martial Saint University, and a rank 6 martial artist specializing in the long spear, with a 70% completion rate. Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed as he scanned their stats. Rather than feeling relieved at the backup, a look of genuine concern crossed his face. I just hope these 2 don't end up dragging me down or getting in my way. With a flick of his wrist, he incinerated the documents until they were nothing but ash. The scene shifted to the designated rendezvous point on the outskirts of the city. A sharp, impatient voice rang out. Just when is this guy planning to show up? Chao Qing checked her luxury watch and clicked her tongue in annoyance. The meeting time has already passed, and he's still a no-show. We've probably been paired with some entitled idiot who doesn't understand the concept of punctuality. I swear, if we get stuck babysitting some useless freeloader, I'm going to lose it, Chao Qing added, her nose wrinkling as if she could already smell something unpleasant. Nearby, Fu Jiaming calmly stubbed out his cigarette, his eyes never leaving the screen of his phone. Relax, he'll be here any second. The appointed time hasn't quite passed yet, Fu Jiaming replied coolly. Suddenly, Chao Qing looked like she was about to blow a fuse, her patience finally snapping. The girl lunged forward, snatching Fu Jiaming by the collar and yanking him close. Could you possibly smoke a little less? The smell is absolutely choking me, she hissed, thinking to herself. Can't this weakling see that I'm literally suffocating in his secondhand smoke? Fu Jiaming broke out in a nervous cold sweat, holding up his hands. Wait. Take it easy. I was just bored while we waited. Besides, the lungs of a rank 6 martial artist can handle a single cigarette without any issue. It's no biggie, I promise. I'm done, see? No more smoking. He gently pried her fingers off his collar. Chao Qing crossed her arms and stared into the distance with a heavy sigh. Fine, whatever. Let's just move out without him, she grumbled. That guy probably won't be any help in a real fight anyway. Standing around here waiting for him is just a massive waste of our time. Fu Jiaming shook his head, his expression softening. We can't do that, Chao Qing. He's officially our teammate for this deployment. He's coming all the way from the 7th University. It's only fair that we wait a few more minutes. Chao Qing began to pace back and forth like a caged tiger, clearly done with the situation. Teammate? He's more likely to be a liability, she snapped. Didn't you read the briefing? He's just a freshman. He has a 0% mission completion rate because he's never actually done one. He's a total newbie who has probably never even seen a drop of real blood. I have no idea what the administrators at the 7th Martial Saint University are thinking. Why would they approve his application for a AA mission? It feels like they're trying to sabotage our success on purpose. Fu Jiaming remained annoyingly optimistic. He might be a freshman, but he's still a registered rank 6 martial artist. I've heard the name Lu Sheng before. the Dragon Ascension martial champion. To possess that kind of raw strength at his age is honestly terrifying. Chao Qing, however, didn't seem even remotely impressed by the title. She was already heading toward their vehicle. I bet he's just another spoiled brat chasing fame, she scoffed. Those guys at the 7th University are a joke, trying to give their genius kid a taste of glory by dumping him on us. If they wanted him to gain experience, they should have brought him themselves. I don't have the time or the patience to play babysitter on a mission that could cost us our lives. Let's go. Let the little kid go back home to his mother and drink his milk, she added bitterly. But Fu Jianming called out from behind her, his gaze fixed on the road. Wait, Chao Qing, look. Isn't that him arriving now? As he spoke, the distinctive, polished shine of Lu Sheng's high-end equipment suitcase appeared at the edge of the clearing. Lu Sheng approached them with a calm, steady stride and said simply, "Good evening." Moments later, the three of them were in the car, with Chao Qing speeding off into the night. Lu Sheng sat in the back seat, staring out the window, lost in his own tactical considerations. Chao Qing's voice rang out from the driver's seat, sharp and skeptical. "I assume you actually have your weapons ready?" Lu Sheng gave a low hum of affirmation, his hand lightly patting the reinforced suitcase resting beside him. Chao Qing's eyes flickered to the rearview mirror, her skepticism undiminished. "Are you here for a life-or-death mission or a luxury vacation? Who brings a suitcase that size to a raid? Whatever. Listen up, because we're only temporary teammates. Here's the plan. We have reliable intelligence that the criminal Ma Guiyun is holed up in a specific hideout. He's a peak rank 6 martial artist, and the number of his subordinates is still unknown. Our objective today is to scout their defenses and gauge their strength. If the opportunity arises, we'll make sure today is their death anniversary." As she spoke, the car began to approach a looming, dark building on the horizon. Chao Qing brought the vehicle to a sudden, jarring halt, the tires biting into the gravel. She turned to Lu Sheng, her gaze piercing and devoid of any warmth. "I am being deadly serious," she warned, her voice tight with professional gravity. "This is a high-stakes mission to eliminate a violent criminal syndicate, not some sanitized training exercise or a family game you might be used to. In this environment, death is a very real possibility. It is not too late to turn back if you lack the stomach for it. But if you compromise our safety with some amateur mistake, don't expect me to be polite about it." Lu Sheng looked at her, a faint shadow of what she perceived as apprehension playing across his face. This woman is truly formidable, Lu Sheng thought, noting the lethal edge in her demeanor. Outwardly, he simply nodded and replied with a calm, "I understand." Chao Qing narrowed her eyes, emphasizing her point one last time. "I certainly hope you do, for your sake." With the tension lingering in the air, the three of them began the process of camouflaging the vehicle to ensure it remained undetected by any passing scouts. "That should satisfy our requirements for concealment," Chao Qing remarked, giving the obscured car a final, clinical inspection. "Let's abandon the vehicle here and proceed toward the target on foot. Stay sharp." The trio moved with practiced efficiency, closing the distance to the enemy stronghold. While Chao Qing and Fu Jianming were remarkably swift, Lu Sheng effortlessly maintained the lead, his movements fluid and unervingly quiet. Upon reaching the perimeter, the three of them dropped into a low crouch, hiding behind the cover of the terrain to begin their surveillance of the facility. As they watched, the silence was broken by the movement of three figures appearing on the elevated rooftop of a nearby building, silhouetted against the dimming sky. Fu Jianming immediately issued a hushed, cautious warning to his companions, his eyes fixed on the elevation. "Look up there, on the roof," he whispered. A man with distinctive purple hair was deep in conversation with two others, their gestures animated as they discussed their next moves. Fu Jianming leaned closer to Chao Qing, his voice barely a breath. "The distance is too far. I can't accurately gauge the depth of their cultivation from here. We need to close the gap to get a proper read on their strength." Chao Qing turned her head slightly, calling out in a low tone, "Lu Sheng, can you pick up anything with your senses?" At that moment, Lu Sheng was already focused, projecting his formidable mental energy outward like a sonar wave. Lu Sheng was fully immersed in his psychic scan, extending his mental energy into the structure to map out the biological signatures hidden within the cold stone walls of the building. The feedback was immediate and concerning. His senses detected the presence of over a dozen additional combatants concealed within the interior. He deepened his concentration, continuing to scout for any high-level threats that might be lurking in the shadows. As Lu Sheng focused the entirety of his psychic prowess on the reconnaissance, his physical form became rigid, his eyes rolling back as his consciousness detached from his body. Observing this, Chao Qing's concern turned to alarm. Lu Sheng, this is not good, she hissed, reaching out to poke his shoulder aggressively. What on earth are you doing at a time like this? Lu Sheng was violently jarred back into his physical body, letting out a sharp, involuntary shout of surprise. He turned to Chao Qing, his expression one of pure exasperation. You fool, he snapped, his voice hushed but angry. I was in the middle of a delicate mental sensory sweep to determine their numbers, and you completely severed my connection with that clumsy interruption. The two of you should just move on ahead, Lu Sheng suggested, his irritation growing. He couldn't help but think that the mission would be significantly less complicated if he simply handled it solo, rather than dealing with these constant distractions. Chao Qing, meanwhile, felt a sudden, inexplicable surge of panic. What was that sensation just now? She wondered. Is the stress of my first A-level mission getting to me? Or is it the weight of babysitting this newcomer? She firmly convinced herself that Lu Sheng was nothing more than a useless burden. Dismissing the strange feeling, she turned back to Fu Jianming with a determined look. Let's mobilize. We are stepping directly into the lion's den now, and we can't afford any more delays. Fu Jianming offered no resistance, nodding solemnly in agreement with her assessment of the situation. Yeah, let's move, he replied quietly. Lu Sheng watched from the shadows as Chao Qing and Fu Jianming began to skillfully scale a high-perimeter wall. Chao Qing whispered to herself, if we can just get within range of the interior courtyard, we might be able to properly assess the true martial caliber of these thugs. Suddenly, as she watched Fu Jianming reach the crest of the wall, she saw him freeze in place, his body becoming a statue. Chao Qing, he whispered urgently, his heart racing. What's up? What's going on? Fu Jianming was sweating bullets, unable to believe the sight unfolding before his eyes. It's worse than we thought, Fu Jianming stammered, his voice trembling. There's a literal army of martial artists down there, along with a significant number of masked dudes who look like hardened mercenaries. He watched, horrified, as one of the thugs pressed a jagged blade against the throat of a red-haired captive who was kneeling on the dusty ground, pleading for mercy. In the center of the courtyard, a blonde-haired guy erupted in a furious shout, his voice echoing against the walls. Damn it, Ma Guiyun. What kind of game are you playing here? You have an entire army working for you, yet you have the audacity to demand a 30% cut for yourself? Is it because you think your status as a peak rank 6 martial artist makes you untouchable, or do you truly believe your mercenary goons aren't afraid to die? Ma Guiyun, seemingly unbothered by the outburst, took a slow, methodical sip of his coffee before finally acknowledging the man. The initial plan was my design, and every tool for this operation was supplied by my resources, he stated coolly. You guys just had to kill a few nobodies, Ma Guiyun continued, his voice dripping with condescension. Do you not find a 30% share to be more than fair? The blonde dude stepped closer to where Ma Guiyun was sitting, his face contorted with rage. 30% is an insult. 20% max, and the rest is split evenly. Otherwise, we're out. Behind him, the crowd of thugs began to get loud in agreement. Yeah, without us, you're nothing. Don't be so greedy. Chao Qing peered over the edge of the wall, her body trembling with fear. She counted at least 8 rank 6 martial artists in the group, supported by a ton of rank 4 and 5 guys. We can't beat them, she realized, the atmosphere in the courtyard feeling as tense as a guitar string about to snap. This isn't an A-rank mission anymore. It has escalated into an S rank now. Chao Qing whispered urgently. We have to report back ASAP. Elsewhere, a convoy of vehicles was seen transporting a large amount of strategic goods, unaware of the danger as Chao Qing and Fu Jianming hid behind a wall, ready to report. Before they could move, they overheard 3 people whispering nearby. Those treacherous bastards. One guy spat, lighting a cigarette with trembling fingers as he spoke to a man with a buzz cut. The boss gave them a chance to join, and now they all want to take everything. The cigarette-smoking thug growled. Why don't we just solve this the old-fashioned way and beat them to death? One guy, who was casually juggling a grenade with terrifying nonchalance, said, haha chill. They won't be jumping around for much longer, because they ain't going to live that long. The man with the grenade chuckled. The buzzcut dude tightened his grip on his gun and grenade, his expression one of fanatical resolve. Once we snatch this strategic transport, the boss can finally break through to the Grandmaster level. And once he reaches that peak, no matter how much they've taken, they'll have to spit it all out. Haha, that's the spirit. Hearing this, Chao Qing and Fu Jiaming were horrified and started sweating profusely. They looked at each other, wordlessly agreeing that their mission had turned into a nightmare. Quick, let's retreat, Chao Qing urged. They immediately ran into the darkness. As he ran, Fu Jiaming gritted his teeth and said, "These guys are absolutely nuts." "It's unbelievable," he continued, his mind reeling. "Their target is the strategic transport itself. They're planning to rob the foundation of the provincial military supply." Chao Qing quickly replied, her voice cracking. "Don't forget they've gathered this many people. No wonder Ma Guiyun was so arrogant. He isn't afraid of leaving a trace. 8 rank 6 martial artists plus heavy weapons. They're enough to level this entire riverside city. An outlaw grandmaster. That's just unimaginable," Chao Qing muttered, her brow furrowed in fear as the cold sweat continued to pour down. "This is way out of our league. We got to report back now." After running for a bit, both Chao Qing and Fu Jiaming stopped, their expressions turning bitter as a sudden realization hit them. "Dumbasses. We forgot the kid. He's gone," Fu Jiaming shouted in a panic. Chao Qing shook her head, trying to justify their flight. Dragging him along would have been a pain anyway. "Let's hurry back. Let's hope the kid's smart and hides well so he doesn't get caught. Otherwise, no one can save him." While Chao Qing and Fu Jiaming were praying for his survival, Lu Sheng was casually walking toward the heart of the group. The buzzcut dude noticed a young man approaching from the shadows and squinted in confusion. "Where'd that little brat come from?" he exclaimed, his hand moving toward his weapon. The guy standing next to him hadn't even finished saying, "Hey kid, where do you think you're going?" when Lu Sheng's foot connected with his face in a blindingly fast kick, sending blood flying from his mouth as he was launched backward. Seeing Lu Sheng expertly wielding the long spear with a metallic ring, the braided guy nearby immediately acted, his face twisting into a sneer. "Oh, this kid is asking for a beating," the braided man barked. The green-haired and buzzcut dudes both questioned the actions of this kid, who hadn't even lost his baby fat yet. Charging into the tiger's den alone, they shouted as they drew their blades. "What the hell? You got a death wish, kid?" In an instant, the remaining thugs moved as one, forming a tight circle around Lu Sheng, effectively cutting off any possible route of escape. With their weapons raised, they charged simultaneously from all angles. Lu Sheng radiated a powerful and oppressive aura, his eyes as cold and unforgiving as a winter storm. Lu Sheng only used a few basic moves, his movements minimalist yet precise. Before the guys had even made their moves, they were knocked down by Lu Sheng's flurry of strikes. The buzzcut dude was the last one to fall. After a series of flashy yet brutally efficient moves, Lu Sheng looked around and muttered, 8 rank 6 martial artists, 2 of them peak rank 6, plus some rank 5 and 4 guys. If I had known an AA rank mission was this easy, I wouldn't have bothered hiding before. Should have just charged in. At this moment, the buzzcut dude under Lu Sheng got up, grabbed his leg, and stammered, The boss will." He wanted to say his boss would take revenge, but before he could finish, Lu Sheng stomped on his neck. Crack! A terrible, sharp sound of snapping bone rang out through the courtyard. After stomping the dude to death, Lu Sheng coldly said, "You're dead. Why are you still talking so much crap?" He stood amidst the carnage with a face of total indifference. Lu Sheng looked around, surrounded by a macabre circle of corpses. He muttered to himself, "HMP, so this is what it feels like to kill people." At this moment, the suppressed aesthetics, desires for destruction, and annihilation in his heart had lessened significantly, and he felt no major psychological fluctuations. "Is it because I eliminated too many zombies in the dreamscape?" he wondered. "Or perhaps it's due to inheriting too many bloody memories." Or maybe it's because of the identities of those I killed. They were all heinous thugs, so there was no guilt in killing them. Just cleaning up the scum of society. Justice may be late, but it absolutely will not be absent. So receive your final punishment from justice, he whispered, his eyes narrowing as he prepared for the final encounter. 5 minutes ago, inside the inner sanctum, a scarred girl angrily slammed her fist onto the table and yelled, "God damn it. I already said I called dibs on 20%. The blonde guy laughed loudly in response. Haha, you want it just because you want it? Who do you think you are? The girl went completely ballistic, her voice reaching a shrill, hysterical pitch as she screamed at the top of her lungs. You really want to die today? She shrieked. Suddenly, a voice like rolling thunder boomed through the room. Enough. The blonde guy heard the noise and was instantly startled, and before he could even figure out what was happening, without a moment's warning, a heavy fist connects squarely with his midsection. He collapses instantly, doubling over in agony as he clutches his stomach, desperately gasping for the breath that was just brutally stolen from him. What the hell is this? Ma Guiyun demands, his presence expanding with an imposing, predatory weight. His eyes, sharp as whetted blades, scan the room as he nonchalantly brushes dust from his shoulders. He sneers, his voice low and dangerous. I've already made it clear. This operation was my design from the very start. I am the one who summoned you all here, and I am the one with the strongest fist in this room, Ma Guiyun declares, asserting his dominance over the assembly. He turns his cold, calculated gaze toward the others, his voice dripping with authority. As for the payout, you will get exactly what I decide you have earned. That is the sum. If any of you harbor a grievance, the door is wide open. I won't lift a single finger to stop you from walking away right now, Ma Guiyun challenges. The expressions of the assembled criminals sour instantly, their faces twisting in suppressed rage. Despite the greed burning in their hearts for a larger share, cold sweat trickles down their brows. Not a single soul dares to voice a word of protest. The oppressive silence is suddenly shattered by a raucous burst of laughter. Brother Ma is absolutely right, exclaims a man clad in a garish orange coat as he steps into the center of the room. We're all here for the same purpose, to line our pockets. Why squabble over a few measly credits and jeopardize our professional harmony? Isn't that so, Brother Ma? The man's face is a grotesque mask of scars, truly terrifying to behold even by their standards. Nearby, a man grits his teeth and whispers a name filled with dread, Dronzer. Ignoring the tremor in the room, Dronzer continues smoothly. For a rank 6 martial artist, this haul is substantial, but to a prospective grandmaster, it is merely a drop in the ocean. A ripple of genuine shock passes through the crowd. Could it be? Is Ma Guiyun already on the verge of breaking through to the grandmaster realm? Instantly, the atmosphere shifts. The hardened criminals become as docile as lapdogs, tripping over themselves to offer flattery. Haha, so that's it. Brother Ma is gathering resources to achieve the grandmaster rank. You should have said so. We have no reason to argue. The lion's share belongs to you by right. Old Third here is determined to follow you to the end. There are so few grandmasters in our underworld. Brother Ma is truly a legend in the making. Dronzer steps forward, casually clapping Ma Guiyun on the shoulder as he offers him a cigarette. Ha. Then allow me to be the first to congratulate you, Brother Ma Guiyun, on your impending and successful breakthrough. Dronzer laughs, his eyes glinting with a strange light. I appreciate the good wishes, brother, Ma Guiyun replies, though his guard remains up. Suddenly, Dronzer's expression shifts into a predatory, sly smile. He leans in, lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. While you are chasing that grandmaster peak, I find myself with similar ambitions. Therefore, I'll be requiring a full 30% cut of the take. Ma Guiyun's eyes narrow into sharp slits, assessing the threat before he curtly spits out a single word. Deal. In his mind, he acknowledges that Dronzer is the only individual in this den of thieves qualified to stand on equal footing with him. Dronzer isn't just a peak rank 6 expert. He is a rare elemental controller. Rumor has it he was once a brilliant martial arts student until a tragic fire claimed his family, twisting his soul into a monster who delights in burning his victims alive. His reputation for cold-blooded ruthlessness is legendary. Satisfied with the agreement, Doubter offers a sharp, approving gesture. Then my thanks to you, Guiyun, Doubter says with a chilling smirk. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice drifts in from the shadows outside. Since everyone seems to be in such harmonious agreement, allow me the honor of handling the final distribution. The room instantly plunges into a state of high alert. A man with shock purple hair raises his hand, signaling the group to maintain their positions. Stay calm. It's likely just the local authorities. Nothing we need to worry about. We'll just send them straight to the Yellow Springs and relocate to another den to finish our discussion. One criminal snarls. Exactly. We have a small army of rank 6 martial artists here. Why should we fear a handful of pathetic cops? Another thug, his tongue tracing the edge of a jagged blade, looks on with experienced, bloodthirsty malice. But as he flashes a grin, a familiar boot steps into the light, accompanied by a calm, mocking remark that cuts through their bravado. It just so happens, the newcomer says, his tone light yet laden with hidden pressure, that I've been feeling a bit annoyed lately. I think it's high time I find a way to vent some of this frustration today. Before the words fully register, a fist streaks through the air with explosive velocity. The thug with the knife doesn't even have time to blink before he is launched backward, tearing through the crowd like a rag doll and slamming into the opposite wall with a deafening boom. Thick clouds of pulverized concrete and dust fill the air, obscuring the entrance. Suddenly, the heavy, metallic ring of Lu Sheng's familiar spear striking the ground echoes through the chamber. From within the swirling gray haze, the calm and steady figure of Lu Sheng slowly emerges, his presence radiating a quiet, chilling intensity. A wave of incredulous chatter erupts among the gathered criminals. What is this? Some brat who hasn't even finished growing his hair yet? Has the police department truly run out of men? Don't be a fool, another warns. This could be a distraction to make us lower our guard before the real strike. Doubter turns his head, his scarred face twisted in deep suspicion as he studies Lu Sheng. Unmoved, Lu Sheng calmly extends 2 fingers and issues a cold ultimatum. I will give exactly 2 minutes to anyone who wishes to run away. You may begin running now. What follows his statement is a massive pile of rubble and twisted metal at the entrance, sealing the path and trapping them within the room with him. Lu Sheng stands at the center of a closing circle of vicious criminals, yet not a flicker of fear touches his gaze. He remains unervingly composed, his 2 fingers still raised in a gesture of open provocation. Actually, why don't you all come at me together? It will save us both a great deal of time. Fighting you one by one would be far too tedious. His arrogance is interrupted by a sharp, enraged scream. Who the hell do you think you are? It is the scarred woman, a massive blade resting on her shoulder. She grinds her teeth together, her face contorting with rage. You little punk. You still smell of your mother's milk. Has the police department truly stooped so low as to send children here as cannon fodder? I am not convinced by your bluff. You'll be earning yourself a posthumous promotion and some fresh incense on your funeral altar today. Her underling tries to soothe her, urging her to let them handle the brat. Meanwhile, Ma Guiyun strokes his chin, watching the scene with cold detachment. He's just an arrogant child, he muses. I'll let these fools test him while I watch the show. Before Ma Guiyun can finish his thought, the scarred woman erupts into motion. With a guttural roar, she charges forward, her massive blade whistling through the air in a lethal arc aimed straight for Lu Sheng. Die, kid, she screams. Lu Sheng doesn't even flinch. He simply ducks with fluid, economical grace, the heavy blade passing over the top of his head. In a seamless continuation of movement, the youth swings his spear backward in a blur. The shaft connects squarely with the woman's head, and she collapses instantly from a single, casual blow from Lu Sheng. Witnessing this scene, the lackeys are frozen in sheer horror. A rank 6 martial artist, a powerhouse in their world, was neutralized with a single, effortless move. This boy had dismissed her in a literal instant. This kid is no ordinary amateur. There must be a conspiracy at play. Lu Sheng ignores them, calmly adjusting his spear and maintaining his steady posture. Despite his age, Lu Sheng begins to radiate a powerful, mountain-like aura. Ma Guiyun's composure finally begins to crack as he gets anxious. He's dangerous. Do not attempt to engage him in a direct, head-on confrontation. The weapon in that kid's hand. It's definitely a Grandmaster-level artifact. Ma Guiyun shouts, "Gather everyone and overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Don't give him room to breathe." Receiving the order, the lackeys rush up aggressively, their mouths literally drooling with bloodthirsty desire for the loot. A Grandmaster-level weapon, huh? So that's the secret. What a prize. Selling a beauty like that could get me billions easy. It would be a waste not to pocket it for ourselves. Thinking of the massive cash payout, the goons charge forward from all sides, one in front, one behind, and another swooping in from above. The kid thinks he's hot stuff just because he has a fancy weapon in his hands. They jeer, hoping to shake his concentration. Let me teach you a thing or two about the reality of martial arts. Just relying on a good weapon makes you nothing more than a lucky chump. Today, you're going to pay a heavy price for your stupidity. Lu Xing offers them nothing more than a cold, dismissive glance. Then, with a few basic, refined moves, he sends those clowns packing straight to the afterlife, his spear dancing in a lethal rhythm. Still sporting that detached, cool look, he casually adjusts his grip on the spear. With his face set in a gloomy expression and eyes slightly bloodshot from the intensity, Lu Xing looks less like a boy and more like an unstoppable monster to the remaining criminals. With their big shots dropping like flies, the remaining thugs stand jaw-dropped and stunned. Monster, the kid's a freaking monster. This is weird. Seeing rank 6 martial artists getting wasted like this is unbelievable. Lu Xing, his fighting spirit fully fired up, says in a voice of cold authority. Anyone else want to step up? If you guys won't move, then I will. Lu Xing initiates his natural breathing technique, taking a slow, deep breath that seems to pull the very energy from the room into his lungs. Then he zooms forward at an insane, supernatural speed, taking down his opponents one by one. It is simply too fast. Those men don't even have time to react before Lu Xing beats them down. 1, 2, then 3, 10 fall in a heartbeat. Even Doubter sees this and screams in pure terror, "Grandmaster! This kid is a hidden Grandmaster." Finally realizing the true extent of Lu Xing's strength, Doubter panics. His mind races through the 36 strategies of war, and he decides on the most practical one. He bolts for the exit. Running is his only hope for survival, or so he thinks. But how could he possibly escape? Lu Xing pursues him like a shadow, spear in hand and murder in his eyes. "Where exactly do you think you're going?" Lu Xing asks as he catches up in a flash. Doubter glances back, seeing the youth right on his heels, and suddenly comes to a stop. Next, he twists his face into a creepy, confident smile. "Who told you I was actually trying to run?" Heh. Just then, his entire body bursts into violent elemental flames, and he yells triumphantly, "To hell with you, you little Grandmaster. Die, you arrogant punk." As he speaks, he swings his arm with all his might, blasting out a massive, roaring pillar of fire that consumes the entire hallway. The flames spread with terrifying speed, incinerating everything in the vicinity. Doubter throws his head back and cackles, "Burn to ashes. Everything you are will be incinerated by my flames." Huh. Suddenly, Lu Xing's calm voice echoes from within the inferno. "You call that fire?" Doubter freezes, his face filled with shock. "What?" Doubter gasps. Lu Xing's dark shadow slowly and steadily emerges from the heart of the raging flames, completely unharmed. A deep, primal worry begins to gnaw at Doubter as he realizes his ultimate attack has failed to even singe the boy's clothes. Lu Xing casually flicks his finger. Now this is real fire. A streak of purple energy shoots toward Doubter, instantly transforming into a torrent of purple flames that incinerate him into absolutely nothing in a matter of seconds. A single, terrified scream echoes from within the violent sea of purple fire before silence finally returns to the room. Watching this display of power from afar, Ma Guiyun begins to tremble uncontrollably, his entire body breaking out into a cold, deathly sweat. Meanwhile, Lu Xing remains calm, his mind still analyzing the physics of the battle. The bones of a rank 6 martial artist are as hard as tempered steel, and the melting point of steel is approximately 2,750 degrees. It looks like my fire is quite a bit stronger than his was. Sweat continues to pour down Ma Guiyun's face. While the others are scared stiff, Lu Sheng flashes a bright, unsettling smile. Then he asks a chilling question. How have you prepared yourself to die today? The scene shifts to the exterior, where Dong Qingxue and Ma Fei are still hiding cautiously behind a stone wall. Dong Qingxue whispers urgently, "Be careful. Do not let any of their sentries spot us." Hearing the muffled commotion and the terrified screams emanating from inside, the two cautiously step into the building, but all they find are corpses. The bodies of the criminals litter the floor in heaps. The absolute ruin of the scene leaves them both completely bewildered. What the heck happened in here? Ma Fei mutters, squatting down to inspect the wounds. All one-hit kills. That kid, he's clearly got some incredible skills. Dong Qingxue still tries to downplay it. They're just a bunch of low-level weaklings. Anyone with proper training could have done this. Hearing Ma Fei's words, Dong Qingxue is secretly a little surprised, thinking to herself, could it be that the kid really charged in alone and did all of this? Let's move. We'll go further in and take a proper look. As she walks, Dong Qingxue gives a sharp instruction. Prepare yourself for immediate battle. Got it. The two grip their weapons tightly, but as they advance, they find even more corpses inside than there were outside, an entire faction completely and utterly annihilated. Seeing this scene of total destruction, Ma Fei looks around the blood-stained room, feeling like his heart is about to jump out of his chest from the sheer shock. The air grew thick with the metallic tang of irony as Ma Guiyun's final, choked cry was abruptly severed. In a blur of lethal, high-speed precision, Lu Sheng bisected the man entirely, a visceral spray of hot crimson painting the ruined walls and floor in a grotesque display of dominance. Standing amidst the carnage, Lu Sheng's silhouette appeared less like a student and more like a primordial demon of war, wreathed in the settling dust and the stench of iron. Dong Qingxue bore witness to this massacre with wide, trembling eyes, her mouth hanging open in a state of paralyzed, breathless shock. Ma Guiyun, a peak rank 6 expert, extinguished in a single, effortless strike by that boy, she whispered to the empty air. A wave of cognitive dissonance washed over her, making her question the very fabric of reality. She couldn't decide if she was witnessing a miracle or trapped in the depths of a vivid nightmare. Lu Sheng turned his head, his gaze settling on them with a chilling, detached calm that made their skin crawl. "Oh, I see you two have finally arrived," he noted tonelessly, before shifting his weight to depart. "The mission is effectively concluded. The tedious task of sanitizing this site and processing the remains falls to you. I have no further interest here." With those parting words, he vanished into the shadows, leaving a heavy silence in his wake. Ma Fei, his legs finally giving out from the sheer psychological weight of what he'd seen, collapsed unceremoniously to the dirt, while Dong Qingxue simply sank to her knees, her strength deserting her in the face of such monstrous power. He systematically annihilated an entire nest of high-level robbers single-handedly. Dong Qingxue murmured, her expression contorted with a mixture of awe and existential dread. Every single fugitive, including the infamous Ma Guiyun, was harvested like wheat before a scythe. Ma Fei let out a strained, hysterical bark of laughter. "Ha! This martial champion, this dragon ascendant, is truly something beyond our wildest comprehension. He is a variable that defies all standard martial metrics and can no longer be underestimated by anyone in the hierarchy." Ma Fei continued, his voice shaking. "It seems the 7th Martial Arts University hasn't just recruited a talented student. They've unleashed a literal monster into the academic world." Lu Sheng retreated to the waiting transport, settling into the back seat to decompress and wait for the official debriefing. Suddenly, his communication device vibrated with an urgent, high-priority notification from Xiaolin, the screen flashing with a sense of impending crisis. "Brother Lu, the situation has turned dire. Where are you?" the message pleaded. "Hostile forces are launching an assault on our 7th Martial Arts University's Martial Saint Tower." Lu Sheng surged out of the vehicle instantly, his mind racing. The sheer audacity required to loot a sanctum of the martial saints was staggering. "It seems my respite is over," he muttered grimly as he hailed a taxi, the driver seeing his urgency and flooring it toward the university campus. We've arrived, young man. 7th Martial Arts University, and good luck with whatever trouble is brewing, the driver noted, watching as Lu Sheng leaped out before the car even fully stopped. Lu Sheng's mind was elsewhere, calculating the gains of his previous fight. The fierce, bloodthirsty wills of the criminals he'd slain were the perfect fuel for the dragon vein spear. He could almost feel the weapon's soul pulsing against his palm, beginning its long-awaited process of spiritual gestation. Xia Lin spotted him from the gates, frantically waving him down. Brother Lu, thank the heavens you're finally back, Xia Lin exclaimed, his voice a frantic mix of relief and nervous energy. How was the apprehension mission? Was it as grueling and intense as the rumors suggest, or did you actually manage to find some enjoyment in the chaos? Lu Sheng shrugged with a nonchalance that bordered on the absurd. It was manageable. Nothing particularly challenging, just a brief skirmish with a few desperate robbers. Upon hearing this, Xia Lin's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. Wait, you actually killed them? You took human lives? Seeing the sheer, unadulterated shock on the boy's face, Lu Sheng felt a rare bead of cold sweat form on his brow. He realized then that despite Xia Lin's undeniable genius and martial prowess, he was still an 18-year-old youth sheltered by the walls of academia. The concept of lethal force was a visceral, brutal reality that Xia Lin had yet to reconcile with his world of sport and theory. They were heinous, unrepentant criminals with no regard for life, Lu Sheng explained gently, watching Xia Lin let out a long, shaky sigh of relief. Oh my God, Brother Lu, you really did it. Was it legendary? Xia Lin's shock suddenly morphed into a bizarre, wide-eyed fascination. Now I want to take on high-stakes apprehension missions too. Maybe I could even take down a few villains just for the thrill of the hunt. Lu Sheng stared at the younger boy's sudden shift in attitude, momentarily robbed of words by the sheer, naive absurdity of his enthusiasm. Deep down, Xia Lin's heart was racing with the romanticized ideals of a vigilante. I've dreamed of being a true enforcer of justice for so long, he thought fervently. To be a hero who purges the world of rot. As martial artists, it is our sacred duty to act as the heaven's hand and strike down the wicked wherever they hide. Their conversation was shattered by the frantic shouts of passing students. Hey, did you hear? Xiaolon just failed her defense. Oh heavens, the Martial Saint Tower is truly defenseless this time. A girl nearby gripped her hair in frustration, her brow furrowed with anxiety. Hurry, we have to get to the plaza and see the state of the rankings for ourselves. Lu Sheng's expression darkened as he turned back to Xia Lin, his voice laced with genuine concern. Explain this attack on the tower to me immediately. Why is the entire student body converging on the Martial Saint Tower in such a panic? Brother Lu, a massive upheaval occurred while you were away on your mission, Xia Lin explained, struggling to keep up as they moved. Miao Rinxiong, currently ranked 6th on the Seven Saints list and representing the 4th Martial Arts University, is leading a systematic assault on our tower's records. Lu Sheng tilted his head, unfamiliar with the terminology. What exactly is this Seven Saints list? Xia Lin quickly began reciting the data. It's a newly integrated, elite ranking system that supersedes the old student rosters. The traditional old student list only tracked 2nd to 4th year students within a single institution. This new Seven Saints list is the ultimate crucible, aggregating the top talents from all 7 of the premier martial arts universities into one prestigious hierarchy. Currently, the pinnacle is occupied by names like Chun Yishuan and Xiaolon, but the competition has reached a fever pitch. This list represents the absolute cream of the crop, filtered through rigorous combat data to form a definitive ranking of the nation's youth. To even appear on this list marks one as a generational talent, a true apex predator among the millions of aspiring martial artists in our age bracket. But the reality for our school is grim. The overall strength of the 7th Martial Arts University is lagging behind. We don't have a single representative in the top 10 of the Seven Saints. Even Chun Yishuan, our top-ranked senior, only sits at 13th place globally. If we lose the tower's record today, we become the laughingstock of the martial world. We'll lose our priority access, meaning we'll have to wait in line for half a year just to enter our own sanctum. Xia Lin wailed, clutching his head. Lu Sheng's face twisted into a mask of pure, icy irritation. Wait in line for 6 months? For a training facility? A sudden, explosive surge of speed sent Lu Sheng hurtling forward like a projectile, leaving only the fading echo of his voice behind. Are you joking? If all I have to do is defend a tower to avoid that bureaucracy, then consider it handled. Xiao Lin was left blinking in the dust, a stunned ah, escaping his lips before a hopeful smile broke across his face. What did Brother Lu just say? He's actually going to attempt a tower defense? This is going to be a tectonic shift in the university rankings. Meanwhile, at the base of the 7th Martial Saint Tower, the atmosphere was funereal. Students stood with clenched teeth and bowed heads, whispering in shame. Are we truly so pathetic that we'll let the 4th Martial Arts University trample our honor into the dirt? The humiliation is unbearable. Imagine having to beg for crumbs of training time alongside students from third-rate schools. Wait, look, someone screamed, pointing toward the tower's massive stone doors. The seals are shifting. Someone is exiting the trial chamber. A girl nearby held her breath, her eyes darting between the door and the scoreboard. It's Chun Yishuan. The name passed through the crowd like a funeral dirge. The senior walked out with his head buried in his hands, his knuckles white as he ground his teeth. His entire posture radiated the crushing weight of failure and the bitter sting of unearned regret. A collective wail went up from the gathered students as they realized the gravity of the situation. It's all over. If even Chun Yishuan, the undisputed king of our old student list, couldn't hold the line, who is left to challenge Miao Renxiu? Once he clears this floor and shatters the standing record, our school's prestige is finished. The massive electronic leaderboard flickered, displaying the agonizing reality of the National Martial Saint Tower rankings for the 315th year. At the top sat Miao Renxiu of the 4th Martial Arts University, currently dominating the 21st floor. Below him was Chun Yishuan, halted at the 20th, followed by Xiao Lan at the 18th. Even the formidable Yin Quan had been stopped at the 13th, leaving a glaring gap between the intruder and the defenders. Chun Yishuan stared at the glowing numbers, his spirit bruised. Damn it all, he hissed. As a 4th-year veteran, he knew every corridor and trap within this tower better than anyone. Yet he was still eclipsed by Miao Renxiu's raw, overwhelming talent. The chasm between their abilities felt like an insurmountable mountain, and the bitterness of his inadequacy tasted like ash in his mouth. Nearby, students from rival schools began their predatory mocking, led by a sneering blonde youth. My, it seems the 7th Martial Arts University has finally run out of steam and lost what little face it had left, the blonde boy jeered. His companion, a red-headed youth with a haughty air, crossed his arms and laughed. I thought you people were world-class braggarts? It turns out you're only world-class at failing. Hey, who's pushing? Watch where you're going. Suddenly, a blinding, oppressive beam of pure mental energy swept across the plaza, making everyone stagger. What is this weight? This pressure? The crowd parted instinctively as Lu Sheng walked through, still carrying his travel luggage as if he were simply arriving for a weekend stay. The sheer intensity of the mental fluctuations radiating from him caused the very air to vibrate, leaving the surrounding students stumbling and disoriented. Wait, I recognize him. That's Lu Sheng, the freshman who took the top spot on the new student list. It's him, the martial champion, the Dragon Ascendant. The one who humiliated every other freshman on the first day and even forced the spear art instructor into a stalemate. The whispers grew into a roar as the realization set in. The boy walking toward the tower wasn't just a student. He was a walking storm of psychic and physical power. That level of mental pressure. He's clearly a high-level mental power adept as well, a senior noted, shielding his eyes. But what is his objective here? Does he honestly believe a mere freshman has the standing to protect the sanctity of the tower against a 7 Saint veteran? The blonde intruder let out a sharp, derisive snort. Haha, your university is truly desperate if you're pinning your hopes on a first-year brat. This is comedy gold. A freshman challenging the 6th rank of the 7 Saints. A man with 4 years more experience and blood on his hands? You're sending a clown to a massacre. He'll likely soil himself the moment he glimpses Miao Renxiu's shadow. Lu Sheng remained utterly deaf to the surrounding noise, his focus narrowed solely on the monolithic structure before him. He walked with a steady, rhythmic pace toward the tower's entrance, the luggage in his hand seeming almost an insult to the gravity of the trial. Approaching the registration desk, Lu Sheng looked at the startled attendant. "Is there currently a queue for entry, or may I proceed immediately?" the boy asked with a chilling lack of emotion. The girl behind the desk jumped, her eyes widening as she recognized the face from the university's most recent headlines. It's you. I remember your file. You're still a first-semester student, and you haven't logged a single hour of training in the Marshall St. Tower yet, have you? Why on earth would the administration allow a total novice to attempt a defense?" Lu Sheng's cold, unblinking stare made her breath hitch. Seeing that no one else was brave enough to step forward, she reluctantly opened the interface to register his credentials. "Fine. At least you won't have to wait for a slot since the hall is empty. But are you truly alone? Shouldn't you call for backup from the upperclassmen? That monster from the 4th University is seconds away from erasing our legacy." Lu Sheng didn't even stop walking as he threw a concise reply over his shoulder. "One person is more than sufficient for a task of this nature. He will not be breaking any records today or ever again." The scene shifted to a different wing of the campus, where the red-haired girl from the entrance exams was frantically pacing, demanding her social circle find Lu Sheng at any cost. Her friends came running back, gasping for air and clutching their sides. "Well, did you find him? Is he coming?" she demanded, her voice rising in a pitch of desperation. Her friend in the yellow shirt shook her head, still trying to catch her breath. "I checked the mission logs. He officially checked out for an A-rank high-risk apprehension mission hours ago." The red-haired girl's face went pale. "What? An A-rank mission? Why now of all times? We are absolutely finished. Without him here to anchor us, the 7th Martial Arts University is going to be stripped of its honor." She slumped against a wall, clutching her head in a fit of despair. A blonde girl nearby watched her with confusion. "Who is this person you're so obsessed with? For you to value him above Chen Yishuan, he must be some kind of hidden god," she remarked with a sigh. "It's irrelevant now. He isn't on campus, so there's no chance to prove his worth or save our standing. He's always been so impossibly mysterious. Everyone has already gathered at the tower to witness our downfall. Even that new kid, Lu Sheng, has shown up to watch the tragedy." "Wait, what did you just say? Lu Sheng is there?" The mention of the name acted like an electric shock to the red-haired girl's system. She bolted upright, looking like she was ready to physically tackle the girl who had delivered the news. "Repeat that. You said the freshman, Lu Sheng, is actually at the tower right now? Has he already entered the trial chamber?" "Yeah, that's exactly what I said. He went in just a few minutes ago. Look for yourself," the blonde girl replied, pointing toward a massive remote electronic display that mirrored the tower's live data feed. His credentials just cleared the gate and appeared on the active participant list. At the very bottom of the scrolling digital information board, glowing in stark, neon text, was the name, Lu Sheng. It confirmed his active status within the inner sanctum of the tower. The red-haired girl let out a piercing cheer that startled everyone in the vicinity, jumping up and down with unbridled joy. "Oh my God, he's actually there. We're going to win. We're definitely going to crush them now." The blonde girl's face twisted in sheer, baffled disbelief at the outburst. "Why are you this excited? He's just a talented freshman. You're acting like a god just walked onto the field." The red-haired girl just grinned. She possessed a level of faith in Lu Sheng that only those who had felt his true pressure could understand. The narrative focus shifted back to the interior of the Marshall St. Tower, where Lu Sheng had just crossed the threshold into the primary trial staging area. He surveyed the sterile, high-tech environment with a look of mild surprise. "So this is the famous Marshall St. Tower? It's surprisingly sparse. Why is there a single ergonomic chair and a Neuralink helmet sitting in the center of the room?" Lu Sheng fished a crumpled instruction sheet from his pocket, reading the fine print. "Disposable sanitary sheet provided. Please apply before use. Equipping the helmet will initiate the consciousness link challenge." As he settled in and pulled the visor down, he felt a momentary surge of disorientation, his brain struggling to synchronize with the intense data stream before his consciousness finally adapted to the interface. When the synchronization reached 100%, Lu Sheng opened his eyes to find the physical world had vanished, replaced by a sprawling, hyper-realistic digital dimension. The fidelity is incredible, he mused, looking at his simulated hands. It's as if I've stepped directly into the world of Ready Player One. Though similarities abound, subtle differences persist between this trial and the dreamscape. It feels remarkably familiar, yet distinct in its digital resonance. If I fail to shatter the existing records of this Marshall Saint Tower, I'll be doing a grave disservice to the countless thousands of zombies I've systematically annihilated in the dreamscape over the past year. I can only hope the challenges ahead offer something more sophisticated than mindless shambling corpses. The reality of the Marshall Saint Tower is stark. The only opponent permitted within its virtual halls is the likeness of the Jade Brilliance Marshall Saint himself, Tin Zhongyu. Lu Sheng studied the youthful figure coalescing before him, his voice a low mutter of curiosity. Is this an echo of Tan Zhongyu in his adolescence? He looks remarkably young, almost childish. I wonder what level of strength he possessed during this era, and how exactly I am expected to clear the tower by facing him. Just as the thought crossed his mind, a flicker of movement caught Lu Sheng's eye. He stiffened, his instincts flaring as he witnessed a sudden, sharp shift in the atmospheric pressure within the chamber. Without warning, the youthful projection accelerated with blistering speed, closing the distance to Lu Sheng in a blurred heartbeat. It unleashed a direct, forceful palm strike aimed squarely at his chest. To Lu Sheng's surprise, the impact was negligible. The strike carried no weight, dissipating against his natural defenses without causing so much as a ripple in his composure. Lu Sheng remained rooted to the spot, a look of profound bewilderment crossing his features. Something is fundamentally wrong here, he mused aloud. Why is this manifestation of Tan Zhongyu so incredibly weak? Even more baffling was the reaction of the projection itself. Upon making contact, the figure of Tan Zhongyu was violently recoiled, repelled by the sheer, overwhelming spiritual power radiating from Lu Sheng's focused form. In that instant, the mechanical logic of the tower became clear to Lu Sheng. The strength of this initial projection was meager, likely calibrated to the level of a mere Tier 2 martial warrior. He watched with a clinical eye as the figure was tossed backward by the sheer force of his own passive counterpressure, his mind already beginning to dissect the system's architecture. My own aura was enough to counter his entire offensive, Lu Sheng observed, a faint, predatory glint entering his eyes. He then uttered a sentiment that would have seemed remarkably arrogant to any onlooker. I've always considered myself a petty man. If a martial saint sees fit to strike me, it's only fair that I return the favor in kind. Tit for tat is the only way to maintain balance. Now, it is my turn to respond. With a surge of anticipation, he wound up a heavy, concentrated fist. With a resounding crack that seemed to shake the virtual space, Lu Sheng unleashed an immensely powerful punch. The sheer magnitude of his aura surged forward like a physical tidal wave, colliding with the youthful figure of Tan Zhongyu and shattering the projection into 1,000 jagged pieces of data. Luminous fragments erupted in every direction, filling the air with a digital haze that mimicked smoke and dust. As the echoes of the strike faded, the shattered remains of the first projection began to dissolve into the ether, leaving the chamber momentarily silent and empty. Lu Sheng did not relax his guard. He sensed a strange fluctuation in the environment. He stared intently at the swirling energy, his eyes unblinking as he searched for the next anomaly. The spiritual power saturating the room was suddenly, violently siphoned away, swirling inward to a single, high-density point on the ground directly in front of him. The gathered spiritual energy rapidly condensed, taking on a solid, humanoid form that slowly rose from the floor. To Lu Sheng's fascination, a new iteration of Tan Zhongyu manifested immediately. He looked on, momentarily stunned by the efficiency of the transition. It absorbs my own expended spiritual power to fuel the transformation into a fresh opponent, he realized. However, upon closer inspection, it was obvious that this version of the saint was not the same as the last. This new figure possessed a noticeably more mature countenance, his features hardened by a few more years of experience. Lu Sheng nodded to himself, the internal logic of the tower clicking into place. I understand now. The difficulty isn't static, it's a gradual, compounding climb. While Lu Sheng was momentarily lost in his strategic analysis, the projection wasted no time. It moved with enhanced fluidity, circling behind him with predatory grace to launch a calculated strike against his flank. Lu Sheng's head snapped back, his gaze catching the movement just in time. He reached out with casual precision, his palm meeting the figure's incoming fist and halting it midair. I believe I've fully grasped the basic operational principles of the Martial Saint Tower now, he told the silent projection, his voice cold and confident. Without needing to exert himself further, Lu Sheng executed a sudden, explosive jump backward, creating distance and forcing the projection to overextend its momentum as he prepared his next countermove. Boom! With another overwhelming burst of force, the figure was shattered once again. This time, the resulting explosion of energy released a cluster of intense, brilliant light spots that danced in the air. Having confirmed that each victory merely heralded a stronger version of Tan Zhongyu, Lu Sheng widened his eyes and issued a bold challenge. Come then, bring forth the next, he shouted, feeling his spiritual power being drained once more to feed the tower's insatiable hunger for growth. A fresh manifestation of Tan Zhongyu coalesced before him, taller and more imposing than its predecessors. Lu Sheng glanced at the figure, his expression shifting as he smacked his lips in a mixture of irritation and grim determination. It's a rigged system, he noted dryly. Each time an opponent is defeated, there is no immediate reward to bolster my strength. Instead, my spiritual reserves are being systematically siphoned off to facilitate the next stage of the challenge. He had previously speculated that the trials of the Martial Saint Tower were centered on the refinement of spirit and will, but the mechanics were only now becoming clear. Over centuries, the tower had accumulated the spiritual echoes of countless challengers. Even the original will of the Martial Saint, Tan Zhongyu, would have naturally eroded over such a vast span of time without a means of replenishment. The tower functioned as a massive battery, using this charging method to absorb the spiritual energy of every student who entered, using it to sustain the saint's lingering will. Each floor demanded a small tithe of energy to stimulate that will, birthing an opponent that consumed more than it gave back. Through this cycle, the saint's projection grew increasingly potent. This version of Tan Zhongyu looked significantly older, and the pressure he radiated was undeniably more formidable. Lu Sheng felt a wave of clarity regarding the 7th Martial Arts University's perennial struggles. Their recruitment was consistently subpar compared to the other 6 schools because their Martial Saint Tower was the youngest. Having been built significantly later than the others, it lacked the centuries of accumulated spiritual energy required to forge truly elite warriors. Tan Zhongyu, the founder of the 7th Martial Arts University, remained the only living martial Dao saint among the 7 school founders, responsible for the oversight of the entire collegiate system. It was said that anyone capable of shattering the tower's record would earn a direct audience with him and the chance to inherit his profound martial legacy. With his resolve hardened, Lu Sheng charged forward, closing the distance with the current projection. He bypassed any complex techniques, opting for a fundamental boxing maneuver, a devastating hook that connected with the figure's jaw and shattered it into a cloud of glowing dust. His mind continued to race even as he fought. If my hypothesis regarding the Martial Saint Tower holds true, then the origin of the dreamscape likely follows a similar, albeit vastly more grand, principle. It is highly probable that the dreamscape is anchored by the collective will of multiple transcendent figures or ancient martial powerhouses. The dreamscape was infinitely more sophisticated than this tower. In the world of 10,000 years into the future, martial powerhouses were as ubiquitous as the stars in the night sky. The sheer density of their combined spirits would be more than enough to manifest an entire reality. The convergence of their wills forming a persistent world of spiritual power was not just possible, it was the only logical explanation. Lu Sheng continued his analysis even as he traded blows with Tan Zhongyu, smashing figure after figure only for the tower to immediately begin the process of regeneration. He watched as the latest surge of spiritual energy coalesced into a figure wielding a long saber. Lu Sheng dissected the challenge with clinical detachment. So, we've reached the stage of weapon proficiency. Based on his appearance, This is Tan Zhongyu during his university years, approximately 20 years old. With an estimated strength of level 5, he's starting to become interesting. Lu Sheng continued to systematically dismantle each manifestation. The challenge escalated again. This time, the figure displayed a minor mastery of the saber path, his strength burgeoning to the cusp of level 6. Despite the increase in lethality, every version of Tan Zhongyu proved unable to withstand more than a single, decisive blow from Lu Sheng's relentless assault. Inevitably, another portion of Lu Sheng's spiritual energy was siphoned away by the tower's hungry mechanisms. The energy regrouped in the center of the arena, swirling into a denser, more vibrant form than any that had come before. This was Tan Zhongyu in his 30s, a man at the absolute peak of level 6, having already touched upon the profound realms of martial intent. During this period of his life, he was whispered to be the undisputed #1 expert beneath the Grandmaster level. Lu Sheng's curiosity was piqued. He had heard the stories of how Tan Zhongyu was a late bloomer, only revealing his true saintly potential as he approached the Grandmaster realm. Let me witness the true caliber of the man they called the strongest beneath the Grandmaster rank, Lu Sheng challenged. His amber spiritual power flared, enveloping his body in a protective, radiant shroud. He looked at the projection of Tan Zhongyu with absolute confidence. Since we are both technically level 6, if I used a spear, the reach would make this too one-sided. I'll simply tear you apart with my bare hands. Meanwhile, the 7 saints' rankings outside were in a state of chaotic flux. Miao Renxiong had reached the 22nd floor, while Chun Yishuan and Xiao Lan had stalled at floors 20 and 18, respectively. The watching students stood in stunned, sweating silence. The red-haired girl's voice was a shaky, terrified whisper as she stared at the scoreboard. He did it. Miao Renxiong actually cleared the 22nd floor. We're doomed. That was the absolute peak of our school's historical record. If he clears just one more floor, our prestige is gone forever. Ancestors, please, let the tower hold. Chun Yishuan looked as though he was on the verge of a total mental breakdown. The humiliation was a physical weight on his shoulders. I can only manage floor 20. Is this truly the gap between us and the top of the 7 cities? He gripped his head, letting out a raw, anguished roar of frustration and impotence. Damn it all to hell, he cursed. The blonde girl beside him tried to offer some hollow comfort. Don't lose heart, Chun Yishuan. Miao Renxiong has surely reached his limit. The 22nd floor is guarded by Tan Zhongyu at peak level 6 with minor saber mastery. A martial saint at that level isn't defeated easily. Despite her words, her own pale face betrayed her inner panic. The thought of Miao Renxiong succeeding was unbearable. Chun Yishuan was paralyzed by a sudden, chilling fear for his own legacy. The martial saint tower's honor is on the line, he whispered, his hands trembling. If Miao Renxiong actually passes this floor, I will be remembered as the sinner who allowed 7 Saints University to fall. Suddenly, a roar of disbelief erupted from the crowd. Look at the board. It's moving too fast. Lu Sheng's name was surging upward with a velocity that defied logic. The ranking board refreshed every second as Lu Sheng tore through the lower floors at a breakneck pace. Everyone's attention was now fixed solely on his rapid ascent through the 7 Saints rankings. The red-haired girl watched the screen, her eyes wide and unblinking. He's flying. He just cleared floor 11. Now floor 12. God, he's already at floor 15. The floors were being cleared in the time it took for her to finish a single sentence. Inside the tower, Lu Sheng clenched his fist, charging forward with a valiant, unstoppable momentum. Simultaneously, the projection of Tan Zhongyu stepped into a perfect stance, swinging his heavy saber in a lethal, sweeping strike meant to end the fight instantly. Lu Sheng was momentarily blinded by the sheer intensity of the scene. A dazzling, world-swallowing ray of light erupted from the saber's edge, slashing down toward him with the weight of a falling mountain. Whoosh! The virtual ground was instantly cleaved in two by the pressure of the strike. A massive fissure raced toward Lu Sheng, kicking up a wall of digital debris. He had no choice but to raise his arms in a desperate brace. The floor beneath him split into a widening ravine, digging deep into the foundation of the simulation. Lu Sheng looked down at his own hands, which felt as though they were being split apart by the sheer force of the impact. He could hardly believe the raw power being channeled against him. Lu Sheng was genuinely shaken by the force of the blow. What terrifying impact! My level 4 physical tempering and flame control are like fragile tofu under the weight of this single strike. Everything collapsed in an instant, as if my very soul was about to be bisected. Yet, the pain brought with it a surging wave of adrenaline. This was the level of power he craved. The prospect of crushing such a formidable opponent filled him with a dark, exhilarating joy. This was what it meant to truly test one's limits. Truly satisfying, he whispered through gritted teeth. Under the extreme stimulation of this life-and-death pressure, his martial arts were being further refined. The 10th form of his perfect martial arts was crystallizing, and his second form of control was on the verge of a breakthrough. In this crucible of fire and faith, he knew he would emerge stronger than ever before. With a roar of defiance, Lu Sheng charged directly into the path of the projection. Opposite him, the manifestation of the saint raised his treasured saber high once more, cold and emotionless, preparing to deliver a final, finishing strike. The old man's projection stared with chilling, dead eyes, swinging the blade in a wide arc that seemed intent on severing the very air itself. A relentless series of saber strikes followed, each one more devastating than the last. Waves of saber energy surged toward Lu Sheng like an angry sea. He refused to be outdone. His entire body erupted in a blaze of spiritual fire, as if he intended to incinerate the Grandmaster-level projection through sheer force of will. He channeled his secret body refining techniques, concentrating his refined spirit into a singular point of intensity. In that focused moment, it was as if he were literally grasping the spirit of the world itself. He gathered the entirety of his chi at his fingertips, a point of infinite density. He gripped that spiritual essence tightly, ready to unleash it. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the quiet, dignified atmosphere of the vice principal's office, far removed from the chaos of the tower. Vice Principal Zhao Kangtai sat at his desk, meticulously reviewing the official report on Lu Sheng's most recent mission. The details were staggering. 8 level 6 martial artists, including 2 at the absolute peak who were masters of elemental control, had been systematically neutralized. These were genius-level experts, yet they had all been crushed with surgical precision by Lu Sheng in a single engagement. The report concluded that the situational difficulty of the A-level mission should be retroactively adjusted upward. Furthermore, the director of the Coast City Police Department had personally penned a letter of gratitude. It was an unprecedented document, nearly 10,000 words long, detailing Lu Sheng's heroism and the profound impact of his actions on the city's safety. Vice Principal Zhao Kangtai let out a long, weary sigh as he leaned back in his leather chair, the glow of the data terminal reflecting in his tired eyes. This boy, I truly believed he would take a moment to acclimate to university life and settle his heart before attempting to rise through the ranks. I never anticipated he would deliver such a staggering, earth-shaking surprise so soon. His battle strategy is unparalleled, and that invincible posture he maintains, it is the exact image of the martial Saint Sect master in his prime, Zhao muttered, his heart racing with a mixture of awe and urgency. Talent of this magnitude, combined with such raw, crushing strength, is more than enough to catch the eye of the martial saint himself. I must report this to the higher-ups immediately, before the situation escalates further. The vice principal reached for his secure comms line, intent on briefing his superiors on Lu Sheng's terrifying potential. Suddenly, the heavy doors of his office were thrown open as a female student burst inside, her breath coming in ragged gasps as she shouted, "Vice Principal, you have to come quickly." Zhao Kangtai, his mind still occupied by the monumental task of reporting Lu Sheng's strength, waved a hand dismissively, his patience wearing thin. What is the meaning of this panic? Is it merely the latest tally from the tower defense? The Martial Saint Tower competition was established by the saint himself specifically to foster such rivalries. If we have lost a ranking to the 4th Martial Saint University, then report it through the standard channels. Do not disturb me. I am handling matters of extreme strategic importance. Everything else can wait until the morning. The girl stood frozen in the doorway, blinking in confusion as she struggled to reconcile the vice principal's dismissive attitude with the tectonic shift occurring at the tower. She opened her mouth to speak, but the words seemed to catch in her throat. It has nothing to do with the fourth university, sir," the girl stammered, her face flushed with excitement. "It's Lu Sheng. He hasn't just defended the tower. He has utterly shattered the historical records of our 7th Martial Saint University. As we speak, he has already ascended to the 26th floor." Upon hearing the name Lu Sheng linked to the 26th floor, Vice Principal Zhao's composure evaporated instantly, and a cold sweat broke out across his brow. Swish! The air in the office crackled as if a pane of glass had been violently shattered, the sudden vacuum making the girl let out a startled yelp. By the time she could blink, the vice principal had vanished, leaving behind only the scent of ozone and a fluttering stack of papers. High above the campus, a brilliant streak of colorful aura tore across the twilight sky, moving with the speed of a falling star toward the central plaza. The students gathered below shielded their eyes, whispering in hushed, reverent tones as they watched the display. "Whoa, what on earth was that? That aura is terrifyingly dense. The pressure alone is making it hard to breathe. It has to be the Grandmasters." The vice principals are hauling themselves toward the Martial Saint Tower at full speed. It didn't take long for the crowd to recognize the figures trailing streaks of light across the sky as the university's top administrators. The atmosphere grew thick with tension. The vice principals appeared genuinely frantic, flying toward the tower as if the very fate of the institution hung in the balance, their faces etched with a desperate, sweating intensity. At that singular moment, the name Lu Sheng was the only thought resonating in Zhao Kongtai's mind, a rhythmic pulse of disbelief and anticipation. Whoosh! With a thunderous boom that rattled the surrounding windows, the vice principals touched down at the base of the tower. They descended from the heavens like gods of war, their sudden arrival sending a ripple of fear and awe through the assembled student body. Most were gripped by a primal dread, as the unrestrained auras of the vice principals were thick and suffocating. Zhao Kongtai stood at the front, his blue aura billowing like a localized storm. Moments later, 3 more pillars of light, red, yellow, and green, slammed into the pavement as the remaining 3 vice principals made their grand entrance. The students were utterly floored. It wasn't just one administrator, but the entire leadership of the university that had converged on this single spot. The 4 grandmasters stood in a formidable line, their expressions grim and focused as they stared at the glowing digits of the Martial Saint Tower's ranking board. At the very top, in the number 1 slot, Lu Sheng's name blazed. 27th floor, status, in progress. He was still climbing. Below him, Miao Renxiong's name sat at the 22nd floor, his progress marked as finished. The vice principals were visibly trembling, sweat drenching their formal robes. "I received word that Lu Sheng had reached the 26th floor and broke the record, so I pushed my speed to the limit to get here," Zhao Kongtai whispered to his colleagues, his voice strained. "In the mere minutes it took me to travel across the campus, he has already conquered another level." Beside him, the chubby vice principal wiped his brow, his hair a disheveled mess and his breath coming in heavy, ragged bursts of shock. The Martial Saint himself once decreed that any student under 30 who could pierce through the 23rd floor would earn the honor of a personal summons, the chubby administrator noted, his voice quivering. The vice principal in the blue jacket nodded, cold sweat dripping from his chin. "And those who surpass the 24th floor are entitled to 3 full days of direct, personal guidance." But he paused, his gaze fixed on the blonde vice principal, who was equally drenched in nervous perspiration. "A student who clears the 25th floor is eligible to be accepted as a direct disciple of the saint." The handsome, senior vice principal of the 7th University looked up at the monolithic structure, feeling the massive, Level 6 spiritual stream being siphoned into the tower's upper reaches. "This Lu Sheng, he has already surpassed all of those milestones," he muttered, his eyes wide. "He is currently engaging the 27th floor." The administrator looked at his 3 peers, as if conducting a silent, telepathic vote. "There is no more room for hesitation," he declared solemnly. "Let us conclude our observations and report this anomaly to the Martial Saint himself." The others responded in a synchronized, gravelly chorus. Agreed. Nearby, the students watched the exchange with their jaws dropped, their minds unable to process the sight of Lu Shang's name towering over the world-class genius Miao Renxiu. There's no way. Lu Shang is actually going to be taken in as the direct disciple of a martial saint. One student blurted out, his voice cracking. Another chimed in. He isn't just breaking records. He is redefining the ceiling of this university. At this rate, it will be another 50 years before anyone even dares to challenge his shadow. He is simply untouchable. Lindsay stood among them, stunned by the sheer gravity of the praise being heaped upon his friend. The chatter continued to spiral. This is beyond insane. Lu Sheng might truly be the single most powerful student in the entire history of the 7th Martial Saint University. Lindsay suddenly raised a finger, interrupting the group with a look of fierce pride. Wait, hold on, you're underselling him. You should be saying that Lu Sheng is the strongest freshman the world has ever seen. He looked up at the towering monolith and let out a long, heavy sigh. Brother Sheng, super strong, doesn't even begin to describe the monster you've become. His eyes shimmered with a worshipful light as he clenched his fists. The image of Lu Sheng's power burned into his soul. I suppose I'll spend the rest of my life just trying to catch a glimpse of Brother Sheng's back, Lindsay whispered to himself. Not far away, a purple-haired student from the 4th University gritted his teeth, nervously biting his nails as he stared at the board. That Lu Sheng is a total freak of nature, he hissed. He just materialized out of thin air and snatched the crown from under our noses. The red-haired girl standing beside him didn't even look up as she pulled out her smartphone, swiping rapidly through a series of bookmarked pages before thrusting the screen in front of his face. You're only just realizing this now? She asked with a smirk. Take a long, hard look, she commanded. The screen was filled with viral articles and high-definition video clips featuring Lu Sheng, all of them dominating the trending topics list. The headlines were staggering, surpassing 5 stages. Is Lu Sheng the strongest freshman in history? Next was a professional breakdown titled Master Wong, He's Official Evaluation, Lu Sheng's Spear Technique, Subtle Precision Meets Dominating Power. And finally, Unprecedented A-rank mission completed solo by freshman Lu Sheng. The purple-haired youth was visibly shaken as he scrolled through the documentation, his eyes widening with every second of footage. It was completely incredulous. He felt as though his entire worldview was being dismantled by the reality on the screen. The red-haired girl crossed her arms, her tone cool and vindictive. Humph. I already tried to post about his strength when he cleared those 5 stages in the cold weapon training room, but none of you experts would listen to me. Everyone assumed I was just a fangirl chasing views or trying to show off for a freshman, she continued. The boy continued to watch the video, his mouth agape and his face twisting in a mask of realization. He felt as though he had been living under a massive rock. Lu Sheng's overwhelming, godlike power had been documented in public for weeks, easily accessible to anyone who cared to look. He felt pathetically insignificant compared to the figure on the screen. It was a crushing realization. He had been a blind and deaf idiot, wallowing in his own perceived superiority while a true titan was walking among them, unnoticed. The narrative shifted back into the shimmering, pressurized interior of the Martial Saint Tower. Lu Sheng stood in the center of the arena, his breath heavy and metallic. This martial Tao contention, the sheer willpower and the impact of the saint's intent, it is exactly what I need to bridge the gap and become a true master, he muttered. This isn't just a test, it is a precious, once-in-a-lifetime training opportunity. At that moment, his body was a map of bruises and abrasions, sustained from the relentless, high-speed strikes of Tan Zhongyu's projection. He propped himself up, one hand gripping his shoulder to steady a throbbing muscle. Sweat poured down his face, stinging his eyes, but he kept his gaze fixed on the shimmering figure across from him. You are undeniably strong, Saint, Lu Sheng admitted, a bloody grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. The projection of Tan Zhongyu remained impassive, his eyes cold and void of emotion as he tightened his grip on the hilt of his translucent blade, preparing for the next exchange. Even though the spectral figure was beginning to flicker and fade under the strain of Lu Sheng's counterattacks, it still radiated a lethal pressure. Lu Sheng threw his head back and let out a raw, primal roar that echoed through the digital halls. But I am stronger. A blinding, sun-like radiance erupted from Lu Sheng's core, his spiritual power expanding with such violence that the very foundations of the virtual space began to warp. The sheer force of his roar, combined with the intense, incinerating light of his aura, caused the projection of Tan Zhongyu to dissipate into a cloud of glowing particles. Seizing the momentary silence, Lu Sheng dropped into a meditative stance, circulating his internal energy at a frantic pace to recover his spent reserves. A shimmering golden aura enveloped his body, knitting together his wounds and restoring his vitality. After a few minutes of intense recovery, he let out a long, steaming breath, regulating his heart rate. He looked down at the palm of his hand, where a concentrated, terrifyingly dense aura flickered. "My great sun contemplation method is almost complete," he whispered. "Perhaps after one more life-or-death struggle, it will be fully perfected, allowing me to officially transcend into the 7th-level Grandmaster realm." Suddenly, the atmosphere shifted violently. The residual spiritual power scattered across the ground, and the latent energy of the tower itself began to surge upward in a violent, spiraling vortex. Lu Xing stood up, his eyes narrowing as he watched the energy converge into a single, high-density point that emitted a light so dazzling it threatened to blind him. From within that celestial light, a new figure slowly solidified, its presence heavy enough to make the air itself feel like liquid lead. This time, it was the image of the official, full-fledged Grandmaster Tan Zhongyu. The projection's eyes were sharp enough to cut, and the aura it exuded was magnitude stronger than any previous iteration. Lu Sheng stared at the figure, his skin slick with sweat, but his heart pounding with an uncontrollable excitement. This time, it didn't even need to siphon my energy. The tower has been stockpiling power for centuries, waiting for this exact moment to challenge me. Lu Sheng unleashed his own power in response. His entire body wreathed in spiritual flames as he gripped the dragon vein spear with a white-knuckled intensity. Lu Sheng's resolve was absolute, a singular point of focus in the swirling chaos. "The coming moment will be the true test of my limits," he thought, his eyes seeming to crackle with actual bolts of lightning as his battle intent reached its zenith. With a decisive, internal roar, Lu Sheng made his choice. "Hurry up and come at me," he challenged the saint. "Let this final, glorious feast begin." Outside, the ranking board flickered with a sudden, violent surge of data. Swish! The number 27 blinked out, replaced instantly by a glowing 28. The students tilted their heads in unison, fingers pointing at the board as a buzzing wave of hysterical excitement swept through the plaza. Vice Principal Zhao was sweating buckets, his face pale with a sense of total, overwhelming incredulity. He cautiously turned his head to gauge the reactions of the other 3 grandmasters, finding them in a similar state of paralysis. They stood like statues carved from ice, unable to believe their own eyes as the ranking board officially announced the birth of a new, impossible record. The text at the top of the board solidified into history. First place, Lu Sheng. 28th floor, status, completed. Zhao Kongtai stared at the word completed for a long time, wondering if he had finally slipped into a fever dream. The silence of the plaza was shattered as the students began to scream and shout to one another, their voices reaching a fever pitch of collective mania. A massive wave of bodies began rushing toward the primary entrance of the tower. "Lu Sheng is coming out. Move. We have to be there to witness the man who just rewrote the history of the Martial Saint Tower. Everyone, gather at the gates." The students' eyes were shining with a fervor that bordered on religious. Every person in the plaza had their fists clenched, their hearts full of a desperate, soaring hope and anticipation as they waited for the hero of the day to emerge from the sanctum. However, the first person to step through the heavy stone doors was Miao Renxiong. As he exited the trial, his eyes widened at the sight of the massive, cheering crowd. He straightened his robes, a smug thought crossing his mind. "Damn, I knew my clearing of the 22nd floor was impressive, but I didn't think everyone would be here just to worship me." Miao Renxiong allowed a self-satisfied, arrogant smile to spread across his face. "Haha, they must be utterly paralyzed by my achievement," he mused. At that moment, A young girl with a large rabbit-shaped bow in her hair skipped over to him. Meowda, can I be your friend? She asked shyly. The male students standing behind her immediately began to clap and cheer. Miao Renxiong let out a cold, superior sneer. Oh, I suppose that can be arranged. He followed it with a sleazy, lingering smile that radiated a palpable sense of creepiness. Let's go on a date then, he suggested, leaning in. We can find somewhere secluded to discuss things. The female students in the front row recoiled, a wave of discomfort washing over them. He's smiling so pervertedly, one whispered. Yeah, this guy is actually disgusting. While Miao Renxiong was lost in his own lewd fantasies, Lu Sheng quietly stepped out of the tower behind him, carrying his luggage. Excuse me, Lu Sheng said tonelessly. As he walked past, he lightly brushed against the blocking Miao Renxiong, the subtle impact sending the genius sprawling flat on his face in the dirt. Miao Renxiong scrambled to his feet, his face turning a dark, bruised purple as he gritted his teeth, his entire body trembling with an explosive, humiliated rage. Lu Sheng continued walking with a cold, detached stride, not even bothering to look back at the man he had just bowled over. Sorry, he added as an afterthought. Miao Renxiong's eyes nearly bulged out of his head as he roared. Hey, you dare to turn your back on me after blocking my path. Lu Sheng didn't stop, nor did he finish his sentence, but the simple, dismissive energy of his departure carried a weightier provocation than any words could convey. It was a silent, arrogant dare. Chase me if you have the courage. Try to block my path again, and see what happens. Miao Renxiong watched Lu Sheng's retreating back, seeing him gesture lazily with one hand, as if shooing away a fly. Get out of the way, Lu Sheng's posture seemed to say. Don't block the road for those who actually have things to do. Miao was beyond furious, his teeth grinding with a sound like crushing stones. He looked as though he wanted to physically devour Lu Sheng alive. I am going to crush every bone in your body. The anger surged to his head, blinding him to all reason. He threw a devastating, full-power punch aimed at Lu Sheng's spine, roaring at the top of his lungs. I'll block you to death, you arrogant son of a bitch. Do you have even the slightest inkling of who you are talking to? Boom. A thunderous, ear-splitting explosion rocked the plaza as sparks and raw energy erupted at the point of impact. The surrounding students were nearly blown off their feet by the resulting shockwave, and the area was instantly swallowed by a thick, roiling cloud of dust and acrid smoke. As the billowing clouds of dust and acrid smoke finally dissipated, the gathered crowd bore witness to a startling, gravity-defying sight. Miao Renxiong's feet were no longer touching the pavement, dangling uselessly in the empty air. Lu Sheng's voice cut through the stunned silence, sounding unervingly cold and sharp. What exactly were you trying to achieve with that pathetic display? What was your plan here? At that moment, Miao Renxiong had been hoisted high into the air by Lu Sheng, who gripped the man's collar with a single, iron-like hand, as if he weighed nothing at all. Do you still intend to obstruct my path? Do you truly think you can continue to act like a common hooligan on these grounds? And for that matter, who the hell even are you? Miao Renxiong, who had behaved like a playground bully just moments before, was now gasping for breath, his face turning a bruised purple under Lu Sheng's relentless grip. With a sudden, violent whoosh, Lu Sheng discarded him like common trash. Miao Renxiong tumbled backward, his face scraping painfully against the concrete for several meters. His lackeys stood frozen in place, their mouths hanging open in sheer, paralyzed disbelief. They rushed forward frantically, their voices trembling with a mixture of panic and confusion. Boss, speak to us. Miao Renxiong, are you okay? They hovered over his prone form, but as the seconds ticked by without a single word of response, their shouts grew desperate. Boss, wake up. Oh gods, someone call a medic. The nearby students watched the entire scene unfold with wide-eyed intensity, utterly transfixed by the sheer dominance of the display. Their eyes remained fixed on the departing figure of the freshman, their expressions a complex mixture of shock, awe, and burgeoning reverence. There was a palpable, electric sense in the air that they had just stood witness to a tectonic shift in the university's hierarchy, the unmistakable and terrifying birth of a new legend. Lu Sheng remained the absolute picture of stoic indifference, simply picking up his luggage and continuing his walk toward the dormitories as if nothing of note had occurred. Lindsay, however, couldn't contain his triumphant laughter, his chest puffing out with pride. Huh, do you see that? That is the true, unadulterated strength of Brother Sheng. From this day forward, everyone at the 7th Martial Saint University needs to understand one thing. We have officially entered the era of Lu Sheng. The red-haired girl and her circle of friends erupted into frantic, high-pitched cheers, their faces flushed with the thrill of the moment. Exactly. Lu Sheng is undoubtedly the strongest freshman in our school's entire history. That was beyond awesome. The enthusiasm was infectious, spreading through the crowd like a wildfire. You've done it. You are truly the savior of the 7th Martial Saint University. Miao Renxiong standing on the 7 Saints rankings is a joke compared to this. He's not even good enough to lace Lu Sheng's boots, shouted one student, while another added, Lu Sheng is simply invincible. He makes high-level combat look like child's play. One particular student even boasted with a bizarre sense of pride. I was also beaten by Lu Sheng once. I'm just like Miao Renxiong now. Huh. Observing the sea of students cheering his name, Lu Sheng reflected that perhaps this public recognition, this collective validation of one's power, was a vital spark of motivation on the arduous path of martial arts. Chen Yixuan, who held the prestigious 3rd spot on the 7 Saints rankings, could only let out a long, humbled sigh of amazement. The 7 Saints rankings? The senior rankings? I fear even those lofty titles aren't enough to contain a titan like Lu Sheng. Meanwhile, the vice principal watched the jubilant crowd from a distance and murmured to himself, a handsome young man, roaming free and unburdened, taking in the grand sights of our university. Let them bask in this glory for a while. Not far away, another individual stood paralyzed, sweat pouring down his face like a summer rain. Damn it all. I never expected to stumble into such a monumental disaster today. The record for the 7th Martial Saint University's tower, actually shattered by a mere freshman, the senior muttered, his eyes darting around nervously as he gripped his knees. Yang Yin, let's quickly go find your classmate, pay our respects, and get out of here immediately. These people look like they're on a collective high. It's too dangerous to stay. If they get any more excited, they might decide to teach us a lesson we won't survive. Looking toward the center of the crowd with a soft, complicated expression, Yang Yin replied, There's no need for that. I've already found him. She stood there in a heavy silence, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Sheng's departing back, her eyes conveying a depth of emotion she didn't dare put into words. The senior was caught completely off guard, his eyebrows shooting up in profound surprise. Huh? You found him already? Wait, you can't mean to tell me that the person you've been looking for all this time is actually Lu Sheng? Regardless of the senior's persistent questioning and his tone of disbelief, Yang Yin simply turned her back on him and began to walk away, offering no further explanation. Observing Lu Sheng being swarmed by students desperate for autographs and photos, treated like a celestial star descended to earth, the senior turned to Yang Yin with a mocking, bitter sneer. No way. I didn't realize you were so shallow and vain, Yang Yin. Huh. Stung by the excessive cruelty of his words, Yang Yin finally stopped. You're right, she said with a quiet, devastating honesty. He is indeed extraordinarily outstanding. My hopes were nothing but presumptuous. With that final word, she walked away into the crowd, leaving him standing alone. The senior lunged forward, grabbing Yang Yin's wrist with a firm, unwanted grip. Don't be like that, Yang Yin. You know what I meant. Just believe me, okay? I didn't mean it like that. Yang Yin wrenched her hand away, her eyes flashing with a rare anger. Senior, I am genuinely grateful that you accompanied me here to find my friend, but I must insist that you maintain proper conduct. Please, watch your behavior and your words. The senior, misinterpreting her boundaries entirely, let out a loud, oblivious laugh. Hey now, why are you being so formal? At that moment, Lindsay's round, sweating face appeared over the senior's shoulder, whispering a cold warning directly into his ear. Are you deaf, or just remarkably stupid? The fatty hissed. The lady told you to let go. Didn't you hear her? Before the senior could react, Lindsay reached up and viciously pinched the man's ear. Ouch! Ouch! Lego! Damn it! What do you think you're doing? Lindsay's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. You actually have the guts to lay a hand on Brother Shung's girlfriend? Let me show you exactly what I'm going to do, Lindsay growled, twisting the ear so hard the senior felt like it might tear off. His face contorted in a mask of agony. It's been a while since I've had a good workout, and my knuckles are feeling a little restless. Lindsay took the opportunity to deliver a thorough thrashing. The senior could do nothing but curl into a ball and plead for mercy. Spare me, please. I was wrong. When Lindsay finally stopped, the senior was left lying in the dirt, his face bruised and swollen to the size of an ostrich egg. Lindsay looked at his own fist, a look of genuine confusion on his face. That's weird. We're both out here cracking skulls, so why don't I feel as domineering as Brother Shung? The fatty wondered aloud. He then turned to Yang Yan, his face instantly transforming into a friendly, beaming smile. You must be Yang Yan, right? Brother Shing asked me to come find you specifically. He said, wait just a moment, we'll go grab a meal together later. He recognizes you're a close friend of his. Lindsay then seized the chance to puff out his chest and brag. Just kidding. He's the boss, but he spotted you the second you arrived. You know how it is. It's not easy for a star to slip away from such a massive crowd. Let me escort my sister-in-law for a little stroll while we wait for the man of the hour, Lindsay added with a mischievous wink. Yang Yan's entire face turned a vivid shade of crimson at the mention of sister-in-law, her voice becoming a series of panicked stammers. Oh no, our relationship isn't anything like that. Meanwhile, the senior on the ground managed to lift his head just enough to strike the dirt in frustration. It's true. Lu Xing really is Yang Yan's classmate. I'm absolutely finished. This time, I've lost both the prize and the pride. He lamented inwardly, his heart sinking. If it were anyone else, I'd fight for her, but how can I possibly compete with a monster like Lu Xing? The scene transitioned to the following morning, inside the quiet, dignified atmosphere of the vice principal's office. Vice Principal Zhao Kongtai looked across his desk at the young man, his expression a complex mixture of professional gravity and lingering awe. It is truly a monumental achievement, Lu Xing. You, a mere freshman, managed to shatter the all-time record of our Marshall St. Tower on your very first attempt. You clearly have a future of limitless potential ahead of you. But because your situation is so unique, so far beyond the parameters of the standard curriculum, we are treating this as a special case. The specific, high-level rewards for such a feat will have to be decided by the Marshall Saint himself when he reviews the logs. However, in the interim, your standard course credit bonuses for breaking a tower record will be processed immediately. Lu Xing looked up, a hint of genuine surprise flickering in his eyes. I didn't realize there were credit rewards just for entering the tower. You weren't aware? The vice principal asked, leaning forward with a curious look. In any of the 7 great universities, whoever sets a new record for the Marshall St. Tower is granted a massive windfall of academic credits as an incentive. It's universal policy. Then, a thought occurred to him, and he asked with narrowed eyes, wait, you didn't do it for the credits? Lu Xing gave a casual, straightforward reply, as if he were simply discussing the weather. If it's at all possible, sir, I would like to accrue enough credits to graduate as soon as I can. The vice principal was momentarily stunned into silence by the sheer ambition and the matter-of-fact tone of the request. He stared at Lu Xing for a long moment before letting out a slow, appreciative sigh. I understand. You are a young man in a hurry to find your place in the world, he said, nodding slowly. Very well. You may return to your quarters for now. I will notify you personally the moment we have further news regarding your final rewards. Lu Xing gave a respectful nod. Understood. Thank you for your time, Vice Principal. As soon as the door closed behind Lu Xing, the vice principal reached for his secure phone and dialed a short extension. Hello? Yes, 1, 2, 3, for it's me. Regarding the matter we discussed earlier. I believe we should hold off on the official announcement and the finalization of his rewards for just a little while longer, he continued. The voice on the other end of the line was filled with curiosity, hurriedly pressing him for the reasoning behind such a delay. The vice principal turned his chair toward the window, watching Lu Xing's solitary figure as he walked away across the campus quad. I have a strong intuition, he whispered into the receiver. I believe Lu Xing's performance has only just begun. The The heights he might reach are still far beyond our current sight. Upon returning from the administration building, Lu Xing found himself with some rare, quiet downtime. He pulled out his smartphone and decided to browse the school's internal forum to gauge the local sentiment after the previous day's events. He was immediately greeted by a wall of trending notifications under the hottest news section of the 7th Martial Saint University. The top post was titled, "The era of Lu Xing is here. Prepare to feel the fear of being dominated." The popularity of that single thread had already surged past 16 million views. Below that were posts titled Lu Xing, the definitive collection of ultra-high-def battle clips, and is it appropriate for freshmen to work as professional gym instructors? Other threads debated medicine use for enlistment, while the 5th post was a bizarre outlier about a spayed, bust-a-mother cat with a good temperament looking for a new home. Looking for a responsible owner. First come, first served. The cat post read, buried among the chaos and minutiae of student life. Right below it was a large, high-resolution photo of Lu Xing himself, captioned in bold, heroic letters, "The strongest freshman in the history of the 7th Martial Saint University. True glory returns to our school." Another thread asked a provocative question. Miao Renxiong currently holds a high spot on the rankings. Is he strong enough for Lu Xing to defeat with one hand? Comments from our local heroes, please. That particular post had been moderated and banned almost as soon as it went live. It was quickly replaced by more high-quality photos of Lu Xing and increasingly sensationalist headlines. One such headline read, "The entire moment Lu Xing made his move. The full, uncensored video is here." It was accompanied by quotes attributed to his philosophy. "Taking away strength has never been a right you possess, and running away has never been my way of doing things." Speculation was rife in the comments. How far is Lu Xing from becoming a true grandmaster? Some called it a once-in-a-lifetime historical anomaly, a student potentially reaching grandmaster status while still in university. Below the posts about Lu Xing, an endless scroll of expressions and heated comments from the student body reflected their obsession. One male student had even started a live stream, laughing with unbridled, infectious joy. From this day on, we at the 7th Martial Saint University can finally walk with our chests out. No more feeling like second-class citizens compared to the other schools. Lu Xing is just too awesome. Another student was in a state of total disbelief. "It's magical, brothers. The counterattack bugle has sounded. Tomorrow, let's go kick the other school's towers ourselves." Meanwhile, the female students were even more fervent. "Does anyone have the clear shot of Lu Xing defeating Miao Renxiong? I need it for my phone wallpaper." Another senior sister added with a wink, "Tell him all the second-year girls want to be the mothers of his genius children." Lu Xing was visibly taken aback as he scrolled through the endless barrage of compliments and bizarre marriage proposals, unable to believe the sheer scale of the digital chaos he had caused. He took several slow sips of water to steady his nerves, murmuring to himself in amazement. As expected of female martial arts practitioners, their words and actions are certainly bold. Setting the phone down, Lu Xing turned his attention to Yang Yan, who had arrived early and was waiting patiently beside him. "My apologies for making you wait, and for having to witness such an embarrassing spectacle," he said. "I truly didn't expect the student body to react with such intensity today." She immediately raised her hands and offered a cute, flustered smile. "No, it's really okay. You're incredibly busy, and your achievements are truly brilliant. It's only natural that people admire you so much." There was a long, heavy silence between them as Yang Yan fidgeted with her sleeves. She seemed to struggle with an internal conflict, her mouth opening and closing as she stammered through her thoughts for what felt like an eternity. Would it be all right if I still came to find you later?" she finally blurted out. Lu Xing, mid-sip, stopped in genuine surprise. "Is something wrong? Did you need help with something?" he asked, his voice somewhat muffled. To him, these things were actually just small matters. As he had noted, a path without real obstacles would be far too boring to walk. Lu Xing looked out toward the distant horizon, a calm and confident smile playing across his lips as he contemplated the challenges yet to come. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to the sprawling cafeteria of the 4th Martial Saint University. Miao Renxiong, having been thoroughly humbled and physically drained by his encounter with Lu Xing, was feeling a ravenous, gnawing hunger. He stood at the counter, frantically pointing at various items on the menu. I want this, the double portion of this, and that. He ordered such a mountain of food that the waiter stood paralyzed in a state of shock. After a frantic scramble in the kitchen, the staff managed to fulfill the massive order. Miao Renxiong's table was soon groaning under the weight of it all: piles of eggs, braised pork, fried chicken legs, and massive steaks of high-quality beef. As Miao Renxiong began to shovel food into his mouth with desperate intensity, the surrounding students took notice and began to whisper venomously. Look, there's Miao Renxiong. I heard he went to the 7th university to challenge the tower and failed miserably. One male student added with a sneer of disdain. Exactly. Word is he was beaten senseless by a mere freshman. They say he was picked up and strangled like a common chicken. A female student nearby felt a chill run down her spine. Oh gods, is that actually true? Can a freshman really be that monstrous? Miao Renxiong isn't supposed to be someone you can just push around. Maybe the whole genius thing was fake, another mocked loudly. He probably collapsed before the fight even started. Imagine having the gall to cause trouble without the strength to back it up. It's only right he got thrashed. But being pulverized by a freshman? He's single-handedly disgraced the entire 4th Martial Saint University. He's absolutely hopeless. The mockery grew louder, someone calling him a typical case of a coward faking an injury to save face and not daring to say a single word of defense. Hearing the sharp, cruel words drifting across the cafeteria, Miao Renxiong felt a high-pitched ringing in his ears. He whispered to himself, "Calm down. You have to stay calm." He gritted his teeth and braced himself, trying to maintain his composure and continue eating despite the humiliation. Endure it. Just endure it, he thought fervently. I cannot let these brainless idiots affect my mood. Just focus on the food. But the laughter from the other tables only intensified. One student let out a booming, hearty laugh. Haha. And the best part? I heard Miao Renxiong was so scared unconscious by that freshman that he actually peed his pants. They said his trousers were wet and stinking. How utterly pathetic and embarrassing. Huh. The blonde male student had only managed a couple of laughs before his world was suddenly upended. With a violent crash, his food tray was swiped from the table and sent clattering to the floor. Before he could even shout, he was hoisted upward, Miao Renxiong's fist bunching his collar as the disgraced genius pulled him inches away from his face. Miao Renxiong's eyes were bloodshot, burning with a terrifying, unhinged fury. He let out a guttural roar that shook the very walls of the cafeteria. I am telling you right now, I did not pee my pants. I will state this one more time for the record. I did not lose control of my bladder. Previously, Miao Renxiong had managed to avoid any witnesses when he suffered that particular indignity, but the scales had turned. This time, it was the blonde youth before him who seemed on the verge of a pathetic collapse. Petrified by the visceral, guttural roar that erupted from Miao Renxiong, the boy's complexion shifted to a sickly shade of emerald. Cold perspiration cascaded down his face like a summer downpour, his terror manifesting in a frantic stream of silent tears. The surrounding students were gripped by a palpable tension, their brows slick with sweat as they stood paralyzed by the sheer intensity of the confrontation. Suddenly, a voice sliced through the heavy silence, chanting 3 provocative words. Miao Renxiong. Miao Renxiong. Already simmering with a volatile rage, the warrior didn't even bother to glance back. You wish to contribute to this noise? He bellowed, his voice laced with malice. I'll beat you into a pulp before you can finish your next breath. But the shout came again. Miao Renxiong. Pushed beyond the brink of sanity, he spun toward the source, launching a fist with such ferocious velocity it looked as though he intended to shatter the very firmament itself. Which son of a go die, he roared, channeling every ounce of his explosive strength into a strike that carried the weight of a falling mountain. Yet, mid-flight, his devastating momentum was abruptly halted. A massive, iron-like hand clamped onto his fist, neutralizing the kinetic energy with effortless, terrifying precision. Stunned that anyone possessed the raw power to arrest a strike delivered at full capacity, Miao Renxiong's gaze traveled upward. His bravado evaporated instantly, replaced by a cold, drenching sweat. His jaw trembled, and he could barely force the words through his constricted throat. It's you. Who else did you expect? Lu Sheng sat casually at the table directly behind him, his single-handed grip on the attack remaining unshakable. He cast a disparaging glance toward Miao Renxiong, his voice dripping with a calm, dangerous authority. Miao Renxiong, did your upbringing skip the chapter on basic manners? This marks the second time you've lacked decorum in my presence. With a fluid, predatory grace, Lu Sheng stood up, reaching out to pat Miao Renxiong's shoulder with a heavy, ominous familiarity. I've come with a simple purpose, to challenge the tower of your esteemed academy. You know how it is, standard tower climbing. Lu Sheng maintained a thin, razor-sharp smirk that didn't reach his eyes. I just happened to run into you here, so consider this your official notice. You don't have a problem with that, do you? At the sound of Lu Sheng's voice, Miao Renxiong began to vibrate like a dry leaf in a gale. He bared his teeth in a grotesque, forced imitation of a smile, his head bobbing frantically in a desperate display of submission. Brother Sheng, no problem at all. None whatsoever. Please, proceed as you wish. The moment the words left his mouth, Lu Sheng gave a dismissive flick of his wrist. The physical force sent Miao Renxiong hurtling through the air like a wingless bird caught in a cyclone. There was a dull, sickening thump as he performed a familiar faceplant into the dirt. After a long, agonizing silence, he struggled into a sitting position, clutching his skull while his entire frame shuddered. The psychological trauma of his previous defeat was a fresh, bleeding wound in his mind. The other representatives from Marshall St. University No. 4 watched the display with mounting dread. One tried to logically analyze the power scaling, but the rest were simply petrified, their mouths hanging open in mute disbelief. This was a deviation from reality they couldn't comprehend. Miao Renxiong isn't some weakling we can ignore. He's our top senior student, holding the 6th position on the prestigious Seven Saints list. One student whispered, his voice cracking. Who was that monster? He handled Miao Renxiong as if he were nothing more than a common barnyard chick. Nearby, Miao Renxiong was still curled in a ball, his stammering voice barely audible through his tremors. He is Lu Sheng. The realization hit the students of Marshall St. University No. 4 like a physical blow, their expressions contorting into masks of pure shock at the mention of that name. What did you just say? That's Lu Sheng. The name rippled through the crowd like a contagion. The Lu Sheng? Miao Renxiong, are you absolutely certain? Mobilize everyone immediately. Lu Sheng from Marshall St. University No. 7 has arrived to challenge our tower. We need the top 10 here this instant, a female student screeched, her voice rising in panic. Get what? Look at him. Miao Renxiong appeared on the verge of a total neurological collapse. He sat there, limp and devoid of any martial spirit, looking for all the world like a terrified quail, too paralyzed by fear to even breathe loudly, let alone offer a defense. Suddenly, a booming, resonant voice thundered from the rear of the gathering. Just because Miao Renxiong possesses the cowardly liver of a mouse doesn't mean the rest of this university is so easily broken. The speaker was a girl wielding a long, wicked whip, accompanied by a somber youth carrying a massive, heavy gray blade. Snapping her whip against the pavement with a crack like a gunshot, she narrowed her eyes. I truly wish to see what kind of mythological monster thinks he can reduce us to a collection of mumbling wrecks. She ran a tongue over the edge of her whip, her eyes gleaming with a predatory thirst for combat. The student body recognized them instantly, their hopes surging. It's Yang Jinglan, ranked second among the seniors, and Feng Mitong, our third-ranked powerhouse. The crowd began to roar in defiance. That's right, Miao Renxiong is just one man. He doesn't define the strength of Marshall St. University No. 4. Their shattered morale was instantly rekindled into a blazing fire. Protect the tower. Defend our honor. Destroy Lu Sheng. Show him the price of his arrogance. The mob prepared to surge forward, but their momentum died instantly as they glanced at the digital ranking monitors. Their eyes widened, their collective breath catching in their throats at the sight of the refreshed data. It's impossible. Lu Sheng is already listed as No. 1. A collective gasp of horror filled the air. The 28th floor, he's already cleared it. The tower of Marshall St. University No. 4 has been utterly toppled in record time. The scene shifted abruptly to the student council chambers of Marshall St. University No. 5, where the atmosphere was thick with the tension of an emergency summit. The flickering holographic screens cast a cold light over the grim faces of the council members. A high-resolution image of Lu Sheng was projected into the center of the room. Before the council could even begin their deliberation, Tin Zhongyu spoke, his voice heavy with a grim realization. An absolute anomaly has manifested among the freshmen of Marshall St. University No. 7. He is a freak of nature, a deviation from all known martial logic. As you have likely deduced from the reports, his name is Lu Sheng. He is this year's Qiming General Star from the Eastern District, and he holds the title of Martial Champion of the Ascension Dragon Ceremony. He reportedly crushed the top-ranked freshman on his very first day of enrollment. Tan Zhongyu's detailed briefing was sharply cut off by a girl whose patience had clearly evaporated. Tan Zhongyu, enough with the preamble and the history lessons. Cease beating around the bush and tell us what our tactical response should be. Tan Zhongyu looked visibly drained, scratching his head in a gesture of utter helplessness. What can I possibly suggest? Within the span of a single afternoon, Lu Sheng has shattered the records of 2 major towers. His reputation as a demon king is spreading like a wildfire through all 7 Marshall St. Universities. Everyone is scrambling for countermeasures because it's no longer a question of if Lu Sheng is coming for our tower next. Suddenly, a chorus of horrified cries erupted from the hallway. It's over. He's here. Lu Sheng has arrived. The council members froze in their seats, their complexions turning a sickly shade of gray. Lu Sheng stepped into the room, his spiritual energy radiating outward in cold, oppressive waves, his eyes like shards of glacial ice. He looked around the room and asked with terrifying confidence, "What's the matter? Am I not going to receive a proper welcome?" Upon his arrival at Marshall St. University No. 5, the student body descended into a state of mourning. Some wailed in despair, while others ground their teeth so hard they cracked, their bodies drenched in the sweat of pure, unadulterated stress. No, this can't be happening. Why us? Why now? Their lamentations were in vain. In what felt like a mere heartbeat, Lu Sheng had already finished his systematic dismantling of the Marshall St. University No. 5 tower. He walked out of the structure with a calm, steady gait, stepping over the rows of weeping and collapsed students who littered the ground like fallen leaves. It's all over. Our legacy, our tower, it's been finished. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng was deep in internal reflection. The 5th Marshall St. Tower is now complete, he mused. The momentum of breaking 2 towers in such rapid succession over these past 48 hours has been immensely rewarding. I have not only tempered my grandmaster's will twice over, but my spiritual energy has surged significantly, finally eclipsing the threshold of level 6. In that moment, he was a vision of destructive majesty, surrounded by translucent amber flames that seemed ready to incinerate the very world around him. Lu Sheng continued his silent contemplation, his gaze fixed and determined. Under this intense, self-imposed pressure, the 10 perfections of martial arts had smoothly transitioned into their second stage of evolution. He focused his spiritual energy into the palm of his hand, where power condensed with a dazzling, prismatic brilliance. He pondered the depths of his craft, power condensation, the ability to pinpoint an opponent's exact location, explosive release, the innate understanding of structural weaknesses, and the surgical precision of his control. He was beginning to grasp the subtle nuances of reality, even predicting attacks before they were conceived. This sensation of flawless omnipotence was becoming clearer with every passing second. As he entered this second state, he felt the faint, intoxicating illusion of a god ascending to a celestial peak. It may have been an illusion for now, but he knew that as long as he stayed this course, he would one day truly become a god of martial arts. Lu Sheng's thoughts were as sharp as a cold blade, his amber spiritual energy pulsing with an intense, rhythmic glow at the entrance of Marshall St. University No. 5. There, Lindsay was already waiting with bated breath. When he spotted Lu Sheng emerging with one hand casually tucked into his pocket, the very picture of composed power, Lindsay began to wave his arms with frantic, unbridled excitement. Brother Sheng, I'm over here. Right here." Lindsay's face was split by a massive, triumphant grin. A massive congratulations to you, Brother Shang, for toppling yet another tower so effortlessly. Tell me, which martial institution is next on your list of conquests? Lu Sheng turned a meaningful, inscrutable gaze toward Lin Zhe before replying coolly. The day is still young. Secure a vehicle for me. We're heading to Marshall Saint University number 6. Hearing this, Lin Zhe's excitement reached a fever pitch. He clenched his fists, his voice booming with pride. No problem at all. Consider it done. Lin Zhe understood Lu Sheng's relentless momentum perfectly and had already acted with incredible foresight. He had orchestrated the logistics well in advance, leaving nothing to chance. Brother Sheng, just take a look at this. Even Lu Sheng was momentarily taken aback by the sheer scale of Lin Zhe's preparations. Stretched out before them was a veritable armada of taxis, dozens of them, all booked in advance by Lin Zhe and waiting in a perfectly straight line. Seeing this endless queue of yellow vehicles, Lu Sheng found himself momentarily speechless, his usual stoicism wavering as he struggled to find words for the absurdity of the scene. This little brother of his was proving to be frighteningly capable. Without wasting a second, Lin Zhe hurried forward to usher Lu Sheng into the lead car. Brother Sheng, please, get in quickly. We mustn't let this perfect momentum go to waste. At this point, Lu Sheng still wore a slightly dazed expression, as if he were still processing the sheer logistical efficiency of his companion. The other young students gathered there were caught up in the infectious energy of the moment. Get in. Everyone, grab a taxi. We're following Lu Sheng to the next tower challenge. The air was electric with their shouts. Brother Sheng is moving out. Quick, don't let them get away. Driver, step on it. We need to be right behind them. The lead driver, seeing the massive convoy of taxis forming in his rearview mirror, looked back at his passengers with wide-eyed surprise. Hey kids, what's going on? Is your school organizing some kind of massive group outing? The male student in the back seat replied with a fervor that bordered on religious zeal. No, sir. We are going to witness the birth of an empire. The driver sat there, utterly dumbfounded, unable to parse the gravity of the young man's words or the strange, historical weight they carried. The scene shifted to the grand front gates of Marshall Saint University number 6. The student body there had already received word of Lu Sheng's warpath through the other schools. They gathered in clusters, pointing toward the road and whispering in hushed, shocked tones. He's here. The reports were true. He's actually here. The lead taxi came to a smooth halt, and Lu Sheng stepped out onto the pavement. Lu Sheng has arrived, everyone. The young man moved with a deliberate, slow grace as he opened the car door, his expression as cold and unreadable as a winter night. Lu Sheng led the procession, a vanguard of one. Behind him, the students of Marshall Saint University number 7 followed like a loyal army, their cheers echoing through the streets. Observing Lu Sheng's overwhelming, suffocating aura and the sheer number of supporters in his wake, the students of Marshall Saint University number 6 could only frown, their faces contorted in grim anticipation of the coming storm. Heavens, this isn't just a challenge. This aura is practically a demon lord's grand procession. What are we supposed to do against that? Suddenly, a tall, imposing figure emerged from the crowd to confront Lu Sheng head-on. The students from number 7 recognized him immediately. Look, it's Shin Kong, the top senior on their rankings. Yes, it's really him. Thank goodness. Shin Kong has finally stepped up to block Lu Sheng's path. Shin Kong stood with his arms crossed tightly over his chest, his face a mask of arrogant frost. Lu Sheng, he began. I assume you've come here to kick our tower as well. Your side weighs 8 taels, while ours weighs 10 caddies, approximately 500 grams heavier. Lu Sheng met his gaze with a chilling indifference, his voice flat and unwavering. Yes, what's it to you? The blunt, dismissive nature of those 4 words. What's it to you? Hit Shin Kong like a slap to the face. Shin Kong's expression darkened instantly, his teeth gnashing together as a cold, sharp snort escaped his nose. What do I think? I'll tell you what I think. But then, in a jarring reversal, Shin Kong lowered his head, forcing a strained, fearful smile onto his face as he spread his arms wide in an expansive gesture of invitation. I am here to personally lead the way for you. This way, please. After you. Shin Kong even went so far as to offer a helpful, polite reminder. Our campus is quite sprawling and complex. Please, stay close so you don't find yourself lost. Lu Sheng, witnessing Shun Kong's lightning-fast transformation from a defiant warrior to a servile guide, almost burst out laughing at the absurdity. Good grief, he thought. So Shun Kong came all this way just to act as my personal tour guide. Half an hour later, the students huddled around the information board let out a collective cry of disbelief. It's broken. A new record has been set. Lu Sheng has successfully conquered the tower. On the official Marshall St. Tower ranking board for Marshall St. University No. 6, the data was updated in real time. Occupying the undisputed first place, Lu Sheng. Final result, floor 29. Lin Zhe's group and the accompanying students from Marshall St. University No. 7 erupted into a cacophony of joy. Congratulations. Amazing work, Brother Sheng. Brother Sheng is truly invincible. This jubilant atmosphere stood in stark contrast to the scene nearby, where tears were streaming down Shin Kong's face. What choice did I have, he sobbed. I could only let him kick the tower. Besides, it's not like our school is the only one surrendering its dignity today. Within a startlingly short period, the information boards of 4 separate universities all bore the singular, dominant name of Lu Sheng. Undeterred by his string of victories, Lu Sheng continued his relentless journey of conquest. He advanced toward his next destination, the primary Marshall St. University, the original cradle of their martial tradition. Just as it had been at Marshall St. University No. 6, a massive throng of students followed in Lu Sheng's wake, their voices raised in a continuous, rhythmic chant to bolster his spirits as he approached the final bastions of strength. There he is, the demon lord of Marshall St. University No. 7, Lu Sheng. Suddenly, a sharp jolt of intuition struck Lu Sheng. He sensed a massive presence charging down toward him from the heights above. The descending force created a violent shockwave upon impact, a localized gale that seemed intent on overturning everyone in the vicinity and shattering the pavement. From within the swirling, thick shroud of dust and smoke, a resonant voice echoed out. Hey boy, do you have even the slightest inkling of where you are standing right now? Faced with the intimidating inquiry, Lu Sheng remained perfectly composed. I am here to kick the tower, he replied calmly. How could I possibly be ignorant of my own destination? As the dust finally dissipated, a figure holding a long, gleaming sword gradually became visible. I am Inai Hongchuan, ranked second on the overall Seven Saints list, the founder of this Marshall Saint University, and one of the first martial saints to be born in this great dragon country. No matter how much time passes, history cannot be ignored by those established later. Inai Hongchuan glared at Lu Sheng with eyes overflowing with a sharp, murderous intent. You wish to ascend to the heavens in a single step and shake the foundations of the world? That is a lofty goal, but if you intend to do so by trampling upon the face of Marshall Saint University. Number 2, then you must first ask the sword in my hand if it grants you its permission to pass. As he finished his declaration, he executed a swift, powerful motion, plunging his blade deep into the earth at his feet. Under the concentrated pressure of his Grandmaster's will, the ground beneath them began to freeze instantly, ice crystals racing across the surface. Lu Sheng felt a brief flicker of surprise as he found his legs encased in solid ice up to his knees, his physical movement momentarily completely neutralized. Inai Hongchuan's voice continued to ring out with authority. I received word that you passed the Martial Champion examination this year. A lucky rising dragon, indeed. However, you should know that I once achieved that same honor in my youth. Lin Zhe and his companions watched the scene with their mouths agape, frozen in shock. That is Inai Hongchuan's Grandmaster's will in action. He has actually succeeded in condensing his Grandmaster's will. Even a rudimentary manifestation of such power signifies that he has truly begun to complete his own personal martial path. In 10 years, Inai Hongchuan will undoubtedly ascend to the rank of a true Grandmaster. Inai Hongchuan leveled the tip of his blade toward Lu Sheng's throat. Now, do you finally understand the deep-rooted foundation upon which this long-standing martial Dao University is built? Lu Sheng looked down at the ice, then back at his opponent. Is this foundation you speak of the Grandmaster's will? He reached out a hand to calmly brush a stray speck of dust from his sleeve. In this current era, Being able to condense your own grandmaster's will at such a tender age is truly an impressive feat. I'll give you that. In that fleeting heartbeat, a sharp, predatory glint ignited within Lu Sheng's pupils, reflecting the cold light of a superior intellect. He stood unyielding, the very air around him beginning to vibrate as the young man prepared to voice his next piercing observation. But what exactly does this prove? Lu Sheng's voice was a low, dangerous rumble. Is this mere admiration offered from a senior to a junior, or a desperate admission of defeat? Infuriated by the blatant disrespect, Chuan violently swung his frosted blade in a wide, lethal arc. What kind of arrogant facade are you trying to maintain? He roared, his voice cracking with indignant rage. I shall flash freeze you into a pathetic, motionless block of ice in a mere moment. We will see if you can maintain that smug pretension then. Unfazed, Lu Sheng watched the frost creep across the floor and asked with genuine curiosity, Chuan, is this the extent of your ice attribute martial Dao will? He recalled the terrifying, absolute zero presence of the ice demon, Manhwa, and added dismissively, this power of yours is far inferior to hers. It lacks the true soul of the Arctic. With a sudden, sharp glare that seemed to pierce through the physical world, Lu Sheng's spiritual power erupted in a catastrophic surge. It was an incomparably dense, suffocating force that flooded the arena. Once again, Lu Sheng's entire silhouette was enveloped in that familiar, terrifying image of translucent amber flames, a stellar heat that defied the very concept of winter. The sheer intensity of Lu Sheng's aura sent a wave of primal fear through the spectators. Students in the front rows instinctively recoiled, their faces pale as they felt the oxygen being sucked out of the room. It wasn't just physical pressure, it was a spiritual weight that made their very souls tremble in the presence of an apex predator. Even Chuan, the pride of his academy, was suddenly drenched in a cold, viscous sweat that had nothing to do with his ice techniques. His knees buckled under the weight of Lu Sheng's presence. He could no longer maintain a steady stance, and was forced to plunge his heavy blade deep into the cracked tiles just to keep himself from collapsing in disgrace. Lu Sheng radiated a blinding amber luminescence, the heat so intense that the air itself began to shimmer and distort. Chuan's expression twisted into a mask of agony and disbelief as the temperature skyrocketed, his once unshakable resolve melting away under the solar brilliance of the young man standing before him. He channeled every ounce of his remaining strength to resist the encroaching heat, but it was like trying to hold back the tide with a handful of sand. What is this power? It's too hot, too dazzling, he gasped, squinting against the radiance. Chuan was struck by a final, horrifying realization. His proudest achievement, his absolute ice domain, had been utterly liquidated, vanishing as if it had never existed. Completely overwhelmed and spiritually crushed by Lu Sheng's sheer dominance, Chuan finally collapsed onto the scorched floor. Lu Sheng stepped over his prone form with a rhythmic, steady stride, a faint, inscrutable smile playing on his lips. Do not mistake this for a coincidence or a stroke of luck, he remarked coolly. Had you and I been born into the same era, in the same class, the highest rank you could ever hope to achieve would be second place, forever in my shadow. High above the arena, several shadowed figures observed the scene from the darkness, their voices hushed with awe. This young man, 5 years from now, he will undoubtedly ascend to the rank of Grandmaster. He possesses the unmistakable demeanor of a future martial saint. The scene shifted abruptly to the high-tech interior of the student council headquarters, where the atmosphere was thick with disbelief. The usual bustle had been replaced by a heavy, contemplative silence as the leaders of the student body processed the reports coming in from the tower. A young man, leaning back in his chair and exhaling a plume of cigarette smoke, broke the silence. Well, has Lu Sheng officially entered the tower of Martial Saint University No. 1 yet? A sexy, purple-haired girl checked her tablet, her voice tight with tension. He has. And Chuan didn't just stand by. He made his move. He unleashed the full, unbridled power of his martial Dao will, but it wasn't enough to even slow that monster down. The smoker leaned forward, his eyes narrowing. So he utilized his ultimate, record-breaking technique, and still failed to halt his progress? Tell me, how many complex moves did Lu Sheng require to dismantle a powerhouse like Anai Hongchuan? The purple-haired girl swallowed hard, a bead of sweat tracing a path down her temple as she gave her regretful answer. Half. He used exactly half of a single move. The young man was visibly startled, his cigarette nearly falling from his lips. Half a move? What in the world is that supposed to mean? Did he trip him? Did he sneeze? It means Lu Sheng only needed to reveal a mere sliver of his own martial Dao will, she explained, her voice trembling. Before he even committed to a physical strike against Anai Hongchuan, the sheer conceptual heat of his presence directly melted Anai Hongchuan's will into nothingness. It was a conceptual execution. The young man stumbled back as if he had been struck, eventually collapsing into his leather chair. Melted, he melted a solidified martial will. He stared blankly at the ceiling, unable to even visualize the sheer tier of power required for one's willpower to physically dissolve the metaphysical essence of an opponent. The room fell into a stunned silence, the weight of the revelation sinking in. Finally, the purple-haired girl looked toward the council leader and asked with a hint of trepidation, Jin Quan, do we still intend to follow the original plan? Do we still want to try and stop his advance? Jin Quan replied with a frantic, desperate shake of his head. Stop him? How? With what army? The gap between my strength and Anai Hongchuan's is negligible. He's number 1, and I'm number 2. If Lu Sheng defeated him without even lifting a finger, my intervention would be a joke. I'd be nothing more than fodder, or worse, a toy for his amusement. Forget the plan. It's over. Hearing his surrender, the girl clenched her fist until her knuckles turned white. Damn it all. I spent years preparing to follow the path of the top student under Marshal Saint Tin Zhongyu, hoping to advance to Grandmaster status on his coattails. But who could have predicted that a demonic anomaly like Lu Sheng would appear out of thin air and instantly begin his reign of domination? She lamented, her voice filled with bitter resentment. I am only a few short months away from graduation. If he had only emerged a little later, I could have finished my term in peace. Observing the girl muttering to herself as if lost in a fever dream of what-ifs, the student council member interrupted her spiraling thoughts. Cease your daydreaming. The reality is already outside our doors. Look at the streets. The city is practically covered in flyers and digital bulletins. Every news outlet is screaming about Lu Sheng's systematic, tower-kicking journey. Look at the headlines. Outside, a passerby clutching a flyer featuring a high-resolution image of Lu Sheng spoke with bated breath. This young man. He might actually be the next martial saint to rise and protect the long country. We are witnessing history in the making. The scene shifted away from the chaotic reality of the capital to the serene, surreal expanse of the dreamscape. Lu Sheng stood within the familiar, shimmering void, carrying the weight of his recent experiences into the depths of his subconscious. He stood before the massive, translucent interface of the futuristic library system, his fingers hovering over the glowing controls as he prepared to delve into the data he had harvested from his recent battles and the memories of the fallen. System, I know you hold the records of my potential futures, Lu Sheng murmured to the ethereal, feminine avatar of the interface. After scanning the cascading lines of information for a moment, he commanded with a tone of quiet authority, "Open my personal resume. I need to see the trajectory of my life in the records of the future." While the system processed the massive amounts of data, Lu Sheng's thoughts drifted. I wonder if I truly possess the capacity to become a saint in this lifetime, he mused. The fame I've garnered in reality feels hollow. Every day is a repetitive cycle of grueling practice, nourishment, and rest. People see the showing off, but they don't see the path. He scratched his head with a wry, self-deprecating smile. Actually, it's not that I enjoy the spectacle. I'm being forced into these confrontations by the world itself. He sighed, his eyes reflecting the stars of the dreamscape. But they don't understand the visceral satisfaction of it, the feeling of crushing an opponent who deserves it, the sheer, refreshing clarity of being undeniably powerful. A sense of smug, quiet happiness warmed his chest as the system chirped, and a massive, stacked column of his personal information and future achievements materialized in the air before him, glowing with a soft, blue light. Scanning the dense text of the information panel, Lu Sheng muttered to himself, an nth-grade martial artist, so I eventually achieved the rank of martial saint. However, as his eyes traveled further down the list toward the ultimate goal of grade 12, he noted with a grimace, I am still a vast distance away from the peak of true divinity. Let's take a closer look at the summarized resume of this supposed martial arts genius from the future timeline. He whispered, his interest piqued by the specific milestones recorded in the system's database. The text scrolled by. Lu Sheng shattered every standing tower challenge record of the 7 prestigious martial saint universities in the capital. Recognized as the undisputed leader and most promising talent among the quasi-grandmaster tier of his generation. Champion of the National Student Martial Arts Tournament. During a pivotal match, he decisively defeated a grandmaster-level combatant from the extreme Dao Martial Hall, causing his fame to resonate throughout the capital and beyond. Lu Sheng's eyes widened in genuine surprise as he read the specific details. I actually took a life in the arena back then, he exclaimed. And the victim was a grandmaster from the extreme Dao Martial Hall. That's a high-level official protected by a martial saint's influence. I was certainly bold. What could have possibly driven me to risk the absolute wrath of a martial saint just to execute a grandmaster? Lu Sheng pondered, a cold sweat pricking at his skin as he considered the political and martial ramifications of such a violent act in his future. Forget it for now. Speculating on motives I haven't felt yet is a useless exercise. I'll deal with that bridge when I cross it. Lu Sheng refocused on the scrolling data. What else is recorded? At age 19, became the 3rd personal disciple of martial saint Ten Zhongyu. Achieved the rank of grandmaster at age 32. Advanced to the level of martial saint at 70, subsequently founding the Martial Saint Hall. Known to history as the perfect martial saint. Deceased in the 457th year of the calendar due to total exhaustion of mental power at the age of 161. Character history rating, 6 stars. Resource access authority, 6th level fire seed. Lu Sheng's heart hammered against his ribs. He clapped his hands in a rare show of outward excitement. The perfect martial saint. Founder of the Martial Saint Hall. Haha, now that is what I call a glorious, worthwhile achievement, he laughed, the sound echoing through the digital halls of the dreamscape. It was the first time he felt a true sense of kinship with his future self. Though, I must admit, a lifespan of 161 years feels somewhat brief compared to my previous incarnations, he noted, his analytical mind taking over. Reaching the saint level probably took a toll on my mind, leading to that mental exhaustion. The path of the perfect martial Tao is indeed a treacherous and demanding one. I must keep striving. Now let's see marital status. Lu Sheng reached out to click the submenu, and for a fleeting second, the blurred images of several beautiful women flickered in the periphery of his consciousness. Wives, plural? Interesting. I am curious. But at the very last moment, he pulled his hand back, his expression turning stern. No, I won't look at this. Such distractions will only cloud my judgment and affect my Tao heart. Suddenly, the system emitted a sharp, discordant snort of warning. Warning, insufficient access rights to view detailed social and familial data. Lu Sheng blinked. Insufficient? Fine then. If I can't look at my love life, then I'll turn my attention to something more productive. Tell me about the origins of those monsters that plague the world. The moment he attempted to force the query, a wave of immense, crushing information slammed into his brain. Unexpectedly, Lu Sheng's legs gave out, and he collapsed to the floor of the dreamscape, his breath coming in ragged gasps. A dizzying array of information panels expanded in front of him like a blossoming flower. Heavens, there is so much data here. He realized that the origin of the monsters was a cosmic mystery that couldn't be summarized in a few simple sentences. I'll have to analyze this in segments later. For now, system, query the core principles of the star refinement body art, the natural breathing method, and the crystal visualization method. So that's the connection. These 3 distinct paths are actually the 3-stage cultivation methods required to forge the immortal golden body. I haven't even successfully completed the 2nd stage yet. He paused, his mind flashing back to his time in the Eastern Military region. If I could just secure another massive supply of alien marrow like I did back then. He recalled the image of the old General Yu Fei, He could almost see the old general now, clutching a barrel of precious alien marrow to his chest in sheer terror, shouting, "Don't you dare come near me." Lu Sheng's ability to absorb the essence had been so domineering and efficient that it had left even a seasoned veteran like Yu Fei completely rattled. Forget it. I'll find another way. Let's look at the next technique. The Grandmaster Natural Breathing Method. Its contents are incredibly cryptic and mysterious. It spoke of pursuing the absolute unity of heaven and man, creating a seamless resonant connection between the microcosm of the human body and the macrocosm of the universe. After struggling through a few abstract sentences, Lu Sheng felt the onset of a familiar, throbbing headache. These concepts are far too abstract and incomprehensible for my current level of understanding, he muttered, rubbing his temples. Currently, the tangible benefits I've reaped from the breathing method are rapid physical recovery, a steady increase in my grade, and significantly improved training efficiency. I can only hope to grasp the deeper truths as my cultivation progresses. Next is the crystal visualization method. As he scrolled through the data, Lu Sheng's eyes suddenly locked onto a specific passage. This is the Grandmaster Realm application. One can use mental power to project tangible images. It implies I can use my own psyche to perfectly imitate the techniques and presence of others. A look of profound realization dawned on his face. So this is the true essence of the martial Dao will, a way to project one's internal world into the external reality. What a brilliant, genius concept. Or perhaps only a complete madman could have conceived of such a reality-warping method. But is it truly possible? A chilling thought struck him, making the hair on his arms stand up. Could this very dreamscape I currently inhabit be nothing more than a massive, persistent will projection created by a powerful entity? Is that why I am able to hunt and kill those zombies in my dreams and perfectly inherit their combat experience and wills? It feels as though I am finally touching the cold edge of some ultimate truth, but there is still a thick, impenetrable fog that I cannot yet see through. Perhaps I am simply overthinking the nature of my own subconscious. It's time to return to the waking world. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Sheng issued a final command to the system interface to save his progress and initiate the exit sequence. The system immediately retracted the glowing displays, securely archiving all of Lu Sheng's background data and his newly discovered history. The process of synchronization was finally absolute, the complex web of data receding back into the cold heart of the interface. After concluding his deep dive into the projected timeline of his own existence, Lu Sheng turned his focus inward, the hauntingly beautiful yet terrifying image of Monroe, the enigmatic Frost Queen, flickering within his mind's eye. He gathered his burgeoning mental energy, attempting to weave a cohesive projection that mimicked her absolute zero presence. But despite his unwavering concentration and the raw power at his disposal, the effort failed to coalesce, leaving only a shimmering distortion in the air. A visible wave of dissatisfaction washed over Lu Sheng. He couldn't help but scowl, his lips thinning into a frustrated pout as a heavy sigh escaped him. The mental architecture required was staggering, and he found himself only able to manifest a fractured, ghostly silhouette of Monroe's true form, a mere shadow of the goddess-like power he had witnessed. "This is insufficient," Lu Sheng muttered to the empty expanse, his voice laced with an edge of irritation. The mental feedback loop is entirely absent, preventing the construct from taking a solid shape. It seems the crystal visualization method is far more nuanced and demanding than my initial assessment suggested. Forging a true will projection is a labor of Herculean proportions. He clenched his fists, his thoughts spinning as he processed the reality of his environment. Compared to the sterile, simulated environment of the Marshall St. Tower, this dreamscape is a sprawling, living world, a complete reality that mimics life in every facet, save for the physiological pangs of hunger or the mundane needs of the flesh. If one were to draw a comparison to ancient entertainment, the Marshall St. Tower is a rudimentary, pixelated game that requires the user to manually patch the code just to function. The dreamscape, conversely, is a supreme masterpiece of immersion, a hyper-realistic simulation where the boundary between objective reality and psychological illusion is virtually non-existent. Within the dreamscape, A zombie materialized with grotesque, bone-chilling realism. Its clouded eyes bulged with a mindless hunger, its jaw unhinged to reveal a cavern of decay as it salivated at the prospect of rending Lu Sheng's soul asunder. Watching the creature's approach, Lu Sheng's fingers tightened around the shaft of his long spear, the cold metal biting into his palm. He pushed aside his frustration with a sharp exhale, acknowledging that such profound mastery over the mind and spirit was not a feat to be accomplished in a single night of meditation. Tonight, the objective remains unchanged. Harvest, Lu Sheng declared, his voice cutting through the stagnant air. With the long spear held in a low, predatory guard, he kicked off the ground, his body becoming a blurred streak of kinetic energy as he surged toward the heart of the desolate city. His arduous trials within the Marshal Saint Tower had acted as a forge for his spirit, and he could feel the significant progress he had made in the crystal visualization method. His mental sea was wider and deeper than ever before, vibrating with the echoes of the battles he had survived. I can sense it now. My spiritual capacity has expanded to the point where I can comfortably anchor the wills of 3 distinct grandmasters within my consciousness simultaneously. He knew he had to maintain this momentum. If he failed to harvest a new round of essence now, his explosive physical growth would soon outpace his spiritual control, leaving his martial Tao fundamentally unbalanced. The common grandmaster wills are no longer sufficient to act as my foundation. I must seek out the essence of a great grandmaster. His current trajectory had set him on a collision course with true legends, and his ambition was now fixed on facing the overwhelming might of those who stood at the peak of the mountain. When contemplating the prospect of engaging a great grandmaster, beings whose combat power indices soared toward the staggering height of 99,999, Lu Sheng couldn't help but wonder where his own current limits truly lay. He recognized with sobering clarity that the power of a great grandmaster was no mere statistical abstraction. It was a force of nature that had defeated him before. If he wished to stand his ground, he would need to refine his strength further. It wasn't long before his hunt led him to a colossal zombie, a behemoth carrying a massive, jagged boulder as if it were a mere pebble. Lu Sheng skidded to a halt, a sharp grin touching his face. Finally, I've found it. The third will for my collection. The zombie was a mountain of necrotic muscle, its skin stretched taut over bulging, rope-like sinews that defied human anatomy. Standing before this titan, Lu Sheng appeared almost insignificant in scale, yet his presence was undiminished. The creature fixed its hollow, milky eyes upon him, exhaling a thick, putrid cloud of deathly miasma that hung in the air like a funeral shroud. Lu Sheng had no intention of playing the victim or waiting for the creature to initiate the slaughter. He gritted his teeth, his amber eyes narrowing into slits of pure, icy determination as he centered his breathing and prepared his body for the coming explosion of violence. In an instant, a torrent of radiant, spiritual force erupted from Lu Sheng's frame, illuminating the gloom of the dreamscape. He gripped his long spear, now wreathed in roaring, amber flames, and lunged forward, his feet carving deep furrows into the cracked asphalt as he accelerated toward the towering monstrosity. "Let's see what you're made of." With a thunderous shout, Lu Sheng swung his weapon in a blurring arc, the spear tip whistling through the air as it aimed for the center of the giant zombie's mass. The strike was delivered with such blinding velocity that it left a trail of afterimages in its wake. The behemoth reacted with surprising instinct, channeling a surge of dark energy into its massive palm to intercept the blow. The sharp, flame-wreathed spear tip collided with the creature's leathery flesh, creating a localized shockwave that rippled through the surrounding ruins. It was a startling, visceral showdown of raw power, as neither side yielded an inch. The air between them crackled with the friction of their opposing energies, a deadlock between a rising star and a relic of a dead world. The zombie's hand seemed to swell, its grip tightening with a fierce, inhuman strength, but the piercing power of Lu Sheng's strike was not so easily denied. With a burst of concentrated intent, the spear tip punched through the palm, erupting out the other side and leaving a gaping, cauterized hole in the creature's limb. As the massive zombie finally collapsed into a heap of motionless meat, the heavy boulder it carried shattered upon the ground. Lu Sheng exhaled slowly, his spear still humming with energy. The destructive potential created by the resonance of our two forces is truly staggering. Its innate defensive capabilities were far beyond anything I've encountered recently. If this creature had been in its prime, healthy state, I suspect even Tan Zhongyu at his current Grandmaster level would have struggled to pierce its hide. Lu Xun closed his eyes, extending his mental tendrils toward the dissipating essence of the fallen giant. Undying spirit of a forgotten age, allow me to inherit the path you once walked. Suddenly, the barrier of time seemed to dissolve, and Lu Sheng was pulled into the vivid, swirling memories of the man the zombie had once been. The vision solidified into a scene from a bygone era, a young man kneeling in the dust before an austere, elderly master. The old man pointed a trembling finger at the youth, his voice booming with disappointment. "Shiwei, your natural aptitude is lamentable. You are perpetually a step behind your peers, lagging in every metric of progress. You are fundamentally unsuitable for the complexities of the martial Tao." Despite the stinging rebuke, the young Shiwei looked up with eyes full of stubborn, quiet resolve. "Master, if I am slow, then I will simply practice 10 times more than the others. I will take 2 steps for every one they take until the distance is closed." The elderly master, caught off guard by the sheer, unadulterated grit shining in Shiwei's gaze, found his next insult dying in his throat. He stood frozen, silenced by the realization that he was looking at a spirit that no amount of discouragement could ever truly break. Years passed in a flash, and Lu Xing saw a more mature Shiwei approaching the leader of an elite guard team, his frame already showing the signs of relentless training. The commander sighed, looking at Shiwei's records. "I am sorry, but your innate abilities still fall significantly below our recruitment threshold." The man looked away, clearly uncomfortable with the harshness of the rejection, but Shiwei only nodded with a stoic smile. "I understand, sir. I won't waste more of your time. I'll find another place that needs a shield." The memory shifted to a humble home, where Shiwei's mother slammed her hand onto the wooden dining table, her face pale with terror and frustration. "What in the heavens are you thinking?" she screamed, her voice echoing off the thin walls. "Have you lost your mind entirely? You want to join a demon beast hunting team? Those teams operate outside the safety of the base walls. Shiwei, do you have a death wish?" Faced with his mother's frantic scolding and the raw fear in her eyes, Shiwei could only offer a sheepish scratch of his head. "Mom, please don't worry yourself. I've trained harder than anyone. I promise you, I will return to this house alive." In her anger and grief, his mother could only beat his chest with her fists, weeping at his stubbornness. The scene shifted again, turning dark and cold. Shiwei was collapsed in the dirt, bloodied and exhausted. Standing over him, 3 other hunters were laughing with cruel glee. "Look at this absolute moron. You're barely hanging on yourself, yet you risked your neck to save strangers just so they could bring back a few extra monster corpses. You nearly threw your life away for nothing. Your stupidity is truly legendary, Shiwei. It's enough to make a man die laughing just watching you play the hero." They walked away, their mocking laughter ringing in the air like a discordant bell. "Mark my words, next time he won't be so lucky. He'll end up as a snack for some mid-tier beast." Shiwei remained on the ground, his fingers digging into the earth as he clenched his fists in silent, burning defiance. The vision blurred and refocused on a conversation between 2 different hunters months later. "What? You're telling me that idiot Shiwei actually broke through to level 6? You've got to be pulling my leg." "I'm dead serious. The man is out in the lawless wilderness every single day, and the moment he returns, he practices until he collapses. With that kind of insane work ethic, how could he not advance?" The other man shook his head in disbelief. "It makes no sense. Veteran members of the hunting teams have been wiped out in waves, yet that blockhead is still out there, alive and kicking. Maybe he's not as stupid as he looks. Maybe he's the smartest of us all." Nearby, Shiwei was methodically lifting massive iron weights, the rhythmic clanking of the metal punctuating his thoughts. Hearing their whispers, he spoke softly to himself, his voice a vow of iron. "I must become stronger. I have to reach a level where my presence alone gives the people behind me a chance to survive the night." His gaze was as steady and unyielding as a mountain peak. Time accelerated once more, and Lu Sheng felt the rush of years passing. He saw an older, broader Shui running with desperate urgency through the sterile halls of a base hospital, his breath coming in short, ragged bursts. "Doctor, please, tell me, how are they?" Shui gasped, his eyes wide with anxiety. The doctor stepped out from behind a heavy curtain, a warm, tired smile crossing his face. "Calm yourself, Master Shui. Congratulations are in order. It is a healthy, beautiful baby girl. Both the mother and the daughter are in excellent health. You can go in and see them now." The relief that washed over Shui was so profound it seemed to radiate from the memory itself. Shui was so moved by the sight that tears blurred his vision. Watching his wife and newborn daughter sleeping peacefully in the soft light, he reached out with a rough, calloused finger, stained by years of battle, to gently graze his daughter's tiny, perfect hand. "I will become a fortress," he thought, a new kind of power taking root in his soul. "I will become strong enough to shield them, and everyone like them, for as long as I draw breath." That blockhead finally stepped into the exalted Grandmaster realm that year. He was 72 years old. It was the martial calendar year M1024 when base number 1359 faced its darkest hour, a tidal wave of mutated beasts that threatened to swallow the city whole. Grandmaster Shui stood alone as the final line of defense for gate number 27, fighting with a ferocity that bordered on the divine until his final breath, never retreating a single inch even as his life force faded. Having witnessed the entirety of his tragic yet noble journey, Lu Sheng whispered into the silence of the dreamscape. So this zombie was the man they called Blockhead Shui. Compared to the prodigious talent of someone like Tan Zhongyu, Shui represented the ultimate example of the late bloomer, a man who was mocked as a fool in his youth, but broke through his limits at 60 and entered the Grandmaster realm at 70. By the time of his final stand, his strength had already begun to cross the threshold into the great Grandmaster tier, making him a truly unparalleled guardian. The sheer potential of his Grandmaster path was estimated to reach the heights of Martial Saint level 9, all driven by a singular, pure philosophy, protection. In many ways, Lu Sheng realized that he was looking at a mirror of his own fundamental motivations. Ever since he had first set foot in this dreamscape and gained access to the forbidden knowledge of the future, every action he had taken, every drop of blood spilled, had been for the sake of protection. He fought to protect the smiles of his family, to protect the fragile future of a humanity currently sleepwalking toward extinction, and to honor the precious, lingering echoes of the heroes who had been lost to time in this dream. Reflecting on Shui's legacy, Lu Sheng analyzed the data. The man's strengths lay in absolute defense and specialized fist techniques, both categorized under the difficult path of supreme control. His martial Tao had been refined over decades like a fine, aged wine, the purest essence of a protector's soul. Lu Sheng reached down and retrieved a small, pulsating golden stone from the remains of the zombie. Suddenly, a strange atmospheric phenomenon occurred. Lu Sheng spun around as the space surrounding him seemed to warp, everything in the immediate vicinity being pulled toward a singular, microscopic point of high-density energy. Reacting on instinct, Lu Sheng unleashed a devastating, straight-line punch toward the anomaly. To his utter astonishment, his massive, flame-wreathed fist collided with something incredibly minute, yet the resistance he felt was like hitting an iron wall. It felt as if he were trying to crush a water strider that possessed the weight of a mountain. A surge of genuine excitement coursed through Lu Sheng as he gazed at the stone, which was now radiating a brilliant, blinding golden light. This is extraordinary, to think that something so small could achieve such a concentrated level of power. He realized that this tiny relic was the physical vessel for the distilled essence of Shui's entire martial Tao. Just as his excitement reached its peak, a sense of visceral dread took hold. An unprecedented anomaly began to manifest. Lu Sheng's jaw dropped as he watched the golden stone. The light it emitted intensified until it rivaled a miniature sun, the spiritual pressure radiating from it growing exponentially by the second. Lu Sheng sensed a martial Tao of such immense, crushing weight that it defied conventional understanding. It was a power so profound it felt as though the will within the stone could lift the entire world with a single, spectral hand. The totality of Sherway's life's work was compressed into this singular, radiant point. The essence didn't just radiate. It began to permeate Lu Sheng's very consciousness. It carried the weight of Mount Tai, unshakable, immovable, and filled with a boundless, transcendent compassion that remained unmoved by the chaos of the world. It was a will of profound wisdom, unfathomable yet piercingly insightful. Yet, it also held the dormant fury of a wrathful king. Should that anger be stoked, the heavens would darken, and the very demons that plagued humanity would cower in terror. A sense of infinite power seemed to surge upward from the very soles of his feet. To stand as the wrathful king, to move as the wrathful king. This was a potential so vast that even Tan Zhongyu's refined Grandmaster realm could not hope to match its scale. Lu Sheng whispered in disbelief, his mind reeling from the discovery. Regarding the true nature of the relic, he finally understood. This small, humble golden stone was the physical manifestation of Sherway's absolute Grandmaster will. It was a philosophy refined to a state of extreme simplicity, yet it possessed a structural integrity as solid as the foundations of the earth. As Lu Sheng clenched the stone, its golden radiance began to fuse with his own fire attribute energy, creating a conflagration of terrifying intensity. However, as the merger progressed, he realized he had reached a spiritual saturation point. He had initially hoped to absorb several more types of martial wills, but the sheer density of Sherway's essence occupied so much of his spiritual sea that he could no longer integrate any other external forces. Although he felt he could force an immediate advancement into the Grandmaster realm, a sharp, intuitive premonition stayed his hand. If he followed the standard advancement protocol of the stellar body refinement technique now, the delicate internal equilibrium of his gathered wills would be shattered. He realized that unless he achieved the state of a constant star great grandmaster, these disparate wills would either be violently rejected or absorbed into a messy, inferior synthesis, and these wills were far too precious to be squandered in such a manner. If he failed to achieve a perfect, total fusion of these essences, his potential would be capped at level 11, forever barring him from the ultimate transcendence of level 12. Lu Sheng stood in the silence of the dreamscape, knowing that his path toward true perfection required a level of control he had yet to master. He found himself standing at a spiritual crossroads, his mind a whirlpool of conflicting theories and discordant energies. Before he could even dream of advancing to the heralded Grandmaster level, Lu Sheng understood that he had to either engineer a revolutionary solution to his internal dissonance or discover the singular, true Grandmaster path that was destined to belong to him alone. As the first light of dawn filtered through his window, Lu Sheng rose, his eyes weary from a night spent in fruitless contemplation. Despite hours of tossing and turning in the grip of his mental stalemate, a solution remained elusive, prompting him to venture out into the cool morning air for a walk, hoping the physical movement would help relax his overstimulated mind. As he stepped onto the quiet streets, Lu Sheng's entire physical form began to thrum with a luminous, intense sapphire radiance. This spiritual power was focused primarily within his lower limbs, turning every stride into a display of suppressed, high-velocity potential that propelled him forward with effortless grace. He glided across the pavement with an effortless, ghostly speed, his thoughts drifting away from the rigors of training for a brief moment. It's a strange realization, he mused silently. But despite all the time I've spent inhabiting these streets, I have never truly taken the time to wander through the city with a sense of leisure or serious observation. His aimless path led him past a small neighborhood park where two elderly men were locked in a silent, intellectual duel over a chessboard. The sharp, resonant clack of a stone piece striking the board arrested Lu Sheng's attention, drawing him closer to observe their struggle with curious intensity. The man in the weathered field cap finally looked up and sighed to his opponent. "It's no use, old Lu. The sun is high, and it's time for lunch." However, the other man remained hunched over the board, his brain working overtime as he struggled to visualize a way out of his current predicament. As Lu Sheng stared down at the checkered battlefield, a sudden spark of inspiration flickered in his mind. The opposing pieces, clashing in an intricate and messy struggle for dominance, were a perfect metaphor for the various grandmaster wills currently warring within his own consciousness. Coordinating such disparate forces seemed an impossible task. But then, his gaze narrowed on the specific geometry of the scene. Wait, this particular round chessboard. He watched as the first old man finally executed a decisive maneuver, sliding his chariot across the board to intercept and remove an enemy piece with a triumphant flourish. The victor erupted into a boisterous, happy shout that echoed through the quiet park. Checkmate. The game is mine. Ha! The old man's laughter rang out, but Lu Sheng's attention was elsewhere, fixated on the two chess pieces that had momentarily occupied the exact same point in space during the capture. He fell into a profound, almost catatonic state of thought, absent-mindedly scratching at his head as he tried to grasp the fleeting insight, yet the ultimate answer still refused to reveal itself. It is far too intricate, Lu Sheng whispered to himself, his brow furrowed in concentration as he paced. I am completely adrift without a clue, without even the faintest hint of a logical path forward. The intense mental exertion began to take a physical toll, and at that exact moment, his stomach let out a thunderous, undeniable rumble of hunger. Driven by his massive appetite, he ducked into a nearby noodle stall and addressed the proprietor with a nod. Boss, I'll take a large plate of your best fried noodles, please. Behind the counter, amidst the thick billows of aromatic steam rising from the hot woks, the owner looked up with a welcoming, gap-toothed smile. Coming right up, young man. I'll have them ready for you in a heartbeat. Fresh noodles, coming your way. The owner called out as he worked the flames with practiced ease. In the center of the bustling shop, a mother gestured sharply to her two restless children, her voice full of maternal caution. Sit back and stay still, she warned. If you keep fidgeting like that, you're going to end up poking your eyes out with those chopsticks in your excitement. As he waited for his meal, Lu Sheng's mind drifted back to his recent milestones. The conquest of the 7 towers of martial saints is already behind me, he reflected, and my formal education at the university is rapidly drawing to its inevitable close. Time truly moves like a shadow. Perhaps it's time I considered making a journey back home for a visit. At that precise moment, his reverie was interrupted as the owner slid a steaming, fragrant plate of fried noodles onto the table. Here you go, fresh and hot. Lu Sheng stared down at the swirling nest of noodles, which was richly garnished with tender meat, a golden egg, and crisp vegetables. Suddenly, the elusive concept of the round finally clicked into place within his mind. I understand now, he muttered under his breath. Though every martial art is distinct and possesses its own inherent strengths, my omni-discipline must be the vessel that harvests them all, merging every perfect element into a singular whole that leaves no weakness exposed. He was amazed that a simple stroll could yield such a profound realization. With a satisfied "haha, nice," he began to shove the noodles into his mouth, scarfing them down with predatory speed. He hadn't yet solved the puzzle of uniting the Grandmaster wills, but he finally possessed a clear direction. But first, he thought, I must attend to the needs of the flesh. Boss, 5 more bowls, if you please. Seeing the young man order such a massive second helping, the owner looked on with genuine curiosity. Well now, you must be a dedicated practitioner of the martial arts, aren't you? He asked, wiping sweat from his brow, but maintaining a friendly smile. Don't be fooled by the modest size of my shop. We're a local legend. I've seen plenty of rank 3 and rank 4 martial artists travel from across the city just to dine here, and some of them can put away 20 bowls in a single sitting without breaking a sweat. Lu Sheng looked up from his empty plate and replied earnestly, Your cooking is truly exceptional, boss. You can be certain that I will return here whenever my schedule allows for it. The owner delivered the next 5 steaming bowls, chuckling heartily as he set them down. Haha, that's what I like to hear. Just remember that the next time you visit, you ought to bring your girlfriend along for the ride. If you do, I'll make sure to throw in a fried egg on the house. Lu Sheng blew on the rising steam, the rich, savory aroma hitting his senses with such force that he could no longer restrain his hunger. He spotted a perfectly circular fried egg in one of the bowls, lifting it carefully with his chopsticks as he muttered, Round. This is exactly it. Awesome. He knew the technical hurdles of his cultivation remained, but he felt a strange, newfound confidence that the answer was hidden somewhere at the bottom of these bowls. He laughed softly to himself as he worked his way through the final portion of his massive meal. Suddenly, a high-pitched, enthusiastic shout erupted from a nearby table, belonging to the young boy and girl he had noticed earlier. Ultra Special Forces, transform. Activate, Furious Flame Mode. The little boy clenched his tiny fist, his face lit with pure, unadulterated excitement. You're finished, Bala Bala Monster. Everyone knows that the Furious Flame Mode is the absolute strongest form there is. His sister wasn't about to let that stand, immediately retorting with a huff of indignation. That's not true at all. The Ice Mode of the Ultra Special Forces is clearly the superior power. Lu Sheng paused, his chopsticks frozen mid-air as their childish bickering resonated with his own internal struggle. The terms they used seemed to trigger a sequence of complex thoughts. A Furious Flame Mode, he whispered, his eyes narrowing as he stared at nothing. And an Ice Mode. The concept of state switching between fire and ice within a single entity, he mused internally. How is it possible that a simple children's story reflects my current martial crisis with such uncanny precision? Perhaps the answer is simpler than I am making it. A moment later, a man at another table raised 4 fingers high in the air, calling out to the owner over the general din of the shop. Boss, we'll take 4 bowls of your special noodles with soybean paste over here, if you please. He was accompanied by a young woman, and his face was beaming with pride as he addressed her. Trust me, don't let the modest appearance of this place fool you. The flavors here are absolutely incredible. I've made a point to visit several times already. The girl, her attention mostly glued to the glowing screen of her phone, offered only a distracted and bored MHM in response. Ever since I achieved the status of a rank 2 martial artist, my body has been burning through energy at an incredible rate, which means I have to eat twice as much as I used to just to stay sharp, the man explained. Suddenly, the girl's wandering gaze came to a rest on Lu Sheng's table, and she gasped in genuine surprise. Wait, look at that guy. He's eating even more than you are. His martial foundation and skills must be truly extraordinary to support that kind of caloric intake, she whispered to her companion. At that moment, Lu Sheng was in the middle of gnawing on a succulent chicken leg, all while using his oversized chopsticks to shovel noodles into his mouth, slurping with a loud, unabashed enthusiasm. Even as he ate, his mind was still working at a furious pace. How can I ensure the continued, healthy progression of the Omni discipline? Suddenly, the television mounted in the corner of the shop blared with a dramatic surge in volume, catching his eye. He looked up just in time to see an animated hero roar. Take this. Witness the power of my ultimate special move. On the screen, the character in Furious Flame Mode unleashed a devastatingly powerful ring of intense, swirling fire that swept across the landscape, incinerating his fictional foes in a blinding flash. The sheer volume from the television broadcast caused the broth in Lu Sheng's bowl to ripple and vibrate in complex patterns. He stood up in a sudden state of shock, his entire focus narrowed on the visual representation of the skill he had just seen performed by the animated warrior, his mind deconstructing the animation. The young man felt a sudden, electric clarity wash over him as he finally grasped the missing piece of his puzzle, blurting out the realization for everyone in the shop to hear. That's it. That's the answer I've been looking for. The circle, the round shape. He realized that from a purely physical and structural perspective, the circular form was the most perfect container for his Omni discipline. But then, what about the color, he wondered. What aesthetic representation can capture the true essence of my path? What singular hue is capable of representing the totality and the crushing complexity of my unique martial arts? He asked himself, his mind racing through various spectrums and possibilities. The elemental forces of ice and fire are naturally represented by blue and crimson, Lu Sheng thought as he closed his eyes, mentally adding the radiant golden yellow essence he had harvested from the memory of the Grandmaster Sherway. How do I find a way to combine these clashing forces into a single, cohesive identity? After 90 seconds of intense, high-speed calculation, Lu Sheng's eyes snapped open with a look of absolute triumph. Gray, that's the solution. Gray is the color that symbolizes the profound mystery of the unknown and the infinite spectrum of all possibilities. My martial arts must be the path that unites every disparate way, encompassing all worldly phenomena within its gray horizon. He forced himself to be realistic, tempering his excitement. Simply uniting these paths does not automatically mean I have surpassed all other martial arts. Attempting to forge a transcendental, greater art while I am still only at rank 6 is a staggering, perhaps even unrealistic, ambition for a student. In the end, how can I possibly hope to combine everything into one without tearing myself apart? Just as the doubt began to set in, a final, brilliant idea flashed through his consciousness. Lu Sheng stood up once more in the center of the crowded noodle shop, clenching his fist with such force that the air seemed to crack, and shouted at the top of his lungs, "I've finally got it." The man and the young woman at the adjacent table were visibly startled by Lu Sheng's sudden outburst. The man leaned in close to the girl's ear and whispered urgently, "This kid is clearly off his rocker. He doesn't just spend his time watching children's cartoons, but he apparently enjoys screaming and scaring innocent people." The girl nodded in quick, nervous agreement. "Yeah, definitely. Let's finish and leave." However, as the man prepared to pay his bill, his gaze fell upon a digital news flyer on a nearby tablet left on a chair. It displayed a high-resolution photograph of the very youth who had just shouted, accompanied by the bold headline, "Lu Sheng, the reborn, the undisputed strongest talent of the new era." Watching his face drain of all color, the girl asked in a worried tone, "What's the matter? What's wrong with you?" The man looked from the screen to the young man eating noodles and back again, realizing they were one and the same. A cold sweat broke out across his forehead, his limbs turned to jelly, and he could only stammer in terror. That person is the god of slaughter, Lu Sheng." A piercing, terrified scream of recognition echoed through the noodle shop, spilling out into the streets. Returning to his training space, Lu Sheng immediately began to cultivate his martial arts with a renewed, almost frantic intensity, mobilizing his vast reserves of spiritual power. He focused his internal qi and the very flow of his blood, feeling an oppressive, searing heat begin to spread from his core through every fiber of his physical being. Suddenly, a surge of glacial, icy energy washed over his flesh, blood, and bones, acting as a cooling counterpoint to the heat. This gentle yet firm power tempered the deepest layers of his body, washing away the last lingering impurities. He could feel the rank 2 imperishable golden body reaching the point of completion, as his spiritual power and blood essence became increasingly transparent and brilliant. "I can sense a much deeper state of consciousness opening up to me," he mused, feeling himself becoming fully immersed in his surroundings. He was no longer an isolated individual, but an entity connected to the free energy of the heavens, the earth, and the vast, breathing universe, oscillating at the same frequency as the stars. Suddenly, the sensation shifted violently, and Lu Sheng felt as though he had been plunged into the depths of a freezing lake. Even though he knew this was happening within his own space of consciousness, the experience was so visceral that he felt the phantom sensation of icy water choking his lungs. After a moment of instinctive panic, he finally realized the true nature of the problem. The 3 distinct martial arts wills within him were refusing to merge, instead engaging in a fierce and destructive struggle for dominance. First, the phantom manifestation of Monroe, the Ice Queen, thrust her spectral spear forward, causing the internal landscape of his mind to shatter into a million shards of freezing ice. Immediately following, the manifestation of Shi Shengning launched a savage surprise attack of her own. Monroe gritted her teeth in pain, enduring the impact of the blazing fire strikes that Shi Shengning unleashed with predatory intent. Before a winner could be decided, a thunderous, massive punch from the manifestation of Shi Wei tore straight through the chaotic battlefield, disrupting both of them. Lu Sheng watched the carnage unfolding within his mind with a sense of grim fascination. "I am actually hosting 3 sovereign martial wills simultaneously," he murmured inwardly. "And these 3 wheels of power are currently trying to tear each other, and me, to pieces. If I were to tell any other practitioner about this situation, they would likely think me insane or dismiss it as a lethal impossibility, he thought, his mental focus hardening. But whatever they believe doesn't change my reality. I am the host of this chaos. If I allow this internecine conflict to continue, it will inevitably lead to total mental collapse, or perhaps even an agonizing death, he realized. Very well, he thought, steeling his resolve against the storm. Let's see what I am truly capable of when the stakes are my own life. Lu Sheng's mental voice thundered across the landscape of his consciousness, addressing the three massive, warring figures. That is enough. All of you, focus your spirits and your essence upon me this instant. Stop your petty bickering. Look at me, he bellowed. I am Lu Sheng, the architect of the perfect 10 martial arts, the one destined to ascend to the divine heights of level 12. This is a threshold that even the legendary Wang he could not hope to surpass. I will continue the journey where he faltered, achieving the impossible and reaching the peak he only dreamed of. The powers you mastered are now mine to command. Lu Sheng shouted into the void, his presence expanding. The thresholds you couldn't cross are now the steps I walk upon. I will take your individual strengths and turn them into the perfect, unshakable foundation for my ultimate martial evolution. This is not the end for you, nor is it your defeat, he declared with absolute, divine authority. This is your ultimate glory, to be the foundational pillars of the most perfect martial art the world has ever known, unified under my name. Lu Sheng's mental voice thundered through the chaotic and fractured landscape of his subconscious, a roar of pure authority that demanded absolute obedience from the clashing energies. Why do you persist in this futile, agonizing resistance? Why won't you finally submit to the singular path I have forged for our collective future? Relinquish your individual egos and submit to my sovereignty. With a monumental surge of spiritual dominance, Lu Sheng physically wrestled the three discordant streams of martial will, the icy azure, the searing crimson, and the steadfast golden yellow, dragging them toward a central, white-hot point of convergence within his very heart. A cataclysmic explosion rocked his spiritual sea, casting a blinding veil of ethereal dust and static across his inner vision. As the turbulent smoke slowly dissipated, Lu Sheng's voice rang out with a touch of dry, self-deprecating amusement. To think that a few grandiloquent slogans and a show of sheer stubbornness were enough to cow these legendary grandmaster wills into compliance. My own audacity surprises even me. Success at last. A triumphant, internal laugh bubbled up within him as he observed the newfound harmony. The three distinct archetypes of martial will had finally slotted into their respective quadrants within his internal martial circle. No longer clashing like bitter enemies, they now acted as structural pillars, each reinforcing the others in a perfect, symbiotic loop that hummed with untapped potential. A wave of profound, soul-deep exhilaration swept through the young warrior as he surveyed the unified state of his power. This was no longer a borrowed strength or a mere imitation of fallen heroes. This complex, multifaceted resonance was the true, authentic martial will that belonged solely to Lu Sheng, the hallmark of his unique path toward martial divinity. The narrative shifts to the sterile, quiet confines of the Vice Principal's office at Martial Saint University No. 7. Vice Principal Zhao sat hunched over his mahogany desk, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the detailed logs of Lu Sheng's most recent mission report. Suddenly, the air in the room grew heavy and stagnant, and he sensed an invisible, overwhelming tide of spiritual force rapidly closing in on his position. Startled by the sheer magnitude of the approaching presence, Vice Principal Zhao bolted from his chair, his hand instinctively reaching for a defensive stance as he barked toward the empty air. "Who goes there? Show yourself." Startled by the uncharacteristic outburst from the inner sanctum, his secretary burst through the doors, her face etched with a mask of concern as she stammered, "Sir, what is it? Has something happened?" Vice Principal Zhao stood frozen for a beat, processing the sudden disappearance of the sensation before waving a dismissive hand toward the door. "It was nothing, merely a momentary lapse in concentration. You may return to your station. Oh, and see to it that Lu Sheng is summoned to my office immediately. We have matters of grave importance to discuss." As the secretary beat a hasty retreat, She mused on how the vice principal had become increasingly high-strung since the incident involving the shattered window. Meanwhile, Zhao remained unsettled, whispering to himself, "For a fleeting second, I would have sworn I felt the psychic pressure of a level 7 practitioner. Could my senses truly be deceiving me so thoroughly? Could such a potent and refined aura truly be a mere phantom of my imagination?" Across the campus in the privacy of his dormitory, Lu Sheng's mental power had indeed erupted like a silent supernova. His consciousness surged outward in waves, blanketing the entirety of Marshall St. University No. 7 in an invisible web of perception, even effortlessly penetrating the reinforced structural layers of the Marshall St. Tower itself. This was the true, tangible fruit of his labor. By successfully condensing his sovereign grandmaster will, Lu Sheng's psychic threshold had evolved to an unprecedented tier. Whereas he previously relied on vague, blurred impressions of his surroundings, he could now perceive the world with crystalline clarity, cataloging every heartbeat, every whisper, and every fluctuating energy signature within his vastly expanded sensory radius. The sheer scale of his perception was terrifying, comfortably eclipsing the standard metrics for a level 6 psychic and pushing into the unknown territories of the mind. He wasn't yet certain if he had officially crossed the threshold into level 7, but that question took a back seat to his primary objective, testing the operational effectiveness of the newly unified Perfect 10 martial arts. Lu Sheng clasped his palms together, centering his breathing as he began a focused mental chant, a subtle swish sound echoing in the stillness of the room as his energy began to circulate. Lu Sheng narrowed his gaze into a predatory slit, funneling the entirety of his vast mental reservoir into a single, needle-thin point of concentration. The intensity was so great that the very light in the room seemed to dim as the psychic pressure gathered around his centered form. Utilizing nothing but the raw, focused weight of his mental intent, Lu Sheng effortlessly levitated a massive, jagged decorative boulder from the corner of his room. He suspended the heavy stone in midair with absolute, unshakable stability, holding it there as if it weighed nothing more than a feather. He was far from finished with his demonstration. This simple display of telekinetic strength was merely the blank canvas for the sophisticated elemental control he had recently integrated into his repertoire through his synthesis of the various Grandmaster paths. Lu Sheng manifested a shard of absolute zero frost within his palm before delivering a calculated, lightning-fast strike to the floating boulder. Instantly, a crystalline lattice of blue ice raced across the stone's surface, encasing the entire mass in a frigid tomb. He nodded, satisfied by the lethal efficiency. Icebone, the ability to compress and focus my kinetic energy until it mimics the phase shift of water into solid ice, to freeze the very essence of my target upon impact. This is truly a magical elevation of the martial Tao. Finally, it was time to unleash the centerpiece of his current evolution, the completely synthesized Grandmaster will. With a sharp mental flick, Lu Sheng transitioned his internal state, his calm, stoic eyes suddenly igniting with the translucent, predatory amber flames of his sovereign intent. The sheer potency of this completed constellation state was staggering, possessing a qualitative density that was easily many times more powerful than the individual Grandmaster will of someone like Shi Shengning. It felt as though he carried the crushing weight of a dying star within his very marrow, ready to be unleashed. Lu Sheng executed the constellation palm once more, projecting 10 distinct, radiant spheres of energy that seemed to mimic the celestial order of the heavens. He clenched his fist tightly, his heart hammering with a newfound, burning ambition. While he couldn't yet guarantee the outcome, he felt a deep desire to test this refined power against the legendary Grandmaster who resided at the apex of the Marshall St. Tower. The energy radiating from him was so domineering, so inherently violent in its perfection, that it wrapped him in a palpable aura of supreme arrogance. To any observer with even a shred of martial pride, Lu Sheng currently looked like a man who was silently mocking the entire world, the kind of person one couldn't help but want to strike down. It was in this volatile state that he sensed two hesitant figures hovering just outside his dormitory door, their heartbeats fluttering with anxiety. One of the students whispered urgently, nudging his companion with a trembling elbow while glancing nervously at the door handle. Hurry up and knock already. Don't you dare think about deserting me now. Remember, this is the personal residence of the Demon King himself. We cannot afford to keep him waiting. The two were still engaged in their frantic game of tag, neither wanting to be the one to knock and face the occupant, when Lu Sheng suddenly plummeted from the balcony above, landing silently and perfectly before them. The shock nearly stopped their hearts. State your business, Lu Sheng demanded, his voice like cracking glacial ice. Why have you come seeking me? The pair stood frozen, their eyes wide and glassy as perspiration cascaded down their pale faces like a torrential summer rain. After a few agonizing seconds spent struggling to regain their breath and find their voices, the duo snapped to attention. One of them managed a shaky, uncoordinated military salute, his voice cracking as he stammered out his report. Our report. We are here to deliver an urgent message to student Lu Sheng. Vice Principal Zhao has requested your immediate presence at his office. He told us to ensure you come over there right away. He mentioned that there is a matter of critical importance to discuss, the student added, his voice barely a whisper in the wind. Oh, is that the case? Lu Sheng replied, his aura flickering with a dangerous light. Understood. I shall go. The two messengers immediately doubled over in profound bows, their foreheads nearly touching the pavement in a display of abject terror. Why yes, then we shall take our leave immediately. They turned and bolted as if the hounds of hell were at their heels. Good gods, that was terrifying. One panted once they were clear. The way his energy oscillates between searing heat and bone-chilling cold. It's unnatural. The other agreed, shivering. I'm a level 5 martial artist, and I was too scared to even take a full breath in his presence. Next time, they can beat me to death, but I'm never acting as a messenger to that monster again. Even facing the vice principal himself isn't half as intimidating as standing before Lu Sheng. They muttered, wondering if the rumors of his total breakthrough were true. A short while later, within the quiet sanctuary of the vice principal's office, Zhao focused on pouring a cup of steaming jasmine tea, the aroma filling the air. He looked up at the young man standing before him and said, I've summoned you here, Lu Sheng, because there are two distinct matters of significant weight that require your immediate attention. The first matter concerns your formal compensation, Zhao began, his voice taking on a serious tone. The reward points for your unprecedented sweep of all 7 Martial Saint Towers, along with the bonuses for the records you shattered, have been officially processed and credited to your account. You have been awarded a staggering total of 75,000 points. A heavy, stunned silence descended upon the room for several seconds before Lu Sheng practically leapt from his seat in sheer disbelief. 75,000. Lu Sheng echoed, his voice rising with an uncharacteristic intensity. Vice Principal Zhao nodded, a faint, impressed smirk playing on his lips. Exactly. That is enough credit to meet the graduation requirements of this university 150 times over. Truly, what more could a student possibly ask for? Lu Sheng's brow furrowed, a light sweat breaking out as he processed the number. What use is graduating 100 times? He thought frantically. The points need to go toward high-grade alien marrow supplements, grade 5 or 6 cold weapons, and advanced cultivation resources. That is where the real value lies for my progression. Watching the young man's expression shift from initial shock to a calculating, resource-hungry intensity, the elder educator felt the onset of a massive, pounding headache. He raised a hand to cover his face, sighing at the sheer, unquenchable ambition of his star pupil. You must remember, Lu Sheng, that you have only been an official student here for just over 2 months. Your pace of growth is entirely unheard of, Zhao remarked. Log into the university's internal portal and review the exchange catalog. Once the mandatory graduation credits are accounted for, the surplus can be traded for any item in our inventory. As soon as he heard about items, Lu Sheng logged into the website to see. Lu Sheng was extremely excited when he saw the exchange rate for points for items and other things. Amazing. A vial of level 4 alien blood is only 5 points, and high-tier cold weapons range from a few dozen to a mere 100 points. Even private tutoring from a grandmaster is only 10 points a week. A single portion of level 6 alien marrow at 1,000 points is quite reasonable. But tell me, Why is there no listing for Level 7 alien marrow fluid? At the mention of Level 7 resources, Vice Principal Zhao nearly choked on his tea, sputtering as he slammed his cup down on the desk. He bolted upright, his eyes bulging with shock as he shouted, Level 7 alien marrow. Are you seriously telling me you have already reached the point where you require 7th grade supplements? Do you mean to say you are already on the absolute precipice of breaking through to the Grandmaster realm? Has your sovereign marshal will already achieved full condensation? Zhao pressed, his voice tight with anticipation. Lu Sheng clenched his fist, his expression radiating an unshakable confidence that felt older than his years. It has. The only thing I currently lack is a sufficient surge of blood qi to facilitate the final physical transformation. Internally, he knew the magnitude of his request. A Grandmaster's qi and blood were fundamentally transcendent, having been meticulously tempered and refined by the spiritual pressure of a fully realized martial Tao will. I must bide my time until the second stage of the imperishable golden body reaches absolute completion. Only then can I utilize my martial Tao will to catalyze the metamorphosis of my physique and vital blood qi. Vice Principal Zhao fell into a deep, pensive silence as he weighed the young man's words. The transition from the peak of S grade to the 7th grade was a chasm that few ever crossed, a barrier of willpower that had broken the spirits of countless warriors. Yet here stood an 18-year-old boy who had already mastered the mental component of the breakthrough with staggering, undeniable success. You are truly a prodigy, a grandmaster in all but name, and still in your teens, Zhao sighed, his expression clouding over with a troubled look as he prepared to deliver some difficult news regarding the availability of high-level resources. You must understand that Level 7 alien marrow fluid is not a commodity that can be simply bought, not by this university and not even by the higher echelons of the military, Zhao explained grimly. The requisition procedures are nightmarishly complex, requiring extensive verification of the user's current strength and mental stability. Lu Sheng tilted his head, his curiosity piqued. What is the reason for such extreme scarcity and regulation? The vice principal leaned forward. It is because the cellular structure of a 7th grade beast is saturated with negative energy and residual psychic echoes that our current technology simply cannot neutralize. If someone without a sufficiently powerful martial will were to consume it, they would be instantly overwhelmed and invaded by the residual martial Tao will of the beast from which it was harvested, Zhao continued. It is a substance that can quite literally tear a person's soul apart from the inside. Consequently, even established grandmasters are hesitant to utilize Level 7 marrow, as the risk of catastrophic damage to both the spirit and the physical vessel is far too high for most to manage. Accepting the logic of the situation, Lu Sheng gave a slow, measured nod of understanding. Understood. In that case, I will settle for the Level 6 stock. It is certainly better than no supplement at all. Though, I must admit, 74 tubes of 6th grade marrow feels like a rather meager amount for what I have planned. Vice Principal Zhao's eyes nearly rolled out of his head at that remark. A meager amount? He thought, his heart stinging with a pang of pure envy. I was considered a top-tier genius in my day, and I only had access to a single vial of Level 6 marrow when I made my breakthrough. Reaching into his desk, the vice principal produced 2 sealed envelopes and slid them toward Lu Sheng. This leads into the second matter I wish to discuss. Word of your exploits has reached the ears of Martial Saint Tanzhongyu himself. He has expressed interest in taking you as his direct disciple, but your formal acceptance into his lineage is contingent upon your performance in a specific trial. Lu Sheng broke the seal of the first letter, scanning the contents as he murmured. The test requirement is to secure the championship at the upcoming National Student Martial Arts Competition. Judging the challenge by his recent experiences, Lu Sheng pouted slightly, looking back at the vice principal with a hint of skepticism. Do you truly consider the National Student Martial Arts Competition to be a valid test of my current capabilities? It seems a bit underwhelming compared to the trials I have just accomplished in the towers. Zhao was momentarily rendered speechless by the boy's casual arrogance, but he quickly composed himself to explain the nuances of the situation. I am well aware that you have outgrown the standard challenges of Martial Saint University No. 7, But the national tournament is an entirely different beast altogether. This event is not limited to mere university students. It draws elite participants from every corner of the country's martial landscape. It also opens its doors to the elite disciples of the various hidden martial arts sects who are under the age of 30, Zhao continued, his voice growing more serious, including the scions of the Jidao Martial Hall and the followers of the Transcendence sect. Lu Sheng leaned in, his curiosity piqued by the mention of these formidable and mysterious groups. Are you referring to the direct successors of the other martial saints? Lu Sheng asked. Zhao nodded immediately. Precisely. Both Jidao and Transcendence boast young geniuses who have been handpicked and meticulously trained by ninth-grade martial saints. These individuals have been honed through resources and hidden methods that far exceed the public curriculum of any university. Furthermore, the 30-year-old age limit means you will be facing seasoned warriors with years of additional combat experience. Securing the championship is not just a challenge. It is a feat of extreme difficulty that will prove your worth to Tanzhongyu. You could even say it's extremely difficult, Lu Sheng recalled and thought. So that is the context, Lu Sheng thought, his mind racing through the fragments of future records he had seen in the dreamscape. The eventual elimination of the Jidao Grandmaster in the original timeline was a direct consequence of the friction generated during this very competition. I must prepare for this inevitability. I see, Lu Sheng said, picking up the second, still sealed envelope. And what about this one? Is there a different path? Zhao gestured toward it. Yes, although there is only one trial required. You are given a choice between two tasks. You only need to complete one of these to satisfy the martial saint's requirements. You are free to choose whichever path you find more suitable. Lu Sheng tore open the second letter, his eyes widening as he read the bold, stark header at the top of the parchment. Special directive. Complete a sanctioned SSS-level mission of extreme operational difficulty. The designation SSS implied a level of danger that was theoretically off the charts and extremely dangerous. Lu Sheng was genuinely stunned. He had only just completed an A-level task, and now the system was demanding a leap past S and SS tiers directly into the most lethal category of missions known to the military hierarchy. His mind was flooded with questions regarding the logic of such a massive, abrupt jump in difficulty. He picked up the accompanying mission dossier, poring over the fine print, geographical data, and tactical intel with a discerning eye. After a few minutes of silent study, a sharp light entered his gaze, and he muttered in surprise to himself, Actually, this is a very good mission for my current needs. The specific details of Lu Sheng's SSS-level mission were pinned to the back of the file. Attached was a surveillance photograph of a man with disheveled, bile-green hair and a jagged scar. Just by looking at the grainy image of his face, you could tell he wasn't a good person. His features radiated a predatory malice that marked him as a man of profound moral rot. The requirement was to eliminate a man named Lian Yi whose strength was recorded at the 5th-grade martial artist level. He was known to be heavily armed, boast a lengthy criminal record, and was of an incredibly cruel and vicious nature. This SSS-level mission was very strange, however. It had neither specific mission requirements nor listed mission rewards. There weren't any rewards at all. Seeing this, with his habitual fondness for rewards and resources, Lu Sheng couldn't help but think, what the hell is the logic here? An SSS mission with zero compensation. No mission rewards. Lu Sheng focused his thoughts again, trying to reconcile the target's low power level with the SSS rating. The target was just a 5th-grade martial artist. Killing him was basically not difficult at all for a practitioner of Lu Sheng's caliber. He thought over the dossier over and over again, feeling very puzzled. Why was this mission marked as SSS level? Finally, he noticed a small, handwritten note below the final paragraph. The note detailed the deeper results of the investigation into the target's specific family background. Lu Sheng looked at it for a long while, and the pieces of the puzzle finally clicked into place. So that's it. Lian Yi is inherently brutal and immoral, and his crimes are numerous, but the true threat lies in who he is connected to. The final line of the dossier revealed the source of the SSS-level risk. His father is none other than Lian Jibei, a formidable 7th-grade grandmaster and a high-ranking official under the Jidao Martial Hall. To strike the sun is to invite the wrath of a grandmaster. Lian Yi was a man whose hands were steeped in countless atrocities, a walking stain on the fabric of society. He was not merely a cruel and vicious predator, but a man driven by a bottomless, lecherous depravity that knew no bounds. Most chilling was the shadow of his father, who loomed behind every one of Lian Ye's crimes, directly or indirectly facilitating his son's descent into blood and sin while shielding him from justice. At the same time, Lian Yi maintained an alarmingly intimate bond with Zhao Ji, the legendary founder of the Jidao Martial Association. The two were notorious drinking companions, frequently seen carousing and drowning themselves in hedonistic excess until the early hours of the morning. It was this very proximity to the Jidao martial saint that emboldened Lian Ye's recklessness, providing him a layer of protection that few dared to challenge. His younger sister, Lian Su, was a woman of ethereal and rare beauty, holding the status of fifth wife to the formidable martial Saint Milton Zais. This stratospheric network of influence granted Lian Yi an untouchable standing within the Jidao Martial Association, elevating him to a rank nearly equal to that of the association's great grandmasters. After meticulously studying the mission dossier and absorbing its grim details, Lu Sheng turned to Zhao Kongtai with a piercing gaze. The challenge isn't the execution itself, he noted, but the cataclysmic political fallout. Killing the close kin of a martial saint. That's the true crux of the risk, isn't it? Lu Sheng flipped to the final pages of the file, his expression hardening as he scanned the contents. This individual truly lacks even a shred of human restraint, he muttered, noting how the records listed Lian Ye's crimes without even a cursory attempt at concealment. It was common knowledge that the evidence compiled here was sufficient to sentence the man to death a dozen times over. Vice Principal Zhao Kongtai adjusted his glasses, his face a mask of solemn gravity. Indeed, this marks the very first SSS-level mission issued since the founding of the 7th Martial Saint University. The harrowing details of the mission reveal a tragic motive. A humble chemical factory worker had 2 daughters who fell into the clutches of Lian Yi and his gang. The girls were subjected to unspeakable humiliation and were eventually murdered with a brutality that defies description, leaving their father in a state of shattered despair. In a world blinded by power, no one stepped forward to assist the grieving worker. Driven by a desperate hope, he knelt outside the Martial Saint Tower for an entire month, a silent sentinel of sorrow. Eventually, the Martial Saint could no longer ignore the man's plight and decreed that the elimination of Lian Yi be added to the 7th Martial Saint University's mission roster, offering academic credit as a reward for this dangerous brand of justice. To prevent inexperienced students from inadvertently signing their own death warrants, the mission was strategically rated as SSS level and its monetary reward was officially canceled. Hearing this, Lu Sheng's curiosity was piqued. If the crime is so clear, why didn't the Martial Saint simply act himself? Or perhaps order the vice principals, who are all formidable 7th grade grandmasters, to handle it? Why turn a high-profile execution into a student credit mission? By delegating it this way, Lu Sheng continued, his voice tinged with skepticism. Isn't that effectively the same as choosing not to intervene at all while appearing to offer a solution? The atmosphere in the room grew heavy as Vice Principal Zhao Kongtai's expression darkened significantly. He leaned forward, sternly reminding Lu Sheng to guard his tongue. You are young and do not yet grasp the terrifying reality of a saint-level powerhouse. Should 2 such titans clash, the resulting shockwaves would destabilize the entire nation, causing ripples of chaos that the country simply cannot afford. Lu Sheng's mind shifted into a state of hyperanalysis, dissecting the layers of the situation. This mission was a political minefield, involving far more than just a simple target. It carried the weight of a rival martial saint's influence. He realized that if he were to eliminate Lian Yi, retaliation would be swift and absolute. He would be drawing the ire not just of a 7th-level grandmaster, but the entirety of the Jidao Martial Association and a vengeful martial saint. Moreover, Lu Sheng calculated that the mission, as presented, offered him 0 tangible benefits for the immense risk involved. He leveled a steady, expectant look at Zhao Kongtai, silently demanding the hidden truth. Speak plainly, Vice Principal. What is the true objective behind pushing me toward this specific path? Zhao Kangtai smiled thinly, acknowledging that Lu Sheng was as sharp and perceptive as the rumors suggested. Your intelligence is your greatest asset, the teacher complimented. He then continued, while it is true that the Lien Trio has the backing of the Jidao Martial Association and its Martial Saint, you must remember that you stand under the protection of the 7th Martial Saint University and the Great Martial Saint, Tan Zhongyu himself. Zhao Kangtai slammed his hand onto the table to emphasize the point. As long as you prove your worth and become a direct disciple of the Martial Saint, he said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial tone, you will have a shield that no one dares to pierce. You understand the implications of such a status, don't you? The picture became crystal clear to Lu Sheng in an instant. This wasn't just about a mission. It was about securing a future paved with elite resources, expert guidance, and a sovereign protection against any who sought vengeance. He stood up, his decision seemingly made. I understand. Provide me with the address of that chemical factory worker who spent his month kneeling in the dust. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Lu Sheng's sudden and absolute decisiveness caught Zhao Kangtai off guard, causing the seasoned educator to stammer for a moment. Very well. I will have the specific coordinates and details sent directly to your digital inbox immediately. As Lu Sheng's silhouette retreated from the room, Zhao Kangtai looked down at the 2 mission envelopes clutched in his hands. Lu Sheng, remember that this is ultimately a trial set by the great martial saint himself, he thought privately. There is no need to rush into a decision. He reflected on the youth's staggering potential, noting that Lu Sheng's raw talent and latent abilities already eclipsed most of the established warriors in the world. I can only hope he truly grasps the subtext of my words, Zhao Kangtai sighed. Suddenly, from behind the concealed wall of the office, a mysterious figure emerged. Once it was confirmed that Lu Sheng was out of earshot, the shadow spoke in a raspy tone. Old Zhao, you were far too talkative today. You revealed more than was strictly necessary. Vice Principal Zhao hesitated, his expression conflicted. I am well aware of my lapse, Zhao Kangtai replied softly, but I simply could not bear to see such a magnificent seed fail to sprout, because he lacked the necessary context. The figure, draped from head to toe in a heavy, obsidian black cloak, stepped fully into the light. Only those who possess the fortitude to survive the martial saint's true crucible can be considered worthy seeds, the stranger stated coldly. If they crumble under the pressure, even a teenage grandmaster with world-shaking talent is ultimately useless to our cause. Meanwhile, as he walked, Lu Sheng's brain was working at maximum capacity. He recognized that while Zhao Kangtai spoke as if there were multiple paths, the vice principal had essentially laid out a singular, high-stakes trajectory for him to follow. Lu Sheng replayed the subtle cues Zhao Kangtai had given while holding the second mission envelope. The hint was blindingly obvious. Only the second choice would lead to the desired outcome. He pondered if the vice principal thought him too blind to see such a blatant nudge. The first option, to defeat every grandmaster under the age of 30 in the entire nation, seemed like a Herculean task designed for failure. Zhao Kangtai likely believed that achieving the first goal was an impossibility for a student of Lu Sheng's current level. However, utilizing his future prediction system, Lu Sheng knew he could potentially conquer that mountain. Conversely, the second choice appeared deceptively simple, merely assassinate a level 5 warrior like Lin Yi. It was a task he could perform with ease, yet it served as a catalyst to force Tan Zhongyu's hand into accepting him as a disciple to prevent a war with the Jidao Martial Saint. The question remained, how does one truly evade the crushing vengeance of the Jidao Martial Saint once the deed is done? The options were narrow and grim. Either find sanctuary under the wing of another martial saint, become a loyal tool for a powerful faction, or vanish into the shadows and run as far as his legs could carry him. After a deep and grueling internal analysis, Lu Sheng stopped, propping his hands in his pockets and tilting his head toward the vast expanse of the sky. This is a meticulously crafted calculation, he murmured to himself. I am beginning to wonder if Tan Zhongyu has been watching my every move from the start. It feels as though he can see right through me, watching me navigate the trials of his will within the martial Saint Pagoda. he thought, feeling the invisible threads of fate tightening. The realization hit him. Tin Zhongyu hadn't just given him a mission. The martial saint had essentially drafted a blueprint for Lu Sheng's entire future, orchestrating events to lead him toward a specific destiny. I have no desire to play the role of a selfless hero, Lu Sheng whispered into the wind. However, the three Lin brothers are a cancer on this world. They truly, undeniably deserve to die. His thoughts shifted toward his independence. Even if he chose to execute the Lin brothers and fulfill the grim requirements of the mission, he had no intention of becoming a mere pawn within Tin Zhongyu's political faction. If I am too weak to face the shadow of a martial saint without begging for another's protection, then I have no right to dream of surpassing Wang He, he resolved. I will not choose between the two paths. I will avenge that worker by slaughtering the Lin brothers, and I will defeat every grandmaster in the country. I shall solve both problems simultaneously and prove my dominance to the world. The scene transitions to the desolate outskirts of Nanping, where a decaying, abandoned apartment complex stood like a skeletal monolith. The ground below was a sea of flashing blue and red as a fleet of police cruisers formed a tight perimeter, cordoning off the entire sector from the public. In the center of the organized chaos, a sharp-eyed female officer was barking orders, her focus entirely on the tactical deployment of her team. Move it. Secure every possible exit and maintain a total lockdown. Stay alert, everyone. We are holding the line until Chairman Xiao Yuha and his specialized strike team arrive to neutralize the threat. If we allow a single breach, the top brass will have our heads, and I'll be the first on the chopping block, she added, her voice crackling with authority. This was Xiao Lan, the deputy director of the Nanping City Police. She grabbed her walkie-talkie, her voice urgent as she contacted the elevated sharpshooters. Hawk to Swallow. Swallow, do you copy? Report your status immediately. Do you have eyes on the interior? Give me a situational report, ASAP. As soon as Xiao Lan finished her transmission, a subordinate stepped forward, offering a reassuring smile. Deputy Director, there is no need to be so tightly wound. The reinforcements coming from the capital are the best in the business. The experts assigned from headquarters are all elite S-class operatives, the officer continued. We even have specialists ranked within the top 300 of the global hunter list. Given that Chairman Xiao Yuha is a powerhouse himself, this level 6 beast doesn't stand a chance. We simply need to maintain the perimeter, let them do the heavy lifting, and prepare for our commendations and promotions. Xiao Lan exhaled slowly, allowing the logic of her subordinates' words to soothe her nerves. You're right. It is merely a single level 6 beast. To even break into the top 300 of the hunter list, one must prove they can solo 10 such creatures. With an entire team of S-class fighters, the odds are overwhelmingly in our favor. Perhaps my anxiety got the better of me, she admitted, looking toward the crumbling building. Barring any unforeseen disasters, this incursion will be resolved before the sun touches the horizon. Just as the words left her lips, the sound of a lone engine approached, and a common taxi pulled up to the barricade, drawing her suspicious gaze. The passenger emerging from the vehicle was none other than Lu Sheng. As the taxi came to a halt right before the glaring yellow caution, "Do not enter" tape, the driver looked out at the massive police presence with a face full of confusion and dread. The driver was visibly perspiring, his hands shaking slightly on the steering wheel. Why in the world is the entire police force gathered in this godforsaken wilderness? He wondered aloud. Lu Sheng, unfazed by the tension, stepped out of the car. Keep the change, and remember to give me a loyalty discount next time, he said coolly before closing the door. After exiting the cab, Lu Sheng began a steady, purposeful walk toward the center of the operations zone, ignoring the stares of the armed officers stationed along the perimeter. Xiao Lan immediately intercepted him, her hand hovering near her sidearm. Halt! You're entering a restricted combat zone. Turn around and leave this area immediately. Lu Sheng didn't break his stride, reaching into his jacket to retrieve his credentials. I am here on official business to execute a mission, he replied calmly. Here is my authorization certificate. You are free to verify it, he added, extending the document. Xiao Lan was taken aback as she scanned the paper. A student from the 7th Martial Saint University? She whispered in disbelief. But it says here you're only a freshman. She looked up at him, her skepticism returning. Has the university become so desperate that they're sending first years into suicide missions like this? Lu Sheng smoothly took the certificate back and tucked it into his pocket with a practiced motion. He maintained a stoic, almost detached demeanor. You misunderstand the situation. Normally, a freshman would indeed be committing suicide by coming here. However, I am a special case with special authorization. As he spoke, Xiaolan felt a chill run down her spine. She was a level 4 warrior, yet she hadn't even seen his hand move when he snatched the certificate back. He is a special exception from the 7th Martial Saint University. She thought, her heart racing. This boy possesses a speed that defies his age. He is clearly far more dangerous than he appears, but we already have an elite team on site. Adding a student to the mix now seems redundant and unnecessarily risky, Xiaolan told him firmly. We have 4 S-rank fighters and a top 300 hunter already engaged inside. Unless something goes horribly wrong, that monster will be neutralized within minutes. It will be over very soon, she concluded. Lu Sheng tilted his head, a look of genuine curiosity crossing his face. Is that so? By the way, what exactly is this hunter list you keep mentioning? I don't believe I've ever encountered that specific ranking system. Seeing his lack of knowledge, Xiaolan felt obligated to provide a brief explanation. It is an internal meritocratic ranking maintained by the St. Martial Arts Association. It tracks hunters who specialize in high-stakes bounty missions. Your rank is determined by the difficulty of the tasks and your overall success rate. I see, Lu Sheng remarked, his eyes turning back toward the apartment building. Regardless of who is already inside, I've traveled quite a distance to get here. It would be a waste if I didn't at least go in and see the situation for myself. Xiaolan stood there, completely baffled by his persistence. Are you not listening? I've made it clear the situation is handled, she exclaimed. Before she could continue, the abrasive cop from earlier marched over, trying to intimidate the youth. Hey kid, are you deaf? We don't need a student getting in the way. Just as he finished his sentence, a thunderous, earth-shaking explosion erupted from the building, sending a massive plume of dust and debris into the air. The shockwave sent several officers stumbling as a large section of the apartment building's upper floor crumbled into rubble. The calculated confidence of the police force vanished instantly, replaced by sheer panic. Damn it, what went wrong? Xiaolan screamed over the roar of falling stone. All units, battle stations. Eagle calling Ren. Target is emerging. Fire at will as soon as you have a clear shot. The chaotic scene unfolding above was a theater of desperation, as seasoned martial artists scrambled frantically to escape the looming shadow of death, their previous composure shattered into a million jagged pieces. One wretched soul was suddenly ensnared by the monster's undulating, slime-slicked tentacles, his face contorting into a mask of primal terror. Around him, the other warriors were abandoning all dignity, leaping from the heights of the building as if their very existence depended on the speed of their descent. A blood-curdling shriek of "ah" tore through the air as the captive man reached out a trembling hand toward the heavens, his voice cracking with a desperate plea. No. Please, someone help me. I don't want to die. Below, Xiaolan and the officer standing beside her watched the horror unfold. She stood paralyzed with a gaping maw, while he ground his teeth until they threatened to splinter. A heavy weight of regret settled in their chests for the tactical failures that had led to this massacre. Finding his voice, the commanding officer bellowed with desperate authority, "Open fire. All units, shoot that thing now." In an instant, the air was filled with the deafening roar of automatic weapons as the police force unleashed a relentless hail of lead upon the monstrous form. A sickening thud echoed as a body plummeted from the heights, crashing into the pavement directly in front of Xiaolan and making her recoil in shock. "Are you all right? Stay with me," she screamed over the gunfire. "Medical team, get over here now. We have a critical casualty. Move it." In a final, desperate gesture, the fallen man's blood-stained fingers hooked into Xiaolan's uniform, pulling her close. With a strength born of pure agony, he yanked her toward him, his breath wheezing as he hissed through gritted teeth. "What kind of garbage intelligence did you give us? That thing inside, it's not just a rank 6 beast. It's on the verge of becoming rank 7. He choked out before collapsing. Hearing those words, Xiaolon felt her blood turn to ice as she stood frozen in place. A rank 7 threat? This had escalated far beyond the capabilities of local law enforcement. They were now facing a national-level disaster that required the immediate intervention of the military. She fumbled for her radio, her fingers trembling as she prepared to transmit a desperate plea for reinforcements to her superiors. However, before she could utter a single syllable, Lu Sheng stepped forward with predatory grace and snatched the device from her hand. "Hold your fire on the backup," he said with an eerie calm. "Let me handle this first. And do make sure to recalibrate the difficulty of my mission credit after I'm done." "Everyone should just take a breather and grab some water," Lu Sheng remarked, his nonchalance striking the group like a bolt of lightning from a clear sky. As every eye turned toward him in bewilderment, he dropped a second bombshell. "Give me exactly 5 minutes to prove I'm more than capable of handling this." In that moment, he unleashed a tidal wave of psychic pressure, a mental energy so potent it felt physical. With a sudden whoosh, Lu Sheng's form blurred, ascending toward the skyscraper's roof with the speed of a guided missile. The crowd was left utterly shell-shocked, staring at the empty space where he had stood, which was now occupied only by the shimmering, fading embers of his overwhelming mental presence. Witnessing Lu Sheng perched atop the distant roof, the spectators wore expressions of sheer disbelief, looking for all the world like startled deer caught in the glare of high beams. "Good God, what did we just see?" someone whispered. "That speed. It shouldn't be humanly possible. How can a student move like that?" He had traversed the distance in the mere blink of an eye, leaving everyone to wonder who this mysterious youth truly was. As Lu Sheng stepped into the shadowed interior of the building, a wave of putrid rot hit him with the force of a physical blow. "Disgusting," he muttered, covering his nose. It was the sickening aroma of 1,000 carcasses left to ferment under a desert sun for nearly a week. He recalled a similar stench from his experience with the Night Watcher God's legacy, though it had lacked this current level of overwhelming intensity. "It seems the beast inside hasn't had a bath in decades," he mused dryly. Lu Sheng continued his ascent, his boots echoing against the concrete stairs as he moved toward the upper level. Reaching the heavy access door, he threw it open with a forceful thrust of his arm and stepped into the darkness of the next floor. The gruesome tableau that met his eyes caused even Lu Sheng to falter for 3 silent seconds, the very flow of time seemingly grinding to a halt. Suspended in the air, the wretched man who had been snatched earlier dangled precariously, his eyes glassy as he prayed for a miracle that seemed impossible. Confronted by the colossal, nightmare-inducing beast that was mere seconds away from devouring what remained of the captive man, Lu Sheng took a deliberate, heavy step forward into the fray. His gaze was as cold as a winter tomb as he stared the creature down. "So, you're the flesh-eyed demon breath I've heard about," he said, sensing a far more potent and succulent source of energy before it. With flesh that promised a more divine feast, the monster unceremoniously discarded the half-dead man like a piece of refuse. With a dull thud, the man crumpled onto the hard floor, his life signs flickering uncertainly. Lu Sheng sighed, watching the broken form with a flicker of pity. "My apologies for the delay," he muttered, his voice low and dangerous as he shifted his focus to the beast. "But I won't let your suffering go unanswered." In the heavy, copper-scented silence of that rotting room, Lu Sheng made a solemn, internal vow. "I promise you this. I will not allow this abomination a quick or merciful end." Lu Sheng's expression grew shadow-dark, his knuckles whitening as he tightened his fist and lunged forward. An aura of overwhelming majesty erupted from him, and in an instant, the spectral, dread-inducing silhouette of his demon king persona manifested around his form. Outside, the air was thick with a palpable tension that left the assembled martial artists and officers on a knife edge of anxiety. Should this monstrosity break free from the perimeter and descend upon the city, the resulting slaughter would be a catastrophe of historic proportions for every resident in the vicinity. Unaware of their fears, Lu Sheng's eyes burned with a singular, unyielding determination. His entire being began to pulse with a radiant, golden light that hummed with concentrated power. Before him stood the flesh-eyed demon breath, a rank 7 abomination of twisted biology and nightmare fuel. its blood-red eyes fixed on him as it lashed its obsidian tongue between rows of jagged, yellowed teeth, letting out a roar that vibrated through the very floorboards. Yet, such a grotesque display was nowhere near enough to dampen the roaring fires of the fighting spirit within Lu Sheng's heart. The golden aura intensified, coalescing into a shimmering mantle of protection that mirrored his indomitable will. Facing the bizarre creature, Lu Sheng gestured mockingly. "Is that the best you can do? Come on, show me what you've got. If you have the courage to match your stench, then come at me." As the beast coiled its muscles for a lethal strike, Lu Sheng's eyes narrowed, pinpointing a critical opening in its erratic movements. Typically, these creatures plateau at rank 5 or 6, he noted to himself. Finding one of this caliber in such a mundane location is highly irregular. Furthermore, it was evident that this specimen had recently breached the threshold of rank 7 power. The massive, undulating form of the beast surged toward Lu Sheng, threatening to crush him under its sheer mass. Though he looked small and fragile in comparison to the Titan, not a trace of fear touched his face. Instead, he stood as an immovable pillar of resilience, his gaze locked onto the ranked 7 flesh-eyed demon breath with predatory focus. In that suspended moment, the creature initiated its violent assault, its massive limbs tearing through the air. Lu Sheng's brow furrowed slightly as he adjusted his stance, coiling his muscles like a spring in preparation for a devastating counteroffensive. The flesh-eyed demon breath's gargantuan forelimbs, tipped with obsidian claws sharp enough to rend steel, came crashing down from above. It intended to seize Lu Sheng in a crushing embrace, its twin appendages sweeping inward with the force of a collapsing building. Lu Sheng met the onslaught head-on, unleashing a counterpunch that carried the weight of a falling mountain. A sickening crack echoed through the room as the beast's supporting limbs were shattered by the impact, twisting at unnatural angles and spraying a foul, cerulean acidic bile across the floor. Lu Sheng stepped forward through the settling dust, casually brushing a stray speck of debris from his shoulder while striking a poise of practiced elegance. "Honestly, you're far too noisy for your own good," he remarked with a dismissive sigh. "Since your end is already written, why bother with all this useless screaming?" Enraged by his arrogance, the flesh-eyed demon breath reared back on its remaining strength, slamming its colossal weight down exactly where Lu Sheng stood. Yet, with a nimbleness that bordered on the supernatural, Lu Sheng had already vanished from the impact zone, leaving the beast to strike nothing but the concrete floor, which shattered into 1,000 jagged pieces under the force of the blow. As a thick cloud of pulverized stone and dust swirled through the air, Lu Sheng reappeared several meters away, his hands in his pockets. He struck a fresh pose, his voice dripping with condescension as he taunted. "Oh dear, perhaps you should work on your aim a bit more, don't you think?" Trembling with prehistoric fury, the flesh-eyed demon breath unhinged its jaw and spewed a concentrated jet of corrosive, toxic acid directly toward Lu Sheng's coordinates. However, Lu Sheng's reaction time was instantaneous. He flickered out of existence before the acid could even reach him, vanishing without leaving so much as a shadow behind. The hulking monstrosity spun its massive frame in a frantic circle, its many eyes darting left and right in a desperate, vain search for its prey. It could find no trace of Lu Sheng's presence, as if he had simply dissolved into the air itself. Without warning, Lu Sheng descended from the rafters like a bolt of righteous lightning, his fist wreathed in a terrifying cocktail of elemental fury. He delivered a devastating strike to the beast's crown, an attack that perfectly balanced the searing heat of fire with the absolute zero of ice. Moments before the impact, Lu Sheng's expression turned grim, his voice cold and final as he whispered, "Fine then. Now is the time for you to truly start trembling." Meanwhile, outside the building, Xiao Lan and the other observers were deep in a heated debate about the boy. The scarred martial artist among them let out a gasp of pure shock. "What was that? Repeat what you just said." "He's nothing more than a freshman," Xiao Lan confirmed, her voice steady despite her own internal turmoil. Having meticulously cross-referenced the details on Lu Sheng's student ID and the official mission dispatch, she added, "I have personally verified his identity and the 7th Martial Saint University credentials." The veteran martial artist still struggled to wrap his mind around the revelation. With the velocity he just displayed, forget about a first-year student. Even a top-tier graduate would struggle to replicate that feat. He ground his teeth in frustration, his mind racing. That kind of movement. Even as a peak rank 6 powerhouse, I couldn't move like that without leaving an afterimage. Just who is this kid? And what kind of monstrous training produces such terrifying skill? A man who appeared to be Xiao Lan's direct superior intervened, his face etched with concern. Before we do anything else, we must file a formal report with both the Martial Artist Association and the local military command, he stated firmly. Regardless of the boy's strength, the risk is too high. If that mutated abomination is provoked and manages to breach our perimeter, its entry into the city would be a catastrophe. Worse still, those creatures are known to consume human flesh to fuel their rapid evolution. Xiaolan pulled out her communication device with frantic haste, her brow glistening with beads of nervous sweat as she relayed the deteriorating situation. Acknowledged. I'm initiating the report now, she shouted. But before she could finish, a violent, bone-rattling tremor surged through the earth, forcing everyone to struggle for their balance. Every gaze was instantly magnetized to the dark silhouette of the building, the collective anxiety of the crowd reaching a fever pitch. The same unspoken question burned in everyone's mind. What on earth is happening in there right now? Within the crumbling halls, the flesh-eyed demon breath was in a state of primal frenzy, its eyes gorged with blood and thick, raucous saliva dripping from its oscillating tongue. It unleashed a roar that threatened to burst eardrums before launching its massive bulk into the air, charging directly at Lu Sheng like a runaway freight train. However, Lu Sheng's agility was nothing short of divine. He sidestepped the charge with effortless grace, causing the beast to sail harmlessly through the space he had occupied and crash violently into the concrete floor, where it lay huffing with exhaustion. Recognizing the opening, Lu Sheng closed the distance in a flash, reaching for the creature's lethal appendages. With the same ease one might use to disassemble a child's toy, he began snapping off the beast's long, obsidian claws one by one. Each break was accompanied by a sickening crunch and a howl of pure, unadulterated agony from the monster. Relentless in his assault, Lu Sheng channeled his burgeoning power into a second, massive blow to the beast's skull, a strike intended to assert his absolute dominance and ground the creature further into the dirt. When the flesh-eyed demon breath finally went limp and motionless, Lu Sheng blinked in genuine surprise. Already finished? How disappointing, he mused, noting the beast's fragility. To ensure the job was complete, Lu Sheng coiled every ounce of his supreme power into his right fist, unleashing a final, catastrophic punch. This strike was more than just physical force. It was the manifestation of his unyielding will. The impact was so great that the giant beast was launched like a projectile, blasting through the reinforced stone walls and into the open sky amidst a cacophony of thunderous cracks. The spectacle of the flesh-eyed demon breath being ejected from the building by Lu Sheng was wildly misinterpreted by the frantic crowd outside. Thinking the beast was launching an escape, the police and martial artists braced themselves for a final stand. However, what fell from the heavens was merely a cold corpse, impacting the earth with a force so violent it caused the very ground to heave. As stone pulverized into dust and the sound of the impact echoed like a clap of thunder, a massive crater formed, serving as a silent testament to the terrifying magnitude of Lu Sheng's final blow. The sheer violence of the display sent a wave of profound shock through the assembly, sowing seeds of genuine awe and primal fear in the hearts of every seasoned warrior who witnessed the carnage. The scarred veteran stood rooted to the spot, his eyes wide as he struggled to comprehend the sight. "It's over," the flesh-eyed demon breath. "It was killed in minutes," he managed to stammer. Xiao Lan was equally paralyzed by the swiftness of the resolution. "He wasn't even inside for 5 minutes, she whispered, her voice trembling. "That kind of efficiency, it's completely off the charts." Lu Sheng emerged from the settling plumes of dust and debris with a chillingly nonchalant air, one hand tucked deep into his pocket as if he had just completed a leisurely stroll rather than a life-or-death confrontation. He gestured thumb first toward the mangled remains behind him, his voice steady and devoid of exertion. It's over. The threat is neutralized, and the mission is officially complete. Do make sure you recalibrate the difficulty rating for me. It wouldn't do for the credit system to overlook a rank 7 encounter. Stunned by the youth's terrifying efficiency, the veteran officer offered a deep, respectful bow of gratitude, leaving Lu Sheng momentarily surprised by the intensity of the gesture. Once we have finished processing and disposing of the flesh-eyed demon breath's colossal remains, the resulting proceeds will be liquidated and transferred to your account without delay. We cannot thank you enough for your timely intervention, the officer stated. As he held his bow for a few silent seconds, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the sheer power the boy possessed. It's terrifying, he thought. He handled a mutated beast of that magnitude as if it were a mere nuisance, dispatching it with little more than a casual flick of the wrist. This boy truly defies every natural law of progression. Lu Sheng turned back, offering a polite, effortless smile. That won't be necessary, Lu Sheng replied, his tone softening with a touch of genuine empathy. Please direct those funds to the families of the fallen instead. The materials from a rank 7 mutated beast command a high price. It's more than enough to ensure that those who lost their primary breadwinners can live comfortably and securely for the rest of their lives. Your generosity is deeply appreciated, truly, the officer replied, moved by the gesture. Lu Sheng then turned his attention back to Xiaolan, offering her a playful, subtle wink that cut through the lingering tension. Say, would you mind helping me arrange transport? I need to catch the next high-speed maglev train. My schedule is packed, and I have some rather pressing matters that require my immediate presence elsewhere. Xiaolan's face broke into a radiant, appreciative smile as she gestured toward her idling patrol vehicle. No trouble at all, she replied enthusiastically. I'll personally chauffeur you to the station myself. Internalizing the offer, Lu Sheng felt a quiet surge of satisfaction. While his focus was always on martial progression, he was certainly not the type of man to turn down the company of a beautiful, spirited woman who was so eager to assist him. Xiaolan, blooming like a flower in spring, added, "Thank you for the opportunity. I'd hate for you to be troubled by the local traffic." As she stole a glance at Lu Sheng's sharp profile and composed features, Xiaolan felt a sudden, magnetic attraction toward him, her admiration for his martial prowess quickly blossoming into a private infatuation. He isn't just a monster on the battlefield. He's actually incredibly handsome, she mused secretly. Her imagination took a sudden, wild detour as she momentarily lost herself in a vivid daydream about where their night might lead. A little wildcat, are we? Perhaps you could try being a bit gentler next time, she whispered in her mind, her thoughts becoming increasingly scandalous. The young officer suddenly became overwhelmed by her own vivid fantasies, shyly burying her face in her hands as a deep, crimson flush spread across her cheeks like a ripening tomato. No, not there, she murmured softly, lost in her internal world. Witnessing her bizarre behavior and nonsensical mutterings, Lu Sheng felt a drop of cold sweat trickle down his neck. He stood there awkwardly, wondering if the stress of the beast invasion had finally caused her mental faculties to fray at the seams. Is she all right? He wondered, before his gaze drifted back to the grotesque corpse of the mutated predator. A shadow of suspicion crossed his mind as he analyzed the biological anomaly. Something doesn't add up. How could a rank 7 abomination manage to slip through the fortified frontline gaps and migrate all the way to a secondary city like Nanping without being detected by early warning systems? While sporadic incursions were a reality of the modern era, they rarely involved creatures of such significant power. Usually, any threat of this magnitude would be intercepted and neutralized by the joint efforts of the military and the Martial Artist Association long before reaching a civilian population center. The sudden appearance of a rank 7 beast in Nanping, devoid of any prior alarm, felt like a deliberate omission. I suspect a far more sinister plot is brewing beneath the surface, Lu Sheng thought. The silence was broken by the sharp wail of the police siren as Xiaolan accelerated, weaving through the streets to get him to his destination with professional urgency. Seated in the passenger side, Lu Sheng utilized the travel time to scour the latest global headlines on his smartphone, his eyes darting across the glowing screen with analytical precision. He let out a weary, frustrated sigh as he read. Another classic case of human infighting. Haven't we had enough of this petty squabbling? The screen was a chaotic mosaic of trending crises. The Sharia country was demanding a formal investigation into alleged border-crossing spies, while disputes between various beast clans were yielding suspicious clues regarding the ongoing dragon-lion conflict. The headlines were relentless. Why are beast clan invasions escalating? And beast clan conspiracy, fabricated threat, or imminent reality? Lu Sheng's mind flashed forward to the grim future he had seen, the total collapse of human civilization 10,000 years hence. These people are behaving like a collection of incompetent teammates, he thought bitterly. They are doing everything in their power to fan the flames of internal discord, completely oblivious to the fact that they are sprinting toward their own extinction. A cold, resolute flame flickered in his eyes as he gripped the phone. Once I have reached a level of power that transcends their petty politics, I will simply crush these obstacles directly and silence the noise myself. Xiaolon, catching a glimpse of Lu Sheng's reflection in the rearview mirror, noticed the sudden transition from calm to a razor-sharp, lethal intensity. The raw killing intent radiating from him was palpable, causing a shiver to run down her spine. Driven by concern and curiosity, she broke the silence. Lu Sheng, is something the matter? You look like you're ready to start a war. Her voice pulled him back from his dark ruminations. He blinked, the lethal edge in his gaze softening instantly. It's nothing important, he replied smoothly. Just some foolishness on the news. I'll deal with it when the time comes. They arrived at the station shortly after. I appreciate the ride, Officer Xiao. You've been a great help. Xiaolon waved a lingering goodbye, her eyes following him as he stepped out. Have a safe and pleasant journey, she called out. Lu Sheng returned the wave with a cheerful, casual gesture before turning toward the platform. Left alone in her car, Xiaolon felt a sudden, heavy pang of reluctance as she watched his back. Parting so soon. She sighed to herself. I genuinely feel like I don't want him to leave. I wonder how long it will be before our paths cross again. Meanwhile, Lu Sheng had arrived at his destination, Baihe High School. As he approached the martial arts training hall, the air vibrated with the thunderous sounds of heavy impact and the rhythmic, percussive cracks of continuous, high-speed kicks. The architect of that devastating flurry was none other than his younger sister, Lu Qinghe, who moved with a newfound ferocity that spoke volumes of her recent training. With a final, explosive rotation, she sent her male sparring partner soaring across the ring. Reeling from the sheer force of the blow, the student scrambled to his feet only to immediately raise his hands in a frantic gesture of surrender. I yield. No more. I can't take another hit like that. Despite his surrender, Lu Qinghe remained locked in a high-tension combat stance, her fists clenched and her eyes burning with an adrenaline-fueled fire as if she were prepared to unleash several more combinations. It wasn't until the instructor's authoritative voice boomed across the hall that she finally relaxed her posture. Lu Qinghe is the victor. The teacher gestured toward her, addressing the gathered crowd of spectators. Her practical application and combat instincts are truly top tier. If any of you find yourselves struggling with your footwork or striking, don't hesitate to seek guidance from Lu Qinghe. A moment later, two of her female classmates rushed over, their faces beaming as they showered her with praise. Qinghe, that was incredible. You're going to be the undisputed #1 martial arts student in the city at this rate. Lu Qinghe, however, didn't share their excitement. She remained stoic, her brow clouded with a subtle gloom. Seeing her friend's lack of spirit, her best friend leaned in close. You just dominated the ring, so why the long face? What's bothering you? Lu Qinghe let out a heavy sigh, her expression darkening further. It's hard to feel like I've achieved anything significant when I have a brother who is already a national martial arts champion. Compared to his shadow, even my best successes feel like minor, insignificant ripples in a pond. At the mere mention of Lu Sheng, the eyes of the two girls practically sparkled with a manic energy. Oh, Lu Sheng. He's so legendary, they squealed in unison. Tell us, Qinghe, when is your brother going to be back in town? He mentioned something about treating us to a meal, remember? We wouldn't mind treating him either, as long as he actually shows up. Lu Qinghe felt a cold sweat form as she watched her friends descend into a state of obsessive fangirling. Is their brother complex relapsing again? she wondered. Lu Qinghe felt completely overwhelmed by her friend's relentless pestering. I have no idea when he's coming back. Stop asking me and go bother him yourselves, she shouted, trying to shake them off. But the two girls were undeterred, clutching her arms and begging. Come on, just help us set up one little date. Just one. Unable to handle the boy-crazy onslaught any longer, Lu Qinghe turned and bolted for the exit. Qinghe, don't forget to talk to your brother for us, they yelled after her retreating figure. Lu Qinghe sprinted out of the hall as fast as her legs could carry her, so preoccupied with escaping her clingy best friends that she was completely oblivious to the world around her. She didn't even notice the tall figure about to enter the building, nearly colliding with him in her haste. True to her fiery temperament, she began to scold the stranger before even looking up. Ouch! Watch where you're going, you blind idiot. However, as she squinted at the person in front of her, her jaw dropped in shock. Wait, brother? Lu Sheng reached out to steady her, his expression full of concern. Qinghe, where are you running off to in such a frantic state? You almost knocked yourself over. Are you hurt? He asked gently. After their long period of separation, Lu Qinghe felt a surge of genuine affection for her brother, though she tried to hide it. She stepped closer, poking and prodding his arm to ensure he was a physical reality and not some vivid hallucination. Why are you back so early? Winter break hasn't even started yet. Don't tell me you actually missed me that much. Lu Sheng let out a slow, amused chuckle. I just finished an assignment nearby and thought I'd drop in to see how my little sister's studies were progressing. Lu Qinghe began to circle him like a hawk, her eyes scanning his person. Aside from his standard travel backpack, she saw no bags. Well, she grilled him. Did you bring me a present from the capital? Of course I remembered a gift, Lu Sheng replied, reaching back to unzip his backpack. Lu Qinghe's eyes widened with intense anticipation, her imagination running wild. Oh, I can't wait. What is it? A girl has high expectations for a gift coming all the way from the big city. Is it a limited edition designer lipstick? Maybe some Dior perfume? Or a pair of those high-end training shoes I saw online? Lu Sheng effectively doused her excitement with a metaphorical bucket of ice water. Tada! Here it is, he said, pulling out a large container. The absolute best high-potency martial arts supplement on the market. It's exactly what you need to ensure your physical foundation keeps improving. Lu Qinghe stared at the supplement in stunned silence, her face falling into a mask of utter disappointment. She realized in that moment that her brother truly had no concept of what a young girl actually wanted. Lu Sheng could only offer a helpless, sheepish hum. I suppose I really don't understand girls at all, do I? Suddenly, a stray basketball came hurtling toward them from the court. Lu Qinghe gasped in surprise as the orange sphere blurred toward her face, but Lu Sheng didn't even flinch. With a movement that was almost too fast to follow, he casually swatted the ball out of the air, sending it bouncing harmlessly away. Lu Sheng didn't lose his composure for a second, his eyes shifting toward the court to identify who had thrown the ball. He turned back to his sister, asking calmly, "Are you all right?" She exhaled, leaning against the wall. "I'm fine. A clumsy trick like that was never going to touch me anyway." At that moment, a male student began to swagger toward them, his eyes fixed on Lu Qinghe. "So, you're finally done with your schoolwork?" he called out. This particular individual had evidently been a persistent nuisance to her, as Lu Qinghe replied with a sharp, impatient edge to her voice. "Oh great. It's you again," she groaned. The student, seeing Lu Qinghe standing so closely with an unfamiliar man, seemed to lose his composure entirely. His face contorted with jealousy as he gritted his teeth and barked. "Hey, who is this punk supposed to be? Why are you hanging around him? What business is it of yours? Since when do I have to justify my company to you?" Lu Qinghe's biting retort only served to further incense the young man, his ears turning red with anger. Lu Qinghe grabbed Lu Sheng's hand, pulling him toward the exit. "I'm not even going to waste my breath explaining. Let's just go, brother." Lu Sheng, ever the observant martial artist, allowed himself to be led away, but he couldn't resist casting a glance back over his shoulder to see how the jilted student would react.